Zhangyuan 6 years, spring. Farmland on the outskirts of Chang'an City. Su Li is working hard in Bunt. The spring sun wasn't too hot, but Su Li was sweating profusely due to overwork. Seeing the sun was rising, Li Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and stretched out the steamed cakes he made last night from his bosom. It's a bit hard. You can only break it open and eat it with water. The system, do something, system. Su Li slumped on the ground, gasping for breath like a salted fish without dreams. Su Li, a time traveler, has a system. It's just that compared to other senior traversers, Su Li's situation is really not very good. Su Li envied those senior traversers who thrived without a system. Su Li brought a system, but ended up living in a mess. No way. As a farmer and a farmer whose parents died, Su Li's mental exhaustion has been exhausted by managing the 10 acres of land by himself. As for smelting iron and brewing wine, Su Li has a vague impression. If Su Li is given enough money and manpower, many things can be found by trial and error just based on impressions. It's a pity that Su Li is a farmer, and there is no cost of trial and error. Not to mention joining the army, although Su Li has been working as a farmer all year round, his body is really not strong enough to eat without oil and water on a daily basis. It is a dream to go to the battlefield, and it is very possible to become someone else's military exploits. Or be a copywriter. Pull it down, he is a farmer's son. He can't get into the literary circle at all. Moreover, Su Li didn't read many books in this era, so he knew that some poems contained allusions, so he didn't dare to copy them randomly. In short, Su Li is probably not capable of writing or martial arts, facing the less all day long, living a life of eating in the mud. Fortunately, it is the prosperous early Tang dynasty. Since Li Shimin killed his brother at the Black Tortoise Gate for fun, the world has finally entered a peaceful year. No matter what happens to the heads of Guizhou, at least they have a peaceful life, and at least the current taxation can really cope with it. In the early Tang dynasty, there was no threat of war, and there was no large number of corrupt officials. This is already a rare prosperity. What, you mean the system? Su Li's system is hard to describe. Su Li's system is called the random shop system. Every day, the system will randomly refresh 5 items for purchase. Su Li can choose to permanently put 1 item on the top without being refreshed. If the rest of the items are not enough to buy, they will be refreshed the next day. Thinking of the system, Su Li subconsciously looked at the contents of today's store. Permanent top product, one-time shuttle door. You can specify time travel to return to modern times. Value, 99.99 W points. Commodity 2, attribute point gift pack. 13 attribute points can be randomly obtained. Value, 10,000 points. Commodity 3, photographic memory. Do you know what hypermemory is? Value, 200,000 points. Commodity 4, Overlord Physique. Amplify in all directions on the basis of existing attributes. Value, 100 W points. Commodity 5, Salt-Making Method. A complete salt-making strategy in the manual era, teaching you to build a large-scale salt-making industrial environment from the most Yuanxi environment. Value, 100,000 points. Host currently available credits, 0. Host personal attributes, click to expand. Fuck you. Su Li stared at the products refreshed in the store today that made him drool, and his available points that were still 0. Su Li's system can be said to be very good. 5 products are refreshed every day, and there are all kinds of products. As long as you can afford it, you can be called the ancestor in ancient times. Even returning to modern times is not a dream. But just need points. As for how to get points, it's a pain in the ass. It is necessary to have physical contact with a person of high status, and then multiply the points according to the length of the physical contact and the status of the other party. Su Li is nothing but a farmer. The highest status that I can meet and come into contact with is the 3 elders of the township. Moreover, although the 3 elders are not considered an official system, they have a high status and prestige, and they are not easily accessible to Su Li. Finally, I got in touch with it during the autumn festival, but I didn't get fart points. No points? What's the use of more products that the system swipes out? This is also the main reason why Su Li is still so boastful so far. He needs to systematically improve himself to be able to contact people with high status. But he won't have points if he doesn't come into contact with people with high status. He can't buy goods without points. He cannot improve himself if he cannot buy commodities. So Su Li fell into an endless loop. With or without the system, there is no difference. Su Li still has to think about what to eat tomorrow, how much to eat, and how to wait for a good harvest like a real farmer. When will this dog day be ahead? Su Li was lost in thought with a hoe on his back. Su Li, who is still begging for a living with a hoe on his back, would never have imagined that he would become the center of public opinion in the entire Chang'an city in the near future. In the 6th year of Zhengyuan, on the 8th day of February, a piece of news shocked the whole Chang'an city. Princess Changle.I, the first daughter of the Emperor Tang, is getting married. When this news came out, it was like a sensation in the entire Chang'an city. In this era when the world is initially settled and people's minds are peaceful, it is no different from a super big melon. Li Shimin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, naturally needless to say, although it is more or less shameful to kill brothers and brothers in front of Black Tortoise's gate and force his father to abdicate. But since Li Jiaying broke the Turkic shame in the 4th year of Zhengyuan, people all over the world have also recognized the emperor. In addition, the scandal that Princess Gao Yang gave Fang Yi a green hat has not yet spread, and the value of princess dating is undoubtedly very high. Li Lijai, Princess Changle.I of the Tang dynasty, is even less well known. She is naturally beautiful in appearance and cannot give up on herself. In character, she inherited her mother's eldest grandson, Queen. She is gentle, elegant, and reasonable, and is a rare good match. Life experience, appearance, family background, self-cultivation, all of them are the peak of women standing in this era. Ever since Princess Changle.I grew up, she has become the target of countless dignitaries. The people who eat melons in Chang'an City have speculated who will marry Princess Changle.I and who is going to marry Princess Changle.I. Is it Chang Sun Chang, the son of Sun Wuji, the prime minister of power in the Tang dynasty, or the son of Fang Mudu Duan? In short, in such an era, it undoubtedly gave Chang'an City a talking point for the people who eat melons. Your Majesty, how can a royal daughter marry a farmer? In Ganlu Hall, Chang Sun Wuji looked dissatisfied. Princess Changle.I has made a marriage contract with the eldest son of the eldest grandson's family, eldest son Chang, 2 years ago. Although it has not been spread yet, it has been agreed, and now Li Shimin suddenly repented, and Chang Sun Wuji was naturally unwilling. Li Er's complexion was also a bit grim. He looked at his uncle and was silent for a long while before he said, Li Zhai hasn't woken up since she fell into a coma half a month ago. After half a month, Princess Changle.I fell into a coma due to a sudden change. Apart from being able to breathe and swallow normally, the whole person has no other reactions. That is, he can't even make decisions about the daily urination and defecation. Empress Changsun has taken care of her clothes for half a month and has not improved. Li Shimin tried everything. After trying all kinds of decoctions, the imperial doctor was helpless and only said that it was a disorder of soul loss. Li and Empress Changsun prayed for him day and night and asked eminent monks and famous Taoists to summon their souls for their practice, but it still had no effect. In fact, in ancient times, there was no accurate definition of a vegetative person, and they didn't even understand the difference between a coma and a vegetative person. Most of them think it is a disorder of soul loss, and the treatment method is mainly to summon the soul by jumping the gods. It was not until Sun Simiao named the disease of vegetative state stupor that people distinguished vegetative state from coma. Stomach, as the name suggests, as stiff as a tree. Apart from being able to breathe and swallow, it cannot respond to the outside world. But even so, people still lack the means to effectively deal with vegetative people. Except for the daily feeding of water and food to deal with defecation, most of the patients were left to lie on the bed. In the end, most vegetative people face the end of life due to various complications such as muscle atrophy and back sores. Li Zhi hasn't recovered yet. Chang Sun Wuji paused, his mouth trembling. Although the marriage contract has been made, Li regrets it no matter what, but Princess Changle.I is also the niece of Chang Sun Wuji, so how can she not feel distressed? What the imperial physician, an eminent monk Grand Dao, said is basically hopeless. When accepting this fact, even a tough guy like Li Shimin couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Changle.I is his favorite child, not one of them. After experiencing the Black Tortoise incident, Li attaches more importance to family affection. She loves Princess Changle.I even more. But his daughter, suffering from an incurable disease, was unconscious and wanted to leave him first. But Your Majesty, why did Chang Sun Wuji originally wanted to ask Princess Changle.I why she wanted to get married when she was already like this, but suddenly thought of a possibility. Looking at Li as expected, Li nodded heavily. Congratulations. I can only treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor, Li said after a moment of silence. According to the Yuan Tiangang hexagram, the horoscope of this son's birthday is the most suitable. If it doesn't work, Li Zhai has a companion anyway, so she won't go alone. The corners of Li Er's eyes were bitter. Chang Sun Wuji was stunned. How could Chang Sun Wuji not understand what Li was thinking when things got to this point? Everyone is helpless now, facing such an incurable disease. It is said to be a joy, but it is actually a funeral. And how long the boy who has never met depends on how long Princess Changle.I can live. For a moment, an indescribable feeling emerged in Chang Sun Wuji's heart. There is love for his niece Li Lijai, and there is pity for the boy he has never met. He is Li Shimin's eldest brother-in-law, so it is naturally impossible for this matter to fall on Chang Sun Chang. Su Li didn't know Li Er's decision. He just wanted to climb up desperately and then save enough points to go home. He really couldn't survive the days of digging food in the doggy soil. Of course, even if Su Li knew that she was going to be buried with Changxi, it would not help. This is not something he can decide and resist. So Su Li was caught in the palace in such a daze and set a wedding date with Princess Changle.I, a vegetable. There is nothing new in Chang'an. As the wedding date approaches, the melon of Princess Changle.I's big wedding will grow bigger and bigger. What, the one who married Princess Changle.I is a white farmer? What, Princess Changle.I has lost her soul, can't wake up from sleep? What is this kid for joy? The wedding day is approaching, but there are more and more melons. What kind of joy? I think it's almost like being buried with you. That's not bad, soul-deprived patients. It is said that some of them live for decades of rich life. So what? I'm afraid I won't even be able to get out of the princess mansion, and I won't have any offspring for the rest of my life. It doesn't matter how powerful it is. Marrying a person who is paralyzed on the bed and can't speak or move, you have to serve him respectfully and carefully. It's even better to marry a piece of wood. At present, there is no later generation in the Tang dynasty who was convicted of insanity because of his words, and it is common for people in Chang'an City to discuss things in the palace. With only 2 days left until the wedding, the big melon of Princess Changle.I's marriage has basically been cleared up. Princess Changle.I suffers from soul-loss disease and cannot sleep. Apart from breathing and eating, she can't even control her bowel movements. And that lucky farmer's son was actually there for the celebration, and if Princess Changle.I died, he would have to be buried with her. At this point, the truth of the matter is dabai, and people can't eat this piece of melon anymore. Princess Changle.I rarely has a good reputation, but in the end, she ended up lying on the bed and disappearing without knowing when. And that lucky farmer was actually unlucky. He was going to marry a princess who couldn't speak, move, and couldn't carry on the family line. And he can't cheat yet, and he has to be buried with Princess Changle.I after she dies. People think Su Li is unlucky, including Chang Sun Wuji and other courtiers, but they dare not question Li Er's decision. After all, Li Er's favorite daughter suffers from soul-loss disease, and she seems to be dying soon. It is impossible for them to touch Li Er's brow for a farmer's son. Even Wei Zheng, the #1 elite in the Tang dynasty, did not touch Li Er's brow at this stall. In this oppressive and sympathetic atmosphere, the wedding day approached. So Su Li, who was eating in the soil a few days ago, became the freshly baked Tang prince consort in a daze. Because it was for joy, the wedding was not a big deal. But there are still not a few people who greet and send off. As the son-in-law, Su Li has met many characters that she could never have imagined before. Grandson Wuji, Wei Zheng, Kong Yingde, Fang Xuanling, Du Ruhui, even Li Shimin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and Wuji, the eldest grandson of the empress of the Tang dynasty. Su Li was able to notice that the people who attended the happy event were not happy. Li was deeply sad, and all civil and military officials did not smile. As the son-in-law and the groom's official, Su Li toasted a lot of wine in a daze. Su Li also noticed that many people showed some sympathy towards her. Su Li knows why. Because the object he married, Princess Changle.I, was a vegetative person, he suffered an indiscriminate disaster. A woman who can't move and can't bear children, even has to be buried with her. How is this not a sympathetic thing? As the person with the highest status in the entire banquet, Li and Empress Changsun frowned, and no one would smile without opening their eyes. Everyone knows the nature of this wedding. In fact, most of the officials present at the scene of Li Lijai, Princess of Changle.I, have seen it and even heard of it. Everyone knows that this is a girl who looks like the eldest grandson empress, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is the jewel of the Tang dynasty. Some of them regretted that the most dazzling and brightest pearl of the Tang dynasty had become a vegetable and could not even take care of himself. Some of them have poor Su Li, who has suffered an indiscriminate disaster. In short, everyone has a serious expression. The same goes for Su Li. The only difference from others is, others are probably true, while Su Li is pretending. Marry a princess, still can't move. Do you want to serve yourself personally in the future, day and night care? There is such a good thing. His system, but the longer he spends in physical contact with people of higher status, the more points he gets. Like Princess Changle.I, they are almost the group of people with the most noble status in the entire Tang dynasty. Day and night care. 24 hours a day. Isn't it just around the corner to break 10,000 points? The power of the Overlord is only 1,000,000 points. Su Li felt that if the banquet didn't end as soon as possible, he couldn't hold back his laughter. He has been only able to look at the products refreshed every day, because as a farmer, it is impossible for him to have physical contact with people of high status. Princess Changle.I right now, where is the vegetable? She is clearly Su Li's good sister. Su Li said he was going crazy with joy. On the wedding night, Su Li looked at Princess Changle.I lying on the bed in a red dress, and the joy in her heart gradually dissipated. Princess Changle.I is very beautiful. As one of the must-have heroines in the Tang dynasty, no matter how it is said in the novel, it is impossible to meet her face to face. Gao.Yang.Originally, dressed in a red dress with her eyes closed. Her face may be a little sickly weak due to the long-term vegetative state. How long has the princess been in a coma? Su Li asked. It's 3 on the 20th, the female officer on the side answered. Although Su Li is probably just a son-in-law to be buried with him, the female officer is still respectful. To be a female official in the palace, there are rules. It will not be like the scene in the novel where the dog looks down on others. Even if you don't like Su Li, you will not embarrass Su Li. Su Li gently held Princess Changle.I's palm, and the female officer on the side wanted to remind her. But seeing that Su Li had no other movements, she finally held back. Su Li is just Changxi's son-in-law, and it is naturally impossible for Princess Changle.I to consummate the house in her current state. This is why the female officer in the princess mansion is accompanying her. After all, Princess Changle.I's current state requires someone to take care of her body even for daily scrubbing. The female officer is here to take care of her personally, and secondly, to prevent Su Li, the son-in-law who used to celebrate the joy, from going crazy things. Sure enough, as Su Li held Princess Changle.I's palm, the zero balance in his mind began to beat. It takes about 3 seconds to gain a little more points. But Su Li didn't care about these things, but took a serious look at his new wife, Princess Changle.I. I can't wake up, breathing smoothly, able to swallow. Su Li rubbed the center of her brows. Maybe open your eyes, Su Li asked again. I can open my eyes during the day, but I won't listen or move no matter what I say. The female officer replied. Can open eyes be able to swallow, have a stable work and rest, and breathe smoothly, no doubt a vegetable? Su Li considered softly. In ancient times, there was a lack of effective cognition of vegetative people, so vegetative people were often regarded as a disease of lost souls. After all, a person can open his eyes and eat, but cannot move or speak, just like a person who has lost his soul. In the view of modern medicine, this is an obvious manifestation of a vegetative state. There is an extremely clear difference between a vegetative state and a coma. For example, a comatose person will not have obvious work and rest patterns. For example, a coma person cannot actively swallow. For example, a coma person will often have muscle spasms and obvious breathing disorders. It is worth mentioning that coma is a more serious condition than vegetative state. Severe coma is basically not far from death. Most of the vegetative people fall into a coma after experiencing severe trauma, and then after the body's self-regulation, recovery, and treatment, the brain enters a stable state and turns into a vegetative state. In other words, if Princess Changle.I has been in a coma for more than 20 days, with the medical technology of this era, she will basically be too sick to eat. A trace of regret flashed across Su Li's face. In the previous life, people had 2 perceptions of vegetative people. Some people think that vegetative people and coma are generally in a state of end of consciousness. That is, they will not have any stress response to the outside world and completely lose their self-awareness. Another group of people think that vegetative people can perceive external states in certain environments, such as pain, temperature, sound, etc. Su Li is more inclined to the second cognition. That is, vegetative people have a certain ability of conscious thinking. But this is the cruelest thing for Princess Changle, who is only 22 years old. Consciousness is plunged into boundless darkness, invisible but occasionally can hear, occasionally feel and think, as if entering a cage. Can't move. And the cruelest thing is, they can even feel their own excretion. Just like a normal person locked in a small dark room, he can even feel that he is covered in feces and urine, but he has no choice but to feel that someone is helping him clean up, and he doesn't even know who it is not a stranger. Vegetables can't do anything. Su Li had heard in her previous life that there was a vegetative person, and the hospital had determined that he was brain dead. As a result, the other party's consciousness remained awake all the time. In an accidental experiment, the research team used the latest equipment to discover the subjective consciousness of the other party. After processing and contacting with special instruments, the first signal sent by the other party was, "Kill me." In fact, the existence of subjective consciousness in vegetative people is a very scary thing. Life would be worse than death on anyone. After going through all kinds of struggles, most people's consciousness will choose to close themselves, voluntarily give up the consciousness of survival, and become a real brain dead. And Princess Changle, a 22-year-old girl, faced such a cruel scene. No matter how heartless Su Li is, she thinks about people, her own happiness and the acquisition of her own points. The establishment is after Princess Changle became a vegetable. How could it be possible to laugh heartlessly? Su Li knows that most of the vegetative people in the initial stage can perceive the external situation and even hear the sound. I wanted to speak, but suddenly I smelled an unpleasant smell. "My lord, please step back for a while," the female officer said responsibly to dismiss Su Li. After taking care of Princess Changle for so long, they certainly know that the smell is due to little Changle. Su Li opened his mouth, but finally chose to remain silent. For Princess Changle, she seems to be able to realize what kind of situation she is in. At the beginning, consciousness is a darkness. She couldn't see the light, couldn't hear any sound, couldn't feel her own body. She was flustered and at a loss. After all, she was only a 22-year-old girl. But the cruelest thing was that she couldn't even cry, and she couldn't even be hysterical. Under the boundless panic and fear, she couldn't stabilize her spirit. No one knows. The plane closed-eyed her. What kind of hysteria is in her heart? I don't know how long it has been. Princess Changle seems to be able to hear some voices vaguely. She heard her mother's voice. She heard her father's voice. I have also heard the voices of many people. She really wanted to open her eyes, but found that she couldn't open them no matter what. She recalled the experience of ghosts pressing the bed when she was a child. This feeling was so similar. She was clearly awake, but she couldn't move an inch, even if she exhausted all her strength. The gently closed eyelids are like a huge boulder to Princess Changle's consciousness, which is unshakable. And then, Princess Changle heard voices more and more often. After her mother's eldest grandson Empress held her hand and cried for a while, she finally understood. It turned out that she fell into a coma and couldn't wake up anyway. Princess Changle tried hard to wake up, but she couldn't do it at all. She couldn't even feel her body. She could hear voices now and then, intermittently, sometimes in full, sometimes incompletely. Later, Princess Changle found that she seemed to be able to feel her body. It's just that this feeling is very slight, and she can only vaguely feel that she is lying down. She can even taste the occasional food when she eats it. It's so bitter, is it medicine? But she couldn't spit it out. In the past, the Queen Mother would always use sugar to coax herself at this time. Princess Changle felt that she had taken a lot of medicine, even though it was very bitter, but she still didn't feel uncomfortable in her heart. My father once told himself that if you are sick, you will get better if you take medicine. Although the medicine is very bitter. But as long as I take the medicine well, I will definitely wake up. Princess Changle's consciousness is rather vague, and she can't remember how many times she took the medicine, but it didn't work at all. She tried countless times to open her eyes, but she couldn't wake up. Her consciousness seemed to be trapped in a cage. Later, Princess Changle found that she seemed to be able to feel other sensations in her body. For example, when her female officer scrubbed her body, she could vaguely feel it. She finally realized the one thing that broke Princess Changle the most. She can't control her bowel movements. She could even feel what it felt like when she pooped on her body. Although the female officer is very responsible and often helps her deal with it immediately, Princess Changle.I is still very broken. This is something that destroys dignity extremely. There are many people who choose to take the initiative to end their lives because they cannot bear the destruction of their dignity before they die. The little Princess Changle.I is in a period of extremely strong self-esteem. 22 years old. It is the time when you have just grown up, and it is the time when dignity is more important than life. She tried many times to control her body, but she couldn't. She couldn't even save her dignity by committing suicide. She couldn't control her body, not even her refusal to swallow food. Every excretion is an extreme destruction of self-esteem for Princess Changle.I. No one will care about the turbulent waves in a vegetative person's heart. No matter how responsible the female officer is, she will not give Princess Changle.I any psychological support after cleaning up. For Princess Changle.I, she faces such torture every day. Physiologically unable to control his body, consciously imprisoned in a dark cage, his dignity was extremely destroyed. Princess Changle.I felt numbly that the female officer was doing her best to wipe her body. If she could, she would rather die. She couldn't even refuse such torture. She even hoped that she wouldn't feel anything. That's better than having to experience such cruel destruction of dignity over and over again. For Princess Changle.I, this was tantamount to torture. By the time the female officer finished scrubbing Princess Changle.I, her emotions were on the verge of collapse. And every day, she didn't know how long it would take to experience such emotions. No one comforted her. Even her parents, they just cried out their missing to her. She felt that she was like a piece of wood, not like a real person. What is the difference between even the crying of parents to themselves and crying to their own graves? At this moment, Princess Changle.I felt as if her palm was being held by another rough hand. The heat in her palm made her slightly stunned, and an unusually gentle voice rang in her ears. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Li, and I'm your husband." Su Li held Princess Changle.I's little hand again. Su Li knows that a patient in a vegetative state is not completely unconscious, but confused. Some of them can vaguely perceive their own situation, and some can even fully perceive the external situation for a certain period of time. After incontinence, there is a high probability that the consciousness is in an awake state. People have a certain reaction to the stimulation of excretion. In this case, it can often stimulate the recovery of consciousness. Although they cannot respond, the vegetative person can clearly feel that he is incontinent. Because of this, self-esteem will also be affected, devastated. Su Li doesn't know whether Princess Changle.I is in a state of consciousness and can hear the sound of the outside world, but after incontinence, psychological construction is necessary. It's okay if you are completely in a coma. At least you don't have to feel the shameful incontinence scene, and your self-esteem won't be destroyed. If the consciousness is clear, it is an extremely troublesome thing. Patients often feel extremely ashamed at this time. If there is no reasonable psychological construction and only rely on the patient's self-education, it will not take long for the patient to collapse mentally and give up voluntarily. Awareness of survival. Princess Changle.I is just a 22-year-old girl. A young girl in bloom, a pure and flawless beauty. The brightest pearl in the entire Tang dynasty. Now he can't even control his bowel movements. What kind of gap is this? A 22-year-old young girl who has not had time to experience the life of adulthood. How can she enlighten herself in the face of such a scene of falling into the clouds and mud? Although at the beginning Su Li only regarded Princess Changle.I as a tool for earning points, it does not mean that Su Li is inhuman and does not want Princess Changle.I to recover. Especially when seeing a 22-year-old girl lying on the bed, unable to do anything. Besides taking a step back, Su Li's life is bound to the life of Princess Changle.I. In name, he is the son-in-law, but in fact he is just a happy poor man. Once Princess Changle.I completely gives up her sense of survival due to psychological reasons, her physical condition will get worse and worse in a short time. Princess Changle.I is dead, and Su Li will be buried with her. No matter from any point of view, it is necessary for Su Li to help Princess Changle.I. "I am a farmer's son," Su Li said slowly, trying to help Princess Changle.I do some psychological construction. The 22-year-old Princess Changle.I. And in the pitch-black cage of consciousness, Princess Changle.I, who was experiencing the collapse of her self-esteem, suddenly became dazed. "I married." Princess Changle.I was a little confused. His awakening of consciousness is intermittent, and most of the time he has full perception of the outside world when he is excreting or eating, so he doesn't know that he is married. When she first heard the news of her marriage, Princess Changle.I had some inexplicable feelings in her heart. Marry? Princess Changle.I actually had a marriage contract with her cousin Chang very early on. The Queen Mother and the Emperor Father also occasionally mentioned Princess Changle.I's future marriage. According to what the Queen Mother and Father said, he should have married his cousin, grandson Chang, next year. Then, just like her own mother, taking care of her husband and raising her children, Changle.I had visions for the future, but most of the future she dreamed of was peaceful. Getting married is very close to Princess Changle.I, but so far away. Why did he pass out and get married out of nowhere? The object of marriage is still a farmer's son, not his marriage partner, Chang's son Chang. At this moment, facing the major events in his life, curiosity overwhelmed the shame of collapse. As for me, the reason why I married my wife is because of joy. Your Majesty and your Majesty love you very much. They sought medical treatment and blessings for you. They invited the eminent monk Grand Dao, but they couldn't do anything. Therefore, under Yuan Tiangang's calculations, they found me the son of a farmer, Changxi, Su Li whispered softly. The female officer at the side stood aside, watching Su Li's statement curiously. Why did he say this to Princess Changle.I, who didn't respond? The female officer was a little curious. Is it because of dissatisfaction in my heart? Thinking about it, even though he was a farmer, he was also a son of a good family. Now the world is peaceful, even if it is a bit hard and tiring, at least it can fill your stomach, and you can marry a wife and have children in the future so that your incense will not be cut off. The female official has a certain understanding of this newly arrived son-in-law. It seems that Su Li, a farmer, has aspired to Princess Changle.I and became a son-in-law, but after all, it is nothing but a mirror image. He was even ordered by His Majesty not to step out of the princess mansion. Can't marry a wife and have children. If Princess Changle.I passed away, the son-in-law would also be buried with her. It's normal to feel dissatisfied. The female officer was a little confused about whether she should stop Su Li from continuing. She was afraid that Su Li would blurt out something shocking because of dissatisfaction. But in the ears of Princess Changle.I, I just feel inexplicably sad. It seemed that with his sleeplessness, everything changed. My husband is the son of a vulgar farmer. The wedding that I am most looking forward to, I can't even see it with my own eyes. She doesn't even know what her husband looks like. After his death, he even had to be buried with this complete stranger. Is he resenting me? It should be, after all he died, he also had to be buried with him. Princess Changle.I has a gentle personality. Even though her life is in such a mess, she still feels that Su Li is somewhat innocent, but she can't pity Su Li because her life and her future have also been torn apart. Actually, I think it's not bad, Su Li said softly. You know, farmers, you have to get up and plow every day before dawn, and you can only go back to rest at the midday of the moon. You can only eat 2 meals a day, and at night, your stomach growls with hunger, so you can only stay up and fall asleep. Su Li's voice turned a little bit chaotic. So I think it's not bad to be a son-in-law. At least I can wear the brocade clothes I've never worn before, eat the delicacies I've never eaten before, and even after I die, I don't have to stoop to 2 feet square. You must not know that the farmer survived his whole life, and in the end he even cared about the money to buy the coffin. If you die, I will be buried with you. I heard that the imperial tomb is very big. I guess by then the cemetery must be bigger than the field I have worked hard all my life, Su Li said softly. I don't know why, but Princess Changle.I inexplicably felt that it was a bit funny to say such heavy words of death in Su Li's mouth. Can you hear me, lady? Su Li held Princess Changle.I's little hand and gently scratched her palm. I think it's enough now, but if it's for me, please keep going, Su Li said softly. Su Li's words completely picked up Princess Changle.I. This is a very necessary thing. In the psychological construction of patients, it is a very important lesson for patients to feel that they are not always asking for and dragging others down. In fact, most patients finally choose to give up survival. On the one hand, it is because they cannot bear the collapse of self-esteem, and on the other hand, they feel that they are endlessly dragging and demanding. The shame in Princess Changle.I's heart went away. After all, no one would want to recall that shameful scene repeatedly if they could distract their attention. My own husband is a farmer. But inexplicably, Princess Changle.I seems to have eased up a lot now. Because for a long time, no one talked to and communicated with myself like this. Naturally, there is no need to mention the female officials and servants. They can only serve Princess Changle.I with all their heart, and they don't say a word of extraneous words, every humiliation is accompanied by cold silence. Most of the visits by parents are also emotional and crying, and I seem to be just an object for them to confide their emotions. However, he could clearly hear it. It would be great if my parents could talk to me, even if I couldn't answer. It was so dark in here that she couldn't see anything. She wanted to hear, and there was nothing new. She wanted to bask in the sun, but she couldn't make her request. But now, my husband told me to live on. Because my husband named Su-Li seems to be living a good life because of it. Didn't I implicate him? Princess Changle.I knew that she had no way to change her father's decision. Most of what her husband Su-Li said was true. If she died, he would really want to be buried with her. What would it be like to die? Is there nothing left? It would be great if he could talk to himself every day. Can I still wake up? What does your own husband look like? A farmer, is it dark and old and thin and small? But it's nice to hear his voice. In recent days, most of the voices heard by Princess Changle.I were crying and complaining of grief and sadness. So that Su-Li's gentle voice is as beautiful as emerald pearls falling on a jade plate. Are you wondering what I look like? Su-Li asked softly while scratching Princess Changle.I's palm. Princess Changle.I wanted to nod, although the wedding came unexpectedly, even though she had no choice. But as a woman, why doesn't she want to see with her own eyes what her future husband looks like? Changle.I could slightly feel the throbbing in the palm of his hand, and the temperature. He is scratching his palm. What a wandering apprentice. Are all farmers so vulgar? No, he seems to be my husband. Even so, Princess Changle.I still felt an unspeakable shyness in her heart. Secretly, I'm pretty, Su-Li continued to speak softly. There was no grief in the voice, only tenderness. Many people like to cry bitterly in front of the patient's bed. In fact, it is most inappropriate for the patient to have strong emotional fluctuations. Moreover, sometimes too much negative emotion will cause the patient's mentality to collapse, leading to giving up survival. The best form of companionship is emotional stability and gentleness, not a doomsday image of compassion. So Su-Li's voice has always been very gentle. Even if Princess Changle.I's consciousness is blurred, she will not feel panic or fear. To be honest, Su-Li doesn't know how much Princess Changle.I can hear. It is very likely that she didn't hear anything, and no one can say for sure when the consciousness of the vegetative person is awake. But even hearing it once is enough to comfort the fearful heart of the other party. In fact, it does. At this moment, Changle.I's shame was gone, or she was completely aroused by Su-Li's curiosity. Is it good-looking? Princess Changle.I instantly showed countless handsome images. What does your husband look like? I really want to take a look. Is he lying to himself? Princess Changle.I has seen people from poor backgrounds. They are often yellow and thin, not good-looking. The husband is a farmer. Will he be like the refugees I have seen? Nice, he must be lying to himself. I guess you won't believe it, Su-Li smiled. Come on, tell the princess if I look good or not. Su-Li looked at the female officer and motioned for the female officer to answer Princess Changle.I. The female officer froze for a moment and looked at Su-Li with a strange expression. She thought that Su-Li was going to complain about what happened to her, but she didn't expect that Su-Li was talking to the princess. But the princess couldn't hear it. She thinks Su-Li is very weird. He can still talk freely without any answer. But she didn't mean to disobey Su-Li. She watched Princess Changle.I grow up. When Su-Li was talking, the female officer even thought inexplicably, it would be great if Princess Changle.I suddenly opened her mouth to answer. If only Princess Changle.I could hear it. Reporting to the princess, the son-in-law really looks outstanding, the female official said. She wasn't lying. Although Su-Li was a farmer and his figure was a little thin due to overwork, he was a genuinely handsome man. It's really beautiful. A hint of surprise flashed in Princess Changle.I's heart. The governor will definitely not lie to me. The female official is the governor of the princess mansion, an old man in the princess mansion, who is in charge of all things in the princess mansion, and she is the one who took the initiative to ask Yang to take care of Princess Changle.I personally. In comparison, Princess Changle.I undoubtedly trusted the governor of the princess mansion more. I really want to take a look. Princess Changle.I was a little happy. It's been a long time since she had this emotion. Su-Li was still holding Princess Changle.I's hand and talking softly. The governor of the princess mansion looked at Su-Li's conversation alone, with a weird and sad look on his face. She did not expect that the newly arrived son-in-law would be so attentive to the princess. Critics don't care about their deeds, so Su Li has this in mind, and she is also willing to respect Su Li. Su Li talked for a long time, waited until the moon was on the treetops, and then checked Princess Changle.I's breathing. Her breathing was long and steady, and her eyes were closed tightly. Su Li guessed that she should have entered a sleep cycle and then stopped. "Your son-in-law, let's go and rest." The female officer saw that Su Li had stopped, and then she spoke. Su Li is just a tool man named son-in-law. Coupled with Princess Changle.I's vegetative state, how could Su Li be allowed to share the same bed with Princess Changle.I? As the saying goes, one day a couple is 100 days of kindness. No matter what, since they are married, how can a Neng ignore it? Su Li shook her head. Just kidding, he was counting on Princess Changle.I to score points. He held Princess Changle.I's hand and talked for about an hour. The system's point balance has jumped from 0 to 2,000, and it is still rising. On average, it is 1,000 points per hour. One day is 24,000 points. That is to say, the points he gets in one day are enough to buy 2 gift packs of attribute points. The points obtained in 5 days are enough to purchase the salt-making technique. You can buy a photocopy within 10 days. You can buy the Overlord's power in 50 days. The acquisition of system points requires physical contact. How could Su Li be willing to separate from Princess Changle.I? That's all points. I'm not going to bed, I'm lying here. Su Li pointed to himself and then pulled a short beard stool from the side. Sitting on the Hu stool, Su Li took Princess Changle.I's little hand and sat quietly. Just kidding, I just took a stool, and Su Li's heart ached when the points increase stopped. How is it possible to separate? If you don't separate, it is impossible to separate, even if you are sitting on a stool and sleeping next to the bed. The female officer looked at Su Li, who was quietly holding the palm of Princess Changle.I, and then at Princess Changle.I, but finally said nothing. As a female officer, she has to serve her personally, Su Li said it herself. If she doesn't go to bed, she has no reason to refuse. And just now Su Li said, 1 day husband and wife, 100 days of grace. Although the female officer did not believe that Su Li had feelings for Princess Changle.I when she first arrived, since Su Li is willing to take care of her like this, that is a good thing. Regardless of the trace, no one is perfect. Su Li didn't sleep well at night. She sat on a small stool and slept on her stomach and would wake up when she moved slightly. It is worth mentioning that there were tables and stools in this era, but they were generally called Hu stools. However, the current mainstream sitting posture in the Tang dynasty is still kneeling, hopping to save money by relying on tables and stools. The reason why tables and stools became popular in later generations in the Central Plains was not because of the convenience of tables and stools, but because of the chaos of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, which broke all the rules and etiquette. Waking up many times due to body shaking is not a bad thing. In fact, Su Li has to control himself to get up halfway even if he is sleeping on the bed. The main purpose is to help Princess Changle.I stand up. Long lying and sore, the princess can't move, but she can't let her sleep peacefully. Su Li explained to the female officer who watched her behavior vigilantly. Most people in this era have no scientific experience in caring for patients who have been bedridden for a long time. Therefore, many people who have been bedridden for a long time die of sores and ulcers in the end. Because Guy's body has been kept in one position for a long time, the skin in one position has been oppressed for a long time, and the blood circulation is not smooth, so the sores and festers develop. What Su Li has to do is to help Princess Changle.I change her posture from time to time, so as to prevent a certain skin from being oppressed for a long time and causing ulceration. In fact, many complications can be avoided with proper care. Patients who receive scientific care basically do not suffer from chronic sores. The female officer watched as Su Li gently helped Princess Changle.I adjust her sleeping position, covered the quilt carefully, tidied her messy hair, and then sat down on the low stool to sleep on the bed. She, the governor of the princess mansion who watched Princess Changle.I grow up, couldn't help feeling a little fond of her. "Taut," the female officer saluted, then silently stepped back and continued to watch. Her job is to serve the eldest princess personally. She will replace her during the day, and she doesn't sleep at night. Su Li looked at the continuously rising points on the system panel. It was more than 4,000. Yes, it seems that he didn't let go even when he fell asleep. Su Li adjusted her posture and pressed her hand under Princess Changle.I's arm to prevent her hand from falling down when she fell asleep. An hour is 1,000 points. A good night's sleep. Su Li actually slept badly. After all, she wakes up from time to help Princess Changle.I adjust her posture and sleeps intermittently. Moreover, Princess Changle.I also had a bowel movement at night, and Su Li was woken up by the female officer and turned around, waking up with sore back, stretching and creaking. But Su Li is in good spirits. When I woke up, the system panel displayed a full 10,000 points. Su Li finally had the confidence to open the system mall panel. The system mall panel will randomly refresh 5 items every day. If permanent lock is used, 1 item will be locked and the remaining 4 items will be refreshed. In fact, after getting the system, Su Li seldom visited the product page. There is no way, the system is too cheating. How can he, a farmer, get points for having physical contact with people of high status? What about refreshing every day? It's not that you can't see it. It's different now. Ever since she married Princess Changle.I in a vegetative state, Su Li finally has the confidence to open the system product page. 1,000 points per hour. 1 day is 24,000 points. That's nearly 9 million points a year. Turn on the system to view today's system refresh products. Permanent top product, one-time shuttle door. You can specify time travel to return to modern times. Value, 99.99 W points. Commodity 2, attribute point gift pack. 1-3 attribute points can be randomly obtained. Value, 10,000 points. Commodity 3, inferior life potion, slightly improves the physical condition, slightly stabilizes the deterioration of the physical condition and injury. Value, 2,000 points. Commodity 4, Dragon Ball Fragments X1, collect 99 fragments to get a complete Dragon Ball. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Dragon. Boy, what do you wish for? Please speak boldly. Value, 8,000 points. Commodity 5, Summary of Art of War, obtain a complete basic theory of Art of War and improve like enlightenment. Value, 10,000 points. Points balance, 11,238. It feels so good to be rich, Su Li nodded emotionally. In a trance, he actually had the illusion that the products refreshed by the system today are very affordable. Su Li can clearly see that her point balance is slowly, but persistently, and steadily rising. Leaving aside the first permanently locked commodity portal, Su Li can afford the remaining 4 commodities individually. And it's only early in the morning, and there are still 16 or 17 hours before the system product refresh at 12 o'clock in the evening. In other words, Su Li can have a total product balance of about 28,000 before the product is refreshed next time. And the price of the 4 affordable items adds up to 30,000. In other words, Su Li must give up a commodity. It is impossible to give up the small gift pack of attribute points, which directly affects the body to improve attributes. Attributes are the foundation of a person. Su Li can only say how many such things he buys. He can't wait to brush out 5 attribute points in a day's small gift bag. Inferior life potion. Su Li himself doesn't use it now, but that doesn't mean he won't be able to use it in the future. Besides, Su Li looked at Princess Changle.I lying on the bed. To be honest, the reason why Su Li is so optimistic is because the system mall has refreshed more than once the elixir of life and death, human flesh and bones. It can be said that as long as you have the patience to wait for the product to be refreshed, it is only a matter of time before Princess Changle.I wakes up. But how long a vegetative person can live, Su Li is really hard to say, and Su Li doesn't have all kinds of modern medical equipment. So if she can't keep Princess Changle.I together, something unexpected will happen. Moreover, the physical state of vegetative people is indeed weaker than ordinary people. Moreover, it is also recorded in history that Princess Changle.I had hereditary asthma, which is a very troublesome problem. Although the poor quality life potion cannot wake up Princess Changle.I, it can stabilize Princess Changle.I's physical condition, avoid accidents, and buy Su Li more time. So this has to be taken. Dragon Ball Fragments. Collect all the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon who can make a wish in the Dragon Ball. It sounds very good and awesome, but Su Li roughly calculated that a complete Dragon Ball needs 800,000 points. 7 is 5.6 million, and the refreshment of system products is all based on randomness. Su Li thinks that he has no hope of getting all the Dragon Balls. This is a discard. Then the remaining summary of the Art of War can also be taken, by the way. Anyway, now that he is rich and confident, Su Li will choose to take anything as long as it is not particularly rubbish and useless. After all, who wouldn't want to be a happy little hamster stocking up if he had enough money? Although Su Li can't even get out of the princess mansion now, and can't talk about galloping on the battlefield, Who can say that Princess Changle.I can't wake up? But now Su Li only has more than 11,000 points, so she can only buy one first. After pondering, Su Li chose to buy the small gift pack of attribute points first. Although there is still a long time today, after all, part of the time must be separated, and it is impossible to have physical contact anytime and anywhere. Su Li plans to give priority to purchasing the 2 items of attribute point gift packs and low-quality life potions. The attribute point is to strengthen the body. If there is one in the product, you don't have to buy it. Inferior life potion necessary to stabilize Princess Changle.I's body. On the contrary, it is the summary of the art of war. Although the eyes are greedy, if you don't have enough points today, it doesn't matter if you don't buy it anyway, it won't be used in a short time. Buy a small gift pack of attribute points, Su Li said silently in her heart. Accompanied by Su Li's silent recitation, the small gift pack of attribute points on the product page became blank, and at the same time, an extra kit appeared in the system space. Small gift pack of attribute points. Open it to randomly get 3 points of free attributes. Click to open. Su Li clicked to open it, and the system page in his mind was shining with golden light, and the classic Goose Factory lottery cutscene was full of bells and whistles. You opened the small gift package of attribute points, and you are very lucky. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 free attributes. Su Li looked happy. She was lucky today. It's no wonder that she touched Gao Changle.I's hand for so long. The small gift packs of 1 to 3 attribute points all depend on luck, and there is a 3-fold difference in rewards between the European emperor and the African chieftain. Su Li likes to mention 3 rare attributes and found the attribute panel on the system page. Personal attributes, click to view. Click again consciously, and the picture in my mind becomes a classic personal attribute of online games. Name Su Li. Age 23 points can be added. Strength 61 points can be added. Constitution 57 points can be added. Acuity 63 points can be added. Comprehension 69 points can be added. Charisma 63 points can be added. Free attributes available 3. According to the rules of the system, the average attribute of an adult is around 60 points. Each has its own emphasis, but the difference is not big. Among them, strength is related to the explosive power of the body and the strength of the ultimate strength. Physique represents a person's physical fitness, mainly manifested in trauma recovery, resistance to blows, virus immunity, and so on. Acuity is related to a person's agility, including perception, sixth sense, etc., which all belong to the scope of acuity attributes. Comprehension is related to a person's ability to learn and innovate. Charm includes commander, appearance, temperament, and other mysterious things. Usually, the higher the charisma, the easier it is to command subordinates, and the higher the execution and trust of subordinates. It is also related to how people's speech and behavior are easy to make people feel good, and so on. It is worth mentioning that these attributes are all innate attributes. That is, they cannot be improved through the accumulation of experience and knowledge. In other words, even if you are well-educated, familiar with military books, and become a muscular man, your innate attributes should be as much as you should be. There is a set of complex algorithms for innate attributes and physical fitness performance. In general, innate attributes exist as multiplication bases, and finally the final human quality performance is obtained based on a series of calculations. Su Li's innate attributes are good, reaching the standard of a normal adult. Even slightly more. Only his physique was 3 points worse. No wonder. Su Li looked at 57's physique and muttered to himself. Su Li's physique is worse than ordinary people's, because the speed of recovery when sick is a day or 2 slower than ordinary people. Also, with the same level of physical exercise, Su Li's exercise progress is slower than others. In addition, when working, it is not as durable as others. Su Li silently clicked on the physique and invested all 3 free attributes. In Su Li's opinion, physical fitness is a very important attribute. After all, medical skills in this era can only be described as metaphysics. In an era where tetanus is an incurable disease, physical fitness is definitely important enough. Besides, only the physique is not in the passing line at present, so Su Li of course chose to increase her physique. At the very least, it must meet the standards of a normal person. Attribute points are invested, and 57 becomes 60, reaching the standard line of normal people. There is no such thing as spraying feces from the pores in the novel, But Su Li still felt some subtle changes. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Su Li felt that her heartbeat and breathing became stronger. "Prince-in-law, please have a meal," the female official suddenly said. When Su Li was setting up the system, the female officer prepared the meal for Princess Changle and Su Li in order not to be idle. "The food of Princess Changle is porridge. There is no way the vegetable can only eat liquid food. Su Li's food is a hearty 8 dishes and 1 soup." Su Li frowned slightly as she looked at the millet porridge in the female officer's hand. In fact, eating porridge to keep healthy is a fallacy. It can't be said to be a fallacy completely, but because the situation of the body is not the same, not every situation is suitable for eating porridge to keep healthy. In terms of objective conditions, although Princess Changle has become a vegetable, she can't just eat porridge. Similarly, Princess Changle needs to consume protein and vitamins to make up for her body's needs. "How long has the princess been eating porridge?" Su Li asked with a frown. "It's been like this since I fell into a coma." The female officer looked at Su Li suspiciously. "Millet porridge to support people. This is a very popular and widely spread thing. Besides, the princess can't drink anything other than porridge now. Princess Changle has become a vegetative person. She only has instinctive swallowing movements, and the range is not large. If she eats other things, once she gets stuck, she will be in great trouble." "Is there any fruit in the princess mansion?" Su Li asked. "There are some seasonal fruits." "What about the vegetables?" Su Li then asked. "Of course there are. All the servants of the princess's mansion are here for food and clothing. Vegetables, fruits, meat, and pastries are all available." Su Li looked down at Princess Changle's pale face. "No wonder I felt something was wrong before. Su Li had seen a vegetable, and he was the father of the boss in his previous life. The boss specially invited the most professional nurses to take care of him 24 hours a day. 8 years in a vegetable state, her whole body is clean, her hair is in order, and even her face is quite rosy. Vegetative people are only depressed, but their body functions are relatively stable, and such a pale complexion generally does not appear. Looking at it now, after drinking millet porridge for more than 20 days in a row, it's hard not to be pale. Millet porridge, no matter how to support people, you can't just drink millet porridge. Other nutrients still need to be taken." "Well, I'll feed it first. Please go get some protein, break it into powder, and squeeze some juice from fruits and vegetables," Su Li said. "Millet porridge is right. The wrong thing is to only drink millet porridge." Now that Princess Changle is short of protein and vitamins, and there is no protein powder in this era, Su Li chose protein as a protein supplement after weighing. Juicing vegetables and fruits is to supplement the vitamins that Gao Changle is seriously deficient in. The female officer did not expect that Su Li had an idea about Princess Changle's daily food. But after all, Princess Changle is sick and bedridden. How can she eat indiscriminately? Besides, the imperial doctor also said, to take care of Princess Changle, don't feed her randomly. "Didn't you see that the princess's face is so pale?" Su Li frowned. Vegetative care is a very troublesome thing, whether it is diet or daily life. It is far beyond the cognition of this era. Su Li happened to have seen the daily care of the boss's vegetative father in his previous life, but doctors of this era may not be able to accept these care. After all, the authority in this era is the imperial physician, not Su Li. But these are the things that Su Li must do. Effective care can not only prolong the life of Princess Changle, but also help increase the probability of Princess Changle's awakening. The female officer looked at the serious Su Li for a while. Su Li was serious when he spoke, as if he regarded himself as the owner of the place. In fact, Su Li is just a son-in-law in name only. Princess Changle is taken care of by a female official, and there are doctors stationed in the princess mansion. Su Li's daily travel will be restricted, and he can't even decide what to eat today. But as the governor of the princess mansion, the female officer has to take care of Princess Changle even if she doesn't have to listen to Su Li. What's more, what Su Li said seems to have some truth. Although millet porridge nourishes people, it is like this every day, and ordinary people don't eat it like this. And as Su Li said, Princess Changle's complexion is indeed pale. The female officer was concerned, so she nodded and said, "I'll ask the medical officer again." After saying that, the female officer left, leaving only Su Li and Princess Changle in the room. Su Li looked at it, and after a while, the attribute points had jumped from more than 1,000 to 2,000, just enough to buy low-quality life potions. There was no hesitation at the moment, and she immediately clicked to buy, and a red glass bottle appeared in Su Li's hand. Without too much hesitation, Su Li opened the potion and fed it to Princess Changle herself. Su Li has to pay attention to her surroundings when feeding her medicine. Su Li can't explain this thing for the time being, and there is only one bottle, so it is impossible to find someone to test the medicine. Fortunately, no one disturbed me while feeding the medicine. A bottle of low-quality life potion was fed cleanly, and as the last drop fell into Princess Changle's mouth, the glass bottle in her hand disappeared instantly. Unfortunately, Su Li was thinking just now that this pure transparent glass bottle might have been expensive in ancient times, but it disappeared completely after feeding the potion. Looking down at Princess Changle again, she saw that there seemed to be no special changes in Princess Changle. Her face was still pale. Not right. Su Li took a closer look and saw Princess Changle's eyes that were originally closed had opened slightly at some point. Su Li was startled, thinking that Princess Changle had woken up, but she called out lightly, pushed and pushed a few times and found no response. Taking a closer look, I saw that although the eyes were open, they were empty and without obvious focus, which was a normal physiological reaction of a vegetative person. It's worth mentioning, the vegetative is not motionless. Most of the more stable vegetative people will open their eyes and blink. This is the body's instinctive reaction. I think too much. I said it's a low-quality life potion, Su Li sighed. The low-quality life potion can only stabilize and recover the disease to a certain extent. It seems impossible to restore a vegetable to normal. Although she has the idea of earning points in her heart, Su Li still hopes that Princess Changle can recover. Firstly, he didn't want to see a beautiful young girl just lose consciousness and fall into a deep sleep. Secondly, I was also afraid that Princess Changle would end her life due to some complications caused by the vegetative state, and she would also be buried with her. It's a pity that if you wake up you won't be able to keep earning points, Su Li sighed. The world is safe and secure. Although I am a son-in-law, if Princess Changle returns to normal, it is still unknown whether I will be able to share the same bed with Princess Changle. The status of the princess in the Tang dynasty was very high, so what about the consort? The princess is still untouchable if she refuses to let her touch her. When Princess Gao Yang was having an affair with monk Bianji, Fang Yi of the same son-in-law had to guard the door. Why is the husband currently committing? Fortunately, Su Li was an orphan all his life. Otherwise, his parents would have to salute the princess when they saw her. Think in a good direction. Maybe Princess Changle wakes up and sees that I look good and cries for her husband to post it. Su Li teased herself and helped Princess Changle up. Su Li noticed that the jumping speed of points seems to have increased. Su Li held Princess Changle's hand, and the beating speed of the points returned to normal. About a little over 3 seconds. And when I supported Princess Changle's body, it seemed to be a little faster, and it became a little more than 2 seconds. No, the system says that physical contact can generate points. Su Li was a little surprised. Shouldn't it be constant when physical contact occurs? Could it be that the closer the physical contact, the more points you get? Su Li sneakily looked at the door. No matter what, I'm still a son-in-law. Looking at Princess Changle's absent-minded and empty pupils, Su Li felt that she was a bit of a beast. The panacea that can restore Princess Changle to normal is not cheap. Princess, this is all for you, Su Li muttered to herself. In the dark cage of consciousness, Princess Changle felt a slight movement in her throat. Is it time to eat again? Princess Changle could feel the familiar taste of millet porridge again. In Princess Changle's impression, since she was in a coma, most of the times when she was conscious were when she was incontinent or eating. Therefore, every time she wakes up, it is a kind of torture for Princess Changle. Excretion is psychological humiliation. Eating is physically uncomfortable. Every time it's millet porridge, I have to take medicine after eating. The tasteless and repetitive millet porridge followed by the bitter and unpalatable traditional Chinese medicine. Since she fell into a coma, her sense of taste has never appeared other flavors. This time, it's the same. Familiar taste, familiar millet porridge. Princess Changle misses other flavors very much. I really want to eat something else. I want to eat fruit, I want to eat vegetables. Afterwards, it seemed as if I vaguely heard the argument between Su Li and the female officer. I can't seem to eat. But you can squeeze fruits and vegetables to drink. Su Li has a point. When a person is in the desert, a glass of water is very precious. For Princess Changle, the food that was ubiquitous in the past is now out of reach for her. How she hopes that the female officer can follow Su Li's advice. You can't eat fruit, but you can drink juice. Later, the female officer seemed to leave, saying that she wanted to ask the medical officer. Will the imperial physician agree? Princess Changle.I didn't know that her impression of the imperial doctor was the bitter taste of traditional Chinese medicine. She has been suffering from gas disease since she was a child, and every autumn and winter, the imperial doctor is always indispensable to prepare traditional Chinese medicine. I really hope that group of white-bearded old imperial doctors can agree. With the departure of the female officer and the end of eating, Princess Changle.I's consciousness gradually became blurred. In fact, she rarely wakes up, and often only wakes up when she is stimulated by the outside world. She used to be very scared, but now her palms are warmer. She vaguely seemed to feel something on her lips, as if she was feeding herself. Is it juice? It's a pity. I'm going to fall asleep. After eating, Princess Changle.I's consciousness has blurred to the limit, and she is in a state of going offline at any time. But with the low-quality life potion entering his throat, his consciousness miraculously changed from blurred to clear. It's so fragrant, so sweet. Princess Changle.I felt the smell very clearly this time, and it was no longer the vague feeling separated by a layer of gauze. The low-quality life potion helped Princess Changle.I stabilize her consciousness and allowed her to feel all kinds of sensations in her body clearly. This time, the vague warmth in the palm of his hand became extremely clear and hot. His hands are so hot, Princess Changle.I was a little lost. For a moment, she even thought she was fine. All of them feel so clear. She felt Su Li help her up, and she seemed to stop again. Then I heard Su Li muttering to himself. "Princess, this is all for you." Su Li's gentle voice rang in his ears. "Is it, Su Li? Did he give me any medicine to make me feel better?" "What did he mean?" Princess Changle.I heard only Su Li muttering to herself. She couldn't figure out what she was thinking for a while, and she was thinking wildly. She remembered that she drank something when she was about to lose consciousness. The female officer had already left, and only her husband Su Li was in the room. Did Su Li eat something for her? It must be worth a lot to be able to recover so much, right? Princess Changle.I was still thinking wildly when something strange suddenly appeared on her lips. What a clear feeling that was. A pair of warm but slightly dry lips were imprinted on my lips. All kinds of unspeakable emotions arose in Princess Changle.I's heart in an instant. Is that his lips? Because of the poor quality life potion, Princess Changle.I's consciousness perceives the world no longer as if it were a dream separated by a layer of gauze. Clarity, clarity beyond compare. People will automatically amplify other perceptions in the case of long-term darkness. This also led to Princess Changle.I's very clear perception of the warmth around her lips. That's the lips, that's his lips. He kissed me. How can he do this? He is not a farmer at all, he is clearly a disciple. Princess Changle.I was furious. He had just come of age, and even though she had a marriage contract before, she had never had any intimate contact with a man. Sometimes she would secretly wonder what it would be like to get married. She also secretly saw her elder brother chewing mouth to mouth with the maid in the mansion. She had imagined, is this what marriage is all about? But this was completely different from what she had imagined. In Princess Changle.I's fantasy, Su Li should not have kissed her lips so abruptly and without any preparation. The most terrible thing is that Princess Changle.I feels very clearly now. She can even feel that Su Li's lips are a little dry and cracked, and Su Li's stubble is also a little prickly. But I can't do anything. I can only let Su Li act. Moreover, in my impression, now the governor of my princess mansion has left to find a medical officer. Could it be that he deliberately sent away the governor of his princess mansion to do such an act of discipleship? Princess Changle.I was flustered and confused. There was an indescribable emotion in her heart that Chu Dao didn't understand. She really didn't want to be taken lightly by Su Li in such a situation where she was powerless to deal with it. But somehow she felt that Su Li's hands and Su Li's lips were so hot that it made people panic. This kind of heat moved Princess Changle.I slightly. It's like the subtle emotion of tasting the forbidden fruit and fearing being punished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new intimate action. Congratulations to the host for getting the primary stage reward, Introduction to Medicine. Following the prompts in his mind, Su Li also clearly saw that when he kissed Princess Changle.I, the beating speed of points had changed to 1 point per second, which was 3 times faster than before. However, with the lips parting, the integral beating speed returned to normal. With the level of intimacy of kissing, the points are 3,600 per hour and more than 80,000 per day. be good. I just helped Princess Changle.I up about 2 seconds to 1 point. Wouldn't it be more of an intimate contact to scrub Princess Changle.I's body? What about intercourse? A bold idea crossed Su Li's mind. Is it possible to get 10 points per second, more than 800,000 points a day? And there are rewards for unlocking new intimate actions. Su Li fiddled in his mind for a while before he got the specific information of the system. It turns out that the generation of points is not constant, but related to the intimacy of physical contact. If you just hold Princess Changle.I's hand, the constant speed is 1,000 points per hour. If it is personal service, such as sharing a bed with a larger body contact, the constant speed is 2 seconds and 1 point. If it is in the state of kissing, the constant speed is 1 point per second. As for going further, you need to unlock it before you can check the specific points acquisition speed. It sounds silly, but when you think about it, it seems a bit nonsense. You can't stick your mouth on Princess Changle.I's mouth 24 hours a day, right? Besides, he was only a son-in-law in name, and he had to turn his back when the female official scrubbed Princess Changle.I's body. Even this kiss was a bold attempt by Su Li when the female official was not around. It was not a long-term solution. At present, Su Li's ability to hold Princess Changle.I's little hand is already the limit. Thinking of this, Su Li could only shake his head helplessly, and then looked at the stage rewards given by the system. Introduction to medical skills, including a large amount of basic theoretical knowledge for introductory Chinese medicine, enlightening you to understand. Adjectives that are similar to the summary of the art of war refreshed on the product page of the system. It means that the value of this reward is about the same, which is estimated to be 10,000 points. Chinese medicine, I understand everything. There is a huge gap between the upper and lower limits of this thing. Maybe there is a way to wake up Princess Changle.I in the introduction to medical skills rewarded by the system. Su Li didn't hesitate and immediately clicked to use it. In a trance, a lot of basic theoretical knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine came to my mind. I also have more experience in curing diseases and saving lives in my mind. It involves a wide range of subjects, such as gynecological diseases, bone setting, conditioning, wind cold, and acne bandaging. Basically, various types of diseases, external diseases, internal diseases, orthopedics, neurology, and traumatology are all involved. But also really fucking basic. In addition, there is a lot of theoretical knowledge about medicine, which is also very complicated and also very basic. In other words, Su Li's current level is probably a clinic level. If you want to talk about ordinary diseases, everything can be cured, and everything can be done in daily life. But if you want to say how superb it is definitely impossible. And although there is a lot of theoretical knowledge in his mind, Su Li can understand and comprehend because of the enlightenment, but he can't connect them, and put them into the application of complex diseases. As we all know, TCM is a typical empirical discipline. 30 years of studying medicine is not as good as treating diseases and saving dozens of lives. To put it bluntly, the various theories of Chinese medicine are like mathematical formulas. At first glance, a formula is quite simple, but it is not the same when you apply it. Awesome people solve various types of questions with one formula, and rubbish people don't even know which formula to use when facing problems. There is a long-standing saying among medical students: the patient will not make you sick as described in the book. There is a huge gap between theoretical and practical levels. Therefore, with Su Li's level, it is impossible to find a way to save Princess Changle.I from the vast amount of medical knowledge. But it's normal to think about it, the disease of vegetative people. Even modern medicine has no systematic way to solve it and can only focus on rehabilitation. To put it bluntly, this thing can only depend on fate and luck, and it involves the brainstem. No one dares to say what the situation is. Moreover, Su Li himself had Beidou in his previous life because of the boss's vegetative father. Chinese medicine had a real understanding of vegetative people from Sun Simiao, who named vegetative people stupor. But there is no cure, let alone the level of Su Li himself as a doctor in a general clinic. But the good thing is that the introduction to medical skills covers a wide range, including massage, and other techniques. Not to mention anything else, it can completely cope with the daily maintenance of Princess Changle.I's body. You must know that long-term inactivity in a vegetative state can easily lead to muscle atrophy, and Su Li doesn't know how to take special care of her, so she is really afraid of damaging Changle.I's body. Now that I have an introduction to medical skills and the nursing methods I have seen in my previous life, helping Princess Changle maintain her body to avoid muscle atrophy, joint stiffness, and poor blood circulation can be said to be very easy. Looks like studying medicine can't save Changle, Su-Li sighed. From the looks of it, to count on a reliable way to save Changle, you can only count on your own system mall to be refreshed a bit better. However, the enlightenment of the introduction to traditional Chinese medicine is not only useful for Princess Changle's daily recovery and maintenance, but also has another effect. Used to convince the imperial physician. The lives of Su-Li and Princess Changle are bound together. He must find a way to help Princess Changle recover. For example, food formulation, such as customizing a series of massage and daily body care. And these are all modern rehabilitation therapies. Su-Li only knows how to do it to help recovery, but he can't convince the imperial doctors of this era. Now, with the enlightenment of the introduction to medical skills, a large amount of theoretical foundation of traditional Chinese medicine, combined with some modern rehabilitation methods for verification, Su-Li found that everything can be explained from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine. For example, in the theory of food supplements, it is said that it is not advisable to blindly eat light porridge for health preservation. The meaning of light health preservation is only that the body is weak and taboos overoiled and overseasoned, not just eating porridge and water blindly. For example, in medical books about practicing herbal medicine, it is said that paralyzed people often have back sores, which are caused by backlogging, unable to get out of breath, and irregular meridians. In short, modern care for vegetative people basically has references in medical classics. It's just that vegetative people have fewer symptoms, and people in this era have not completely distinguished vegetative people from coma. Therefore, there is no specific method for how to care for vegetative people. Most of them can be confirmed in this medical book, and that can be confirmed in that medical book. Su-Li's trick is that he knows that a vegetative state is a new state whose medical skills have not yet been determined, and he knows the specific manifestations and daily care of a vegetative state. He has the answer in his heart, and the process of finding a solution to the problem is much easier. And if the imperial doctor can be persuaded, wouldn't Princess Changle's daily maintenance be done by herself? Su-Li is not good enough to deal with intractable diseases after enlightenment, but it is more than enough for daily maintenance. In this way, wouldn't he not be limited to just holding hands, and could be more intimate in a reasonable way? Massage, exercise of muscles and bones. Mr. Changle cannot move actively, so he has to assist himself to complete these, and physical contact is essential. It's okay to go out to bask in the sun with Princess Changle on your back, which should be a very reasonable thing to think about. Even if she can't share the same bed with Princess Changle, even if she can't have more transcendent intimacy, even if it's impossible to do this 24 hours a day, Su-Li can still gain thousands of points every day for nothing. A few thousand more a day, hundreds of thousands more a year. It can also help stabilize Princess Changle's condition and earn more points. Isn't it the best of both worlds? And in the consciousness space, Princess Changle's mind was in a mess. A little girl who has just grown up, a little girl who has never had any intimate contact with the opposite sex. One was a husband whom he married, but never saw with his own eyes. He held his hand and kissed him lightly on his lips. Princess Changle only felt that her heart was very disturbed. She felt that Su-Li was very frivolous and a complete disciple, but she didn't find it annoying. Because Su-Li would talk to her like a human being. Although my husband seems to be a little weird, he seems to be holding my hand all the time. Doesn't he dislike me? Such an idea suddenly popped up in Princess Changle's mind. Inexplicably, her emotions suddenly surged. Su-Li brought her the greatest psychological comfort during her most embarrassing time. Although they never met. But they are already a legitimate husband and wife relationship. I'm already married. Changle suddenly felt that it was inappropriate to call Su-Li a disciple. He is his own husband, who has held a wedding and has been approved by his parents. But will he like himself? He couldn't even move, he was also forced. Princess Changle is suddenly worried about gain and loss. Su-Li gently lifted Princess Changle to lean on the bed to help Princess Changle massage. This was originally what Su-Li was going to do, but was interrupted by the abnormal points at the time and got the introduction to medical skills by accident. At first, he was worried that he was not professional enough and self-defeating, but now he doesn't have to worry anymore. What is he going to do again? Princess Changle felt her socks being taken off. Princess Changle, who was worried about gains and losses, was interrupted by Su Li's actions, so that she felt uneasy. She couldn't move, and now that the governor of the princess mansion was away, she seemed to be completely dominated by her husband, Su Li. He won't. Princess Changle wanted to protect her body, but she couldn't move. Su Li took a look at the jade feet in his hand. They were beautiful, not alive, and Su Li didn't have any evil thoughts, and began to verify according to the medical skills he had received in his mind. Princess Changle only felt that her little feet were rounded by Su Li's two big hands. Why is he grabbing my feet? Princess Changle thought that Su Li was going to do something bad, but Su Li just took off her socks and held her feet without doing much, which made Princess Changle curious. His hands are so big. Princess Changle felt that one of Su Li's hands was bigger than her own feet. Is he giving me a massage? Princess Changle felt that Su Li began to exert force, and a soreness mixed with pain came from the soles of her feet. Princess Changle once saw her mother press her father's feet, and her father always had a comfortable and uncomfortable look on her face. Princess Changle felt that if she could show her expression now, she would probably have the same expression as her father. It's itchy. It hurts. Sour. Princess Changle is in pain and joy. The main experience of professional medical and targeted massage is sourness rather than comfort. But along with the unspeakable sourness, Princess Changle also felt that the blockage and discomfort of her feet seemed to be softening. It seems that my husband is not someone who takes advantage of others. Princess Changle was worried at first that Su Li would deliberately take advantage of the governor of the princess's mansion to leave to do something wrong, but she didn't expect to just give herself a massage. No, he even kissed me. Princess Changle thought of Su Li's dry and soft lips again. Accompanied by the unspeakable sourness, Princess Changle diverged her thoughts. She couldn't help it. She couldn't make an expression, she couldn't say it, she couldn't scream. It would be too uncomfortable if she didn't divert her thoughts and divert her attention. His hands are so rough. There are calluses. Princess Changle thought silently in her heart. Su Li concentrated on massaging Princess Changle from her feet to her calves. Massage and exercise are very necessary. Otherwise, the muscles will atrophy and lose their activity, and the vegetative person will not be able to move even if he wakes up, which is not much different from not waking up. It's so comfortable. If only he could press me every day. Lying motionless on the bed for 20 consecutive days, Princess Changle's consciousness has not fully recovered. It's okay. The feeling is not real. When I consciously feel my body, I only feel stiff and sour all over. But every place that Su Li pressed miraculously became smooth and lively. But the good times don't last long. With the sound of opening the door, the female officer who went out to inquire about the imperial doctor came back with the imperial doctor and saw Princess Changle's two smooth little feet dripping beside the bed. Su Li was sitting on a low stool, holding Princess Changle's hand. Calves. Su Li, what are you doing? The female officer called Su Li's name directly. Her tone was severe, and she could hear she was very angry. It seems that the identity of Su Li's son-in-law is completely ignored. In fact, even if Su Li is a serious son-in-law, he has no right to criticize the governor of the princess mansion. What is the status of the governor of the princess mansion? It is equivalent to the housekeeper of the entire princess mansion, and this position is conferred by the harem, not chosen by the princess. So seriously, even the princess herself cannot be in charge of the change of the governor of the princess mansion. Not to mention that most of the governors of the princess mansion have taken care of the princess since they were young, so their status is extraordinary. Some of the stricter governors of the princess mansion can even control when the son-in-law has intercourse with the princess, and how many times a month. In short, the power is outrageous. As for the son-in-law, to be honest, it's really not a good job and it doesn't have any status. Fang Yi's father was Fang Chuanling, who couldn't control Gao Yang's affair and had to stand guard outside the door. One can imagine how humble the consort of the Tang dynasty was. The governor of the princess mansion has always called Su Li respectfully, because she has no sense of power, and to say something bad is to give Su Li face. Seeing that Su Li took off Princess Changle's socks and her hands were still moving on her legs, she couldn't help it. You know, Princess Changle is unconscious. How dare he, a farmer, do such a bold and obscene thing? Massage the princess to unblock the meridians. Su Li just replied softly, calm and not flustered. Seeing Su Li's calm expression, the female officer didn't panic even if she was seen by her. She stopped when she was about to rush forward, and in her heart, after all, the princess came first. The female officer turned her head and looked at the accompanying imperial doctor to ask for evidence. The technique in Suwon. The royal physicians in the palace are almost the most skilled medical practitioners in this era, and they are also the ones with the most profound medical knowledge. You can tell where Su Li's massage techniques come from at a glance. It's a serious massage. The imperial doctor nodded, and the female officer was relieved. The servant is in a hurry, and he ran into the son-in-law. Please redeem the sin. The female official saluted. Su Li smashed it and waved his hands. It's okay, you are also concerned about the princess. The other party apologized, but he couldn't hit the snake with the stick. How could Su Li really not know what his status was? Not to mention that he is the son of a farmer. Even if his father is the prime minister, he may not be able to be tough when facing the governor of the princess mansion. Compared to some arrogant and domineering female officers, Su Li felt that the female officer in front of her was pretty good. Know how to advance and retreat, know the superiority and inferiority, and worry about the Lord. The female officer straightened up after Su Li's voice fell, and then looked at the imperial doctor at the side and said, "Mister, please take a look for the princess." The imperial doctor nodded and moved closer, but he didn't feel the pulse of Princess Changle.I. In fact, after Princess Changle.I fell into a coma, the imperial doctor had already checked the pulse for several rounds. The strange thing is that in the first 2 days, it was indeed a normal comatose pulse, which was fast and slow and not stable. They also prescribed the prescription according to traumatic coma. But it was different later on. Princess Changle.I's pulse changed a few days after taking the medicine. The pulse condition is the same as that of ordinary people. Except for the gas disease, it is the pulse condition of a normal person, but he still does not wake up. This kind of disease is called lost soul disease among the people. It belongs to metaphysics, and naturally it is not in line with the specialty of imperial physicians in the palace. Therefore, Princess Changle.I's follow-up treatment was replaced by summoning the soul, praying for blessings, and dancing to the great gods. Even many landscapes of the princess mansion have been rearranged for feng shui. But still useless. There is no way. There are too few records about the loss of soul disease in medical books, and there is no treatment plan. Even the cause and condition of the disease are vague, and the pulse condition is the same as that of ordinary people, so there is no clue. Now the disease can't be cured, and I'm not sure what the disease is and what the cause is. Regarding the daily diet, I can only proceed in the most conservative way. That is, thin porridge to nourish people. The governor just told me that my son is more likely to be fed with protein, fruit, and vegetables. I have seen it in the book of human treatment, but do you know something about this disease? The imperial doctor leaned over and looked at Su Li's massage techniques and said, "It can be seen that Su Li's technique is very professional, but also very general with too much craftsmanship, a bit like following the scriptures, but it is only enough to activate the blood and dredge the meridians." Su Li frowned when the imperial doctor opened his mouth. He originally intended to persuade the imperial doctor, on the one hand, for the health of Princess Changle.I, and on the other hand, to gain more points by getting in close contact with Princess Changle.I through nursing care. This kind of matter involving Princess Changle.I's illness and the close contact will definitely require the nod of a professional before the female officer will agree, and it is estimated that it will be reported to Li and the Queen. How much does the old man know about this disease? Su Li didn't answer but asked rhetorically. We don't know much about it. Most people think it's caused by loss of soul, but I don't think that's the case. Moreover, the opinions of the imperial doctors are not clear, and some people think it's a coma. The imperial doctor said with a frown. No way, there are too few introductions to this disease in medical books. I've read about this disease in a book, and it's called numbness. Stupidity is recorded in Sun Simiao's 1,000 gold prescription, which collectively refers to vegetative state, and some typical symptoms of brain being forced to cause mechanical non-response of the body as stupor. Its main symptom is that the brain is stimulated or oppressed, and there is a problem, which leads to uncontrollable behavior of the body. It shows that Sun Simiao has formally extracted this kind of mental illness from metaphysics. Stupid, the imperial doctor said. It's the stimulation of the brain that makes it impossible to continue to control the body. Su Li listed some typical diseases in medical books that the brain is shocked and leads to abnormal intelligence and behavior. Is there a solution? The imperial doctor asked excitedly after hearing the words. Unresolved, the book divides stupor into many types. Most of them have no solution and can only recover on their own. For example, most severe patients cannot control their bodies and lie paralyzed on the bed. However, it records how to maintain the body, Su Li said. Then he told about the vegetative nursing methods that he had prepared a long time ago, combining ancient and modern Chinese medicine. And basically for every kind of nursing, Su Li has corresponding medical evidence. To put it simply, it is to distinguish some vegetative people from the complications caused by long-term bed rest and single diet structure from vegetative people. In this way, back sores and physical weakness have nothing to do with this disease. The imperial doctor nodded thoughtfully. Yes, the trouble is that you can't move, you can't control your body, and the combination of the two can't handle it, Su Li said. So I probably understand, the imperial doctor nodded. According to Su Li, Princess Changle.I's disease is a brain problem, and everything is normal except for losing consciousness. In other words, except for the head, everyone else has to be viewed as a normal person. The level of imperial doctors is not low, it is nothing more than a problem of thinking. To put it bluntly, Princess Changle.I cannot be treated as a patient. Instead, try to make Princess Changle.I, who has lost the ability to take care of herself, look like a normal person. A normal person certainly cannot lie in bed for a long time. A normal person certainly cannot eat millet porridge all at once. A normal person certainly cannot remain in one posture all the time. A normal person certainly cannot stay out of the sun all the time. A normal person would certainly not be able to remain still. But Princess Changle.I cannot control her own body, so she has to use external force to help her move. Otherwise, if you lie in bed for a long time, normal people will also be weak and weak. Some old people are alive and kicking, but after being sick and lying in bed for more than 10 days, their muscles atrophy and they simply can't get out of bed anymore. In this way, the princess really can't rest, the imperial doctor nodded. The female officer didn't understand very well, but seeing the imperial doctor's smiling expression, she hurriedly said, "But sir, have you got a clue?" The imperial doctor's smile froze, and he shook his head. "It's just that the old man was inspired by what the young master said and did. I feel ashamed that I can't heal the princess. This method can only make the princess healthier and more energetic. As for when she will wake up, I don't know," the doctor said. "Please do me a favor, sir." The female officer cupped her hands and said, "Can't wake up, but it would be nice to make the princess better." She also watched helplessly as the princess became weaker and thinner day by day. After being reminded by the young master, the old man has a food tonic prescription. Ordinary people eat it according to this formula, and they can prolong their lives and stay healthy. It is just right to put it on the princess. As for the rest of the massage, the medical skills of the concubine are enough, the imperial doctor said. It is said that Princess Changle.I should be treated as a normal person's body. Although Su Li's professional level in the massage technique is very ordinary in the eyes of the imperial doctor, it seems to be sufficient. Besides, this is not a trivial matter, and it doesn't mean that you can finish it after sitting for a while. I have to find a way to get enough exercise for Princess Changle.I's body to avoid muscle atrophy, at least 3 or 4 hours a day. The imperial doctor himself is old, and he really doesn't have the physical strength. But Su Li's medical skills are enough to deal with it, and the plan was proposed by Su Li, and Su Li is still a son-in-law, so he can avoid suspicion. Obviously, no one is more suitable than Su Li. The female officer looked at Su Li, nodded after a moment of silence. "I asked the son-in-law to help you. If you need anything, please order," the female official said. Su Li, a happy face, finally obtained the rehabilitation and attending rites of Princess Changle.I. Wouldn't it be justifiable to feed and massage Princess Changle.I and exercise her muscles and bones in the future? This is recognized by the imperial doctor. Even Li can't question his professional field. Wouldn't the points that I can get every day have to increase again? Technician number 18 Su Li, apply for employment. Su Li got his wish and got the opportunity to personally rehabilitate Princess Changle.I. It's a pity that it seems that the female officer doesn't intend to hand over the matter of scrubbing Princess Changle.I's body to herself. "Don't you treat me as an outsider," Su Li muttered. After rehabilitating Princess Changle.I on the bed, Su Li came out with Princess Changle.I in her arms. One cannot stay in one room all the time. It is necessary to maintain a certain period of outdoor activities, Su Li explained to the female officer not far away. "Thank you, consort," the female officer nodded. Su Li noticed that the female officer seemed to be a little gentle when speaking to herself. In the past, the female officer had almost never disrespected Su Li, the titular son-in-law, but she always gave Su Li a strong sense of alienation. I seem to be an outsider. Most of the attitude given to me by the other party is ignorance, and a small part is guard. Su Li came to the courtyard with Princess Changle in his arms, and the sun had already risen. Su Li put her hands under Princess Changle's armpit and began to help Princess Changle stretch her body. Su Li noticed that the female officer just stood in the corner of the courtyard and watched from a distance this time. She was still so responsible and focused, but the distance became a little bit farther away. In fact, to some extent, the care of vegetative and paralyzed people is basically the same. Mainly, it is necessary to protect the discarded atrophy and muscle atrophy of the joints. And the waking up of a vegetative person is often not like in the Dog Blood TV series. Suddenly one day, he opened his eyes and regained consciousness and became alive and kicking. The initial consciousness recovery of a vegetative person may be that the eyes start to see things, or they may be able to move, and they start to have a certain stimulus response to external stimuli. Unfortunately, many vegetative people have joint atrophy and muscle atrophy due to improper care. Even if they regain consciousness, they can only be paralyzed in bed. The brain is the most amazing center. No one can tell whether the vegetative person is alive and kicking or paralyzed in bed after recovery. However, Su Li is doing her best to recover Princess Changle. And in the space of consciousness, Changle also felt that he was carried by Su Li and left the oppressive room. Feel the first ray of sunshine after coma. I want to help you recover, a voice rang in Changle's ear. She didn't even have time to savor the feeling of being held in someone's arms. She felt the touch under her feet. She stepped on the ground again, although her feet could only touch the ground because Su Li hugged her from behind. It was the first time that Princess Changle felt down to earth. It was such a joyful feeling. Afterwards, I felt that my body was changed by Su Li into various strange postures. This high-intensity intimacy was even worse than Su Li giving her a massage. She could feel that the reason why she could make all kinds of poses was that most of her body was curled up in Su Li's arms. It's strange, obviously it's just physical contact. But it seems that Su Li's body is like a hot flame. No matter where he touches his body can bring him an extremely hot feeling. Knuckles, wrists, elbows, ankles, knees, waist. Su Li didn't skip a single joint. To be honest, Princess Changle's body is very soft and fragrant. But Su Li didn't have any evil thoughts because this little girl is just a vegetable who can't move. Compared with physical contact, Su Li is more happy to see the crazy increase in the speed of point acquisition. Considering that little Changle may be in a state of awakening, facing various body manipulations controlled by others, in order to avoid feelings of rejection and shame, Su Li explained to Princess Changle while recovering. Regardless of whether the other party can hear it or not, it is correct to assume that the other party can hear it. It is also an extreme torture to know that the vegetative person's consciousness is imprisoned in a cage, unable to communicate and unable to actively obtain external information. It's still the same sentence, even if the other party can only hear a few words vaguely. It may be the greatest psychological comfort for the other party in the face of darkness for a long time. This is a necessary process for your recovery. Su Li manipulated Changle's body and sat down against his chest, grasping Changle's 2 toes with both hands to stretch. Do you know why many old people can't stand up after falling or other reasons, and being bedridden for a period of time? Because the muscles and joints atrophy. The muscle atrophy and joint atrophy of the elderly is more rapid than that of the young. Although you are very young, if you don't take the necessary care, you may just lie on the bed when you wake up, Su Li said softly. Is that so? Changle felt that he was too ashamed to be put in various poses by Su Li, and also heard Su Li's explanation. The governor of her princess mansion did not stop. Maybe that's it. But it's so embarrassing. Princess Changle feels like a rag doll being trampled upon. She also liked to ravage dolls indiscriminately when she was a child, but Su Li's movements were more gentle and careful. Don't worry, I will take care of you in the future. After all, I am your husband no matter what. Although others seem to be a rather unlucky son-in-law, but no outsider will come to touch your body. Su Li spoke while laboriously nursing. After all, we are already married, although some people say it is for celebration, although it is also very hasty for me. Princess Changle actually held her breath subconsciously, Although she couldn't control herself, it was just an illusion caused by too concentrated consciousness. She actually wanted to hear Su Li's opinion of herself, especially after this person suddenly broke into her own darkness and brought her a glimmer of light. Even though Su Li has said it, Changle still feels that he has caused Su Li to suffer from time to time. Although I have to admit that, for myself, Su Li's unexpected visit is a great thing. After all, only Su Li would say a lot of things in one breath to her who didn't respond, and even talk to her as if she were an ordinary person. It was only after Su Li came that she tasted other flavors besides traditional Chinese medicine and millet porridge. It was only after Su Li came that she really felt the warmth of the sun and the touch of the breeze. It's a good thing that Su Li broke into his own life, so what about himself? Although Su Li once said that he lived the good life he dreamed of because of it. I've heard such a saying, 500 times in the previous life is exchanged for one encounter in this life. Su Li held Princess Changle.I's hand. Maybe we didn't do anything in our previous life and just stared at each other so that I, a farmer who should have turned his back to the less all his life, married a princess. Anyway, I think it's fate. I can't tell what it feels like. Princess Changle.I just feels that something is directly strangling her heart. An inexplicable feeling spread in Princess Changle.I's heart. As for Su Li, what he is more pleased with is the rapid increase in points. Princess Changle.I needs to get enough activities, which are activities for the whole body to prevent any atrophy of joints and muscles. This is no small project. Su Li's personal attributes are at the level of ordinary people. After the physique is increased to 60, and all attributes are above the average, it is probably equivalent to attributes that are stronger than ordinary people. Although Princess Changle.I is not heavy, about 80 caddies, but the activity that lasts for more than 2 hours is not a small project. Although Princess Changle.I is very beautiful and fragrant, Su Li is still sweating profusely. It's still a small dog, Su Li sighed with emotion. However, seeing the points gained and the more intimate contact, Su Li reckoned that he should be able to gain 3,000 more points a day for nothing. It would be great if I could sleep in the same bed with Princess Changle.I at night, and then I could gain 6,000 or 7,000 more points. If everything about Princess Changle.I was served by her personally, and there were no female officials there to stare at her, Su Li estimated that she could earn 40,000 points a day. It is quite common to refresh small attribute point gift packs. According to the previous refresh rate, about 10 to 20 copies can be released in a month. On average, each gift pack can open 2 attributes, and 20 attributes can be increased in a month. Up, Su Li thought to himself. He was still enthusiastic about the system when he first time traveled. Although he didn't have points, he would enthusiastically check what products were refreshed every day. Most of the products have not been seen for a long time after being refreshed, but small gift packs for attribute points are relatively common. Su Li has observed it for several months. Sometimes there are more than 20 copies a month. Refresh it out a dozen times. As for other commodities, it basically depends on life. Sometimes they are all cheap but useless waste, and sometimes they are expensive to death. However, at present, Princess Changle.I, who has mastered the treasure girl who can earn points, earns more than 20,000 points a day. Even if she ignores the fixed expenditure of attribute points, she can save more than 300,000 points a month. It can be said that Su Li has the ability to buy basically all commodities, provided that they are not too expensive. It is also a good thing to refresh the attribute point gift packs frequently. At least there is a minimum attribute increase limit every month. And attribute points can be said to be as high quality and cheap as possible. This is an innate attribute. The most terrible thing is that the higher the attribute point, the higher the bonus represented by one attribute point. 60 points of attributes may not be much different from 61 points of attributes, but there is a gap between 99 points of attributes and 100 points of attributes. And these innate attributes that have been set at birth, Su Li can add unlimited attribute point gift packs through the system. What kind of terrifying thing is this? Even if one day it is possible to add points to one person against one country by adding attributes. The highlight of the system mall is that as long as you have money to spend, you can get unparalleled power. It can be said that with Changle.I, it is no problem to be called the ancestor. After more than 10 or 20 years, Su Li has felt the attributes of that level, whether he can still be called a human being. On the other side, the female officer silently watched the scene in front of her. While helping Princess Changle.I to recover, Su Li talked to Princess Changle.I who couldn't respond. It took a long time before a smile appeared on her face. Ever since Princess Changle fell into a coma, she hasn't laughed for a long time. She saw the frowns of the imperial doctors and all kinds of weird metaphysical rituals. And in the end, His Majesty made a desperate decision to listen to Yuan Tiangang's suggestion and chose a farmer to rejoice. The female officer was dissatisfied, but naturally she couldn't question Li Er's decision. Most people feel sorry for Su Li, the unlucky guy who was used for celebrating and burying with him. But the female officer only thinks that Su Li is admiring Princess Changle. She watched Princess Changle grow up. It is not an exaggeration to say that she regards Changle as her own daughter. Of course, she didn't want Princess Changle to marry a vulgar farmer. Just like the old father in the modern society, he doesn't want his well-trained daughter to find a spirited guy who rides the ghostly fire and shakes his hand. The female officer smiled and finally had a little more recognition for Su Li. After all, she is just a female officer. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he couldn't question Li Er's decision. If the son-in-law can do his best to take care of the princess and protect the princess, it is of course a good thing. The marriage cannot be changed, and the female officer naturally hopes that everything will develop in a good direction. Look here, if the princess wants to scrub her body, she should be quicker, the female officer told a maid. She has been up all night, so she naturally needs to replace her. From the current point of view, it is naturally impossible for her to hand over Princess Changle to Su Li to take care of her. Of course, before that, she needs to report to Li Er that Su Li participated in the treatment of Princess Changle. In fact, there is no need to report the physical contact between Su Li and Princess Changle. After all, Su Li is the son-in-law. This is a reasonable thing. The governor of the Princess Mansion is responsible for handling this matter. However, Su Li had to report to Li Er when she participated in the daily treatment of Princess Changle. This was not something she, the governor of the Princess Mansion, could do on her own. And on the other side, in the palace of Ganlu, "Your Majesty, let's eat something." Empress Tang's eldest grandson Wugu gently shook Li Shimon's arm. The imperial doctor in the palace has no clue so far. In the temple and Taoist temple, even witchcraft, feng shui, and chongxi have been tried, but the beauty has not improved so far. How can I eat it? Yesterday, Li Er went to the temple to pray again. But still no good news. Li Er didn't even dare to look at his daughter's increasingly thin and pale face. Obviously, not long ago, he was still alive and kicking in front of him. But in the blink of an eye, he could only lie on the bed, no response whatsoever. No matter what, Your Majesty is the ruler of a country, so you must eat something. Besides, according to what Yuan Tianggang said, after Li Zhai is happy, she should wake up soon. It's overjoyed. Li Shimon knocked on the table. Thinking of this, Li Er is even more angry. Yuan Tianggang dared to say chongxi, and even vowed that Princess Changle would wake up after a while after the chongxi. Li Erbing went to the doctor in a hurry, and he listened to Yuan Tianggang's suggestion to marry Princess Changle to a vulgar farmer, but it doesn't work now. Ask the old Taoist again, and the old Taoist just bites him to death and says that he will have to wait for a while. But when do we have to wait? None of this group of monks and priests is real. When they talk, they are extravagant, and when they do it, none of them can do it. Imperial doctors are also a bunch of trash. Pity my daughter, she has to marry a vulgar farmer in such a situation. Your Majesty, the governor of Lijai Mansion has something to report, a eunuch said when Li Er was upset. He knows medical skills. Li Er frowned and looked at the female officer in front of him. Just now, when the female official from the Princess Mansion asked to see her daughter, Princess Changle, Li Er did not neglect even though his heart was extremely agitated. How he wished to hear the news that Changle had woken up. Sadly, this is not the case. According to the female official's report, Su Li, the son-in-law chosen by Yuan Tianggang for Changle's celebration, seems to have some medical skills and also has a certain understanding of Changle's illnesses. Although, according to the imperial doctor, there is no way to help Changle wake up, but there are some clues. In fact, this is already one of the few good news so far. Regarding Princess Changle's illness, apart from the mysterious explanations given by the group of monks, the imperial doctors didn't even understand what kind of illness it was. Also helpless. Even if he is the lord of a country, the most honorable person in the world, he can only watch his daughter get thinner and thinner day by day. Since the imperial doctor said that it is good for Changle's body, let him do it, Li Er said after a moment of pondering. Although Li Er didn't know where Su Li, a farmer, learned his medical skills from. Su Li enters the mansion. How do you treat the princess? This is the inquiry of Empress Changsun. Changli's wedding was hastily arranged for the sake of joy. Before that, Empress Changsun and Li didn't even think about what kind of person Su Li was. After all, he is just a tool man. A tool person used for celebration and even funeral. In fact, Changxi is the last choice after all means are helpless. The son-in-law cares about the princess very much. The female officer said after pondering for a moment, and then put Su Li to sleep in front of Princess Changli's bed at night, and rehabilitated Princess Changle during the day and talked with the imperial doctor. Until the end, Li and Empress Changsun did not express any opinions, and the female official chose to resign in a wise manner. Only after Empress Changsun and Li were left in the room, Empress Changsun spoke. One day, 100 days of grace. Empress Changsun pondered for a while. I thought he might feel resentful, so I let the female officer stare. In fact, Empress Changsun has a lot of advice to the female officials in the princess mansion, which is also the main reason why Su Li feels that she is distrusted. Although Su Li was a farmer, he eventually became a tool person to be buried with him, and it was hard to guarantee that he would not feel resentful and do something. Now, according to the description of the female officer, she can say the words 1 day, 100 days of grace, and she can see a bride who can't move on the first night of the wedding, and she can squat beside the bed calmly and guard the whole night and still work hard the next day. Carrying in his chest, not to mention talent and ability, but he is also a loyal and considerate person. This is his great blessing, Li said. Changle's marriage was a last desperate move. How could Li easily accept his daughter marrying a vulgar farmer? Although the wedding has become an established fact, there is still a long way to go before Li accepts it. Besides, the lives of Su Li and Princess Changle are bound, so the meticulous consideration may be an illusion. Of course, no matter what the couple thinks, it is a helpless fact that Changle is now married to Su Li. They would rather marry Su Li Changle and be able to wake up successfully. The room fell into silence for a while. It took a long time for Li to speak. I'm going to see Lijai. In the courtyard of the princess mansion, Su Li helped Princess Changle to move around for a long time. Feeling that every joint and every muscle of Princess Changle didn't feel stiff, Su Li stopped. Looking at the points balance, it has now become 74-34. I have been busy with massage and activities for Princess Changle for about 2 hours. During the period, the jump of points was maintained at 2 seconds. If it's just holding hands with this level of contact, the current points should be around 4,000, and in 4 hours, they have gained more than 3,000 points. The point balance that had been reset to 0 due to the purchase of low-quality life potions and attribute point gift packs became abundant again. Seeing that there is not much difference from 10,000 points, and it was only around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There are still 10 hours until 12 o'clock in the evening. In the future, no matter how you raise it, you can spend 10,000 yuan, and you can buy it for an overview of the art of war. Because of the introduction to medical skills, Su Li also probably knows what kind of reward is the introduction to the art of war worth 10,000 points. You can't let yourself become a famous player in the world in an instant, but you can quickly acquire a lot of theoretical knowledge of the art of war and make basic applications. After taking introduction to medical skills, Su Li's level is about that of a doctor in a small county with comprehensive but relatively ordinary medical skills. After taking introduction to the art of war, Su Li reckoned that he could instantly possess the knowledge of the art of war to become 1,000 generals. The most important thing is to win in all aspects. That is to say, whether it is cavalry, infantry, or archers, Su Li can be competent. It doesn't look great, but it can lay a deep foundation. You can also continue to study. Maybe you can get further improvement. However, according to this rising trend of points, the introduction to the art of war is already a certainty, and there may be opportunities to buy Dragon Ball fragments. But Su Li thought about it and decided to save the remaining points after purchasing introduction to the art of war. After all, 99 Dragon Ball fragments can be combined into 1 Dragon Ball, and 7 Dragon Balls can be used to summon a dragon. The most terrible thing is that the refresh of the system mall is all based on randomness. Who knows when the next Dragon Ball fragment will be refreshed? Su Li has observed the refresh frequency of the store before, and the impression that Dragon Ball fragments appear is not many. It's better to save the remaining points and accumulate less to make more. so as not to see expensive system products in the future but just stare at them greedily. I can only say, comfortable. Su Li looked at the credits that continued to beat happily and then glanced at Princess Changle in her arms. For Princess Changle, the long and shameful intimate physical contact is finally over. I don't have to be frightened by all kinds of weird poses under Su Li's hands. Now she is clearly held in Su Li's arms. Is it over? Princess Changle thought in her heart. Are you going to put me on the bed again? Princess Changle doesn't like to lie in bed, and no one likes to lie in bed 24 hours a day. Before Su Li came, she lay stiff in bed every day when she was conscious. In comparison, even if Su Li manipulated her body into strange postures for treatment, Princess Changle felt it was better than lying dry on the bed. She couldn't do anything, and now Princess Changle suddenly realized a problem after she fully regained consciousness. If Su Li is not around, no one will say a lot of things to himself, a person who is still in a coma and unable to respond like Su Li. She could only listen but could not respond or move. When she was unconscious before, she only woke up when she was stimulated by excretion or eating. After Su Li left, she seemed to be able to bear only one person's sober silence. Do you want to hear a story? Su Li sat on the ground with Princess Changle in her arms. The temperature of the sun was just right. At the same time, the little worry in Princess Changle's heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. Tell a story. That's great. For Changle, the days after her coma were difficult and bitter. She was very surprised that Su Li was willing to chat with her a lot, as if Su Li was sure she could hear. After accepting the reality that she may be in this state for a long time, Princess Changle feels that the happiest thing is the sudden arrival of Su Li, and she is willing to talk to her as a normal person, although she cannot answer Su Li. Xiao Zunner, Fighting Power, Level 3. Su Li didn't hear Princess Changle's joyful answer. In fact, he just used the excuse of telling a story to justify holding Princess Changle here to earn more points. Su Li has already made up her mind that if there is something that can help Princess Changle recover in the system mall in the future, she will buy it. Based on Su Li's experience, everything in the system mall will be refreshed, and it will be refreshed in 10 days and a half months. Although this kind of miraculous medicine and rare herbs are relatively expensive, but with Changle as a treasure, even if you can't afford it at the first time, you can use the system to permanently lock the product permissions. Where can it be so expensive? There are only hundreds of thousands or millions of points. For Su Li, if he can earn points with all his strength, it will only take about a month. However, Su Li also has to face a problem. That is, when Princess Changle wakes up and faces a strange husband, may it be difficult for her to accept her excessive intimacy for a while. It's probably impossible to earn points every day with such a justifiable post. In this way, Su Li has to seize the opportunity every day to earn more points before Princess Changle can't resist her intimacy. Although there is always a strange feeling. After all, Princess Changle has not yet woken up, so she has no choice. As for telling the story, of course Su Li couldn't be sure whether Princess Changle could hear it, but it's still the best thing to hear. In addition to bringing psychological comfort to Princess Changle, it may also allow Princess Changle to deepen her impression and affection for her husband, whom she has never met. In this way, when Princess Changle wakes up, maybe there will be a certain emotional foundation. Be optimistic. Maybe I care and accompany you so meticulously that Princess Changle will be desperate for her love as soon as she wakes up. Although it is not known when the vegetative person will be in the conscious stage, it does not rule out that Princess Changle's consciousness is continuously awake. In this way, Princess Changle can perceive any words or actions of Su Li. In this way, when Princess Changle wakes up, she already has a deep emotional foundation for herself. Maybe she will not only be able to collect points, but also make the speed of collecting points go further. Duchi continent? A question mark slowly popped up in Princess Changle's heart. To be honest, Princess Changle has a noble status, so she has read many books and heard many stories. But, well, haven't heard the story from Su Li's mouth yet. Xiao Zunner is a genius, but for some reason his strength has declined. How can Su Li tell any serious stories? In fact, at first Su Li planned to tell about Uncle Liang Shan and Zhu Yingtai. Later, I found out that I only knew one name for this story. Then I thought of the 4 famous novels. As a result, after thinking about it carefully, I probably know the basic content of the 4 great classics, but I am completely at a loss as to where to start. Isn't the feature just the details of the character's dialogue and the perfection of the character? In contrast, The stories of Gao.Originally that I have read before are easy to tell. After all, you don't need any details, you just need to grasp various plot points. You only need to know the general plot, even if the dialogue is rough, there is no problem in telling it. Considering that Princess Changle.I is a female audience, Su-Li also considerately replaced the male lead with the female lead. Where did Princess Changle.I receive the poison of the modern Gao.Originally? She can only feel that Su-Li's story is very, flat. In short, you can understand what this is talking about at once, without having to think carefully. But it's very catchy. She heard that the protagonist Gao.Originally was being ridiculed by everyone because of an unexpected change that caused her strength to regress. Fortunately, Gao.Originally also has a childhood sweetheart named Gao.Yan, who has always firmly believed in her. But why did her fiancé Nalanren come to visit? Break off an engagement. Where did Princess Changle.I experience such a straightforward emotional output? The sense of substitution can be said to be directly full. What will Gao.Originally do? She can only accept this humiliation. She will definitely come back with revenge. While Princess Changle.I was looking forward to the follow-up, a guest unexpectedly visited in the courtyard. Perhaps it is not appropriate to say that it is a guest, because it is Li, the father of Princess Changle.I, who is visiting. It seems inappropriate to say that it was an accident, because it is a normal thing for a father to visit his daughter. I have seen your majesty, the maid saluted. Su-Li is holding Princess Changle.I and sitting on the ground, unable to salute. Li stared straight at Su-Li. This is not the first time Li has met Su-Li, nor is it the first time Su-Li has met Li. But for Su-Li, this meeting seemed a bit awkward. After all, he was sitting there holding someone else's daughter to collect points. After all, Su-Li's rehabilitation care for the eldest princess has ended, and now she is earning points openly. The most terrible thing is that there is no way to put it down now. I can't put Princess Changle.I on the ground. It can be seen that, although the other party's expression is calm, the suspicion in his eyes is also very obvious. I'm telling a story to the princess. Su-Li opened her mouth. Li didn't speak, but just looked at Su-Li, who was sitting on the ground with his daughter in his arms, and then glanced at the maid of the princess mansion bowing beside her. The son-in-law is indeed telling stories to the princess, the maid replied. Is this part of the treatment too? After getting the answers from the maids, Li's expression softened slightly and he asked. Although Princess Changle.I is indeed married to Su-Li, although Su-Li is indeed a son-in-law. But after all, this is for joy, even if it is justified. In fact, Li didn't intend to let Su-Li get in touch with his daughter at all, even if it was just a nominal pleasure. Seeing his drowsy daughter being held in the arms of a farmer, Li felt very complicated. Probably, Su-Li pondered for a long time before speaking. I've always believed that a stupor can wake up like a normal person and sleep like a normal person even though he can't touch it, Su-Li said, looking at Princess Changle.I in her arms. It should be reasonable to do some psychological construction for a conscious but unresponsive person, right? After listening to Su-Li's words, Li was taken aback for a moment. You mean Lij, I can hear it? Li asked softly. I can't say for sure, but I heard a story that someone planted 2 flowers separately. One flower faced bad words every day and the other flower faced praise every day. Therefore, one flower withered early and the other flower was beautiful. Abnormal, Su-Li said. This is a modern experiment applied by Su-Li. In fact, how can plants understand whether human language is praise or curse? But whether you can hear it or not, if you always mourn in front of the patient will feel that his time is numbered and he will lose confidence. When Li heard this, his heart moved a little. Thinking back carefully, ever since Changle.I fell into a coma, I and Guanian's maidservant have always been sad and sad. Before, I only thought that Changle.I was in a coma and I couldn't hear or feel it. Now that I think about it, with my daughter's weak temperament, if I hear my parents so sad, I'm afraid I will feel sad, mostly panic. Give me Changle.I, Li stretched out his hand. Su-Li got up calmly, handed Changle.I to Li and then retreated knowingly. Obviously, Li listened to his words and planned to appease Changle.I. Unfortunately, Li didn't know how long he would chat this time and wasted his time collecting points. And Princess Changle.I, who was taken over by Li naturally felt all this clearly. Only, the story isn't over yet. Aren't you going to divorce? Changle.I is in a state where he can't control his body and is conscious, and what he faces all day is silence and crying, so there is no entertainment at all. Su Li told the story and Changle was overjoyed. Although Su Li's story sounded a bit strange, Changle had obviously taken it into account. In the end, it came to an abrupt end at the most critical moment. Nalan ran into the Xiao family and retired. And then what? How did you deal with it? The biggest feature of Xiaobuan is that his mood fluctuates greatly, and it is extremely easy to arouse people's emotions. How can Princess Changle, who has never experienced modern internet bombing, stand up to it? Besides, she has no entertainment to speak of now. Even if she doesn't like this kind of story on weekdays, it is a rare pastime. As a result, the chapter was broken. For the first time, Changle felt the malice of being broken. But it's not Su Li's fault. It was Li Er's sudden arrival that brought Su Li's story to an abrupt end. At this moment, Changle actually complained a little more about Li Er's sudden visit in his heart. It would be great if my father came later, at least I could finish listening to this story, Changle thought to himself. Li Er looked at the pale-faced and dull-eyed daughter Li Lijai in his arms, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart, and couldn't help showing a trace of sadness, completely unaware that his caring little padded jacket was complaining that he came at the wrong time, began to leak a little. Seeing his daughter's pitiful appearance, and thinking about her helplessly marrying a farmer, Li Er looked sad. But thinking about what Su Li said just now, Li Er put away his bitter expression again. After adjusting for a long time, Li Erkai pretended to be relaxed and opened his mouth. Lijai, Dad came to see you. Li Er chatted for a long time, and Su Li waited for a long time. After waiting until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Er finally finished. Li Er carried Princess Changle out of the yard, looked at Su Li waiting outside the yard, hesitated for a moment, and handed his daughter Princess Changle into Su Li's arms. It's a pity that I lost my points, Su Li sighed. If it weren't for Li Er's sudden visit, Su Li reckoned that after buying Introduction to the Art of War today, he would have saved at least 8,000 to 9,000 points. Now that the sky is already dark, there is no excuse to have more intimate contact. Changle should go back to bed and lie down. It's even more impossible to share the same bed. The female officer guards herself like a thief. Next, she can only hold hands with Jiang Zai. Su Li did some calculations, reckoning that after buying Introduction to the Art of War today, he might only be able to save 3,000 or 4,000 points. Su Li sighed and carried Princess Changle back to the house. Although stickers can earn points, the Princess Mansion is full of people, and Changle is in a coma, so the purpose cannot be too obvious. Alas, Su Li sighed and put Princess Changle on the bed, sat on her little stool again and took Princess Changle's little hand, watching the speed of the points increase slow down again. What about the story? Why don't you tell it? Princess Changle listened to Li Er's chat for a long time, but she was still thinking about the broken story. But Su Li put her on the bed, but there was no more text. Why did he sigh? Princess Changle suddenly thought of the sigh she heard just now and couldn't help but start thinking wildly again. On the other side, Li Er also returned to the palace. Inside the bedroom, Li Er and Empress Changsun sat facing each other. How is Lijai now? Changsun Wugu asked. Still not getting better, Li Er shook his head and sighed. Li Er hugged his daughter and talked for a long time, but in the end he couldn't help but feel sad. Considering what Su Li said, he didn't show it in the end but went straight back to the palace. Changle's husband, how about it? Maybe take care of Changle? Changsun Wugu asked. In fact, at the very beginning, both Li Er and Empress Changsun regarded Su Li as a tool for Changxi, and did not regard him as a real son-in-law. But now the imperial doctor said that Su Li can join in the treatment and rehabilitation of Changle. In this way, Su Li's character has to be considered. In fact, those imperial doctors who Su Li did can also do it, and they can do it better. But as the imperial doctor said, these actions cannot avoid close contact, and the time is very long. At least Su Li is a son-in-law. It won't be embarrassing, and considering that the imperial doctor also agrees with what Su Li said, Changle may be in a conscious state, and Changle himself probably doesn't want those bad old men to be with her. So intimate. No matter how you say it, Su Li is a legitimate son-in-law and the husband of Changle. Even if Changle wakes up, this result is inevitable. After all, Changle's marriage has been known all over the city. If something happens to Changle, he will be buried with him. How could he not do his best? Li Er recalled the maid's report. Everything that Su Li did in the Princess Mansion was hidden, including the specific contact with Changle. Li Er's heart is very contradictory. On the one hand, because Su Li is just a farmer, he is not a satisfactory son-in-law at all, and he doesn't think Su Li is worthy of his daughter. On the other hand, according to the report of the female official of the Princess Mansion, Su Li did not complain about Changle, but instead slept with her father beside Changle's bed on the first night of her marriage. He even woke up several times at night and turned Changle over to prevent Changle from maintaining a body posture for a long time and causing his body to become stiff. Later, he took the initiative to put forward his own suggestions on Changle's diet and daily care, which was affirmed by the imperial doctor. Even if the time is short, there is no doubt that no matter whether it is from the female officer's report or Su Li's actions, there is nothing wrong with it. But the more so, the more Li felt that Su Li had something ulterior motives. After all, Su Li is not the son-in-law that Li is satisfied with, and he has preconceived that Su Li is not worthy of Changle. If it is not because of such a big good thing as Changxi, Su Li will never be able to fall on Su Li for the rest of his life. He didn't believe Su Li's so-called one-day couple 100 days of grace. He also didn't believe that Su Li was sincerely treating Princess Changle well. Perhaps for survival, at least as long as Princess Changle lives well, even if she never wakes up again, he, a farmer, will live a life that he never dared to imagine before. Possession, perhaps? She showed her heart and soul so that if Princess Changle died of illness, she would soften her heart and let him go. Your Majesty has said it before. Changsun Wugu shook his head. In any case, he is willing to put his mind to being good to Changle. In this situation, what else can he ask for? Changsun Wugu said. The voice fell, and both of them fell into silence. That's right, Changle has not yet awakened, so what's the use of talking so much? What's the use of thinking about whether Su Li is worthy of Changle? If he can really revive Changle, as Yuan Tiangang said, I will recognize him as a son-in-law. Li sighed. That's right, if recognizing Su Li as a son-in-law will definitely wake up Changle, then even if Su Li is a beggar, Li will undoubtedly recruit Su Li as his son-in-law. The other side. In the mansion of Changsun Wuji, Changsun Chang looked at Changsun Wugu in front of him, hesitant to speak. Changsun Wugu's face was black, like the bottom of a pot with a deep complexion. Today, he caught his son Changsun Chang in the song and dance workshop. What kind of place is the song and dance workshop? It's a place for fun. What's the situation now? How long has Princess Changle been in a coma? Princess Changle has not woken up yet. How long has Princess Changle been married? How would His Majesty feel about this matter if he knew about it? Although Princess Changle is now married, in the past Princess Changle was engaged to the eldest grandson Chang. What's the meaning? My daughter was forced to marry because of her love, and you, the ex-fiancé, couldn't wait to have fun. Father, I didn't. Changsun Chang opened his mouth. He was indeed captured on the spot by his father, Changsun Wuji, before he had time to have fun. If you are talented, you will be in trouble, you bastard. Changsun Wuji scolded and kicked his eldest grandson down. Your cousin has been in a coma since then. How many times have you visited? Changsun Wuji scolded. Me. Changsun Chang is extremely complicated. If you say you don't like Changle, it's not true. After all, Princess Changle has a gentle and generous personality, which is a rare match. But if you say you like it, since the marriage contract with Changle was made, Changsun Chang can only clean himself up. He can't go to any place where his friends go, and he can only listen to people's descriptions. After Princess Changle fell into a coma, Changsun Chang also went to see her several times, naturally hoping that his fiancée would wake up. Even after hearing that Princess Changle married someone else, she asked her father angrily. But after learning from his father that his fiancée was suffering from a strange illness, he might not be able to wake up. Now that the marriage is just a joy, Changsun Chang feels relieved while feeling sad. Fortunately, it's not me who is overjoyed. Fortunately, Princess Changle, who fell into a coma and died soon after, did not marry me. Therefore, due to various reasons, Changsun Chang never visited Princess Changle again. After all, Princess Changle no longer belonged to her. She married a farmer. He couldn't tell what state of mind he was in. He didn't even want Princess Changle to wake up. Otherwise, what is he? Now, without the constraints of the royal marriage, Changsun Chang has another idea. Unfortunately, he was arrested by his father on the spot just after entering the singing and dancing studio. Now my cousin has married someone else, and she had a marriage contract with me before. How can I step into the princess mansion? Changsun Chang said back. Even if there is no engagement, she is still your cousin, Changsun Wuji scolded. Even if you want to marry another princess, You must marry another princess." Chang Sun Wuji looked at his son, Chang Sun Chong, and suddenly sighed. "In a few days, I will propose to His Majesty again. You must not step on that filthy place again. Besides, take the time to visit your cousin. Even if there is no engagement, she is still your cousin," Chang Sun Wuji scolded. Looking at his father's serious face, Chang Sun Chong didn't dare to think otherwise, so he could only nod. "I thought that Changle would marry someone else, and he would have no restraints, but he didn't expect to marry another princess, so he had to keep himself clean." In this way, Chang Sun Chong would rather his cousin, Princess Changle, have never been in a coma. At least in comparison, Princess Changle is the most outstanding among all the princesses. Thinking about it again, his original partner married a vulgar farmer by mistake. Even though he was unconscious and died soon, Chang Sun Chong still felt uncomfortable. After all, before that, he made a marriage contract with Princess Changle. And in the princess mansion on the other side. As it was getting late, Su Li honestly held Princess Changle's little hand. Although the rate of earning points is relatively slow, the size is still meat. After waiting quietly for a while, at about 9 o'clock in the evening, the points quietly skipped 10,000. Without any hesitation, Su Li immediately bought Introduction to the Art of War. Glancing at Princess Changle with her eyes closed tightly and the female officer standing by, Su Li clicked to use it expressionlessly. It is still enlightening. A lot of common sense about the art of war was quickly stuffed into Su Li's mind. Like the introduction to medical skills, it is very basic but very comprehensive. Su Li, who was originally a military rookie, immediately had a solid foundation, including training, setting up camp, forming troops, fighting, and so on. The most important thing is comprehensiveness. No matter what kind of arms Su Li has a certain foundation, this is commendable. It can be said that the military knowledge enlightened by the introduction to the art of war in Su Li's mind cannot be so comprehensive without reading it for 2 or 3 years. But that's all there is to it. Su Li thought about it carefully. There are many famous generals in the Tang dynasty, and it is almost hell difficult to stand out among them. What's more, Su Li's current situation is just a tool person. But Su Li doesn't feel bad. The introduction to the art of war is a good thing to lay the foundation for. This kind of enlightenment and acquisition of a lot of knowledge is definitely worth the price. It is just this comprehensive and complicated knowledge that Su Li needs to start reading for a year or two, which saves Su Li a lot of time. "It seems that Dragon Ball is really not for me," Su Li murmured softly. "I was still thinking about whether to buy Dragon Balls for the remaining points today, and I thought about it for a long time, but Li rushed in randomly, wasting time, and now it is impossible to save 8,000 points, and there is no need for Su Li to continue to feel sad." After purchasing the introduction to the art of war, Su Li got up and helped Princess Changle turn over, stretched herself, and then sat on her own small bench and let out a sigh of emotion. "When can we share the same bed?" In the following days, Su Li remained as usual. Work tirelessly every day and don't miss any chance to score points. At night, I lie on the bedside and hold Princess Changle's little hand to sleep, in the name of being able to know the status of Princess Changle at the first time and help Princess Changle turn over. During the day, I personally feed Princess Changle and tell stories about Princess Changle's massage activities. If there are no special circumstances, Su Li basically sticks to Princess Changle all day long. Even Su Li shortened the mealtime to the extreme. After all, there are not many opportunities to earn points, so of course we must do our best. For Su Li, it can be said that this inexplicably poor Chongxi marriage contract in the eyes of others has changed Su Li's fate. Without this marriage contract, perhaps Su Li would still be wasting time toiling in the fields. In the eyes of others, Su Li is unlucky, married to a princess who is dying and has to be buried with her. But in Su Li's eyes, isn't Princess Changle a ray of light that saves his life? Su Li knew that the system mall page would always be refreshed with a panacea that could heal Princess Changle. Without this marriage contract, I am nothing. Therefore, even if it is for scoring points, Su Li still does her best and works tirelessly, but it is not all about acting. But for Princess Changle, this may be the only ray of light after she fell into the dark prison of consciousness. The arrival of Su Li made her panic at first. After all, no one wants to marry a stranger suddenly, especially when they are in a state where they cannot control themselves or even see, speak, or move. But when Su Li, a stranger, suddenly broke into her life became richer. Every night, she could feel a pair of big rough hands holding her palms to fall asleep. Even if she suddenly became conscious at night, she finally didn't have to be afraid of the dark and empty silence. The pitch-black cage of consciousness is no longer icy. No matter when, she can always feel the warmth of the palm of her hand. Every morning when I wake up, the warmth is always there. He will gently feed himself food. After the arrival of Su Li, Princess Changle.I's recipe finally began to enrich. Although it can only be liquid food, after all, there are other tastes in the mouth. Crushed egg whites, juiced fruits, and vegetables. Finally, the bitterness in his mouth is no longer the same for thousands of years. Princess Changle.I found that she gradually got used to Su Li and began to adapt to this kind of life. This is an incredible thing. After all, marriage is still a long time away from her. No matter how caught off guard, she married a woman, but she couldn't do anything, but her husband, Su Li, had already done everything. He is really careful. After taking the bitter Chinese medicine, Su Li will often get some sweet honey water to taste himself spoonful by spoonful. Although he couldn't speak, he seemed to have heard everything. So the mouth is no longer just a bitter taste. He will take himself to move his body every day, and he can finally feel the warm sunshine and the earth. My husband will always describe everything around him vividly. Even if he can't see anything, he can still hear the whole world from his mouth. He would also tell himself many strange stories, such as the soul ring of the dead wife who turned into a fighting spirit. Make your boring days a little more interesting. Even though she is quite used to Su Li's existence, Princess Changle.I is always shy whenever there is physical contact. Even after a month, Princess Changle.I still felt that kiss vividly in her memory. "My lady, it's time to go out to bask in the sun." Su Li leaned over and picked up Princess Changle.I. Princess Changle.I stopped her wild thoughts. "Master." Princess Changle.I was overjoyed. She really wanted to answer, but unfortunately she was still unable to speak. She began to indulge in the sense of security and rich life that Su Li gave her. She really accepted Su Li. The governor of the princess mansion watched Su Li pick up Princess Changle.I again and walked out of the room, stepping towards the warm place in the sun. A trance flashed in the female officer's eyes. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. In fact, at the very beginning, the female official also doubted whether this inexplicable newcomer's son-in-law was just posturing. The female officer does not believe in love, nor does she believe in so-called love at first sight. But she never stopped Su Li. She felt that even if she was pretending, as long as Su Li pretended well enough, if Princess Changle.I could feel it, she might feel better. After all, she has watched Princess Changle.I grow up with her own eyes, and she knows Princess Changle.I too well. If Princess Changle.I is really conscious, as Su Li said, what a terrible thing for Princess Changle.I. Yes, she always thought that Su Li's initial gesture was a fake. After all, Su Li slept on the bed from the very beginning, but she was considerate when she first arrived, and the meaning of showing off was too obvious. But now her heart was shaken. It's been a month. Others may not know it, but the female officer can see everything. Su Li really took care of her in every possible way. Except that the female officer is responsible for grooming and scrubbing the body after excretion. Su Li took the initiative to do everything else. He would massage the princess, stretch her body with the princess, tell stories to the princess, and even sleep next to the princess on a small bench at night. Obviously, there are 2 beds in the room. What's even more commendable is that during this period, Su Li did not overdo it. For a month, he was extremely gentle every moment. There was no dissatisfaction or complaint against Princess Changle.I, no moment of laziness and dislike. She saw all of this. Su Li's tenderness seemed inexhaustible. Even if the female officer looked at it suspiciously, there was nothing to criticize. This newly arrived son-in-law stayed with Princess Changle.I all the time within a month, even except eating and going to the bathroom. Even the hair is a little knotted, the beard is a little messy, and even the clothes are a little dirty. He hasn't even groomed in a month. With such intensive care, he is still as gentle as before, and she can see that Su Li is really willing without any dissatisfaction or compulsion. As the saying goes, there is no dutiful son before the bed for a long time. The same is true between husband and wife. Facing a partner who can't move and can't talk, Su Li is able to do this, and the female officer also fully recognizes Su Li as a son-in-law in her heart. Walking at the door, the female officer watched Su Li sitting with her arms around Princess Changle.I. As always, carefully described the surrounding scenery for Princess Changle.I. Her voice was still so gentle. and a smile appeared on the female officer's face. It doesn't matter what the son-in-law's origin is, whether it's a farmer or something else. There is no doubt that he is the perfect match for the princess. Go to boil water. The female officer looked at the maid beside her with a smile on her face. Look at our son-in-law, he's already very busy, the female officer said with a smile. Several maids looked at each other in blank dismay, hurriedly messed up and went to prepare things for bathing with joy. The female officer saw it, so why didn't the maids see it? Whether Su Li is worthy of the princess is another matter, but what he has done has already convinced everyone in the princess mansion. Several maids in the yard, including the female officer, got busy. So that in a short moment, Su Li was surprised to find that no one was staring at him. Su Li has a smile on her face. A painstaking person, God pays off. In the beginning, the entire princess mansion was strictly guarded against Su Li. What level is Su Li? What level is Princess Changle.I? Although they did not show their good qualities, they even seemed to respect Su Li on the outside. But Su Li knew that it was impossible for them to accept themselves abruptly, to accept a sudden consort, a male master who came by air. Especially, I am still a farmer. So even if Su Li took over the care of Princess Changle.I, she didn't relax at all. Su Li didn't have any surprises about this. It's been a long time to see people's hearts. In fact, Su Li was not as considerate and gentle as the female officer thought. The reason why he didn't bother to take a shower to tidy up his image was just to earn more points. But it was sincere to take care of Princess Changle.I. After all, the two were married. How can there be no reason to be reluctant to take care of your own daughter-in-law? Besides, Su Li is still optimistic in his heart. At least he knows that Princess Changle.I can wake up. Although there is no panacea for Princess Changle.I to wake up in the past month, some medicines for improving the body have also been refreshed. They are all relatively cheap. The price is between 3,000 and 5,000, and they have appeared 6 times in total. There are life potions and qi-invigorating herbs. They are medicines that stabilize the body, nourish qi and blood, and strengthen vitality. It's a pity that it only involves the body, not the spirit. Therefore, Princess Changle.I did not wake up. But something rather embarrassing happened. The qi disease inherited from Changle.I is cured. Su Li himself has obtained an introduction to medical skills, and it is no longer a problem to take ordinary pulse inquiries and monitor Changle.I's physical condition. Therefore, basically every day when I wake up, I will take the pulse of Princess Changle.I, check my physical condition, and provide targeted dietary supplements according to the daily pulse condition. In the middle of brushing some life potions and qi-replenishing herbs, they will be given to Princess Changle.I as soon as possible. It can only be said that the products produced by the system have full gold content. From Su Li's professional point of view, they are all good medicines without side effects. It can be said that if there is a disease, it can be cured, and if it is not, it can strengthen the body. Princess Changle.I is in a vegetative state, but her body functions are normal instead. These medicines can't affect the spirit, so all the brain is reflected in the recovery of the body. Princess Changle.I suffers from congenital weather disease, namely asthma. Products like 2,000-point inferior life potion are unlikely to cure the situation, but can only improve the situation. But I can't stand the large amount. Su Li went back and forth for a month to buy all the medicines that are beneficial to the body. Although they are not panacea medicines, each one has a base of 2,000 points, bought 6 times in total, which is equivalent to giving Changle.I system medicines worth nearly 20,000 points. As a result, one day when Su Li took the pulse of Princess Changle.I, she found that Changle.I's qi disease had recovered. The current situation is that Changle.I's body is better than before, except that his consciousness cannot be awakened temporarily. His face was ruddy, full of vitality, and he was healthier than a healthy person. Of course, within a month, Su Li himself has changed a lot. After sitting down with Princess Changle.I in her arms, Su Li didn't immediately tell Princess Changle.I a story, but first pulled Princess Changle.I's little hands and rubbed them together. Give me a small attribute gift bag, please. Then open today's system mall. Product 1, Infinity Gloves, snap your fingers to destroy the world, of course. The premise is that you can do it. Value, 18,888 W points. Commodity 2, a small gift pack of attribute points. Please don't need me to introduce you since I've bought it so many times. Value, 10,000 points. Commodity 3, Kryptonian blood becoming stronger after exposure to the sun. Value, 13,000 W points. Commodity 4, Memory of veterans who have fought in all battles, wearing gold armor in all battles in the yellow sand, and will not be returned until Lulan is broken. Value 30,000 points. Commodity 5. Yan Gong regular script. You are the master of regular script. Contemporary Yan Zhenking. Value 10 W points. Currently available credits for the host 194,630. Commodity warehouse. Salt-making technology, steel-making technology, some sundries. Su Li can earn 30,000 points on average every day, which is relatively stable. A month has passed, and the reason why only 150,000 points have been saved is largely because of Curry's steel-making and salt-making skills. Steel-making is worth 400,000 points. Salt-making technique is worth 100,000 points. At the beginning, Su Li considered that this thing is so expensive, or should he spend some time and money to figure out this thing in the future? Later, after Su Li bought it, I realized that I was very wrong. Because the product has an important attribute. According to the current environment, the optimal formula, production method, and process scale are automatically generated. Among them, it is as small as the formula, as large as the factory structure diagram, and it is extremely considerate. Let's just put it this way. Let alone Su Li pondering over this stuff, even if the entire dating people ponder it together, the limit is just like this. Because this is the optimal production strategy automatically generated by the system, according to the current environment, and the salt-making technique with the maximum production output. In fact, Su Li was a little apprehensive when she bought it. She was afraid that once she bought it, she would say distillation and purification, and it would be over. Su Li also knows that high temperature is needed for steelmaking, so it's not the principle but the tools. How to distill, how to purify, how to build a blast furnace capable of making steel. It is rare to be related to the industrial chain. Once the industry is involved, if a related product has a problem, the entire product may have a problem. This is also the hardest step in turning knowledge into results. But Su Li noticed the hint on the product. Salt-making technique. A complete guide to salt-making in the manual era, teaching you to build a large-scale salt-making industrial environment from the most primitive environment. This is the product introduction that Su Li has noticed. As expected after the purchase, it is not a simple principle of refined salt purification. How should I put it if I have to describe it specifically? The other party directly gave you a strategy to mass-produce refined salt in the existing ancient environment. All related products are included, even including the distribution environment of inland salt mines. The same is true for the steelmaking method worth 400,000 yuan. Not only the principle of steelmaking, but also how to build a blast furnace in the existing environment, how to make coal coke, how to remove sulfur, and even the distribution of some coal mines and a large number of iron and steel mines. To put it bluntly, it is to feed the rice directly into the mouth. After buying it, you only need to invest a certain amount of financial and material resources. The technology tree is the kind that jumps directly. These two cost 500,000 points. Although they are not useful at the moment, they are definitely worth the money. Secondly, I also bought 18 small gift packs of attribute points. This kind of high-quality and cheap product can only be said to be as good as possible, and it cost another 180,000 points. Secondly, it cost 30,000 to 50,000 yuan to buy medicine for Princess Changle.I. After that, there are some sundries that are very cheap, such as cola, toilet paper, pepper, and other seasonings. All of them were classified as sundries by the system, mainly because they were too cheap. Su Li bought a lot of them, which was almost enough to open a restaurant, and it consumed about 1,000 points. Therefore, it is only worth saving 190,000 points, mainly because the refresh of the system mall is too random. Some can't afford it at all and can only be greedy. And sometimes 5 products are useless, such as toilet paper, cola, soy sauce, old soy sauce things. Otherwise, Su Li might not be able to save any points. Among other things, if you buy as many attribute point gift packs as you want, Su Li will definitely not save any points. Su Li bought a total of 18 small gift packs of attribute points in this month. A total of 45 free attributes were issued. An average of 2.5 free attributes for a small gift package of attribute points. Luck is not bad. Expand attributes. Su Li muttered in her heart, checking the current personal attribute panel. Name Su Li. Age 23. Strength 83 points can be added. Physique 83 points can be added. Acuity 63 points can be added. Comprehension, 69 points can be added. Charisma, 63 points can be added. Available free attributes, 0. Su Li is currently taking the route of adding both strength and body, and the rest of the attributes are not available for the time being. Physical fitness is the first priority. After all, it involves his own vitality. At present, Su Li's sharpness, charm, understanding, and other attributes have not changed, but his physique and strength have increased by more than 20 points respectively. 83 strength attributes, how should I put it? Su Li's current strength is very impressive. Although there is still a big gap from the history of the Overlord holding a tripod, it is not much different from the Hercules of this era. Su Li tried it out in the Princess Mansion. There are more than 100 caddies of ornamental rocks in the garden, and Su Li can easily lift them up and make various movements. Su Li reckoned that his ultimate strength might even be able to reach 400 or 500 caddies. As for the effect of improving physical fitness, it is also obvious. Su Li has greatly improved both durability and endurance, and the most important thing is the improvement of physical fitness and the increase in resistance to injuries. Su Li tried it and made a small cut on her arm. Compared with the previous comparison, the recovery speed has nearly doubled. In other words, the injury that used to take 2 days to heal now heals in 1 day. Others suffered 100 days of injury, while Su Li suffered a 50-day injury. Su Li estimated that the improvement of physical fitness should increase the vitality and toughness of cells. The specific mechanism is not clear, but what is certain is that with the continuous improvement of physical fitness, Su Li will gradually move closer to the unbeatable Xiaoqiang. If you really have thousands of points of physique, maybe you can live forever and be reborn with a drop of blood. His eyes looked at the refreshed products of today's system. It is worth mentioning that Su Li had already released the permanent lock of the one-time portal very early on. When the portal was locked, Su Li had no points and couldn't afford anything. At that time, Su Li had even prepared to farm the land for the rest of her life. Whether the system product is refreshed or not doesn't make much sense to him. After all, no matter how refreshed it is, he can't afford it. Keeping the ticket to go home is Su Li's last stubbornness. However, since she got the treasure of Princess Changle.I, Su Li put aside the idea of going home. Just kidding. If you have the opportunity to be called the ancestor in ancient times, whoever wants to go back to the modern age will be careful, and even be harmed if he is not careful. What's more, with one more product refresh slot, it is easier to refresh a variety of products. Skillfully skipping the Infinity Gauntlet and Superman bloodlines, Su Li has turned a blind eye to this coveted commodity now. After all of them are too expensive to afford, and they are extremely excessive. It even refreshed a Pangu clone worth 999.9 billion. Su Li thinks that the product page of the system must be a messy channel, and this is obviously a history. In addition to these products that can only be seen and cannot be bought, the products refreshed by the system also have many things that are better than nothing. Like toilet paper, fries, fried chicken, cola, pepper powder, chili noodles. Each one is not expensive, only a dozen points. But it didn't have much use, so it was bought by Su Li and thrown into the sundries. In short, the random refresh of the commercial housing in the system covers an extremely wide range. Except for the relatively common small gift packs of attribute points, everything else depends on randomness. There are even occasional situations where the 5 products that are refreshed in a day are useless. This time it's not bad. At least there are 3 products that can be bought and used. There is no doubt about the small gift pack of attribute points. Buy it on the spot. Luckily, 3 free attributes were offered. Physique +2, strength +1. Su Li's constitution attribute reached 85, and his strength attribute reached 84. Su Li reckoned that his innate physical attributes were almost equal to those of second-rate military generals. The most important thing is that Su Li's strength and physique are innate attributes. Su Li didn't even learn combat experience, nor did he polish his body. In other words, Su Li still has a lot of room for growth. After a long period of physical training and practicing martial arts, Su Li's performance all day can be improved to a higher level. Dating can be ranked first. But now Su Li doesn't have the time to hone his body and learn martial arts. He can't wait to score points 24 hours a day. The memories of veterans in all battles. Click to buy. Points changed from 190,000 to 150,000. In a trance, Su Li only felt that scene after scene appeared in his mind. The scene of a battle veteran. There is no exquisite martial arts, no gorgeous moves. On the battlefield, I will live and you will die. It's a knife, a shot, a life and death struggle between you and me. Scenes of scenes violently filled Su Li's mind. Just an old pawn on the battlefield, not as invincible as in the TV series. It is survival and killing under the interweaving of countless luck and experience. After a battle, rushing to the next one is like using consumables that are worthless. A day later comes the battle that could be at any time. Different from the enlightenment of introduction to the art of war, this time Su Li seemed to have really become a soldier. Enlisted in the army, taught by seniors. I have been cannon fodder, consumables, soldiers, and broken soldiers. I don't know what to fight for, and I don't know who to fight for. I only know that in the face of the enemy, you have to pick up the knife in your hand, and then you will die. In fact, this is the status quo of most soldiers. The glory belongs to the generals. In Su Li's eyes, a trace of hostility slowly appeared. It wasn't until she looked at Princess Changle.I in her arms that the hostility in Su Li's eyes melted away like ice and snow. What about Su Li now? If you want to talk about gorgeous moves and skills, there is no such thing. But if it is against the former self, it will definitely be a crushing performance. That is the improvement brought to Su Li by countless combat experience and survival experience. There are even a lot of dirty moves in my mind, but there are no dirty moves in the battlefield, and if you focus on it, you will die. Even a first-class military general who has just entered the battlefield, if he has no real experience in the battlefield, he is likely to be killed by Su Li today. There is only one thing Su Li learned, and that is to cut off the enemy's head regardless of everything. As long as the enemy is alive, the danger is not lifted. Yan Gong's regular script, Su Li pondered for a moment. There are not many chances for the system to refresh the products that can be purchased exactly and are practical. Just buy it. The points melted away rapidly, leaving only more than 50,000 points. After all, Yan Zhenking's regular script can be regarded as a manifestation of superb skills. Although it's just calligraphy, but 100,000 points is worth it, and there are few people who can compare with Yan Zhenking in the whole calligraphy. It can only be said that he is evenly matched. He is one of the most outstanding calligraphy figures. After a wave of consumption is over, the points accumulated so hard are only more than 50,000 points left. Su Li has also successfully mastered Yan Gong's regular script, and her battlefield experience and attributes have also been improved again. Generally speaking, Su Li is currently estimated to be able to barely rank among the first-class military generals based on his veteran experience alone in terms of force value. With a little training and polishing, the first-class generals can be considered to be at the upper-middle level. Coupled with the introduction to the art of war, Su Li is a competent vanguard and general who leads the way, and he can also be called invincible on the battlefield. As for literature, although there is only Yan Gong's regular script, but based on calligraphy alone, Yan Zhenking's regular script is definitely enough to establish a school. However, Su Li was not in a hurry to experiment, but honestly held Princess Changle.I to score points. It is still the familiar stretching of the limbs. For Princess Changle.I, she has gradually got to know her husband Su Li within a month. Although every intimate physical contact can't avoid shyness in my heart, but I'm already familiar with it. Even before falling asleep every night, I look forward to tomorrow. Although every day is so unchanging, even though she still can't wake up, she seems to have a lot more expectations for tomorrow. Will there be a new story to hear tomorrow? Will he still pick him up tomorrow? Warm and ordinary. She had a marriage contract long ago, and her fate was doomed. But the girl in Huchun always has various expectations, and she once fantasized about whether there will be a handsome young man who will break this established destiny. I have also imagined whether there will be a young general who succeeds in youth and is invincible. That's right, she doesn't like her cousin Sun Chong. Even after the marriage contract is made, no one has longing for the future and expectations for the person they love. One day, the established destiny was broken. It's just that he's not the Mr. Jia as she imagined, nor is he the young general who overwhelms the world. Her husband is just a farmer. It seemed far from her occasional fantasies, but she seems to be addicted to it. She began to like this ordinary and undisturbed daily life, and she began to like Su Li's meticulous care and consideration for her. It seems that no matter when and where, he is always by his side. The girl's longing has found a foothold and is anchored here. It's just a pity for her that she still can't wake up, and occasionally worries about gains and losses in her heart. If he could never wake up, would he always be by his side as always? Although Princess Changle.I is conscious, she still cannot control her body, and incontinence has become a daily routine. Although because of Su Li's existence and comfort, the sense of shame in her heart gradually subsided, but with the unrestrained desire for gentle punishment, she began to worry about gains and losses. I am like this, I can't even control my excretion. Will he really accompany me as always, won't he dislike me? When she started to worry about Su Li's gaze and her own shortcomings, she was already inextricably trapped. Therefore, after getting rid of the sense of shame, it takes a long time for Princess Changle.I to resolve her inner worries about gains and losses every time she becomes incontinent. Fortunately, Su Li, as always, every time after the female officer wiped herself clean, she would hold her hand immediately and comfort and relieve herself gently. Su Li doesn't know the sadness in the girl's heart. He doesn't even know that after getting rid of the fear of dark consciousness and the shame of incontinence, the girl starts to worry about her own attitude. He was just helping Princess Changle.I move her body as usual, and suddenly, a strange smell came. For Princess Changle.I, no matter how many times she experienced this moment, it was embarrassing, humiliating, and seriously traumatizing. Although every time the female officer would help her to scrub her body for the first time, even though this was not the first time such a thing had happened to her husband-in-law. Su Li would always call the female officer over at the first time, and then consciously avoid it, waiting for the female officer to deal with it and give Princess Changle.I a heart-building as soon as possible. Humiliation and unavoidable. Su Li didn't dislike it. Instead, he got up immediately and prepared to call the female officer. But this time, looking around, there was no servant. The female officer and the maid are preparing for Su Li's bath. They have recognized Su Li as the son-in-law and recognized Su Li's care, love, and considerate care for Princess Changle.I. This is also the first time they let Su Li and Princess Changle.I be alone, letting go of their guard. In fact, for the maids of the Princess Mansion, their greatest request and expectation for the son-in-law is that the son-in-law can treat Princess Changle.I sincerely. After all, Princess Changle.I has a gentle personality since she was a child. She treats people kindly, and she is beautiful. There is no maid who does not like Princess Changle.I from the bottom of her heart. So what about coming and going? If they can't treat Princess Changle.I sincerely, if they can't take care of Princess Changle.I meticulously, they won't really accept it in their hearts. They recognize Su Li's status as the male host. Su Li froze for a moment. He is still holding Princess Changle.I, and he will not be able to find anyone for a while. And there is no delay in scrubbing the body. Su Li just pondered for a while. Miss, this time my husband will scrub you. For Changle.I, this moment was extremely humiliating. She waited for her husband-in-law Su Li to hand herself over to the female officer as usual. But after a long time, without any movement, Changle.I suddenly realized that he seemed to have not heard any movement from the female officer and maid for a long time. She suddenly had a bad idea. Will there be only her and Su Li in the yard now? For Princess Changle.I, she hoped that time would fly by at such a humiliating moment, like an ostrich with its head buried in the sand, pretending that nothing happened. But with the peculiar smell coming into the nose, Su Li even hugged herself. Princess Changle.I's heart is extremely tormented. At this time, a gentle voice sounded beside his ears. Princess Changle.I's thoughts suddenly froze. She really wanted to reject Su Li's proposal. I do not want. Who wants the person he likes to see his most embarrassing and humiliating scene? I do not want. She cried silently but couldn't shed any tears. I am your husband. Su Li gently touched Princess Changle.I's little face. We should have. Su Li gently picked up Princess Changle.I and stepped into the room. Clean up the filth, don't delay. Su Li has seen the female officer scrubbing the body of Princess Changle.I many times. Moreover, in Princess Changle.I's state, there is always hot water and clothes for changing in the house. Therefore, there was no trouble, but Su Li was still quite nervous. Gently put Princess Changle.I away and brought hot water. Su Li actually knew in his heart that if Princess Changle.I was conscious, then scrubbing Princess Changle.I's body by herself would be more humiliating than the female officer scrubbing Princess Changle.I's body. After all, no matter how the female officer is Princess Changle.I's caring person, the gender is the same, and the sense of shame can be overcome. But Su Li is different. Firstly, he is a male, and secondly, he is the husband of Princess Changle.I. Obviously, it was difficult for Princess Changle to accept. This is also the main reason why Su Li has never offered to scrub Princess Changle's body. After all, in this state, Princess Changle's psychological construction is even more important. But this time, the situation was sudden. It was impossible for Su Li to find someone with Princess Changle in her arms. And it's impossible to wait here for someone to come back. For vegetative people, it must be cleaned in time, scrubbed clean, and kept clean and dry, so as to avoid complications in the body due to this situation. And to take a step back, they are husband and wife. This is also an inevitable thing, and sooner or later we have to be honest with each other. And the most important thing is that, in the process of getting along emotionally, the couple who come to the end are often not the couple who accept each other's strengths. It's a pair that embraces each other's flaws. Husband and wife are partners who support each other for life. No matter how embarrassing or what the situation is, you must give the other party the greatest degree of tolerance. This is the way to go. Of course, it is also essential for Su Li to give Princess Changle psychological construction during the hands-on process. "We are husband and wife," Su Li said softly as she untied Princess Changle's clothes. As the saying goes, getting married as a husband and wife, there is no doubt about love and affection. It is a fate practiced in several generations, and it is the support of love and support for decades. "What embarrassment can't be overcome?" Su Li whispered softly. "Maybe, after you wake up, someday I will be lying in bed and unable to move." Su Li explained it softly, although he was not sure if Princess Changle could hear it. In fact, in Su Li's feeling, with the improvement of her body, Princess Changle may only be conscious for longer and longer. Therefore, no matter when, he will often talk and tell stories, hoping that after Princess Changle wakes up, he can also have a certain emotional foundation with Princess Changle. At that time, even if you can't rack up points unscrupulously like now, but there is always a foundation of love. Even if you live a normal life as a couple, you can still have points in the account. At the very least, let Princess Changle accept her sudden husband. Undress. Su Li has no distracting thoughts. In fact, it is impossible for Su Li to have distracting thoughts. After all, Princess Changle's current state is not good. How do you say that? When I think about it, fairies can also shit, so that's what fairies seem to do. When you put aside the princess, put aside the appearance, and put aside a lot of appearances, the essence of human beings is to eat and shit, and no one is more noble. Su Li didn't dislike it either, because he knows that this is what happens to people. Time cannot be deceived, and people will always grow old. Staying together between husband and wife is not to add various filters to each other, but to put aside all pretense and external appearance to accept the truest partner. She also poops and farts. Her farts are as smelly as yours, and she might also clog the toilet when she poops. You have to accept that the other person is not a perfect fairy. You have to accept that the other person is a human being. She will also have a big nose. Maybe she will fart and smoke you while you are not paying attention. Su Li cleaned up carefully and calmly. Consort. Just at this time, the female officer's call came, and everything needed for bathing was ready. She originally planned to ask Su Li to take a bath, but found that there was no princess and son-in-law in the yard. When she went to the house, she saw Su Li undoing Princess Changle's clothes. "My son-in-law, I'll come." Although the female officer didn't see clearly, she knew that it must be Princess Changle during their absence. What even the female officer didn't realize was, she even subconsciously ignored Su Li's misdemeanor to Princess Changle while they were away. Even if she saw Su Li undoing Princess Changle's clothes at the first moment, even if she didn't even smell it at the first moment, the brain seemed to subconsciously ignore that Su Li wanted to do something wrong with Princess Changle, but Princess Changle had a special situation. Realizing this, the female officer hurriedly came behind Su Li with a complicated expression on her face. "It's almost finished, I'll do it," Su Li smiled. The female officer noticed that although Su Li was not as proficient at scrubbing as she was very careful and serious, and she didn't look disgusted at all. The female officer also realized that she recognized this son-in-law from the bottom of her heart. In any case, the son-in-law has witnessed all the unbearable things that Princess Changle has suffered, and has accepted and taken care of them without reservation. Su Li just gently helped Princess Changle fasten her clothes, then looked at the female officer and said, "After all, I am a son-in-law, isn't it? This is what I should do." The female officer's expression froze for a moment, and when she looked at Su Li's expression, she was completely calm without any pretense. A smile appeared on the female officer's face, and then she bowed to salute. "Yes, you are the consort of the Princess Mansion," the female officer emphasized again. "However, the son-in-law couldn't take off his clothes. I have taken care of the princess so far. I ordered the maid to prepare the bathing things, and I also asked the son-in-law to take a bath and rest," the female official said with a smile. "Ah, is it dirty?" Su Li realized in a daze that he seemed to be obsessed with earning points for more than a month without any scruples about his personal image. "Your son-in-law would rather look in the mirror." The female officer smiled and pointed at the bronze mirror, with a smile of an aunt who cared for the younger generation. She is almost 40 years old and has watched Princess Changle.I grow up. Now seeing that Su Li is so caring and considerate to the unconscious Princess Changle.I, even helping Princess Changle.I scrub her body without changing her face, I have fully recognized Su Li. Hearing this, Su Li looked at the bronze mirror. "Good guy, the hair is really messy, the whole person is disheveled, and the beard is also scruffy. In this case, you really need to sort out your personal image. Although scoring points is good, it will take a long time to come." Su Li could also hear the female officer's closeness. In fact, when the female officer asked the servants in the mansion to prepare to take a bath, Su Li knew that she had completely confirmed her status as a son-in-law in the Princess Mansion. Worth taking a shower to celebrate. However, Su Li did not leave immediately, but planned to have another conversation with Princess Changle.I. After all, she had just experienced a humiliating scene. "Let the minister come," the female officer stopped Su Li with a smile. It is worth mentioning that the female officer is a minister in the Princess Mansion. "My son-in-law, please go take a bath," the female officer said. Changle.I, Su Li wanted to speak, but the female officer had already answered. "I know, son-in-law, hurry up, don't keep the princess waiting." The female officer looked at Changle.I, who had been cleaned and changed by Su Li, with a kind smile on her face. Su Li nodded and stepped out of the room. After Su Li left, the female officer slowly sat by the bed and held Princess Changle.I's hand. The female official is a taciturn person. She has never spoken much, but she does her best. Later, she was appointed as the governor of the princess's mansion by the eldest grandson Wugu and became the housekeeper of the Changle.I princess's mansion. At that time, Changle.I was still very young, only 6 years old. At that time, it was the first time that Princess Changle.I slept in a separate bed with her mother, and the female officer hugged and coaxed the little Princess Changle.I for a long, long time. Later, she watched Princess Changle.I grow up bit by bit. Princess Changle.I seems to have inherited the character of her eldest grandson Wugu perfectly, never domineering, knowledgeable, sensible, and beautiful. Although the female official is only a courtier, she silently regards Princess Changle.I as her own child. She watched Princess Changle.I grow up and down little by little since she was a child. Until one day, Princess Changle.I made a marriage contract. That day, Princess Changle.I asked her, "What is marriage?" The female officer is not married either, and she doesn't know what marriage is. Changle.I told her that she didn't want to marry her cousin, although this marriage may seem like a perfect match to many people. After all, Changsun Chang is the eldest son of Changsun Wuji. The eldest grandson Wuji is also the big brother of the empress, eldest grandson Wugu. Changsun Wuji himself is also Li Er's right-hand man. The eldest son Chang is also handsome and generous, with little talent and a lot of praises. But the female officer still felt that Changsun Chang was not a good match for Princess Changle.I. Although Changsun Chang's family background is already the ultimate in human affairs, marrying Princess Changle.I can be called a perfect match. But Changle.I still didn't like it, and the female officer was also dissatisfied, because she could tell that Changsun Chang didn't really care about Princess Changle.I. It's just that she is just a small female official in the Princess Mansion, and she has no right to object. No one can refute what the Queen, His Majesty, and Changsun Wuji have decided. Later, Princess Changsun suddenly fell into a coma. Su Li fell from the sky. The female officer is particularly dissatisfied. Su Li and Changsun Chang are completely different. No matter how much she denies Changsun Chang's sincerity towards the princess, she has to admit that compared with Changsun Chang, Su Li is incomparable. A farmer, the only thing comparable to Changsun Chang is probably his looks. Later, he saw Su Li's consistent thoughtfulness, gentleness, and meticulousness. "Princess, I think, the son-in-law is really good." The female officer looked at Princess Changle.I, who was still sleeping, and said softly with a smile on her face. And on the other side, Su Li stepped into the bathing place. There was already a maid waiting here. When Su Li came in, a maid undressed him. I'll do it myself. Su Li shook his head when he saw the steaming vat full of water. The maids didn't force it and retreated after Su Li asked. Taking off her clothes and untying her hair, Su Li rubbed her tangled hair and stepped into the barrel with a smile. The water temperature is just right, neither hot nor cold. The warmth brushed over Su Li's body. Su Li leaned on the wooden barrel with a bit of regret in his eyes. I've been a little dazed to earn points these days, actually because Su Li thinks that after Princess Changle.I wakes up, she will never get the chance to earn points like this again. Hurry up and seize the opportunity to improve yourself. Congratulations to the host, unlock new intimate actions, get the skill, never get lost. You have a strong sense of direction, every step you take is a map. You will not lose your way even if you close your eyes, no matter where you go, it is like going home to you. What are you waiting for? Seal the wolf and live in Su. Su Li's eyes lit up. Su Li still doesn't know how much this skill is worth. After all, he hasn't refreshed the product page of the system, but just listening to this description is considered a magical skill. Especially after obtaining an introduction to the art of war and having a certain military foundation. For military strategists, this is definitely a dream skill. Why is it a miracle to seal the wolf and live in Su? Isn't it because Hugh Quibang even crossed the border that the Huns couldn't cross? Throughout history, there are many generals who have achieved similar achievements, such as Li Jiang, such as Sapphire. But the achievements of these people cannot actually be compared with Hugh Quibang. Not a difficulty at all. Especially after obtaining the introduction to the art of war and having a comprehensive knowledge of the art of war, Su Li can feel how difficult it is to seal the wolf into a house. First of all, the marching route. People describe Hugh Quibang as going deep into the hinterland of the Huns. Even in modern times, Hugh Quibang's miraculous record is attributed to Hugh Quibang's capture of the Xiongnu Guide. People who can make such conclusions are almost fools. Li Guang didn't know how to catch the Xiongnu Guide, did he? The Huns have no brains and don't know how to place eyeliner in places that are easy to be penetrated by the enemy, right? If it were really that simple, they wouldn't have to wait for Hugh Quibang to go deep into the hinterland. If it were really that simple, there wouldn't be only one Hugh Quibang in the entire Han dynasty who could seal the wolf and live in Zuxu. Where did Hugh Quibang march? The desert and the Gobi Desert are not grasslands. What is that place? It is placed in a place that can be called a human forbidden zone in modern times. That is a dangerous place that the Huns themselves dare not set foot in. That's where the most experienced businessmen from the western regions would get lost. And the most amazing thing is that Hugh Quibang, as a native Han Chinese, went in and out at will as if he had installed a navigation system in the desert and Gobi Desert, where the Huns dared not set foot in large numbers. The desert and the Gobi Desert are as important to the defense of the Xiongnu as the isolated city with its back on the cliff. Hugh Quibang's march from the desert and the Gobi Desert was about the same difficulty as climbing up a cliff to attack the opponent's city. The desert and the Gobi Desert are too big for the Xiongnu to guard against. What's more, if a Han Chinese can lead a surprise attack from inside, the meaning to the Huns is equivalent to directly parachuting an elite army in your hinterland. They are all playing magic, so what if they lose? If the Xiongnu sent out generals who could lead the troops to appear in the hinterland of the Central Plains without disturbing the 3 outer passes, then Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty would have no choice but to admit defeat. The strange thing about Hugh Quibang is that he seems to be carrying a navigator. He even knows how to walk in the boundless yellow sand better than the local Huns. He even knew where the Huns would be stationed better than the local Huns. If my attribute reaches 90, coupled with never getting lost, a reenactment of Finglang Juxu, wouldn't it be? From the west to the north of the Central Plains, there are vast deserts and boundless permafrost. There are wild places that no native has ever really set foot in to understand. If you can overcome the problem of getting lost, with the vast land in the northwest and the small population base, Su Li can completely invincible and become their real nightmare. Take another look at your own attribute points. It's not too far from 90. Doesn't that mean Finglang Juxu is right in front of you? Which man has never dreamed of galloping on the battlefield? However, Su Li is still a more conscientious person. If the attribute points are not full, just think about it. After gaining the life experience of a veteran of hundreds of battles, Su Li knew what the real sword has no eyes. In addition to being killed on the battlefield, there are too many weird ways to die. Sometimes a small wound caused by tetanus is the source of death. Don't stock up on more medicine and get your physique full. Su Li doesn't plan to go to the battlefield. Besides, in the early years of the Tang dynasty, the stars were like clouds. Even if Su Li was invincible, to be honest, it was just icing on the cake. After soaking the jujube for a while, I rubbed my body carefully. It's really dirty after not taking a shower for more than a month. The gray slivers rubbed out from her body were enough to make noodles, and after washing her hair well, Su Li changed her clothes and walked out of the inner room. After leaving the inner room, there were already maids waiting in the outer room. "Sir, please sit down." Su Li sat down on her knees. Several maids brought towels one after another. Carefully separate Su Li's hair into strands, wash, and dry. In ancient times, there were no hair dryers, and everyone had long hair. After washing my hair, even after wiping it, it is still wet, so I can only wait for it to dry naturally. Of course, this is the practice of the poor. In a wealthy family, there are usually servants holding a towel with good water absorption, dividing the hair into small strands and drying them carefully. Time-consuming and labor-intensive, the poor must have neither the money nor the time to do this. Ah, who would live a corrupt life in feudalism? Or say that everyone hates corruption and everyone wants to be corrupt. Su Li is the first time so far to enjoy the treatment that a consort should have. It feels good, but Su Li isn't over it. Su Li's evaluation is that it is better to earn points quickly. After wiping her hair, Su Li left in a hurry. When Su Li arrived, it was the female official who was looking after Princess Changle.I. Seeing Su Li's arrival, the female official retreated knowingly. Continue to do rehabilitation treatment for Princess Changle.I as always. Continue to feed Princess Changle.I at noon. In the afternoon, continue to hold Princess Changle.I and tell stories. Su Li found that the attitude of female officers has changed a lot. In fact, Su Li could feel before that the female officers' respect to her was only out of form and not from the heart. But Su Li didn't complain either. After all, the governor of the Princess Mansion has a special status. He is the housekeeper of the Princess Mansion personally appointed by the Queen. As far as this condition is concerned, it is necessary to look down on yourself and embarrass yourself in various ways in Ziobiwan. Being able to show superficial respect is already considered a high professional quality. But now Su Li can clearly feel that the female officer's attitude towards her is much closer. For example, when eating, the female officer will specifically ask Su Li what she would like to eat. For example, take the initiative to ask Su Li if there is anything she wants to buy. For example, when talking to Su Li, the tone is much gentler, and the respect revealed is no longer superficial. Su Li didn't make any other demands because of this. After all, for Su Li, the food in the Princess Mansion is rich enough. As a difficulty in choosing, it is better to choose what to eat today than to be completely random. Anyway, the food in the Princess Mansion is worse than eating corn bread in the field. As for what to buy, there is no need to buy anything. Su Li has nothing to ask for except for savings. Just like that, one day passed quickly, just like every day before, repeating what I did before, but there were some differences. At night, Su Li carried Princess Changle.I to the bed, lifted her small stool, and sat on Princess Changle.I's bedside naturally. To be honest, it is really uncomfortable to sit on a small bench and sleep on the bedside. This kind of sourness can only be said to whoever sleeps knows. When I woke up the next day, my whole body was rattling, my back was sore, and I had no sleep experience at all. The good thing is that Su Li can get attribute points from time to time. Now the attributes of physique and strength are different from ordinary people, so it doesn't have much impact in such a rest environment. But having said that, no matter how good your physique is, sleeping on your stomach while sitting on a small bench is definitely not as comfortable as sleeping on a bed. But anyway, the physical attribute is high enough, and it can withstand it. After waking up, it is still full of energy, so Su Li doesn't care. After all, Princess Changle.I hasn't woken up yet, and there is more than one bed in the room. If Su Li wants to, he can sleep on the bed. No one abuses Su Li to let Su Li sleep like this. Princess Changle.I just slept in separate beds. For the sake of points, it doesn't matter a little bit of suffering. Compared to sleeping more comfortably, Su Li prefers to see 7,000 or 8,000 points steadily credited. It's a long stream. Su Li sat down calmly, took Princess Changle.I's little hand, and lay beside Princess Changle.I's bed. The female officer is used to this scene. Su Li is like this every night. even if she has to sit on a small bench to fall asleep because of it. At first, the female officer thought that Su Li was just for show. He even looked forward to the embarrassment that Su Li would obediently lie back on his bed the next day after his waist was sore and his legs ached. But that's not the case. Su Li does this every night, and every morning the female officer can hear the alternative music played by Su Li because of stretching. What was beyond the female officer's imagination was that Su Li not only would rather sleep on a small bench, but also hold Princess Changle.I's hand. She was by Princess Changle.I's side almost all the time during the day, except for going to the toilet. It's as if Su Li couldn't bear to be separated from Princess Changle.I for a moment. It's been like this for a month. Su Li has never shown any reluctance or unwillingness. As a woman, she can feel that Su Li is not only willing, but also willing. "My son-in-law, go to bed and rest." The female officer looked at Su Li, who was lying beside Princess Changle.I's bed, and said softly, um. Su Li turned her head and looked at the female officer in disbelief. "The son-in-law has to take care of the princess during the day, and I'm afraid the body won't be able to take it anymore," the female official said. She knew that Su Li would rather sleep on the bench than in a separate bed, so she wisely didn't mention it. Happiness came so suddenly that Su Li couldn't believe it. But it makes sense when you think about it carefully. I am a son-in-law and the husband of Princess Changle.I, so husband and wife should share the same bed. It's just that Princess Changle.I's situation is special now, and she fell from the sky. It takes time for the female officer to accept herself and understand her character. Now that the female officer and even the entire princess mansion recognize her, why shouldn't she go to bed? Besides, just going to bed doesn't mean the female officer is leaving. Just kidding, Princess Changle.I is still in a coma, so it's impossible that no one is guarding here except Su Li. But even though someone was watching, it was definitely a pleasant surprise for Su Li. "I've done good deeds all my life, and I deserve it," Su Li grinned, turning on the bed without any hesitation. Share the same bed achieved. When Su Li was lying on the bed and really hugged Princess Changle.I, there was a throbbing in his heart. Gao Changle.I's body is very soft and warm, very hot. Su Li watched the points beating every 2 seconds and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. And for Princess Changle.I, this moment is also extremely exciting. She could clearly feel that Su Li was lying beside her. A lot of weird ideas rushed into my mind. The young Changle.I knew that the husband and wife slept on the same bed. So sometimes Changle.I wonders if Su Li and herself are a real couple. After all, they haven't slept in a bed yet. Even after gradually getting used to the warmth and considerateness brought by Su Li, the little Changle.I would occasionally have shameful thoughts in his heart. When will I wake up and sleep in the same bed with Su Li, like a real couple? Changle.I could feel that Su Li was holding his hand beside the bed at night, so where did Su Li sleep? Is it on the ground? Now Su Li is lying on the bed, sharing the same bed with her. Became a real couple. Yes, little Changle.I doesn't know the funny things between men and women. She just thought that couples would sleep in one bed and have little ones. Then will I have a baby too? A strange idea appeared in Princess Changle.I's mind. After all, he was already sleeping in a bed. But is he still unconscious? How to have a baby? Oh, what would it be like if there were children? Is it more like me or like my husband? Shyness and all kinds of weird thoughts flooded into Princess Changle.I's mind. When her thoughts were chaotic, Princess Changle.I felt a big warm hand supporting her head, and Su Li gently placed Changle.I's head in her arms. "Put Changle.I's palm on your chest." I won't be afraid of losing points if I fall asleep like this," Su Li thought happily after adjusting her posture. But for Changle.I, what she felt was an extremely warm chest. Hot. She could even feel her hand on Su Li's chest. Where is Su Li's heart beating? Strong and powerful. I really want to touch it, Princess Changle.I secretly thought. At this moment, she really wanted to touch Su Li's body. Although there is no way to do it, even though such a wish cannot be fulfilled, for Princess Changle.I, tonight is still a sleepless night. But Su Li sleeps comfortably. Sleeping on the bed is definitely much more comfortable than sleeping on a small bench. What's more, there is Princess Changle.I's limp body in her arms, coupled with a rapid beating of points. It can be said that it is a double harvest of career and love. Although she still has to get up at night to adjust the sleeping position of Princess Changle.I in time, for Su Li, this is still a rare good sleep. After waking up the next day, Su Li stretched her waist, and she no longer felt her muscles and bones groaning. She only felt transparent and comfortable, and her body did not feel stiff like sleeping on a small bench. "The son-in-law is awake. The meal is ready," the female officer said when she saw Su Li waking up. "Feed Changle first, and then I'll go eat after feeding," Su Li said. The female officer nodded and went out of the room to greet the maid to bring the liquid food prepared by Changle. Su Li took the time to glance at the products refreshed by the system today. Product 1, a box of Coke Fat House Happy Water, value 2 points. Commodity 2, a roll of toilet paper to save you from the distress of going to the toilet, value 1 point. Commodity 3, a serving of barbecue dipping sauce eating roast beef is a beautiful thing, value 1 point. Commodity 4, attribute point gift pack 1-3 free attribute points will be given randomly, value 10,000 points. Commodity 5, a serving of hot pot base, just hot pot and hot pot, value 1 point. Available credits, 72,342. It's all rubbish, Su Li spat and emptied the system store. They are all meaningless sundries, but when Princess Changle wakes up, she can drink Coke and eat barbecue and hot pot with Princess Changle, which is probably a kind of food. Palace food is beautiful if it is beautiful, but if you eat too much, it will be the same. After all, in this era, there are no rich condiments, no strong stimulation to the taste buds, not even stir-fried dishes. All kinds of condiments accumulated in Su Li's sundries, all kinds of technology and hard work are enough to open a restaurant, but Changle has not yet woken up, and there is no time to improve the food. This thing is not expensive anyway, and it is not expensive to buy. It will go bad. It's time to buy seasoning. Another small gift pack of attribute points was brushed out, which is barely okay. After rubbing his hands together, he took Princess Changle's little hand with one hand and clicked to open it with the other. Congratulations to the host, the luck is overwhelming and you get 3 free attributes. It is still a combination of physical strength and balanced development. Physique and strength came to 86 points at the same time. Like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, I'm afraid the innate attribute will break 90. You can't rush to the battlefield, set a small goal, add it to 100, and then think about fighting. Su Li understands the theory of Gu Dao very well. He is now a noble son-in-law, and the current Tang dynasty is in a state of peace. Since Li Jiaying destroyed the Turks, the Tang dynasty is now in a period of progress and expansion. It's not that the family is ruined and the country is alive and dead. Su Li just wants to fulfill her dream of being a man on the battlefield, of course. It is to add more attribute points to avoid capsizing in the gutter. Feeling a little bit lucky today, 2 days in a row, a small gift pack of attribute points was issued, and 3 attributes were issued twice in a row. Su Li happily took the porridge prepared for Princess Changle from the maid. It's not the millet porridge before, but with chopped vegetables, seasonings, and crushed egg whites. In short, it tastes absolutely delicious, and the taste is not the same every day. After eating porridge, there is a glass of fruit juice waiting. Su Li served the porridge to cool down as usual, and then gently placed it on Princess Changle's lips. The body's instinctive swallowing action made the warm porridge fall into Princess Changle's belly, and Princess Changle's consciousness slowly woke up with the physiological stimulation brought by the swallowing action. Last night was the first time she shared the bed with Su Li. Princess Changle has been thinking about the issue of having a baby, worrying about this and that in a mess, and finally lost sleep. So much so that Princess Changle even fell asleep before eating. The female officer looked at the scene in front of her with kind eyes. The son-in-law, whom she fully recognized, was warmly blowing hot and cold porridge to the princess and carefully feeding it. Isn't this the real good match for Princess Changle she had expected? However, the warm scene at the moment was quickly interrupted by a call. "Governor, young Master Chang Sun Chong is visiting." As soon as the maid's voice fell, footsteps and Chang Sun Chong's voice resounded in the courtyard simultaneously. "Cousin, I'm here to see you." There was a trace of coldness on the female officer's face. What made her angry was that now that Princess Changle was married to her son-in-law, Chang Sun Chong could still enter the princess mansion without notification. In the past, Chang Sun Chong was the cousin of Princess Changle, and the current queen is Chang Sun Chong's biological aunt. Secondly, Chang Sun Chong also had a marriage contract with Princess Changle, so he could enter the inner courtyard of the princess mansion without notification, which is beyond reproach. But now that the princess is married, Chang Sun Chong has become an outsider from any point of view. What does this mean? This shows that the guards at the gate of the princess mansion did not regard Su Li as a son-in-law, nor did they take Su Li seriously. and this is her serious dereliction of duty. She is the governor of the Princess Mansion, and theoretically has the right to control the personnel transfer of the entire Princess Mansion. But now, Chang Sun-chong was able to go straight into the inner courtyard, and he was slapping the son-in-law's face, and he was also slapping her face. The female officer didn't think much. She just wished Princess Changle.I well. Since she recognized Su Li, she also recognized Su Li's status as the male host. However, as the governor of the Princess Mansion, she appeared in such a thing which was unacceptable to her. "My son-in-law, I'm going to refuse." The female officer looked embarrassed and bowed to Su Li with a bit of guilt. "It's okay," Su Li waved his hand. In fact, after a month of contact, Su Li also knew that the female officer is a cold-faced and warm-hearted person. Now that she has accepted her position as the male master, she will never do anything to deliberately lose face. There are only two possibilities for such a thing to happen now. One is that although Su Li has been approved by the maids and female officials in the inner court, she has not been approved by the outer court. This is normal after all. Su Li hasn't been out of the inner court since she got married, and people in the outer court can't even recognize Su Li. Another possibility is the inertia of thinking. Su Li knew that Chang Sun-chong and Princess Changle.I made a marriage contract very early in history, and Chang Sun-chong had a special status as the queen's nephew. He accumulated too much power and formed a thinking inertia. Many people have not realized that the princess has married. Woman. "Let him in, after all he's Changle.I''s cousin," Su Li said. Anyway, aside from the nullified marriage contract, Chang Sun-chong is also Princess Changle.I''s cousin, so there is nothing to criticize either emotionally or rationally. "I am ashamed," the female officer saluted again. Su Li just smiled and waved his hands. Only then did the female officer walk out of the room, greet the eldest grandson, and rush in. "How is it? How is your cousin's condition?" Seeing the female officer come out, Chang Sun rushed 2 steps forward and asked. To be honest, Chang Sun-chong didn't want to come here. After all, my cousin is already married. It's just that Chang Sun-chong had no choice but to come here due to his father's order. Although in Chang Sun-chong's view, maybe that son-in-law was just a puppet, and he might never even see his cousin, just a poor creature buried with him. But no matter what, the cousin was married to a man, and she was married to a farmer, which really made the eldest son, Chong, unable to arouse the interest in coming to visit. Having not yet woken up, the son-in-law is feeding in the room, please come in, the female official said indifferently. The voice fell. What? Chang Sun-chong's expression changed. That humble farmer, how could he? Although her cousin is married, in Chang Sun-chong's eyes, Su Li is just a lowly farmer. Not to mention becoming a real son-in-law, his status in the mansion might not even be as good as that of a servant. Although the marriage contract has been annulled, Chang Sun-chong still couldn't restrain himself when he heard that a humble farmer was feeding his once-beloved cousin. There are unbelievable doubts and unspeakable anger. That is Princess Changle.I''s boudoir. Although Chang Sun-chong used to be able to enter the inner courtyard of the Princess Mansion without notification, he had never been to Princess Changle.I''s boudoir. That was a place he had never set foot in. In my heart, some bad thoughts emerged. How could he set foot in his cousin's boudoir? How does he ration to feed his cousin? Where the hell is he other than feeding? Is the fucky sleeping here too? Master, the female officer looked at the wonderfully expressive eldest son Chong and asked without moving his feet. No, I mean, you are not responsible for the daily medication and feeding of my cousin. Chang Sun-chong looked at the governor of the Princess Mansion in front of him. Chang Sun-chong is very familiar with the governor of the Princess Mansion. After all, he is the butler of the Princess Mansion and was conferred by the queen. Therefore, Chang Sun-chong used to be very flattering, and the attitude of the female officer towards him was not so good, but it was not as good as it is today. Disrespectful. Didn't female officials always salute when they saw themselves? Chang Sun-chong suddenly realized something. As the husband of a princess, the son-in-law works hard day and night to serve her. Isn't that natural? The female officer said calmly. The corner of Chang Sun-chong's mouth twitched, and he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar governor of the Princess Mansion in front of him. There was nothing wrong with what the female officer said, but he really wanted to ask why. Isn't that Su Li a humble farmer? Why, how is he worthy to serve the princess? It's just a poor thing to be buried with. You, the governor of the princess's mansion, used to be lukewarm to me. Do you really think of him as a son-in-law? But it was just the corner of his mouth twitching, and Chang Sun-chong still couldn't say it. After a long silence, Chang Sun-chang still walked into the room. Entering, only saw a scene that made Chang Sun-chang's eyes tear open. Su Li, who was sitting beside Princess Changle.I's bed, took up the fine porridge with a spoon, blew it gently around her mouth, placed it gently on Princess Changle.I's mouth, and even wiped off the remaining traces with her fingers. Su Li turned her head and looked at Chang Sun-chang with a smile on her face. A young man who looks pretty good, except for his pale face, he's pretty passable. Chang Sun-chang is also looking at Su Li. But looking carefully, I found that Su Li was impeccable in appearance. Compared with himself, Chang Sun-chang has to admit that Su Li's appearance is more handsome. My eldest grandson is visiting and the place is full of brilliance. I have something to do, so I can't welcome you from afar, Su Li said with a smile. Chang Sun-chang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but remembering his father's serious face, he finally chose to shut up. My cousin's complexion has improved a lot. I still remember that my cousin played with me when she was not sick, but now it can only be like this. I heard from the governor that you worked hard day and night to take care of your cousin. Now that your cousin's complexion has improved, you have contributed a lot, Chang Sun-chang said. Su Li glanced at Chang Sun-chang and could hear the yin and yang in Chang Sun-chang's mouth. It just means that you are just a poor lucky bastard. If it wasn't for your cousin who was seriously ill, how could the princess marry you? In the end, he even praised Su Li for his great contribution in the tone of the master. But the yin and yang are weird. Su Li didn't feel angry about the yin and yang, but felt a little funny. For Su Li, who pays attention to practicality in the second world of heavy life, Chang Sun-chang is at best impotent and furious. The little thought in my heart was nothing more than that I was a farmer who replaced his eldest son Chang as the husband of Princess Changle.I. Although Chang Sun-chang might not be willing to marry a princess in a vegetable state, seeing his former fiancée leaning in her arms would be very enjoyable. Although Princess Changle.I doesn't like Chang Sun-chang, although the marriage contract between the two has not even been made public, although the two did not have any substantial development, it is not surprising that Chang Sun-chang had such a reaction. After all, in romance novels, this is Ching Mei's defeat from the sky. Put it in the plot of the book, that is, the suffering master was brutally beaten by the little yellow hare. Su Li didn't even bother to respond to Chang Sun-chang's inexplicable hostility. However, before Su Li could speak, it was the female officer who spoke first. The princess is able to have today's complexion, and the son-in-law has indeed contributed a lot. The female officer is a smart person. She can hear the yin and yang of Chang Sun-chang. Not to mention that she has recognized Su Li's status as the male host. Even if she does not recognize Su Li, she still wants to help Su Li speak. Because Su Li is the son-in-law of the Princess Mansion, the husband of Princess Changle.I, and the male master of the Princess Mansion in name, representing the face of the princess. What's more, she didn't like Chang Sun-chang, especially after Princess Changle.I passed out. Chang Sun-chang was choked by the female officer and looked at Su Li bitterly, but saw that Su Li didn't even intend to talk to him at all, as if he had already ignored him. An indescribable anger arises spontaneously. But there is no way to attack, because there is a serious old father in his family. If he dared to quarrel in the Princess Mansion, his father had to hang him from a tree the next day and beat him. This was also the main reason why Chang Sun-chang was powerless and furious, but could only be angry. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. Chang Sun-chang stood silently, looking straight at Su Li. Su Li ignored Chang Sun-chang and just patiently fed Princess Changle.I. After a while, today's breakfast is finished. Su Li hugged Princess Changle.I as usual. "What are you doing?" Chang Sun-chang suddenly said. "Take Changle.I to stretch your muscles and bask in the sun," Su Li smiled. "Changle.I is still unconscious," Chang Sun-chang was furious. "Her former goddess is now surrounded by other men. The imperial doctor said that it is so beneficial to the princess. Condition." Chang Sun-chang was stopped by the female officer before he even had time to make any further moves. Chang Sun-chang could only watch helplessly as Su Li carried Princess Changle.I out of the house to the yard, standing there like a defeated dog, at a loss as to what to do. Then, he saw a scene that made him dizzy even more. Su Li playing with Princess Changle.I's body. Like an exquisite puppet, it was stepped on the ground surrounded by Su Li. Chang Sun-chang couldn't sit still anymore. Fleeing in a hurry. "Go see off, grandson," Su Li waved his hand and smiled. There was a slight smile in the female officer's eyes. And when she looked at Su Li's still warm smile, she knew in her heart that Su Li was a bad son-in-law. Yes, the female officer followed with a smile. No, you don't need to send it away. Chang Sun-chong waved his hands and left in a hurry. Only Su Li was left in the courtyard and couldn't help laughing. For the sufferer, this is really an unacceptable yellow-haired behavior. Although it is just Chang Sun-chong's self-righteousness, after all, Princess Changle.I has never fallen in love with him. The marriage contract between the two is just a marriage and compromise between rights, and Changle.I is nothing but a victim. In fact, no matter from any point of view, Changle.I is a sad victim. After all, in terms of blood, Changle.I and Chang Sun-chong are close relatives, and they are close relatives within 3 generations. Thinking about it this way, Su Li felt that he was much more upright. The minister is dereliction of duty. After the female officer came back, the smile on her face had disappeared, and she only had a deep sense of self-blame. The princess is married, even if the eldest son Chong is the princess's cousin, even if his aunt is the princess's biological mother. He is not qualified to enter and leave the princess mansion at will. In the whole world, only His Majesty and Queen can enter and leave the princess mansion without notification. Su Li, as a son-in-law, did not have time to understand the manpower and situation in the mansion. As the governor of the princess mansion, today the eldest son Chong went straight into the princess mansion without notification, so she would undoubtedly bear the greatest responsibility. It's okay, after all, I've only been here for a month. Su Li shook her head and smiled. Since the princess is married, no one should be able to enter the princess mansion directly. The minister will handle it personally. Please don't worry about it, the female official said seriously. It's okay, Su Li smiled, but was interrupted by the female officer before she could finish speaking. The princess's mansion is the princess's mansion, and it is also the princess mansion of the son-in-law. The son-in-law has just arrived, and the servants are disrespectful. I want them to understand this truth, the female officer said. Su Li shook her head and laughed. What he originally wanted to say was, it's okay, I'll take the time to deal with it later, but the female officer showed her loyalty. But this also shows from the side that the governor of the princess mansion, the female official in front of him, has completely returned to him. It's a good thing. After all, the daughter of the Tian family is a mess. No matter how high your official position is, you can't control the princess. The princess mansion and the court are completely 2 systems. The top of Fang Yi's head is still green. The princess of the Tang dynasty is open, and the governor of the princess mansion is arrogant and domineering as the housekeeper of the princess mansion. The female officer returns to her heart, but it also saves troubles in the future. After all, the female official is the housekeeper of the princess mansion personally appointed by the queen, and she has full control over all expenses and personnel in the princess mansion. Su Li can only be regarded as a true head of the family only when the female officer is loyal. As for Princess Changle.I in Su Li's arms, she was still thinking wildly. Chang Sun-chong, cousin, his former marriage partner. What a distant word. Ever since she fell into a coma, Princess Changle.I had never heard Chang Sun-chong's voice. Even with Su Li's daily company, she almost forgot about this person. She didn't like Chang Sun-chong, but there is no doubt that she once had a marriage contract with Chang Sun-chong. This is an extremely uncomfortable thing for Princess Changle.I. She began to get used to Su Li's company more, and she cared more and more about Su Li's thoughts. Yesterday, after she was incontinent, when Su Li scrubbed her herself, she had an emotional breakdown. Today, the arrival of Chang Sun-chong did not give her the joy of visiting relatives. What she cares about is Su Li's feelings. She really wanted to tell Su Li that although she had a marriage contract with Chang Sun-chong, she never liked Chang Sun-chong, and never had any physical contact with Chang Sun-chong. In her life fantasy, Chang Sun-chong never appeared once. She cares too much about what Su Li thinks, especially when she fell into an inextricable situation. What is the most obvious change after a person falls in love with someone irresistibly? Start to examine yourself and worry about the attitude of the other person. But Changle couldn't speak. If you can speak, if you have to say a word to Chang Sun-chong, then all she wanted to say was, cousin, don't come, I'm afraid Su Li might misunderstand. Of course, Su Li was not mistaken. Of course, Princess Changle.I couldn't stop her cousin from coming. It's just that she is more and more eager to wake up. Even if you still can't move, it's good to be able to talk to your husband. Instead of being like now, when she became more and more addicted to getting along with Su Li. She also began to desire more and more contact with Su Li. Su Li didn't know the little thoughts in Princess Changle.I's heart. In fact, he is still worrying about how to collect points after Changle wakes up. Who can say so much and do so much Changle can know how much? Who can be sure that Changle will really have a good impression of her husband, who has never met because of this? The other party is afraid that even if he doesn't sleep in separate beds, he can pinch his nose and recognize his husband, whom he has never met before, which is worthy of Su Li's gratitude. But now the time when Princess Changle wakes up is unknown. Su Li still has a lot of time to earn points. After all, after a lot of systemic drug treatment, Changle's body will never deteriorate, and he is much healthier than normal people. Su Li continued to rehabilitate Princess Changle, while the female official left the courtyard after Changsun Chang left. Apparently, the female officer was dissatisfied because the eldest grandson rushed straight into the inner courtyard, and Su Li couldn't spare to tidy up, so she took the initiative to help Su Li tidy up. She had to let everyone in the Princess Mansion know that Su Li was the son-in-law of the Princess Mansion, the male master of the Princess Mansion, and the husband of Princess Changle, even if he was just a farmer. Su Li, Princess Changle, and a few maids were left in the yard. It is worth mentioning that now all the personal care of Princess Changle is done by Su Li, including scrubbing the body and so on. The meaning of the female officer by the side has also changed from surveillance at the beginning to companionship, mainly to help Princess Changle in case something happens. With the departure of Changsun Chang and the female officer, it is rare to be clean. To be honest, it is quite embarrassing for Sun Chang to be here for Su Li. Although in most of Tang Chuanwen's Changsun Chang, he is the hero's #1 face-slapping villain. However, Su Li has been a human being for 2 lives, and this life has experienced a long time of life as a farmer, so he doesn't have much urge to pretend to face. In Su Li's eyes, Changsun Chang's yin and yang aura and his hasty escape are nothing more than a joke. For a young man like Changsun Chang, who is obviously a spirited guy, Su Li really couldn't bear the urge to pretend to slap his face. On the contrary, it gave Su Li an embarrassing feeling of being forced to be a yellow hair. With this time, wouldn't it be good to spend more time with Princess Changle to improve your friendship? But the sky fails to fulfill people's wishes. About an hour later, Su Li has not finished stretching Princess Changle. Another distinguished guest came to the yard. Princess Changle's mother, the eldest grandson queen. It's not the first time that the eldest grandson Wugu has come to the Princess Mansion. Compared with Li who is busy with state affairs, as the mother of Princess Changle, the eldest grandson, Empress Changle, comes to visit every now and then. The number of Li's visits is not too frequent. After all, he is busy with state affairs, and Li always has trouble controlling his emotions. The imperial doctor also reminded that if his mood is unstable, it may implicate Princess Changle's emotions. On the contrary, Empress Changsun was able to obey the doctor's orders, control her emotions, and tell stories and interesting things to Princess Changle calmly. On the contrary, her emotions were much more stable than Li the lord of a country, so she came more frequently. Although Empress Changsun came more frequently than Li Su Li actually liked the arrival of Empress Changsun more. The main reason is that Li is too hateful. Every time I come here, I have to interrupt no matter what I do, and I have to drive Su Li away to whisper to my daughter, and then I can't hold back my emotions while talking. The key is that it is stinky and long. 2 hours, let's start. Su Li is not allowed to eavesdrop, and Su Li is not allowed to eat melons. In short, when Li came, Su Li didn't get any melons or points. In comparison, Empress Changsun is much more reasonable. After coming here, if Su Li is massaging or stretching for Princess Changle, she will not disturb Su Li, and just sit aside and tell stories and interesting things recently to Princess Changle, who is unconscious. And I don't shy away from Su Li. Su Li can also learn a lot of common sense through the mouth of the eldest grandson queen. Empress Changsun is really good-natured and has a delicate mind. For example, Empress Changsun talked about the interesting things that happened in the court. As a result, Su Li couldn't understand the official position, didn't know who Empress Changsun was talking about, and didn't get any melons. Su Li didn't ask, but Queen Changsun noticed Su Li's doubts, and instead explained to Su Li who held the official position she was talking about and what kind of affairs she was in charge of. That is, from then on, Empress Changsun seemed to realize that Su Li, as a farmer, did not know the official system of the court, nor did she know how the court operated. The stories told by the queen began to focus on the affairs of the court, and every time a new official position was mentioned, Empress Changsun would always explain it, so there was no need for Su Li to ask. Often, after the arrival of Empress Changsun, she would just sit there, and Su Li would be able to get a lot of useful information without having to talk to Empress Changsun. Thanks to Empress Changsun, Su Li actually figured out the official system of the Tang dynasty and the specific affairs and names of each official position. This is extremely useful knowledge. At least once you enter the court and become an official, you must know the level and business of each official position, right? No matter how bad it is, in case you get caught up in the future and someone moves out your name, you can also listen to the official position moved out by the other party and decide whether you can stand it or not. See the queen. Seeing the arrival of the eldest grandson queen, Su Li hurriedly stood up. Of course, it was just a gesture to get up. He was still holding Changle.I, just pretending to show respect. When the leader comes, you have to be full of style. You have to show it that you have to take care of the leader regardless of work. A reasonable leader like Empress Changsun will decline, which will not make it difficult for you even if you have received your respect. As unreasonable as Li, he would take over Princess Changle.I from Su Li, receive Su Li's respect as he deserved, and then let Su Li go away. There's no need to salute. I'll come and see Changle.I, don't delay, Empress Changsun said with a smile. Su Li nodded and continued to stretch Changle.I. Empress Changsun watched her drowsy daughter. In fact, the reason why Empress Changsun can control her emotions is not because she doesn't love her daughter, but because she loves her daughter too much. How can any parent feel uncomfortable seeing his daughter sleepy, pale, and weak? But Empress Changsun must adjust her emotions well. If her daughter can feel it, she definitely doesn't want herself to appear in front of her daughter with a pessimistic attitude. Looking at little Changle.I's pale face, wait. Empress Changsun noticed that Changle.I's face was full of energy and blood, rosy and pale. How could it be as pale and weak as last time? I prayed for Changle.I before, so that this time and the last time came 11 or 2 days. The last time I saw my daughter was still pale and weak, but this time I saw her complexion was pale and rosy. Why did I not see her for 11 or 12 days? It was like a different person. Empress Changsun didn't know that during the 11 or 12 days she hadn't come, it was Su Li who had a lot of luck, smoked therapeutic products, and dispensed medicine for 5 consecutive days to fill Changle.I's blood. Not only that, but he also healed Changle.I's anger and gan. Not to mention that Empress Changsun was shocked by the change in Changle.I's complexion. If the imperial doctor was here, he would have to call out that this mother is not a Chinese medicine doctor after taking the pulse. Changle.I's complexion is much more rosy, Empress Changsun said with joy on her face. It's because you took care of me. In fact, Empress Changsun did not reject Su Li like Li did. Women and men always have different views. Li thinks that his most precious and outstanding daughter married Su Li is the result of being forced and helpless. Su Li is completely unworthy of Princess Changle.I. In Empress Changsun's opinion, if Su Li can take care of her daughter sincerely, accept her daughter in a coma and take good care of her, then Su Li is a qualified son-in-law. It's because the princess has recovered better in recent days, Su Li said with a smile. Besides, if you say it's hard work, I don't dare to do it. In order to take care of the princess, the governor almost stays up all night, Su Li said. The governor of the princess mansion, that is, the female officer, is indeed harder than Su Li. In the beginning, the female officer basically didn't sleep much every night, and she had to watch Princess Changle.I excrete and scrub in time. Now that everything is handed over to Su Li, the female officer will still guard at night to prevent any situation. But unlike before, Su Li has shown enough responsibility. The female officer may be because of relaxation or other reasons. I dozed off at night. In the past, female officers only slept during the day. Good words are worthless, and everyone carries them in fancy sedan chairs. Not to mention the responsibility and dedication of the female officer. Su Li sees it in her eyes. Not to mention that now the female officer has fully recognized Su Li, and even started to actively maintain Su Li's status as the male master of the princess mansion. Today, the eldest grandson Chang came here with a strange yin and yang, and Su Li was choked back by the female officer before he even had time to make a move. Obviously, the female officer has become Su Li's person, and there is not much difference between praising a female officer and praising herself. Empress Changsun just smiled when she saw that Su Li didn't take credit for it. The female officer was the governor of the princess mansion she personally selected. On the contrary, she was surprised by Su Li's honor and disgrace. Su Li is just a farmer, and Empress Changsun didn't have much contact with Su Li at first. But after coming here every now and then, Empress Changsun discovered that, although Su Li was like a real farmer, she didn't have much systematic knowledge, and she didn't even understand the official system of the Tang dynasty. But this child is literate. According to Su Li himself, Su Li took the initiative to ask a passing teacher for advice. Su Li's family even has only a dilapidated book of songs. She doesn't go to school or have a teacher, but she can read. And Su Li will always show a strong interest when he talks about the official system of the Tang dynasty. This shows that Su Li's subjective initiative is very high, and she has the ability to learn actively. In terms of personality, the delicate and thoughtful Empress Changsun can also find that Su Li, as a mere farmer, has a respectful attitude towards her, but she is not afraid at all. The poise he displayed was better than most. As the eldest grandson empress, not to mention a farmer, even the county magistrate can be regarded as having a good mind if he can calmly maintain complete thinking ability and language communication ability in front of her. She is the eldest grandson queen of the world. Regarding Su Li, the farmer's son-in-law, the thoughtful eldest grandson empress and Li have completely different views. Empress Changsun believes that Su Li is not a thing in the pool. Of course, Empress Changsun didn't speak out, nor did she forcefully continue to praise Su Li. Instead, he skipped this topic and continued to tell Princess Changle.I about interesting things in the palace. She can get the information she wants through the female officer, and Princess Changle.I has not woken up yet, so it's too early to talk about anything. It's just that she pays more attention to this child. Empress Changsun stayed for a long time this time, and Su Li got a lot of information he wanted. He could tell that some of the stories told by Empress Changsun were made clear, and thanks to Empress Changsun. In Su Li's heart, dating the picture of Right's architecture is getting clearer. "Thank you, Queen." Su Li was really rude this time, but respectfully saluted the eldest grandson Queen, who was also her own mother-in-law. "If others give you good things, you have to admit it." "Thank you," Queen Changsun asked with a smile. "Every word of the Queen is thought-provoking, and the grass people have learned a lot," Su Li replied. "Someone heard it as a story. It's your ability to hear something different." Empress Changsun waved her hand. "Send off the Queen." Su Li made a long bow. Empress Changsun left the courtyard step by step, and finally stopped suddenly and looked back at Su Li. "From now on, I will be a minister," Empress Changsun smiled. This child is very good, and in the eyes of Empress Changsun, he is very motivated. Of course, the more important thing is that Su Li took such good care of Princess Changle.I. It's so good that after only a few days of seeing each other, they look like two different people, which greatly comforts Empress Changsun. For Empress Changsun, the link between her and Su Li is Princess Changle.I. Su Li's eagerness to learn and progress and all kinds of excellence are second to none. He is the husband of Princess Changle.I first, the son-in-law of Empress Changsun, and then a motivated young man. Being able to take good care of his wife is Su Li's biggest plus. Otherwise, in the case of Princess Changle.I, Su Li has the talent to spread the heavens and the earth, and if she complains about the immobile Princess Changle.I, she will still not be recognized by the eldest grandson Queen. "Your servant obeys," Su Li bowed again. "Take care of Changle.I." Empress Changsun waved her hand and then motioned for the female officer to go out first with her. After the female officer and the eldest grandson Queen left, Su Li straightened up and let out a long sigh of relief. As expected of a woman whose name has gone down in history, every step forward and backward makes people feel a lot of pressure. Opening and closing without any twitching not only expressed his appreciation for himself, but also told Su Li directly that here, "You are the son-in-law of the Tian family and the husband-in-law of Changle.I." Why did Changle.I's complexion return to such a state? After leaving the courtyard, Empress Changsun asked the female officer. "It's all due to the son-in-law's good care," the female official replied seriously. Empress Changsun took a serious look at the female officer, then nodded. The governor of the princess mansion was personally selected by Empress Changsun. Empress Changsun knew the character of the female official. No matter how talented Su Li was, it would not help. The female official would never cheat in this regard. "What do you think of the son-in-law?" Empress Changsun asked again. "I don't dare to speak nonsense, but for a month, the son-in-law has been taking care of the princess. He has never taken off his clothes and has never slept in bed. He just took his first bath yesterday. There is enough mud to weave bamboo baskets." The female officer described Su Li's actions in detail. Empress Changsun looked straight at the female officer. It's very difficult to get such a high evaluation from the female officer. To be able to convince the female officer from the bottom of the heart, it must be out and out good to Changle, and it is impossible to be half deceived. Just relying on what Su Li did, even if he acted on the spot, he had put in a lot of hard work. This is enough, being able to treat her daughter well and knowing how to make progress. The female officer was still talking about Su Li's actions in detail. Until the end, the female officer suddenly thought of something. By the way, Your Majesty, this is the ink treasure that the son-in-law left on the table before. The female officer took out a piece of rice paper that was torn in half from her bosom. It is Su Li's trial work after getting Yan Gong's regular script. On the rice paper that has been torn in half, 2 lines of big characters are square and dense, solemn and majestic. The belt gets wider and wider, but I don't regret it. Because of Yixio, people are haggard. Empress Changsun slowly chanted. As for why the rice paper was torn in half, Su Li originally wrote a whole poem. He was so stupefied that he couldn't remember it. It was at this time that Su Li realized that many of his poems only remembered classic sentences, and he could not recite the full text for a long time. I wanted to use my limited knowledge to piece it together, but in the end I didn't like it, so I simply tore up my clumsy work and left the original 2 sentences. It's not in harmony with the rhyme. Empress Changsun showed a trace of doubt on her face. This word comes from Liu Yang's words, which naturally does not match the rhyme of the current Tang dynasty poetry. Modern Tang poetry, Song Ci, and Yuan are collectively referred to. In fact, there are some differences in the mainstream styles of each era. Therefore, just extracting 2 7-character sentences from the poem Dai Lion Hua may look like 7 characters in the eyes of modern people, but it does not conform to the rhyme of the 7-character poems at this time. Fortunately, at the beginning of the Tang dynasty, there was chaos in the southern and northern dynasties before, and now the current emperor was born in a dignitary in Longyu. The 5 surnames and 7 Wang who control the aesthetics of the literary world will have to stay dormant for a while, so no conclusion has yet been formed. I think these 2 sentences are very good. As a female official in the palace, the governor of the princess's mansion is absolutely sufficient in terms of appreciation and literary ability, so he can naturally see the inconsistency in the rhyme. My son-in-law was a farmer before, so I never read the phonetic notation. Although it doesn't match the rhyme, it fits very well, the female officer said. The 2 incomplete poems come from deep affection, and it is not beautiful to talk about the rhyme. Not only that, but this word is also a good word. Empress Changsun stared at the female officer for a long time before smiling, holding the half sheet of rice paper in her hand and smilingly leaving go. The female officer didn't realize that Su Li's font was extraordinary. After all, she is only a female official, and in terms of appreciating fonts, she can only feel that Su Li's writing is neat and rigorous and looks good, not too famous. Because font appreciation is more difficult than poetry appreciation, and requires more knowledge and insights. For poetry appreciation, you can make a simple identification after memorizing the phonology, and you can see that the poem does not conform to the format by looking at it. However, there is no fixed formula for calligraphy appreciation. Only by reading all the famous masters can one have a certain appreciation ability. And there is no doubt that, as the mother of a country, Empress Changsun has a certain ability to appreciate fonts. The mark of the brush stroke is similar to Chu Suiliang. Empress Changsun looked at the 2 lines of characters in her hand with doubts. Zhu Suiliang, a master of calligraphy in the early Tang dynasty, one of the 4 masters of the early Tang dynasty. The 4 great masters of the early Tang dynasty in calligraphy can be said to have far-reaching influence. Yan Zhengqing's face has many traces of the 4 great masters, especially Zhu Suiliang. The 4 great masters in the early Tang dynasty were Aoyang Yu Shinin, Zhu Suiliang, and Zhu Jai. Among them, Yu Shinin has died of illness, Aoyang is very old, Zhu Suiliang is in his prime, and Zhu Jai has not yet emerged. Now the main job is to write Li Er's daily life record, which is to record what Li Er did in a day. Although Zhu Suiliang has not yet reached the peak, he already has a great reputation. Compared with Yu Shinin and Aoyang Zhu Suiliang is definitely a rising star. But its statement has caught up with the 2 old-timers. Although he is young, he already has the demeanor of a master now, and has received constant praise from the literary and pen circles. Because Zhu Suiliang's calligraphy inherited Wang Zijai's tradition, with soft outside and strong inside, his brushstrokes are mellow and smooth, and Li loves Wang Zijai's calligraphy very much, so he has a lot of faith in him. Empress Changsun also saw each other's calligraphy more than once. Calligraphy. Therefore, the traces of Zhu Suliang and the Su Li font can be distinguished immediately. No, that's too different, Empress Changsun frowned. Although there are certain traces of Zhu Suliang in the Yan style, it is very small. After all, it is a school of its own. If it is completely influenced by Zhu Suliang, it will not be enough to establish a school. However, for a while, the president, Empress Sun, couldn't see the name. After all, calligraphy appreciation. You have to be a fanatic to have a real enough level of appreciation. For example, her husband, Li. The lotus steps moved lightly. Empress Changsun returned to the palace, and Li was handling government affairs in the Ganlu Hall. How is Changle? Hearing the footsteps, Li raised his head, saw that it was Empress Changsun, and asked. He knew that his Guanian servant girl went to visit his daughter today. The complexion is very good, it doesn't look like she's sick. If it wasn't for Lijai not waking up, I really thought she was fine. Before Lijai fell asleep, she had never had such a good complexion. Empress Changsun opened her mouth and told Li word by word what she had seen and heard today. Among them are mixed positive praises for Su Li, emphasizing on Su Li's performance of taking care of Changle in a month of clothes, thinking that Su Li is a good boy worthy of entrusting Changle. Clothed, Li sneered and did not comment. The perspectives of men and women are different, and Li only thinks that Su Li is putting on a show. Just a little clever farmer, how could he be worthy of his own daughter, the real proud daughter of heaven? By the way, I found this pair of ink pens in Lijai's mansion. It's quite majestic. The female officer said it was made by the son-in-law. I haven't studied it much, so I'll show it to you. Empress Changsun smiled and smiled at Su Li's. Give Li the 2 remaining lines of the poem. A farmer may not know all the characters. What kind of good characters can he write? Li took it with a sneer. Then his eyes turned into contemplation. Unlike Empress Changsun, Li loved calligraphy, especially Wang Zijai's. Although Li's calligraphy is relatively improvised, his appreciation ability is definitely outstanding. The female officer just thought it was beautifully written. Empress Changsun just thought it was quite good, but couldn't tell why. Li is different. I see that among his strokes, there are those who are similar to Zhu Suliang, Empress Changsun said. As the second minister of Li, Empress Changsun has also been in contact with Zhu Suliang's calligraphy many times, so she can identify the strokes of Zhu Suliang among them at a glance, but can't see anything more. Not only, Li waved his hands and frowned, gently smoothed the rice paper with both hands and approached with his head bowed. A trace of surprise appeared on Changsun Wugu's face. As a person close to Li she naturally knew Li's hobbies, and also knew that Li would only put on such a gesture when he met a real master. Empress Changsun didn't bother her, but she also began to think, as a farmer, how could Su Li have a calligraphy that her husband admired? If I'm not mistaken, there are only 1 or 2 of them who are similar to Su Liang, and they have the style of Cai Yang, Wang Zijai, and Wang Xianji. Li opened his mouth while watching. As Li who has read all the works of famous masters, he captured the extraordinary in an instant. Not only that, but he has a deep understanding of the calligraphy of Cai Yang, Wang Zijai, Wang Xianji, and Chu Suliang, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he has mastered it. But if that's all, it's just copying cats and drawing tigers imitating other people's works. One calligraphy and one painting, one horizontal and one vertical, but it has its own shape, style, and bones. It is really a school of its own. It should be a pioneer. Send everyone. Li's tone was firm. This is the vision of an avid chicken lover who has studied calligraphy for many years. It's hard to say how well it was written, but Zhu Suliang has to admire Li in terms of appreciation alone. Your Majesty doesn't even have such a high opinion of Zhu Suliang, Empress Changsun said in surprise. Zhu Suliang has been immersed in calligraphy for many years, and he has fully obtained the essence of calligraphy and has his own style. He founded a sect and established a school. It is not far away, but there is still a gap in this word. Afterwards, Li looked at Empress Changsun. Can there be other writing? That's the only one, Changsun Wugu replied. I'm going to see Changle. Li's eyes flashed with a bit of surprise. Obviously, Li didn't believe that such calligraphy could come from Su Li's hand. From Li's eyes, it can be clearly seen that this is enough calligraphy to establish a school. As Kai Li said just now, Zhu Suliang has been immersed in calligraphy for many years, and he has fully acquired the essence of calligraphy and has his own style. There is a certain gap. And what is Su Li, a farmer? Su Li's calligraphy is a school of its own, but there are shadows of Kai Yang, Wang Zizhai, Wang Xianji, and Chu Suliang. And it's kind of integrated. But where can a farmer get these celebrity calligraphy to observe and study? What's more, how old is Su Li? According to Li Er's investigation, Su Li was only 23 years old when she was arrested and married. Moreover, according to the investigation, Su Li's family moved to Longyu in the 6th year of Wood. Su Li himself did not go to school. So here comes the problem. Where can a farmer without schooling go to read and read? It's nothing more than reading and literacy. What's more, he has a calligraphy skill that even Zhu Suiliang, who has been immersed in calligraphy for many years, can't match, and he can even form a school of his own. Reminiscent, Su Li was a farmer before, but he was able to persuade the imperial doctor to change the daily care of Princess Changle.I, and the imperial doctor also said that Su Li knew a little bit of medical skills. Li didn't care about it before. After all, in this era, it is normal for peasants to know some medical books and herbal prescriptions. After all, seeing a doctor is difficult and expensive. But it's different now. Su Li has mastered calligraphy that is enough to establish a school. Moreover, it was something Li had never seen before, and it definitely did not belong to other people's calligraphy. This is not something that a peasant household can grasp. Not to mention peasant households, it is difficult to do it even if you have a lot of money. If you want to copy so many historical sites, you don't just have money. Reminiscent of Empress Changsun, saying that Changle.I's complexion has been renewed under Su Li's 1-month care, even better than before he passed out. Li was startled and uncertain. He hurriedly stepped out of the palace gate and then stopped suddenly. Go and call the imperial doctor. Then he left the palace with the imperial doctor. Princess Mansion. At this moment, Su Li has finished the daily massage and nursing for Princess Changle.I and is holding Princess Changle.I and telling stories to collect points as always. It didn't take long before the female officer hurried over again. Consort, His Majesty arrives. There was a bit of helplessness on Su Li's face. Today is really evil. The eldest grandson came after the queen came, and the queen came after the emperor came. It doesn't matter if the empress comes, it won't affect my earning points, and I can also deepen my understanding of the Tang dynasty through the eldest grandson empress. Li is different. After coming here, he directly wants to drive himself away and chat with Changlu in private. The benefits of pure fart have not yet delayed his earning points. The most important thing is that Li doesn't look at him directly at all, so Su Li naturally doesn't like Li. But if you don't like it, you don't like it, and Su Li has no right to refuse. After all, he is Princess Changle.I's biological father, his own father-in-law, and the chairman and CEO of Datung's listed company. See, Your Majesty. Su Li obediently stood up with Princess Changle.I in his arms. Li was not ambiguous at all, and took over Princess Changle.I as usual. Su Li had no choice but to practice etiquette honestly. You step back first. Li cast a glance at Su Li and said, Su Li, honestly, get out. Every time Li came to have a private chat with Changle.I, Su Li was also used to it. After all, Li was recorded in history as a person with direct and passionate feelings. According to the original text posted twice in historical records, this is how Li wrote to his son Li Zhai. I got the big internal book twice, but I didn't see the slave list. Ye was jealous of wanting to die forever. Now I got the news from Liaodong, sent the record, recalled that the slave was about to die and I don't know how to make it back. Ye, imperial order. During Li expedition to Goguryeo, Li and his son Li Zhai lived in 2 places and wrote letters to each other. Li Zhai's letters were usually sent to Liaodong along with Deni Bio Zhu. As a result, once Deni Bio Zhu came twice, but Li Zhai didn't see any letter, so Li wrote 2 posts. Probably means, my son, I have received 2 reports from Deni Bio. Why haven't you received a letter yet? Dad was so worried that he was going to die. Just now I suddenly got a handwritten letter from you saying that my wife is sick. My worries and fears disappeared immediately. It's like being resurrected from the dead. From now on, if you have a headache, please write to me immediately. Dad, if I get sick, I will write to you one by one. I got news from Liaodong today, and I will copy a copy for you. I miss you so much, I don't know when I can go back, that's all I have to say. Dad. Su Li happened to read the post twice in her last life. The main reason is that this historical stalk is a cola, especially the sentence that I want to die, it's so nasty. It can be seen from this that when Li talked about Changle.I privately, he probably wanted to say something nasty and felt ashamed for his son-in-law to hear it. Leaving aside the bad things like Li killing his brother and killing his brother to force his father to abdicate, Feng is really down to earth. His love talk is nasty, his swearing is very vulgar, and he likes to pretend. Leaving aside his merits, Feng actually has a relatively good personality among emperors. Beautiful, Li held Princess Changle in his arms, and once again began his own emotional expression of Feng. Ye is busy with state affairs, and there are fewer people coming here recently, but Ye misses beauty. Feng's expression was very pure, and he said that he missed you so much. In short, the emotional expression, some are happy to see Changle's complexion improved, and some are sad to see Changle is still sleepy, mixed with a lot of life and death. Compared to the eldest grandson Wugu, the current classmate Feng is more like a bitter woman. There were tears in the corners of my eyes as I spoke. Full of emotion, it can be said to be deeply affectionate. If it's the first time you hear it. But Princess Changle obviously didn't hear it for the first time. Feng's emotions are too strong. Even the imperial doctor's advice can only make Feng calm down a little bit. In the beginning, Changle was often moved by Feng's true feelings, wanting to cry without tears and heartbroken. After all, Changle himself was in a state of panic at that time, and it was easy to be emotionally affected by his father, who loved him the most. Later, Su Li stepped into her world, calming her terrified heart and giving her the courage to face all this. It also made her lust for Su Li even more. Although she can't see or touch her, she has begun to like the feeling of Su Li being by her side, and she is indispensable and unable to extricate herself. Here we go again. If Princess Changle could make an expression, then she must be full of helplessness at this moment. Compared to listening to his own father getting goosebumps all over his body and dying at every turn, Changle prefers to let Su Li hug her and tell stories. In other words, sticking with Su Li even if, don't say anything as long as you are by her side. It's a pity, every time my father came, he would drive Su Li away. But Feng, who was expressing rich emotions at the moment, didn't realize at all that his little padded jacket had already started to leak air. Classmate Feng is venting her feelings. Little Changle is bored. I haven't finished yet, Changle thought to himself. Of course, Li didn't finish talking. After all, Feng's emotions were extremely sincere and vigorous. After chatting there for more than an hour, Li finally stopped. There was a burst of excitement in Changle. According to past experience, it was almost time for my father to leave after speaking, and I could be hugged by my husband Su Li again, and I would be close to him. The imperial doctor came in, Li said. Li did not forget the business of coming here today. He came with a doctor. After a while, the imperial doctor came in from outside the courtyard. Come and see Changle's body, Li said. The imperial doctor first looked intently at Princess Changle's complexion. Her face was ruddy, her skin was supple and smooth, and then she listened to her breath, calm and powerful. Strange, the imperial doctor frowned slightly. Princess Changle was born with Qi disease. The imperial doctor diagnosed Princess Changle's health many times, so she was very clear about her previous physical condition. Qi disease is a respiratory disease, and Princess Changle's breathing has never been so steady and powerful. Feeling hesitant, the imperial doctor took the pulse and asked for a diagnosis. Accompanied by the steady beating of the pulse, the imperial doctor's brows became heavier, and more doubts appeared on his face. What a seeking strange thing. Princess Changle's pulse condition was extremely stable and healthy, and she couldn't hear any signs of Qi illness at all. But this is completely unreasonable. Because Princess Changle has been involved in consultations with the imperial doctor since she was a child, but she has not seen her for a month, and the pulse of Qi disease has disappeared. Even if you don't mention Qi disease, Princess Changle's pulse condition is relatively weak, and she has been weak since she was a child. But now it seems that Princess Changle's pulse condition is better than most adults. If it is understandable to say that the body is getting better, the inexplicable disappearance of this Qi disease is a bit contrary to what the imperial doctor has learned in his life. The imperial doctor is a little confused. This Qi disease was born with Princess Changle, similar to Empress Changsun. It can be said that the imperial doctors in the entire palace were at a loss what to do. They could only suspend treatment and dare not say a radical cure. There has never been a record of a radical cure for Qi disease in previous medical books, and it is even more unheard of for Princess Changle's sudden improvement in Qi disease. How? After the imperial doctor took the pulse, Li hurriedly asked. The princess is in good health, even better than ordinary people, the imperial doctor said. Then why are you? Li looked at the imperial doctor with some doubts. After all, the expression on the imperial doctor's face was extremely serious just now. This is exactly what I want to say. Your Royal Highness is not only in good health, but even the Qi disease that has plagued me for many years has disappeared without a trace. The reason why I look like this is because I have never seen it before in medical books. There is no record of Qi disease being cured, and it has never been seen that Qi disease went away for no reason. The imperial doctor stroked his gray beard in puzzlement. You once said that the son-in-law has some medical skills, Li said tentatively. My son-in-law does know some medical skills, but it's just at the level of taking medicine according to the prescription. If it can cure Qi diseases, the imperial doctor's face was full of puzzlement. The imperial doctor knew that Su Li knew medical skills, and he was the one who accepted Su Li's suggestion. He also saw Su Li give Princess Changle.I a massage. However, Su Li's techniques are jerky. Although the foundation is solid, his level is relatively average. The imperial doctor has practiced medicine for many years, and he can tell Su Li's actual level. After listening to Li he lightly clasped his fingers and pondered for a moment. Call Su Li to come. After a while, Su Li came into the yard. With a glance, the imperial doctor was standing in the courtyard with a puzzled expression on his face, and Su Li understood what was going on. Su Li himself has certain medical skills, so he may not be good at treating diseases, but it is not difficult to see the pulse of Princess Changle.I. Su Li himself learned from her pulse that Princess Changle.I's Qi disease has completely improved due to systemic drugs. Now it looks like the imperial doctor probably discovered this too. You cured Changle.I's Qi disease? Li looked at Su Li and asked. Su Li knew that there would be such a question, but she couldn't answer it realistically. My own medical skill level is there. There is no problem in treating minor ailments, but I am blinded by serious illnesses. Princess Changle.I's gas disease was cured because of systemic drugs, and it has nothing to do with Su Li's medical skills. What if Li asked himself to treat Empress Zhangsun's gas disease again? Su Li has no medicine on hand now, and the products are all based on random refreshes. Who knows when they will be released? It's not. Su Li knew that she couldn't hide her secret for too long. After all, Su Li was also determined to rescue Princess Changle.I, and as a farmer's son, she had a system in her body, so the future would be unreasonable. There will be more, and there must be a set of rhetoric. It has been exposed now, and Su Li didn't make it up in a hurry, but was interrupted by Li's wave of his hand. In that case, take good care of Changle.I. If there is any abnormality, report it in time. Li waved his hand and didn't intend to ask the bottom line. Instead, he gave instructions and left with the imperial doctor. Su Li made up the rhetoric for a long time, but he didn't have time to say it, and Su Li couldn't get it right. On the other side, after leaving the princess mansion, Li looked at the imperial doctor. I don't know medical skills in your opinion who can cure Qi disease, Li asked. Well, I searched through the ancient books, but I didn't find the method. However, the medical skills are extensive and profound, and there may be a method for curing Qi diseases which has not been passed down to future generations. The imperial doctor replied honestly. At least in this era, no one can cure Qi disease, including Sun Simiao. Li had asked Sun Simiao to treat Changle.I and Princess Changsun's Qi diseases. You said that Su Li's medical skills are rare and ordinary. Is it possible that he has a hidden weapon? Li asked again. This is not impossible. The method of massage performed by the son-in-law is indeed rare and common, but the foundation is deep. During the discussion, Yuchen talked about it, quoted from many sources, and covered various medical books. It's just, the son-in-law is just over double 10 now. The imperial doctor also heard the voice of Li's words. The imperial doctor himself was asked this twice by Li, and a trace of doubt emerged in his heart. Recalling Su Li's suggestion that day, although the method is relatively general, but during the conversation, Su Li has a deep foundation, citing classics, and even involving some very unpopular medical books. Leaving aside medical skills, his knowledge reserve is not comparable to that of ordinary doctors. Just practicing medicine, no matter how talented you are, you need to work hard. Su Li is only 23. This is not in line with common sense. However, Princess Changle.I's inexplicable recovery from her Qi disease did not conform to common sense. After Li's questioning, the imperial doctor couldn't help but have a conjecture in his mind. Could it be Su Li is a genius in medicine? Reminiscent of Su Li's Chongxi, it was Yuan Tiangang who made the hexagrams himself. In this era, there is no distinction between medicine, and those who study medicine more or less involve some gods and gods. Yuan Tiangang, that's really something. And Li he felt even more dignified. Calligraphy that can be a school of its own. Maybe the medical skills that can cure Changle.I's qi disease, or even those 2 broken poems that don't rhyme. The belt is getting wider and I don't regret it, and I am haggard because of Yixio. Read it again at this moment. The more you read it, the more different it becomes. Although it does not match the rhyme, it has a special flavor. Besides, the hexagram of Yuan Tiangang and Chongxi. This kid Su Li, something is wrong. Something is wrong. When Changle returned to Su Li's embrace, this little 22-year-old girl didn't realize that there seemed to be another place for the few relatives in her heart. Even at this moment, Su Li has filled her heart. 1 month, whether it is long or short, every day I wake up and every day I go to sleep. This husband who has never met seems to be by my side forever. Although she couldn't see it, she could clearly feel his body temperature, his warm and rough hands, and even his breathing. I really want to wake up, Princess Changle thought to herself. Now, the shyness seems to have faded a lot. Even the shyness of scrubbing her body with Su Li has faded a lot. Su Li, who embraced Princess Changle, frowned. It's a big disaster, Su Li sighed. He is a farmer, a real farmer. Although you can earn points because of Changle, you can get a variety of products to improve yourself. But I also have to face a problem. It is impossible for me to keep growing. This is a real world, not a novel that forcibly lowers the intelligence of supporting characters. As he acquired more and more things, Li as an emperor, must be able to keenly capture his unusualness. And myself, how should I explain it? Su Li couldn't explain why Changle.I's qi disease improved for no reason. In the end, Li gave up asking the truth for some reason. But Li couldn't hold back what he showed. For example, the salt-making and steel-making skills in your hands. It doesn't matter, just make up an excuse. Su Li thought for a long time, but there was no good solution. Mainly, there are traces of his resume since he traveled here. He was actually an old farmer who was digging food in the fields. After he married Changle, he suddenly became out of control. There is no way to explain this kind of doubt reasonably. As for the identity of the self-explosive traverser, as mentioned in the novel. To be honest, in ancient times, Su Hui was more credible in saying that he was a time traveler than in saying that he was awakened. Hey, just make up one. Su Li doesn't mind guessing Li with the lowest bottom line, although Feng is a relatively down-to-earth monarch in history. Although Li often shows a more emotional image. Even Li did not indiscriminately kill heroes after he ascended the throne. But after all, there is a record of killing brothers and sisters. Su Li also has to guard against Li and he can't be like a fool who just promises prosperity and wealth and then hands over his underwear. After all, Li is an emperor. No matter how humane Li is, the identity of the emperor is destined to turn his face and even use unscrupulous means when the interests are sufficient. Think about it carefully. In 1 month, my attributes will increase to almost 90. In another month, I will break through the human limit and be comparable to Xiang Yu. In another 2 or 3 months, Su Li rubbed his chin. Praise this feudal society. Su Li suddenly smiled and felt that he was thinking too much. After all, this is just an ancient society without guns. And Su Li's attributes are growing too fast. Giving Su Li another month is enough for Su Li to be comparable to Xiang Yu. Give Su Li 2 or 3 months, and Su Li will step into a field that humans have never set foot on. In modern times, it may be possible to use heavy weapons to destroy Su Li, but in ancient times, that is an invincible existence. The attribute is 200 and up. I'm afraid that dating is really a matchless game for Su Li. If you think about it like this, you don't have to worry about Li killing me out of self-interest. If you think about it, maybe when Changle wakes up, I will be able to kill Li Su Li smiled. Thinking about it this way, Su Li's worries were all gone, and she honestly and happily hugged Princess Changle to collect points. Su Li has no dream of becoming an emperor. Being an emperor is too tiring, and she just wants to have a quiet wife and children on the bed. In addition, there is enough strength to protect this tranquility from threats from others. Praise again that this is a feudal society. And on the other side, Li had already returned to the palace, looking at Empress Changsun, who was embroidering in front of her with a solemn expression. Duan's complexion is like this. Could it be that something has changed in Changle? Empress Changsun noticed Li Er's expression and got up hastily. Li Er came back from Changle Mansion. He had a bitter face after he came back. Changsun Wugu only thought that something happened to his daughter again. Changle is fine. Li Er waved his hands and helped his grandson Wugu to sit down. Afterwards, he said with a serious expression, "Just now the imperial doctor checked the pulse and said that Changle's qi disease has recovered." "What?" Empress Changsun beamed with joy. "Then it's a good thing. You look so sad?" Changsun Wugu asked softly. Empress Changsun also suffers from qi disease, so she naturally knows the pain of qi disease. "What I want to talk about is Su Li." Li Er knocked on the table with a serious expression and picked up the half of the fragmented poem from the table again. Calligraphy is a school of its own, even all Suiliang can't compare with it. He is also proficient in medical skills. The imperial doctor also said that he has a wide range of knowledge. It is very likely that Changle's qi disease was cured by him. Even these two fragments of poems that don't match the rhyme, the more they read, the more flavorful they become. Although they don't fit the current rhyme, I think about it carefully, and there is another rhythm in it. The eldest grandson Wugu had a smile on his face. Since Changle is married to Su Li, wouldn't it be better for Su Li to know as many people as possible? Li Er shook his head and spoke. "That's what I want to say. If he is a son of a family, I don't think it's too strange to be able to form a school of his own at a young age. It's not surprising that he can dabble in a lot of medicine at a young age. He's a farmer. I checked in the school disciple after Yuan Tiangang Pugua, and Su Li's family moved to Longyu in the 6th year of Wood. Su Li never went to school before. And Su Li is only 23 years old. A 23-year-old boy is a master of calligraphy. It can be said that he is a calligraphy genius. A 23-year-old boy is a master of medicine. He can cure qi diseases. It can be said that he is a medical genius. But a 23-year-old boy who has never read a book has accomplished the above two achievements at the same time. Your Majesty, do you mean that Su Li is an unborn talent? Changsun Wugu said with a smile. I mean he's weird. Li Erbai gave his eldest grandson Wugu a look. Guanyin servant, don't be joking. If he is really a genius, he should have become famous a few years ago. Let alone calligraphy, I asked the imperial doctor when I came back. Anyone who practices medicine is not studying hard. You can have superb medical skills. What's more, when I asked in school disciple, everyone around me said that Su Li is a son of a good family, and he is quite busy with farming on weekdays, so how can he have time to study these things? Li Er continued to speak with a heavy expression. What's more, there was Yuan Tiangang's hexagram first, and I was in a hurry to go to the doctor at that time, so I didn't care. It seems that after he married Changle, he suddenly learned without a teacher. It's very wrong, Li Er frowned. As a king, what he dislikes the most is things that are beyond his understanding and cannot be explained. Your Majesty has taken a picture. Changsun Wugu patted Li Er's hand. Your Majesty, he is your son-in-law, Changle's husband. Hearing this, Li Er was taken aback for a moment, finally shook his head. I still plan to investigate this kid's life experience. Li Er spoke quietly. I don't know the details. It's really hard for me to entrust Changle to him. People, once a preconceived impression is made, it is difficult to change. For example, Su Li's considerate care for Changle is placed in the emotional hearts of Queen Changsun and even female officials. It is Su Li who will never leave and take good care of her. But in Li Er's eyes, it's just a show. Li Er's heart was full of surprises, coupled with the various abnormalities displayed by Su Li. Li Er was even more uncertain, and he was afraid that Su Li was a monster with other plans. But what Empress Changsun said was fine, and now that Changle hadn't woken up, Li Er could only temporarily suppress these thoughts. However, Li Er did not relax. On the contrary, because of the abnormalities displayed by Su Li, Li Er stepped up his investigation of Su Li. First, school disciple continued to investigate Su Li's life experience. After all, the Su Li family moved to Longyu in the 6th year of Wood, and it has been a few years since now, so where was the Su Li family before the 6th year of Wood? Where was Su Li born? Considering the initial determination of the world, it was inconvenient to investigate before the war was raging, so I didn't investigate carefully. Now that Su Li showed various abnormalities, Li Er naturally stepped up his investigation of Su Li. Afterwards, Li Er summoned Yuan Tiangang several times to ask Yuan Tiangang's plan for Su Li. It's just that what Yuan Tiangang said was vague and did not give much effective information, which made Li Er even more suspicious. Day. just like that day by day. Compared to Li who was in doubt, Su Li's life was much more comfortable. Especially seeing that his points are rising, his attribute points are getting higher and higher, and his confidence is getting stronger. Su Li, who originally planned to seriously make up a statement, couldn't help but swell. Just follow this growth rate and make up a hammer. When the time comes, Li believes it or not, and if he doesn't believe it, he won't be able to kill himself. During these days, people came to visit Changle one after another. As Changle's complexion improved, some of Changle's brothers and sisters came to visit. For example, the Tang Prince Li Chenqian, the Princes Li Qi, Li Tai, and the future Tang Gaozong Zhai. Today, a new guest came. Princess Yang, a little girl about 10 years old. The son-in-law is scrubbing Princess Changle.I's body. Please wait a moment. The female officer bowed and saluted, trying to stop Princess Yang. Do I still need to report when I come to see my sister? Even though he was only 10 years old, Gao Yang's arrogance and domineering spirit were all evident, and he didn't show any face to the female officials, so he rushed into the princess mansion with a few maids. He didn't even listen to the female officer's stop, and ignored that Su Li was scrubbing Princess Changle.I's body and headed straight for the inner courtyard. Sister, I'm here to see you. Princess Yang, who is only 10 years old, has a strong voice, like a clear copper bell. And Princess Changle.I, who is being scrubbed by Su Li, is still in shame. Hearing the sound, there was actually a shudder. It's my sister, Gao Yang. Changle.I's heart trembled slightly. Is my favorite sister. Changle vaguely remembered that he and his sister were playing together in the forest garden that day. Maybe it's because of excessive exercise, or maybe it's because of asthma attacks in winter. In a moment of carelessness, he had no strength to breathe and fell to the ground. Changle has congenital asthma and is fragile, so he always carries pills for acute attacks of asthma with him. It wasn't the first time that he had a sudden asthma attack, and Changle had medicine with him. Just because of a hasty fall, the pill fell to the ground. Changle couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. The maids hurriedly helped Changle up and couldn't find the medicine for a while. It was Gao Yang. In a panic, he secretly kicked the medicine bottle into the lake. Originally, Changle's maid brought medicine even without the medicine. But that day, Changle's maid was left in Gao Yang's mansion by Gao Yang and did not come with her. Changle could see clearly, but she couldn't speak. She didn't even have time to think that her favorite and cutest biological sister was actually so vicious. She could even see her younger sister Gao Yang crying on her body with tears on her face after kicking the medicine bottle into the lake. Acute asthma attack, severe oxygen deficiency. Perhaps because of the injury to the brainstem, or perhaps due to other reasons, Changle fell into a coma. Since then, I have never woken up again. And Changle's maid was given death because of this. So far, Changle has never imagined that the cute younger sister in front of him would be so vicious at that moment. She even fell on herself and cried bitterly after kicking away the medicine bottle. My father scolded the maid beside Changle for not fulfilling her duties, and regretted that Changle did not bring medicine. But Changle knew that things were not like this. She's very close to Gao Yang, since a long time ago, when she went to play with Gao Yang would always let her personal maid stay in the mansion. She also obviously brought medicine, but was kicked into the lake by her own sister. That well-behaved and lovely younger sister seemed to have turned into a hideous demon since then, and even her arrival made Changle feel terrified. At this moment, she really wanted to grab Su Li's hand and tell Su Li the truth. She panicked, she was afraid, and she wanted Su Li to protect. What was once love is now all about fear and alienation. A 10-year-old girl's dark psychology made Changle inexplicably terrified. What's more, now Su Li is still scrubbing her body and her body is still naked. With Changle's pure heart, he couldn't even understand that Gao Yang could visit him so nonchalantly. She doesn't want to see Gao Yang. I don't even want Gao Yang to see his current appearance. A naked and useless person who can be manipulated by others. Under the fear, all the negative emotions hit in an instant. She could only hear Gao Yang's voice and footsteps getting closer. She could even hear Gao Yang laughing. She is calling her sister sweetly. She is as innocent as before. What a scene! At this moment, a warm voice sounded. Stop her! Su Li didn't look up, but just looked at the maid in the room. Didn't you see that I was scrubbing the princess' body? Su Li frowned. The two maids in the room rushed out to stop him when they heard the words. Changle is now in a special situation. Although the visitor is also a girl, she can't just let people see her body casually. What's more, this is scrubbing the body after incontinence. If Changle.I's consciousness is in a sober state and someone looks at it, even if she is the same woman, it will be a great humiliation. The maids and officials in the mansion are okay. After all, they serve Changle personally and are servants. But Gao Yang is different. She is a princess with the same status as Changle. Gao Yang? Su Li murmured slightly. No wonder he was so arrogant and domineering, directly forcibly breaking into the inner courtyard. Su Li frowned and speeded up the scrubbing. Changle.I only felt the warmth in her hand, which gave her great courage. I came to visit my sister. Why did you stop me? Gao Yang was not at all afraid of the two maids who went out to block them. Because of their noble status and young age, they wanted to squeeze in. The maid didn't dare to let go of her hands and feet to stop her, so she could only block it with her body. Stop. Su Li spoke while scrubbing Princess Changle.I. What are you? Gao Yang's arrogant voice sounded, and it didn't stop at all. Half of his body was about to squeeze in. Su Li frowned. After pondering for a moment, she got up. Seeing that Princess Gao Yang's body had come in completely, just as she was about to go into the room, Su Li had already pressed Gao Yang's forehead with one hand, making it difficult for her to move an inch. You go, Su Li glanced at the two maids and said. Two maids can't stop a child, but they can't be harsh. After all, they are maids, as humble as grass, and Gao Yang is a princess. Get out. With a light push from Su Li, Gao Yang staggered back uncontrollably and finally sat down on the ground. Su Li frowned. He knew that Gao Yang was a princess, so he deliberately restrained his strength. Although Su Li's attributes were different from ordinary people, he was already able to send and receive freely. With deliberate restraint, it was impossible to push Gao Yang to the ground. You dare to push me? Sure enough, as Su Li expected, Gao Yang raised his head while cursing with hatred and anger on his face. Arrogant, aggressive, arrogant, a brainless dramatist. Su Li no longer knew how to describe Gao Yang. It can only be said that she is worthy of being the famous Princess Gao Yang, who has no brains and corrupted the royal family. According to historical records, Gao Yang was domineering after marrying Fang Yi, and even openly cheated on the monk, discrediting the royal family and even embarrassing the princess of the Tang dynasty. Even Fang Yi, the cuckold brother, had to guard the door when Princess Gao Yang was having an affair. If that's all, it can only be said that Princess Gao Yang doesn't pay attention to her private life. But this guy still encouraged Fang Yi to rebel. In the end, Li ordered a roll of white silk to give him to death. It can only be said that Gao Yang could not be favored by Li since he was a child. After all, the final result of Prince Li Chengqian's rebellion was exile. With Li's character, if he loves Gao Yang, at best he will blame Fang Yi to save his daughter's life. Gao Yang had such an ending, firstly because he was arrogant and domineering and had a bad reputation. The main reason is that he is not favored by Li. But that's right, even Su Li can tell the difference between such exaggerated acting skills and scheming, let alone Li. Besides, Gao Yang is not the son of the eldest grandson empress, and he is full of scheming at such a young age. It would be a ghost if Li liked it. Later, rumors of cheating spread all over the city, ruining the reputation of the royal family, and the ending of death was also made by myself since childhood. Su Li frowned. He only knew that it was recorded in the history books that Gao Yang's private life was notoriously chaotic and thoughtless after his marriage. But he did not expect that the little girl who was only 10 years old in front of him actually opened his mouth and came. At the beginning of human beings, nature is evil. Facing this situation, Su Li can only blame Gao Yang for his peeing personality. After all, Gao Yang's acting skills are too clumsy, not to mention that Princess Changle.I is still in a coma, and she came to the princess mansion to make a fuss. Su Li's evaluation is that she has a scheming heart and no brains. There is no benefit for Gao Yang to act like this. Instead, he will be reprimanded and Su Li will be implicated. Without any benefits, it highlights that a human being is inherently evil. Su Li frowned, still thinking about how to deal with Princess Gao Yang, who was sitting on the ground, but Princess Gao Yang's voice suddenly stopped. To be honest, Gao Yang knew that his elder sister, Princess Changle.I, was married. Or marry a farmer. She was indescribably happy. That's right, she is not a daughter of the firstborn, and she will never be loved like her own sister. Parents often criticize her. Everyone praises her sister, Princess Changle.I. Jealousy had already taken root in her heart without knowing it, especially when he learned that his sister had made a marriage contract with his favorite man, Sun Chang. Sun Chang actually looks pretty good, plus he is a cousin of Changle, so he often likes to show courtesy to Changle. Changle himself has outstanding knowledge, so he doesn't think Sun Chang is so outstanding, nor does he have a crush on Sun Chang, but Sun Chang's show-off attracts Gao Yang instead. In fact, how do you know what love is at a young age? It's just the mentality of fighting with my sister. In short, since then, I have become more and more jealous of Princess Changle. Later, until an accident happened. It was really an accident, who made his sister happen to have a gas illness. Who told my sister to drop the medicine bottle on the ground again. Who told my sister to be speechless. She really has no brains, and has never considered the consequences of things being revealed. Just one movement of the little foot, the medicine bottle fell into the lake. Later, Gao Yang was very scared, not because he was afraid that he would harm his sister, but because he was afraid that her sister would wake up. She knew that her sister saw this scene. But no, my sister didn't wake up. Every time the imperial doctor went out with a sad face. She even learned that her sister was going to marry a farmer because of her joy. A farmer? Gao Yang was so happy. My beloved elder sister is going to marry a farmer and never wakes up again. She really wanted to see her sister in distress, and she really wanted to see her sister married to a farmer. Farmer, what does it look like? Ugly, vulgar, dark, short, and thin. But she has a guilty conscience. Until now, she has not heard the news of her sister waking up. She finally plucked up the courage to step into her sister's mansion. I really want to see what kind of vulgar farmer my sister married. This kind of thing is enough for her to be happy for a long time. But at this glance, Gao Yang's snarky words stopped involuntarily. Gao Yang.Originally's eldest son, Chang, looks good. At least among the nobles of the dating founding group, they are relatively capable of fighting. But compared to Su Li, the gap is huge. Really big. Su Li's appearance is that even Li, an old man who has great opinions on Su Li, has to say that he is not bad when he belittles Su Li. When a woman who is slutty and jealous by nature meets a man who is more attractive, it is very normal to move on. At that moment, Gao Yang had a doubt in his heart. Why did my elder sister, Princess Changle.I, have such a good life? How can she have such a good-looking skin when she marries a farmer? Obviously already asleep. Remarks, Gao Yang is not accepted. Do not accept Gao Yang. Do not accept Gao Yang. I will take revenge on Changle.I. I will take revenge on Changle.I. I will take revenge on Changle.I. I can't finish writing the plot for this day, readers. Please don't get me wrong. I will not accept such a disgusting heroine. Spoil your wife, spoil your wife, spoil your wife. The protagonist defends male virtue. As for single heroine or multiple heroines, you can discuss it and let me see your thoughts. Su Li was still wondering why the domineering Gao Yang stopped spitting, looked down, and saw Gao Yang, who was sitting on the ground looking straight at him. His eyes were motionless, looking up and down his face. Su Li frowned, and a bad guess came to mind. No way. Before Su Li could think about it, Gao Yang's complexion changed. He restrained the corners of his arrogant mouth and stood up from the ground, and then said softly, "Brother-in-law, I'm here to visit my sister." Having said that, Gao Yang's footsteps did not intend to look inside to see Princess Changle.I, but instead stayed where he was, looking straight at Su Li's handsome face. Su Li's appearance is naturally first-class, out-and-out handsome. Years of life as a farmer made Su Li's complexion not so fair and tender, but it was full of masculinity, with a pair of handsome faces with sharp edges and corners, soared eyebrows and star eyes. It belongs to the standard face of mainstream male aesthetics. Su Li frowned and looked at Gao Yang, who had spring eyes in front of him, and found it a bit incomprehensible. She is only 10 years old. Although the 10-year-old Gao Yang was already very beautiful. After all, Gao Yang is Li Shimon's daughter, and her excellent genes determine that she will not grow too ugly. But that's all. Speaking of Gao Yang, Su Li's impression was just off-putting. Su Li just didn't expect a 10-year-old girl to be so outrageous. Su Li didn't argue with Gao Yang, but took Gao Yang into the inner room to visit Princess Changle.I. After the farce at the door just now, the maid had already washed Gao Yang and put on his clothes. Once inside, Gao Yang's thoughts were not on his elder sister, Princess Changle.I, but on the sidelines wanting to talk to Su Li. The language was hot and even provocative. It was hard to imagine that this was a 10-year-old girl. Su Li frowned frequently and didn't talk to her, just taking care of Princess Changle with peace of mind. For Princess Changle, this is more like a nightmare. Today's Princess Changle has gone through this kind of thing, so she will no longer think that her younger sister, Princess Gao Yang, is a fool. She could even feel that Gao Yang was sitting on the side of her bed so generously, talking to Su Li unscrupulously, even seducing. In fact, women's minds are very delicate. When Changle realized Gao Yang's viciousness, he did not hesitate to speculate on Gao Yang with the greatest viciousness. This stupid woman! Su Li saw Gao Yang's body getting closer and pulled away without a trace. He really couldn't understand how such an idiot could exist, but it's not surprising that he was able to have an affair with a monk and let her husband guard the door, and finally instigated her husband to rebel and ended up being killed. Although Gao Yang's tone was very cryptic, his body couldn't help coming this way. One must know that he is Princess Changle's husband, Gao Yang's brother-in-law, not to mention that Princess Changle is lying on the bed now. What kind of husband is currently committing? Su Li frowned. In my impression, the female officer mentioned Princess Gao Yang. Didn't she mean that she has a good relationship with Princess Gao Yang? Could it be the plastic sisters? To Su Li, he just hated Gao Yang's hypocrisy, and to Princess Changle, it was undoubtedly a nightmare. She can't stop it all. She could only brazenly try to get close to her husband with the culprit in mind. Fortunately, Su Li reassured her as always. Su Li's hand was still holding hers. She could even feel that the words that came out of Su Li's mouth were full of indifference. This is the indifference that Princess Changle has never heard. In the past, every word Su Li said by her side was so gentle, so warm, so reassuring. No matter facing anyone, Su Li's tone is always so gentle. Never been so indifferent. Su Li, her husband, did he feel something? It was the first time to feel such a cold gesture from her husband. Compared to the gentleness before, it made Changle feel more at ease. At this time, Su Li's firm indifference is her thickest barrier and city wall. Su Li looked at Gao Yang, who was getting more and more. I don't know how to describe it, and felt more and more disgusted in his heart, and suddenly opened his mouth coldly. Changle will be undergoing treatment next time. It is inconvenient for others to be present. Please go back, princess. Gao Yang's warm face paused, and he looked at Su Li's big hand that was holding Changle tightly, showing a bit of jealousy on his face. This is my own sister. Do you still want to avoid it? Maybe it's pride, maybe something else. Gao Yang was very dissatisfied with Su Li's attitude. Isn't he just a farmer, relying on a good-looking skin to be so indifferent? Why, it's just a guy who got lucky. Of course she could feel Su Li's alienation and indifference. Princess, please forgive me. Come and see off the guests. Su Li doesn't want to have more communication with Gao Yang. The current situation can clearly see that the friendship between Gao Yang and Princess Changle is just an appearance, and Gao Yang is just Princess Changle's plastic sister. There is no need to argue with Gao Yang. The female officer faithfully carried out Su Li's order. It was not until the female officer turned back into the room that Su Li suddenly spoke. Are Changle and Princess Gao Yang close? Su Li asked. Princess Gao Yang lost her mother since she was young, and she is not loved by His Majesty. Princess Changle is always close to Princess Gao Yang, the female officer replied. Su Li nodded. By the way, I've been here for so long, and I still don't know how Princess Changle fell into a coma. Su Li looked at the female officer. Princess Changle is always close to Princess Gao Yang. The female officer said. In short, Princess Changle's maid stayed at Princess Gao Yang's mansion that day, and Princess Changle had an asthma attack and happened to be without medicine. It was too late when the imperial doctor arrived. An asthma attack can easily lead to suffocation, resulting in insufficient blood supply to the brain, leading to brain nerve damage. In this way, it is easy to explain that Princess Changle became a vegetable after she fell into a coma. Sounds like an accident. But thinking carefully about Princess Gao Yang's hypocrisy, Su Li felt that it was not an accident. But Su Li didn't think that Gao Yang's not-so-intelligent brain could plan such a thing in full view. There should be something useful. Su Li was silent for a moment, looking at his pile of sundries. In the past few days, besides seasonings, some small items have been released. Although they will not be used in the short term, Su Li, who is rich and powerful, chooses to buy them. Truth-telling potion. Ask a question, let the other party tell the truth. After taking it, you can freely choose the activation time. After Gao Yang ate it, He would be able to know if Princess Changle.I's coma was accidental just by asking. Forget it, wait until Changle.I wakes up, Su Li frowned. Now that Changle.I is not awake, Su Li has no intention of being distracted if something else happens. Besides, Changle.I as a victim must know the truth. There's no need to use the Veritas potion out of doubt. It's better to wait until Changle.I wakes up and ask Changle.I the truth. If Gao Yang really contributed, then use the truth-telling potion. Changle.I's self-certification and Gao Yang's surrender. It's better to die with a hammer than anything else. Su Li is not in the mood to waste too much time on Gao Yang. By the way, when Gao Yang comes again in the future, he just shirks it, don't see you again. Su Li spoke. It's useless to think wildly here now. Su Li felt that there was something wrong with Gao Yang in his heart, but he was not in a hurry. He just told the maid Gao Yang to come back and directly refuse. It is wrong to assume that Gao Yang has a problem based on assumptions and negative impressions of Gao Yang, and now that Changle.I is still awake, Su Li doesn't want to cause trouble. The following days are still the same. She still scrubbed Princess Changle.I's body every day, and occasionally fed some potions that were good for her body's recovery to Changle.I. Changle.I's complexion is getting better and better, and it can't even be described as healthy. Su Li consults with the pulse. What about Changle.I's pulse now? Use the description in martial arts novels. The blood is like a flood. Not to mention ordinary people. Even a well-nourished and strong adult man is not as full of energy and blood as Changle.I's body. A month passed by in a flash. The princess mansion was still so peaceful, nothing special happened. After all, Princess Changle.I hadn't woken up yet, and Su Li kept her male virtues. Even if something happened outside, it wouldn't affect Su Li. But in the palace, it wasn't so peaceful. Since Li became suspicious, he stepped up his investigation of Su Li. It started with checking Su Li's relationship. It turned out that Su Li didn't have any special interpersonal relationship. After Wood moved to Longyu 6 years ago, Su Li followed her parents to farm in an honest and stable manner. In the 8th year of Wood, Su Li's parents died of illness one after another. Su Li farmed the land by himself and relied on the help of the villagers to survive. The farthest Su Li has traveled is to the county town, not even Chang'an City. Without reading a book, it is just the life experience of an ordinary farmer. After Su Li's family moved to Longyu in the 6th year of Wood, the life experience was basically checked out. Li Erling didn't find anything unusual. However, while continuing to investigate, I learned a piece of news in the village. Su Li's family fled to Longyu to escape the war, and Su Li's parents don't seem to be Su Li's biological parents. Li became suspicious and continued to investigate along this clue. After all, it was a midway migration, and it was true that the world was not peaceful in the 6 years of Wood, so that the clues were directly broken after several investigations. Later, a clue was found in a pawn shop in the city. When Su Li's parents fled with Su Li, they had mortgaged a sword in the pawn shop. What is rare is that the person who made the sword is well known in Jeju, and his name is imprinted on the sword, and the clue is finally connected. As a result, the person who made the sword died as early as the 2nd year of Zhengyuan, and his son had already cut off the inheritance of the craft. Afterwards, it took a lot of effort to find the former apprentice of the swordsmith. After several times of identification, he finally recognized who forged the sword. This sword was commissioned by Su Keo, a powerful man from Shipping County. After checking this, the clues are completely clear because Li knows Su Keo, a tycoon in Shipping County. It's not that the powerful Su Keo in Shipping County is so famous, but that the powerful Su Keo in Shipping County has a son who is Li's subordinate. Xiao Wuhu Zhonglang General Su Dingfeng. Su Dingfeng. Su Li. Li slowly knocked on the table. Speaking of Su Dingfeng's illustrious name, few modern people know about it. But in fact, Su Dingfeng has never been reused during the Zhengyuan period. First of all, Su Dingfeng is not directly related to Li. Before Li came to the throne, Su Dingfeng followed Du Giant and the rebellious Liu Haita. Later, after Liu Haikai's rebellion was put down, Su Dingfeng worked as a wild crane for a few years and was finally reused under Li Jiang's recommendation. In other words, Su Dingfeng followed Du Giant at the beginning. After Li Tang pacified Du Giant, Su Dingfeng followed Liu Haita, but Liu Haita led Du Giant's old troops to rebel. Surviving this kind of resume is already considered good. Later, after the complete unification of the Tang dynasty, Su Dingfeng was reused under the recommendation of Li Jiang. But Li Jiaying's position in Li Tang is also very embarrassing. Although he was crowned as the god of the army, he could not gain Li Er's trust. Because Li Er didn't stand up for the critical moment when Black Tortoise killed his brother. Su Dingfang's comeback is a very embarrassing thing. In the 4th year of Zhengyuan, Li Jiaying launched the war against Turks under the instruction of Li Er. Su Dingfang was a vanguard officer with illustrious military exploits, and Li Jiaying succeeded in destroying the Turks, wearing the merits of destroying the country. It's come to this point. Li Jiaying, a guy who didn't stand up well and had the power to destroy the country, was impeached by a large number of civil officials. When Yanbo, the doctor of the imperial censor, harmed his meritorious deeds, and the chaotic army had no discipline, which caused the rare treasures in the captives to be scattered in the hands of the rebellious soldiers. In fact, to put it bluntly, it was just an action against Li Jiaying, but it was Li Jiaying who kept Su Dingfang alive. So although he made great achievements in the battle of destroying Turks, he was named Zhuwu General. But since then, Su Dingfang's future in Zhengyuan dynasty has been completely sealed. It was not until Li Er passed away and Li Jia ascended the throne that this famous general, who was famous for later generations, showed his astonishing means to break the East Turks and destroy them. During the chaos of Western Turkic and Pingkongaling, Su Dingfang, the famous general who exterminated Bikj, conquered Goguryeo and settled Tubo. It can be said that because of his poor resume, Su Dingfang hardly had a bright future in the whole Zhengyuan dynasty, and could only stay in the position of Zhuwu. Whether it is guarding one side or sending troops to fight, it has nothing to do with him. It is better to say that he is an idle job as the Zhuwu general under the 4th rank. Without the real power of commanding troops, Su Dingfang did not dare to fight for real power. The teacher Li Jiaying has already warned him. If Su Dingfang can't get rid of Li Jiaying, don't think about pursuing real power and leading the army to fight. But Su Dingfang paid attention to a word of righteousness. Otherwise, after Du Jian's defeat, he would not continue to rebel with Liu Haida without hesitation. Otherwise, when the teacher Li Jiaying made great military exploits but was impeached, he, a small vanguard, would not be angry at Dr. Yushi in the court. Su Dingfang doesn't regret it. Now is the day when Su Dingfang starts working, but Su Dingfang is at home. For a man whose future is doomed to be bleak, it doesn't make any sense not to get a job. His experience has already determined that no matter how hard he tries, he will not let His Majesty feel at ease. It's better to lie down at home honestly and receive the salary of Zhengsipin. But today, Su Dingfang's mansion welcomed a special guest. Your Majesty's word of mouth, announce. Zhuwu will bring Su Dingfang into the palace to have an audience. Su Dingfang, who was drinking at home, was taken aback by the sudden visit of an angel. It's just that Su Dingfang, who is just a marginal man no matter how he looks at it, can't think of it. How could His Majesty remember that he came? An absurd thought came to my mind, which was dazzled by the drink. Could it be that His Majesty saw my peerless talent and couldn't bear to cast the pearl in secret? Along the way, various thoughts came to Su Dingfang's mind chaotically. Although he doesn't regret what he did, and he doesn't regret being rejected because he was apprenticed to Li Jiaying and didn't want to get rid of the relationship. But as a warrior, he has been fighting for several years. How can he easily let go of the desire to make contributions on the battlefield? Idea. In fact, Su Dingfang is just a victim of Li Er's suppression of Li Jiaying. At best, he can be regarded as a small shrimp. After all, the biggest achievement of Su Dingfang now is just being the first, and his official position is only a 4th rank. He is not qualified to participate in power disputes among. Therefore, after Su Dingfang was left idle, Su Dingfang almost never saw Li Er again, and the battles of the big men in the court had nothing to do with Su Dingfang. Right now, suddenly, His Majesty summoned him into the palace, making Su Dingfang a little confused. For a while, I wondered if something happened to my teacher Li Jiaying, and for a while, I wondered if His Majesty discovered my talent. It wasn't until the moment when he came to the palace and met Li Er that Su Dingfang became sober because of his slightly drunk head. "Chen, Su Dingfang, see your Majesty," Su Dingfang bowed respectfully. "Exemption," Li Er waved his hand, looking at Su Dingfang's face. "It doesn't look like." Su Dingfang has a rough face like most warriors. It can't be said that it is not good-looking, but compared with Su Li's good skin, the gap is really too big. "You don't have to be cautious. I'm calling you here today, and we won't talk about state affairs." Li Er smiled, then waved his hand. "Look, you can recognize this saber." Li signaled the eunuch beside him to deliver the saber redeemed from the pawnshop to Su Dingfang. Su Dingfang was still deeply puzzled at the beginning and took the sword with a puzzled expression. The style of saber is relatively common, and it belongs to the ancient sword made in imitation of Han Dynasty. In this era, swords of this style are everywhere. As a warrior, I have a lot of them at home. Su Dingfang was puzzled. He picked up his sword and measured it carefully. But I felt another familiar, indescribable feeling. Was Duke Cao casting the sword? Su Dingfang was surprised. Su Dingfang found the familiar traces of sword casting on the hilt of the sword. Generally, famous swordsmiths in this era will leave their own exclusive marks for identification, which is very different from the meaning of a scholar who stamped his own seal after writing calligraphy and painting. Not bad. Cao Gong is a well-known local swordsmith in Shipping County. Basically, all the local powerful swords are made by Cao Gong. Su Dingfang still remembered that when he was born, his father Su Kao gave him a saber that was made by Duke Cao. Father Su Kao is a local tyrant, and basically every descendant of the family will receive a sword from Su Kao, including myself and my half-brother, etc. Su Dingfang frowned slightly, and he suddenly realized why he looked familiar with this sword. Su Dingfang pulled out his sword abruptly, carefully examining the marks on the sword. Sure enough, there was a very obvious gap 3 inches away from the blade. It was the gap made when my younger brother was playing with himself when he was 6 years old, holding a sword against him. Su Dingfang was startled. The smell of alcohol in his head dissipated. The Su family is a local tyrant in Jeju. Later, war broke out and moved to Xi'an. There was a robbery on the road, and the whereabouts of his 7-year-old brother were unknown. The Su family was sparsely populated, with only one father, Su Kao, and 2 sons. After arriving in Xi'an, the father and son depended on each other for life. Later, Su Kao raised troops, and Su Dingfang joined Du Jian's team for this reason. Then Du Jian was defeated by Li Tang, and his father Su Kao was injured and died of depression after half a year. Su Dingfang later rebelled with Liu Haida and was suppressed again. Su Dingfang, who was lucky enough to survive the catastrophe, was appreciated by Li Jiang, the chief general who defeated Liu Haida at that time and taught the art of war. In the 4th year of Zhengyuan, Li Jiang appointed Su Dingfang as a vanguard officer to attack the Turks. Su Dingfang became famous in the first battle and made great achievements in battle. Afterwards, Li Jiang was targeted by court officials, and Su Dingfang was left idle because of this. Su Dingfang still remembers. Before his father died, he was still talking about his lost brother. Although Su Dingfang and his younger brother are not born of the same mother, but because the Su family is small, there is no such thing as brother-in-law's bullshit. The 2 brothers, who are 10 years apart in age, have a very good relationship. His father, Su Kao, often has social occasions and is often away from home. For a long time, Su Dingfang played the role of father. Therefore, it is also brotherly love. The whole family moved from Jeju and lost their younger brother, which became a family regret. Su Dingfang later fought and searched for it many times, but due to the fact that the war in the world has not yet been settled, there has been no news. Now, unexpectedly seeing the saber that his father gave to his younger brother, how can he not be moved? Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, where did you get this sword? Su Dingfang knelt on the ground. You recognize this sword? Li frowned. This sword is my younger brother's sword. Su Dingfang looked sad and slowly narrated the sufferings of the family. So you still have a younger brother missing? Li asked. That's right, my brother is 10 years younger than me. If you calculate his age, he should be 23 years old now. Su Dingfang nodded and said. Li's heart moved slightly. In this way, they match up completely, except for their appearance. Other ages, resumes, and many other aspects match up. There is indeed a high possibility that Su Li is Su Dingfang's lost younger brother. But Li still frowned, because Li still didn't get any answers to what he wanted to know. Even if Su Li is Su Dingfang's younger brother, his family background was nothing more than a low-level local tycoon before. Even Su Dingfang is only a 4th-rank official now. This does not explain Su Li's calligraphy and Changle.I's inexplicable improvement in Qi disease. Unless it's what happened between Su Li's accidental disappearance and his settlement in Longyu. Take him to the princess mansion and recognize him, Li sighed. Li's complexion is not very good. After all, it took a lot of effort, but nothing was found out. Instead, it recognized Su Li as a relative, like a punch in the air. "Your Majesty, my brother is still alive." But Su Dingfang's face was full of surprises. After all, there was news of his own younger brother now. "Let's go and have a look first. I don't know if it's your brother or not." Li waved his hand. "This time it's a hit right now, and it's all the beauty of others." "I thank you, Your Majesty." Su Dingfang had a look of joy, and then a thought suddenly popped into his head. "No, why did you go to the Princess Mansion? Could it be that he accidentally became a servant of the Princess Mansion? In any case, since I am a genuine 4th grade, no matter what my younger brother is, I can take my younger brother home and take care of him." Calculating the age, my younger brother is already 23 years old, and it's time to start a family. After picking up the younger brother from the Princess Mansion, as the eldest brother, it's time for him to prepare a wedding for the younger brother. Putting it above the imperial court, his 4th rank might not be considered anything, but compared to the local tyrants in a mere county in the past, Su Dingfang is now considered a glorious lintel. Although his future is hopeless, it is easy to prepare for his younger brother's marriage. The Su family is not prosperous. Su Dingfang himself has only 2 children now, and his younger brother has to spread his branches quickly to make the Su family prosperous. In the princess's mansion, Su Li is tying Princess Changle.I's hair. The maid on the side looked at the scene in front of her with a warm, anti-smile on her face. Su Li didn't know how to comb women's hair at the beginning. Although in this era, men also have long hair, but compared to women, men's hair is simpler, rougher, and even wrapped in a cloth. Su Li used to do this when he was farming. In other words, most people who live a hard life just take a piece of cloth and wrap it in a dumpling and it's over. After all, heavy physical labor and fluttering hair are not suitable. Later, she became a son-in-law, so of course there was a maid to do Su Li's hair. Men's hairstyles are relatively simple, and you can get started after a little learning, and it's not so cumbersome. Women's hairstyles have more styles and are more cumbersome. Since a month ago, Su Li has been fully responsible for even scrubbing, so she naturally plans to take things like combing her hair and arranging her hairstyle as her own. After all, no matter how short the mosquito legs are, they are still meat, right? As a result, the female officer and the maids in the mansion were moved a lot. In this era, combing a woman's hair can be regarded as a loving couple, but it is a bit unreasonable to wash and tie a woman's hair. To be precise, there is a little bit of pleasing to the humble. Naturally, Su Li was unwilling to give up her points for the sake of etiquette. Besides, it would take an hour to wash and tie her hair. "If I don't come, I will lose more than 3,000 points in vain." Therefore, after Su Li's strong request and the female officer's refusal to no avail, this matter was also taken down by Su Li. So far, Su Li is in full control of Princess Changle.I's life from waking up to going to sleep, the female officials and a group of maids. Unless it is Su Li's necessary time to eat and go to the toilet, there is almost no chance to intervene. It's just that this hair tie looks simple, but is difficult to learn. Su Li also took a lot of effort to learn several relatively simple women's hairstyles. But it doesn't matter, Princess Changle.I can't wake up now, so I am not afraid of wasting time. There is plenty of time for Su Li to practice. Gently holding Princess Changle.I in her arms, Su Li quietly wove black silk for Princess Changle.I. If the son-in-law has such a posture, if others see it, he will have to chew his tongue, the female officer said with a smile. This era, after all, is a feudal society. Even a mere hair tie can rise to the level of no ambition, let alone mentioning equality between men and women in this era. But Su Li is not a female boxing fighter. He is committed to equality between men and women. He is just to earn points. In my own home, how can others see it? If others know, it must be that the governor is not strict with his subordinates, Su Li said with a light smile. After getting along for another month, the female officer accepted Su Li thoroughly, and the two became familiar with each other. After all, the female official is the governor of the Princess Mansion, equivalent to the housekeeper of the Princess Mansion, in charge of the big and small matters of the Princess Mansion, and is considered half of the elders in Changle.I, so if she wants to get close, Su Li will naturally not alienate her. And the female officer, with her familiarity with Su Li and her complete approval of Su Li, has already begun to explain to Su Li the specific personnel composition and distribution of rights in the Princess Mansion. And at the same time, she will actively report to Su Li for instructions no matter what she does. However, Su Li was busy earning points, and the lady officer was trustworthy, so Su Li agreed to hand over all of them to the lady officer to continue to take charge of the Princess Mansion. Between the two, the female officer would occasionally make some innocuous jokes. After all, Su Li's performance is really a real wife-loving madman, as if half a step away from Princess Changle.I, even doing such things as grooming Princess Changle.I willingly and willingly. If a man is willing to wash and tie his woman's hair willingly, it is really a touching thing in this era. After all, in the eyes of most people, this is a manifestation of short-sightedness and no ambition. But I have heard that if you don't have a good mouth, the son-in-law will definitely not spare you. The female officer smiled and looked at the maid next to her, and the maids all laughed and said yes. Thanks to Changle.I.'s gentle and considerate personality, and not flattering others, the atmosphere of the servants of the Princess Mansion is actually quite good, especially the female officials and maids in the inner courtyard of the Princess Mansion who have the most contact with Changle.I. Naturally, it is impossible for the female official to let people spread this kind of thing, which will damage the image of the consort. But the son-in-law is willing to do this, because the son-in-law loves the princess, and they have no reason to stop it. And Princess Changle.I in Su Li's arms also thinks so. Although, this is not the first time that her husband Su Li has washed and tied her hair. But every time at this time, Su Li's gentle fingers twitched between her hair, Princess Changle.I felt extremely warm all over her. Su Li is truly impeccable. A caring and gentle man. Even if this man is a farmer, even if he doesn't have a prominent family background, extraordinary literary talent, invincible military exploits, or the demeanor of a gentleman, Princess Changle.I has already fallen in love with Su Li irresistibly. Even at this moment, Changle.I has begun to fantasize about his future life. Will Su Li always be like this? When I wake up, I will also tie my husband's hair, Changle.I secretly thought. She no longer fantasizes about heart-pounding dates, no longer fantasizes about throbbing dream scenes. Instead, she began to fantasize about an ordinary life with Su Li afterward. When I wake up in the morning, I will arrange Xiangong's hair and wash his face. Xiangong will also weave blue silk for himself. Then, make a not-so-rich but delicious breakfast by yourself. It's small, just enough for 2 people. In the morning, the 2 of them just stayed together and went wherever they wanted. In the afternoon, he still pestered his husband to tell him stories. At night, the 2 of them take a shower together. Then, lie in Xiangong's arms and sleep peacefully. Just like this, the ordinary days that seem to be the same but endlessly enjoyable day after day are repeated. Su Li has done too much for her. So much so that she couldn't wait to do more for Su Li. Okay, get the hairpin quickly. With great difficulty, Su Li braided her hair and fixed it carefully, urging the female officer to hand over the hairpin. With a light thrust, the black hair scattered and fell like a waterfall. I have to start again. This is a new hairstyle that I just learned today. Su Li thought she could succeed once, but it seems that she overestimated herself. Bo. Looking at Princess Changle.I's slightly closed eyes, her tender red and fair face can be broken by blows, and the light scattered from the window hits her face, so that her whole body is shining brightly, like a fairy who has escaped from the mortal world. This is pretty good. Looking at Gao Changle.I in his arms, and the constantly beating points in his mind. Such an ordinary life is not as boring as imagined. She spent another month in the Princess Mansion, looking the same, but Su Li also enjoyed it. Quietly tied Princess Changle.I's hair, because it took Su Li 3 times to learn this hairstyle for the first time. Tie up her hair, gently wrap Princess Changle.I around her, and her soft and boneless body is easily lifted. Even Su Li can't feel too much weight. It's not that Princess Changle.I is too light, but Su Li's strength has exceeded the limit of human beings. Xiang Yu's innate physical attributes are probably similar to mine, Su Li muttered to himself. This month was relatively peaceful, during which Li and Changsun Wugu came to visit several times. Changsun Wugu, as always, would not disturb Su Li every time he came, and by the way, he taught Su Li some knowledge that could not be learned in books. There is something wrong with Li. Su Li noticed that Li seems to be looking at her eyes a little bit wrong recently, but Su Li also knows the reason. But the increasing attributes also make Su Li increasingly inflated. Thinking about the reason is almost passable, so I don't care too much. Gao Yang also came several times, but was stopped by the guards of the Princess Mansion. Su Li didn't intend to have any communication with Gao Yang. And the brothers and sisters of Princess Changle.I also came again. At this time, Prince Li Chenqian has not yet broken his leg, nor has he awakened the habit of breaking his sleeve, so he still looks like a dog. However, Li Chengqian didn't take the initiative to communicate with Su Li. He just came to visit Changle.I. Su Li naturally wouldn't rush to climb up. After all, he was just a farmer, so it was normal for the other party to look down on him. Li Qi really lived up to Li Er's sentence that Yingguo is like me. He looks exactly like Li Er, who was carved out of the same mold, and also took the initiative to communicate with Su Li and did not ignore Su Li because of Su Li's low status. It's a pity that although Li Qi's blood is noble, it is useless. The blood of the emperors of the two dynasties sounds awesome, but in fact it is useless and people are suspicious of it. Li Tai was in the same situation as Li Chengqian. Su Li could even feel that this little fat man was still a little inexplicably hostile towards him, but he didn't know why. There's also a prince named Li Xuan, who is a brother of the same father and mother as Li Qi, but compared to Li Qi, there is a huge gap. Coming to visit Changle.I is more like dealing with business, and there is not much communication, while Su Li bad evaluation. Su Li was greeted and sent off at the princess mansion, and has become more and more adapted to the life of being the male owner of the princess mansion. And after this month, Su Li hardly got any potions that would help his body recover. Even the medicine-related items were not swiped, and it seemed that Changle.I's recovery was nowhere in sight. Although I didn't get enough medicine to revive Changle.I last month, I got at least 6 or 7 medicines to stabilize my body. But Su Li is more optimistic. Maybe 1 month will be vacant, just to get a big one next month. However, it is worth mentioning that Princess Changle.I's physical condition is far superior to ordinary people's after a lot of miscellaneous medicines to nourish her body last month. In the short term, there is basically no need to worry about complications in her body due to lethargy. Generally speaking, Changle.I's state is similar to last month and there is not much difference. But this month, Su Li's hands are relatively dark, and nothing good has been produced, and there is a backlog of miscellaneous sundries. I ask for a small gift bag every day. Su Li rubbed her hands. However, it's just a surprise to Su Li that something good comes out. As long as there are a lot of gift packs with attribute points, Su Li is completely acceptable. After all, attributes are the foundation of a person, and they are the foundation of Su Li. As long as there is a small gift package for attributes, even if the rest are useless waste, Su Li has nothing against it. What Su Li needs most is affordable, cost-effective, and effective. Su Li is not a greedy person. He came to the yard with Princess Changle.I in his arms, sat cross-legged on the ground, and opened today's system store. Product 1, 10 caddies of potatoes. Maybe they can be used to make French fries. Value 2 points. Commodity 2, 10 caddies of sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, delicious roasted sweet potatoes. Value 2 points. Commodity 3, attribute point gift pack. Open the gift pack and randomly get 1030 free attribute points. Value 88,888 points. Commodity 4, photographic memory. Do you know what hypermemory is? Value 200,000 points. Commodity 5, Overlord's halberd method. Rapidly develop the body. The higher the innate attribute, the faster the body development speed, the higher the lethality. Value 250,000 points. Currently available points balance 848,346. Commodity warehouse. Salt-making technique, steel-making technique, truth potion, hot air balloon, sundries. Currently mastered. Introduction to the art of war. You have a solid and comprehensive knowledge of the art of war. Introduction to medicine. You have a solid and comprehensive knowledge of medical skills. Never get lost. You will never get lost. You are a living map, and the compass is better without you. As before, Su Li is still accumulating an average of 30,000 points a day. It has been more than a month since the last time the points were used up. The last time I spent more than 100,000 yuan, only 50,000 yuan remained. It took about 6 or 7 days to catch up with Princess Gao Yang's visit, and more than a month later, in fact, 1 month and 7 days had passed. The last time I saved 190,000 points after a month of hard work, but this time I saved more than 800,000 points. The main reason is that the last time I spent 500,000 points just to buy salt-making and steel-making techniques. It's still being thrown away in the warehouse for ashes. But this time, the system basically didn't show anything that Su Li could afford and was very excited about. Su Li reluctantly spent 50,000 points to buy a hot air balloon. As for the small gift packs of attribute points, 20 of them were produced this month, and 20 small gift packs of attribute points were released in 37 days. There is no big consumption in the middle, basically just buying some miscellaneous sundries, and the rest is saved by Su Li. That's why Su Li was able to save a huge amount of more than 800,000 points. But sometimes it is also a trouble that the points cannot be spent. The refresh of system products depends entirely on luck. Not only must you get good things out, but you must also be able to afford this good thing. But the actual situation is that either the things that come out are awesome, but you can't afford them, or some useless things that get 1 or 2 points. It is more difficult to satisfy both affordability and practicality. That is to say, there is a small gift package with attribute points to guarantee the bottom line. Otherwise, Su Li might not be able to spend any points in this month and 7 days. But having said that, even though he didn't buy any other products, just buying a small gift pack with attribute points made Su Li undergo an earth-shaking change. And this time the refreshed products, at first glance, almost blinded Su Li's eyes. Etc. The combination of sweet potatoes and potatoes only sells for 4 points. This. Sweet potatoes and potatoes only sell for 4 points. Did you make a mistake? As a modern person, Su Li is deeply poisoned by online novels, and I don't know how many time travel novels I have read. Taking the high-yield crops of sweet potatoes and potatoes to the ancient pretenders, I don't know how many people have met. It is not surprising that sweet potatoes and potatoes appear in the system mall. But sweet potatoes and potatoes, these two big killers, are not all proper big killers in the novel. To be honest, it would not surprise Su Li to sell 200,000 points, but it would be impossible to sell 4 points to Su Li right now. Can't it be grown? Can it only be eaten? Or is it that sweet potatoes are actually worthless? After all, there are sweet potatoes in this era. It's not a crop created out of thin air. It's no different from food to the system. Su Li thought about it secretly and couldn't figure out why, but he decided to spend 4 points to buy it. Who cares? It's only 4 points anyway. If you can't buy it at a loss, you can't buy it and you can't be fooled. So you can get a big flower pot and plant it. Anyway, these two kinds of crops are easy to serve. Today is considered a good thing. First, take the sweet potatoes, which are classified by the system in the sundries column, and put together with a lot of condiments, cola, MSG, cumin, etc. Only then did Su Li look at the remaining 3 products with emotion. Maybe it's a guaranteed harvest that hasn't been released for a month. In short, Su Li's product refresh is just right. Affordable and practical. First, there is an attribute point spree worth 88,888 points. After opening, you can randomly get 1030 points of free attributes. It is equivalent to 10 small gift packs of attribute points. The overall price is more than 10,000 cheaper. Take it directly without hesitation. The points balance is 759,454. But in this way, it will be more lucky after all. 10 small gift packs with 10 attribute points can be drawn 10 times. Wouldn't it be a blood loss if the attribute point spree was drawn below 15 points? Su Li rubbed her hands. After all, she was lucky enough to get 30 points of free attribute this time. After thinking about it, he felt unsafe, so he grabbed Changle.I's fair and delicate hands and rubbed them vigorously for a long time. Open it for me. Otherwise, the big gift pack of attribute points is worthy of being a big gift pack. There is even a lottery animation. Along with the flashes of colorful lights in my mind, the system prompts that it is in place. Congratulations, luck is overwhelming. 28 free attributes are offered from the attribute point spree. It's a pity, it would be great if we could drive 30. Su Li sighed with joy on his face. However, 28 free attribute points are already very profitable. Su Li opened a small gift pack with attribute points before, and on average, only one small gift pack gave 2.5 free attributes. Not in a hurry to allocate the extra 28 points of free attributes for now, Su Li looked at the 4th product. Never forget. Su Li is too familiar with this product. Because on the day she was arrested to make a celebration, Su Li brushed this. It's a pity that Su Li didn't have enough points to buy it at that time, so it didn't matter, and it was refreshed the next day. Today is different from the past. Su Li, who has more than 700,000 points, no longer has to be greedy. Needless to say, take it directly. Points balance, 559,454. After winning the photographic memory, Su Li only felt that his mind became clear in an instant. At the same time, the previously blurred and even completely forgotten pictures began to surge, emerge, and become clear in my mind again. The pages in my mind began to gradually become vivid and vivid, as if a picture full of mosaics was removed, then colored, filled, and finally restored to its original appearance. Memories getting farther and farther away. The memories of dating in Su Li's mind began to become clear one by one. Then it is the memory before traveling through. Modern scenes came to my mind. Even the pictures I have seen before, the signs that I just glanced at on the streets I walked by chance. Accompanied by the instant reorganization and repair of a large number of memories, Su Li's brain also began to experience bursts of tingling pain. The human brain is incapable of processing this much valid and clear data. Fortunately, Su Li's physique is already extraordinary, and he didn't make a sound. Perhaps it was the unreasonable imposition and modification of the system. After Su Li survived the initial pain, he felt that everything he had experienced before was vivid in his mind. Now Su Li can easily recall any event he has experienced, any person or picture he has seen, and any knowledge he has learned. Su Li's eyes are like a camera, recording every scene clearly. The textile machine, the steam engine, the internal combustion engine, gunpowder. Su Li only felt that he remembered everything he had read in the books clearly, and he found a lot of knowledge of immeasurable value at once. And it's not just recalling the previous memories. Su Li will also remember reading books in the future, and he can recite them backwards after reading it once. But it is a pity that the photographic memory cannot directly increase Su Li's comprehension ability and application ability. To put it bluntly, Su Li is equivalent to storing an encyclopedia in his brain, but it will take some time to actually transform knowledge into productivity. After all, Su Li is taking the path of adding strength and body, and his understanding is only a little higher than normal people. Looks like I have to increase my comprehension, otherwise I'll just hold a treasure mountain and not be able to use it, Su Li thought to himself. With the comprehension of an ordinary person, if you want to classify and integrate the things in your brain, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to do it in your entire life. Most people just know what is happening and don't know why. No matter in any era, 99% contribution in the academic field is negligible. I can only draw pictures of cats and tigers. Now Su Li only feels that his mind is in a mess, and a lot of memories are pouring into his mind. Although he didn't crash because of the system, it is obvious that he still needs to get used to it for a while. Gay's fellow last commodity. Commodity 5. Overlord's halberd method. Rapidly develop the body. The higher the innate attribute, the faster the body development speed, the higher the lethality. Value, 250,000 points. Su Li's strength and physical attributes have now broken through the limits of human beings, but he has been suffering from lack of fighting skills, and the only useful thing in his mind is the combat experience of veterans on the battlefield. Combat experience of the old soldier on the battlefield is very practical. No matter what weapon he picks up, he can use it twice, but he is not good at it. The combat experience of the veteran soldier on the battlefield is more about catching and fighting and various insidious tricks. It can be said that it has given Su Li this battlefield. Gao.I has a lot of experience in dealing with all kinds of weird sneak attacks or unexpected situations, but it was far from enough. Su Li didn't have a fighting style suitable for his physical fitness. The Overlord's halberd technique, worth as much as 250,000, solved this problem very well. Needless to say, just take it. Points balance, 309,454. The 5 products were swept away, and with a rapid consumption of points, the curtain opened in Su Li's mind. Suddenly, a scene appeared in Su Li's mind. That's a teenager. A boy born with supernatural power. The screen kept playing, and Su Li saw that the boy was invincible in gambling at such a young age. Seeing a boy lift a tripod at the age of 13. Seeing the young man holding a halberd, even if no one can beat him, he still polishes his body day after day. Seeing the young man in armor go into battle, the blood flowed like a river. Seeing him resolutely crossing the river, a battle of breaking the boat. Seeing him sweeping thousands of troops, the princes greeted him with knees. Seeing the rebellion of the princes, the whole world is an enemy. Seeing him alone with one halberd, he is an enemy of the world. His internal affairs were in a mess. His generals betrayed one after another, and each of the famous people in history resorted to frequent tricks. He alone, with one halberd, smashed one conspiracy after another. What he faced was Han Xin, the Binxian, Zhang Liang, the Marquis of Liu, Zhao, the Prime Minister, Peng Yue, the originator of guerrilla warfare, and even a lot of people who are familiar to the later generations. And he can rely on trusted generals to either betray or die. Facing him with such a luxurious lineup, he didn't even dare to relax or be careless in the slightest. In the end, he lost. The siege of Gaixia, A near-death battle. One person with one halberd killed to exhaustion. Even the corpses were densely piled up. Obviously, he was the only one, but no one dared to step forward. Even Liu Bang, when he was still alive, when he was surrounded, and when he was alone, did not dare to be within 100 steps. That is a man like a demon god. He was tired. His inexhaustible energy was finally exhausted. Looking around at the Han soldiers who were timid and afraid to go forward, he seemed to see a familiar figure in a trance. Oh, it was my subordinate. Haha, Gu Wuyan sees Jiang Dong's elders again, and I will send you a fortune. He laughed loudly, and with the last of his strength, he personally cut off his own head and threw it to that unknown figure. Han soldiers swarmed up. The picture ends here, but Su Li knows that after Xiang Yu committed suicide, just the corpses scrambled by the Han soldiers created countless fortunes. And the lucky guy who snatched one of Xiang Yu's thighs revitalized the Hongnong Yang family and made the entire Han dynasty famous. He was fighting the top heavenly group in the country. Even if he died, he didn't know how much glory and wealth he had accomplished. Facing the heroes of the entire Zhuxia with one's own strength, each other won and lost, and turned defeat into victory several times. To be honest, from Su Li's point of view, Xiang Yu's people's livelihood and internal affairs, and even the employment of people can be said to be a mess. The people's livelihood is withering, the internal affairs are changing day and night, and some of the subordinates who are reused even become second five youngsters. Changing someone has already been blown up by the Hanchu Tiantuan. As a result, Xiang Yu forced the entire Hanchu Tian regiment to jump up and down by relying on his personal force. The Battle of Pengcheng even defeated nearly two-thirds of Liu Bang's main force in the first battle with an absolute disadvantage. Fear the shadow. At the end of the screen, Su Li naturally also possessed the Overlord's halberd technique. Sitting and lying down, he had his own rules, and it seemed as if he had penetrated into the bone marrow, forming a fighting instinct. Paired with Su Li to surpass the limits of human attributes. A real bug, Su Li shook his head with emotion. After watching the picture in his mind, Su Li realized what kind of monster Xiang Yu was. If it is placed in modern times, it may be a Hercules who has never been seen before. After all, it is the same thing if you shoot it with one shot. But in ancient times, Chun-Chun was an unsolvable monster. Ordinary low-quality swords can't even penetrate into his muscles. Swing Casually has the power of 1,000 caddies. With 200 caddies of armor on his body, he can still move freely. This kind of people cannot be solved in ancient times, and the only solution Liu Bang has already given the answer. Get 100,000 people around him, let him kill, and wait until he is exhausted. That's right, the entire Han Dynasty Tiantuan had a lot of ingenuity, splitting up and attacking the heart. After a lot of hard work, they finally solved all Xiang Yu's subordinates, and there was only such a solution to be implemented in the end. Even Liu Bang didn't dare to appear in Xiang Yu's sight when he was watching this battle. This kind of monster, if you give him an organized army of thousands of people, he can easily break out of the siege of 100,000 people. If you give him an organized army of 10,000 people, he will dare to turn around and fight you to the death. Before there were no weapons of mass destruction, one of the problems that had to be admitted was that a character like Xiang Yu was almost impossible to solve. In the Battle of Pengcheng, Xiang Yu attacked. Liu Bang's 560,000 troops attacked Pengcheng. Xiang Yu was attacked from the front and back, and the remaining generals continued to attack Qi, and he alone commanded 30,000 troops to return to aid. It was determined by Xiang Yu's first battle, and Liu Bang's 560,000 army was beaten to the ground. What? You said Liu Bang's 560,000 people were mobs, and Xiang Yu led 30,000 elite soldiers. However, what Xiang Yu is facing is a two-front battle, disparity in strength, enemy front and rear, lone army going deep, far away from the battlefield, long journeys and allies' betrayal, etc., which are enough to make most famous generals despair. When personal bravery exceeds the limit that the era can bear, it is unparalleled in mowing the grass. Although Su Li's current stats are not as good as Xiang Yu's, he might be unparalleled in mowing grass on the battlefield. Probably because Su Li's two attributes of strength and body have exceeded the limits of human beings a while ago, and have become bugs in the real world. Expand your personal attributes, Su Li's heart moved slightly. The Overlord's halberd technique is too suitable for Su-like, probably because it is the essence of Xiang Yu's lifelong battle with a body different from ordinary people. Correspondingly, the higher the attribute, the more powerful it will be. When the attribute is low to a certain extent, the power is pitifully small, and even 100% of the power can only be used to 30% of the result. And now Su Li's personal attributes. According to Su Li's own estimate, I'm afraid it's not far behind Xiang.Yu. Name Su Li. Age 23. Strength 111, points can be added. Constitution 111 can add points. Acuity 63 points can be added. Comprehension 69 points can be added. Charisma 63 points can be added. Free attributes available 28. In more than a month, Su Li purchased a total of 20 attribute point gift packs. 50 free attributes were released, which is still an average of 2.5 attributes for each attribute point. Adding points is still the same as before, taking the path of adding both strength and body. This time there are no exceptions. Just opened 28 free attributes in the attribute point spree. Now he got the Overlord's halberd technique, a move with higher innate attributes and greater power, which happened to come in handy. I don't know what Xiang.Yu's attributes are. Add a bit. With a thought, the personal attribute panel will be updated accordingly. Name Su Li. Age 23. Strength 125 can add points. Constitution 125 can add points. Acuity 63 points can be added. Comprehension 69 points can be added. Charisma 63 points can be added. Available free attributes 0. P.S. The charisma attribute has nothing to do with appearance. It belongs to the commander-like attribute. This book sets the attribute reference. Xiang.Yu. Force 138. Body 117. Min 109. Book attribute settings. After the attribute breaks through 100, it has broken through the human limit. The higher the attribute, the greater the gap between the attributes. The attribute is improved again. Because it was a one-time increase of 14 points in strength and body, Su Li could clearly feel the huge bonus this time. I feel that in terms of strength and physique, it's not far behind Xiang.Yu. Because there are a lot of images of Xiang.Yu fighting and polishing his body and his mind, and his Overlord halberd technique is also from Xiang.Yu, Su Li can make a very clear comparison. In terms of strength, I am afraid that he is still a little weaker, but in terms of physique, that is, battery life and physical recovery, he should be stronger than Xiang.Yu. As for agility, don't mention it. But it's not a big problem, it's a miracle with great effort. With Su Li's current physical fitness, even a famous general like Cheng Yaojin, Wei Qigong, Shan Xingxin, and Qin Qiang would have to burp on the spot after eating Su Li. With Su Li's dual attributes of strength and body, Wushwang is absolutely enough to mow grass on the battlefield, and his agility is also higher than that of ordinary people. Physical strength is still the priority, Su Li thought silently. The higher the attribute point, the higher the bonus for each point of increase. It is also a little attribute point. There is not much difference between 60 and 61, and every point above 100 is very high. However, Su Li's dual attributes of strength and body have surpassed many other attributes, and now it has reached an astonishing 125 points, both of which have surpassed the limit of human beings. In this case, the best cost performance is undoubtedly to continue the main afterburner attribute. Throwing 30 points of attributes into acuity can raise Su Li's acuity to the first-class level. But when it comes to strength, with 150 points of strength attribute, even a famous general in the world would be injured if touched and died if touched. It's a pity you can't view other people's attributes, Su Li sighed. On weekdays, he doesn't step out of the gate, and he only wants to earn points with Princess Changle.I, and if he has attribute points, he will add them. Su Li knows that she is strong, but she doesn't know how strong she is. Finally, there is a memory picture of Xiang.Yu. Su Li can match Xiang.Yu in terms of physical strength, but I don't know what level it is in dating. Su Li reckoned that with the supermodel's strength and physical attributes plus the Overlord's halberd technique, he should be invincible in the entire Tang dynasty. But he didn't know how big the gap was between famous generals like Qin Qiang and Wei Qigong. In terms of strength alone, it is definitely possible to beat Su Li. The only shortcoming of Su Li is sharpness, but one's strength will drop 10 times. How many can you play? This is Su Li's biggest question. It's a pity. Su Li doesn't have half of his friends, and he doesn't know any generals, and he doesn't know the level of Tang's top combat power. Su Li doesn't really want to fight, and doesn't want to show off his skills, but Su Li really wants to know what level he is. When Changle wakes up, I have to look at dating's peak combat power. If it is vulnerable, then don't I just incarnate as an ancestor? In this era, there are no long guns and artillery. Too much. But then again, when Princess Changle woke up, Su Li herself didn't know how strong she had become. The feeling of becoming stronger silently is so good, Su Li thought, happily holding Princess Changle. In the past, Su Li had imagined that after time travel, he would become a copyist who was admired by thousands of people, or fight on the battlefield to make a powerful one, expand the territory and leave his name in history. But after several years of farming life, Su Li began to like peace. Although the life in the Princess Mansion is boring, it is not boring, and it is comfortable without disturbance. In particular, I can personally feel that I am getting stronger and improving myself every day. Owning more and more things. You are really my lucky star. Su Li hugged Princess Changle with a smile all over her face. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months have passed. If he hadn't happened to marry Princess Changle, let alone be comparable to Xiang Yu, with the power to stir up the world's wealth with salt-making and steel-making skills, Su Li is probably still farming bitterly. I can't say that I have to marry a peasant woman with a big butt in the future, and then work hard for half my life, and finally die in depression. Although Su Li looks pitiful to others, for Su Li, every day is bright, and the future is bright and promising. His arsenic is my medicine. And on the other side, Su Dingfang was walking with the eunuch to the princess mansion. This angel. After leaving the palace, Su Dingfang saw that there was no one around, so he carefully pulled the eunuch's sleeve, took out a penny from his bosom and stuffed it into the eunuch's sleeve without a trace. General Zhonglang, do you have anything to ask? The eunuch put away the copper coins with ease with a smile on his face, and he was proficient in business at first glance. Generally speaking, eunuchs like him have extra money, and someone will always inquire about the news in advance. Although it is not as good as a powerful eunuch, it can be regarded as an additional income, and compared to a real powerful eunuch, it is safer. After all, the news they can leak is generally irrelevant in itself. I want to ask, where is my younger brother now? I haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Can you tell me about my younger brother's situation? I must be prepared in my heart, Su Dingfang asked. This time I haven't seen him for more than 10 years. Su Dingfang doesn't know how to face his younger brother, let alone how his younger brother has lived for more than 10 years. The eunuch had a strange look on his face. Left and right are not a big deal. Zhang Lang will be calm after hearing this. The eunuch knew that Su Dingfang's younger brother was suspected to be the hapless son-in-law Su Li. That poor guy who cheered Princess Changle. Looking at Su Dingfang's warm expression in front of him, even the eunuch couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Really unlucky. If they got to know each other early, based on the relationship between Su Dingfang and Li Jiang, maybe they could persuade Li Jiang to avoid this tragedy. As for now, Su Li and the princess are already married, and they must not be changed. And the princess is still lying on the bed. Maybe she will die someday. Even if Su Li doesn't have to be buried with him, I'm afraid he won't be able to carry on the family line in the future. It can only be said that the recognition is useless now. What's more, Su Dingfang is only a 4th-rank position. If Li Jiang is not invited to join the team, the end of Su Li's funeral is still inevitable. Really unlucky. With an inexplicable look on his face, the eunuch sighed and began to speak. What, my brother is that unlucky son-in-law? After Su Dingfang listened, his eyes widened and he couldn't tell whether it was shock or bitterness on his rough face. The incident of Princess Changle's joy caused a sensation in Chang'an, and even the common people heard about it. Su Dingfang also once sighed with emotion that the happy son-in-law seemed to fly on a branch and turn into a phoenix, but in fact he was a rootless duckweed. He was extremely unlucky and married a princess who was unconscious and dying soon. It is not even possible to pass on the family line to continue the incense. When the princess dies, the family will immediately cut off the incense. But Su Dingfang never thought that the unlucky guy he once felt emotional about was actually his younger brother. Zhu Wuhu Zhonglang General Su Dingfang is visiting. Su Li looked at the female officer with a hint of doubt on her face. Now that Su Li has awakened his photographic memory, everything in the past is vivid in his mind, and in just a moment, he found Su Dingfang's information in his mind. Su Li once saw this name when looking up information. Su Dingfang, a famous general in the late Tang dynasty. Born in the troubled times of the Sui and Tang dynasties, He made his mark at a young age. He followed Li Jiang to pacify the Turks, defeated the Turks first, and was awarded the 4th rank of Zhuo General. But for some reason, during the first Zhengyuan dynasty when Li was in power, he was never reused for half his life. Until Li Zhai ascended the throne, the famous generals of the Tang dynasty were getting old. Su Dingfeng, who had wasted half his life, was in his 40s and 50s before he was finally activated by Emperor Gaozong Li Zhai. Afterwards, the famous general who had wasted half his life finally got his own stage. In the era when the famous generals of the Tang dynasty were gradually withering, it was he who carried the banner and made great military exploits for the Tang dynasty. In other words, Su Dingfeng's actual ability, even in the star-studded dating, is still in the first-class echelon, and there are very few people who can compare with it. Now that he is still at a loss, he has no black material, Su Li is happy make friends. It's just, Su Dingfeng, General Zhuo has nothing to do with him, the son-in-law who has come to be happy, and now he suddenly visits him. Why is it? Please come in, Su Li spoke after a moment of pondering. No matter why you come here, you have to see each other. The female officer nodded, but she was also a little puzzled. Princess Changle.I and Su Dingfeng had nothing to do with each other, and Su Dingfeng said that he was meeting the consort, not Princess Changle.I. But wasn't Su Li, the son-in-law, a farmer before? And how did he get involved with Zhuo General? The moment Su Dingfeng stepped into the princess mansion, he couldn't tell what it was like. At this moment, Su Dingfeng's heart is contradictory. He didn't want this unlucky son-in-law to be his younger brother. After all, the situation of Princess Changle.I was full of ups and downs. It was rumored that Princess Changle.I's life was not long. But he also hoped that this unlucky son-in-law was his younger brother. Because I have been searching for so long, there is still no news of my younger brother. Now that my parents have passed away, the Su family is sparsely populated. Now only Su Dingfeng and one son are left in the once lively Su family. Besides, my younger brother was brought up by himself. It has been more than 10 years now. Su Dingfeng even thinks that his younger brother has passed away. Even if his younger brother is a hapless son-in-law, at least he is still alive, isn't he? Stepping into the courtyard of the princess mansion, Su Dingfeng saw a handsome young man sitting quietly under the gazebo. Beside him was a beautiful woman leaning on him. The end is the appearance of a couple of gods and immortals. But when he took a closer look, he saw that the woman was soft and boneless, and her body was actually being supported by Su Li to lean against her, rather than snuggling up on her own initiative. Looking at the handsome young boy, Su Li doesn't look like Su Dingfeng, nor does he look like Su Dingfeng's father, Su Kao. But with just one glance, Su Dingfeng can be sure that Su Li is his younger brother. Because Su Li's face was almost exactly the same as her own stepmother. Su Li and Su Dingfeng are half-brothers. Su Dingfeng looks like his father, but his mother died early. Su Li is from Su Kao Zuxian. The Su family itself is just a powerful family in a small local county, and the family business is not that big. In addition, the stepmother is very kind to Su Dingfeng, so Su Dingfeng, who lost his mother early, feels the love of his mother. The age difference between Su Dingfeng and Su Li is more than 10 years, so there are not so many nonsense things. Although the two brothers are not born of the same mother, the relationship between the two is even better than a lot of biological brothers. The stepmother passed away not long after giving birth to Su Li. At that time, Su Kao had great ambitions and was away from home all year round. Su Li spent more time with Su Dingfeng than with his parents. Su Li grew up disrespectful to her father. Different from the ruggedness and unrestrainedness inherited from the old Su family, Su Li's face has perfectly inherited the beauty of her stepmother since she was a child. But now Su Li in front of Su Dingfeng's eyes is not an exaggeration to say that he was carved out of the same mold as his stepmother. With just one glance, Su Dingfeng can be sure that this is Su Li, his younger brother who was lost due to banditry when his family moved. Su Dingfeng opened his mouth several times to speak but stopped. Su Li looked at the potential star in front of him with a strange expression. Su Li noticed that Su Dingfeng in front of him also had a very strange expression on his face, and there was a bit of surprise and sadness in his eyes. Several times he hesitated to speak. Su Li didn't know what to do, but after thinking for a moment, he still chose to back away from the screen. "Stand back first," Su Li waved his hand. The female officer nodded when she heard the words and exited the courtyard with all the maids. Now that Su Li has been fully recognized by the female official, naturally she won't be free to follow Su Li accidentally. The The current Su Li is the male master of the Princess Mansion. In the courtyard, only Su Li, Su Dingfang, and Princess Changle leaning on Su Li's shoulders remained. Now the left and right are gone, Zhu Wuhu Zhonglang will come from afar, so you might as well speak up, Su Li said with a smile. Little brother, you don't recognize elder brother, Su Dingfang's tone trembled a little. In fact, Su Dingfang was very puzzled. It stands to reason that his younger brother Su Li was already 9 years old when he was lost, so he should remember things. Su Dingfang couldn't help Su Li right now. I traveled over here and farmed fields honestly for several years, and Angxin worked as a farmer for several years. But now you suddenly popped up and said that I am your younger brother. It is true, or the famous lobby player Su Dingfang. Su Li clearly remembers that the family is a pure old farmer. I'm your elder brother Su Dingfang. Our father is Su Kao. You were only 9 years old when you got lost. You really don't remember anything. Su Dingfang's face was indescribably complicated. No, the amount of information is a bit large. Is there some misunderstanding, or you are talking about it carefully? Su Li didn't deny it outright. Because Su Li is a soul wearer, he became a 9-year-old child after transmigrating, and he just followed his parents to Longyu to settle down. As for the memory of the original body, Su Li actually doesn't have it. After awakening the photographic memory, Su Li also doesn't have any memories before the age of 9, so this period of experience is completely blank, and what Su Dingfang said cannot be completely denied. I don't remember anything before I was 9 years old. My parents said that it was because I was frightened by bandits on the road. That's right, I am indeed your big brother. Su Dingfang told the story. From the birth of Su Li to the relocation of the Su family, encountered bandits on the road. Su Li lost. It perfectly constitutes a comedy of confession of relatives. Su Li never imagined that this kind of bloody confession could happen to her. But it's okay. At least it's not Li who recognizes his relatives. Otherwise, I and Changle, a newlywed couple, would become brother and sister. Then Pure and Innocent would become a kind of dog-blood confession drama that only exists in novels. But to be honest, Su Dingfang is now just a general of Zhu Wuhu Zhonglang, an official position under the 4th rank. Although his son-in-law is used to celebrate happiness, his nominal status is still higher than that of Su Dingfang. What's more, Su Dingfang is still abandoned by Li now, and the whole Zhengyuan dynasty has not made a single sound, which is really not as good as his own drama. From Su Dingfang's mouth, Su Li also learned the details of the incident. Li is investigating me, Su Li thought to himself. It seemed that Li had already discovered his unusualness, and he was startled and puzzled until he got to the bottom of it and finally found out about his relatives. But today is different. If it was just when she married Changle, Su Li might still be worried that she would be exposed abnormally, that she would be persecuted by Li's jealousy, etc. But now Su Li's attribute points have exceeded the limit of human beings, and he has the Overlord's halberd technique. That is, his sharpness is a little bit worse, and the little Overlord is still alive. Wait for another month or two, and Su Li's attribute points will have improved by leaps and bounds. At that time, it will be useless for Li to be suspicious. Su Li can directly become the ancestor of the Tang dynasty. Su Li did not doubt Su Dingfang's words. After all, Su Dingfang's demeanor did not seem to be fake, and Li personally handled the investigation. Little brother, it's all the big brother's fault. Su Dingfang sighed as he looked at Princess Changle on Su Li's shoulder. Su Li knew what Su Dingfang meant. Before that, almost all the imperial doctors and eminent monk Grand Dao were helpless about Princess Changle's condition, and it was clear that it was a pit of fire. Later, after Su Li used systemic drugs to treat her little by little, Princess Changle's health improved, but this matter was not disclosed. In the eyes of most normal people, they don't think it is a good thing to marry a princess who is dying. Can't carry on the family line, can't continue the incense, and even have to be buried with him. That's not enough. At least I have nothing to worry about now. Su Li shook her head and smiled. His arsenic is my medicine. Although others think that Princess Changle's life is not long, Su Li knows that it is only a matter of time before Princess Changle wakes up, so there is no resistance. Where can such a good thing be found? From a farmer digging food into the soil, he became a high-ranking son-in-law, and he could pick up a beautiful daughter-in-law for nothing. Su Li can understand Su Dingfang. After all, Su Dingfang just said that the Su family is small. Now that Su Li is brought, there are only 3 men in the Su family. He was brought up by Su Dingfang since he was a child, and Su Dingfeng had preconceived ideas, thinking that Princess Changle.I's life was not long, so it was normal to say such words. No one wants their brother to marry someone whose life is not long and cannot continue the incense. If I had found out about you earlier, it would have been Yuan Tiangeng's fault. In the worst case, I would have asked my teacher. It wouldn't be the case. I have heard before that Princess Changle.I will die soon. But I never thought about it. The son-in-law is actually you. Su Dingfeng hammered his thigh angrily. But it's just a little bit late. Su Dingfeng blamed himself very much. It would be great if we could find news about my younger brother in advance. Although Su Dingfeng was not highly valued, his teacher was Li Jiaying, Duke of Dai. Although Li Jiaying is very embarrassing because of his political status on the wrong team, he is not trusted by Li Er. But Li Jiaying has made great achievements in battle, and even Li Er can only suppress it. If he could find his younger brother early, then Yuan Tiangeng deduced that his younger brother is the one who is happy, and he can also ask the teacher Li Jiaying to deal with it on his behalf. Even Li Er has to worry about Li Jiaying's face. Even if it cannot be avoided in the end, the situation will be much better than it is now. Between the words, Su Dingfeng was full of self-blame. Falling in Su Li's ears is also sincere. Although there is no picture of Su Dingfeng in memory, but just one side, a few words, Su Li can feel Su Dingfeng's heart as a big brother and a loving brother. But such a warm scene, such sincere words, fell into Changle.I's ears. It was a different feeling. As her body got better and better, Su Li took care of her in every possible way, added nutritionally balanced food supplements and medicines produced by the system. Princess Changle.I's consciousness is already the same as that of ordinary people. Awake during the day and sleep at night. Sleep peacefully in Su Li's arms at night, and quietly listen to Su Li telling about the surrounding scenery and all the changes during the day, feeling the quiet warmth between husband and wife. Even Princess Changle.I is completely used to this kind of life. Although unable to move or even see Su Li, there is no doubt that she has regarded Su Li as the most important person in her life. Since Su Li arrived, she has never complained about anyone. Even in this paralyzed state, she is happy, and she doesn't even miss the time when she was healthy as long as Su Li is by her side. Today, she woke up in Su Li's arms as usual, enjoying Su Li's meticulous care. The girl's troubles are fine, except for the occasional worry that Su Li will get bored, and the occasional worry that she won't wake up again, and Princess Changle.I is completely immersed in the ocean of love. Today is just like before. Wake up, feed, and then Su Li carried herself to the yard to bask in the sun, and told herself about the surrounding scenery. Then, she heard the female officer talk about Su Dingfeng's visit. Princess Changle.I doesn't know Su Dingfeng. She is a princess, and Su Dingfeng is a mere 4th grade, so she doesn't have any qualifications for Changle.I to know. But girls are always curious. It is human nature to eat melons. She stayed by Su Li's side, eavesdropping on Su Li's secrets openly. Then I heard the bloody confession scene. When Changle.I got along with Su Li later, Su Li also introduced herself to Princess Changle.I. Changle.I knew that Su Li was a farmer whose parents passed away early. Su Li had a very hard life in her teens and had no one to rely on. Changle.I would always feel sorry for Su Li not having a relative by his side, and would also think that Su Li would have no one to tell when Su Li was suffering. Now that Su Li actually has a big brother, and that Su Li herself was lost by accident, Princess Changle.I is really happy for Su Li. In this way, my husband is no longer alone. My husband-in-law finally has a family he can rely on. Changle.I has always felt sorry for his husband-in-law, thinking about himself and a bunch of brothers and sisters. There are also parents who love her, but Su Li has nothing. Now, it turns out that Su Li also has a happy family and a big brother who loves him. Princess Changle.I was happy, at least before Su Dingfeng spoke. Now, Su Dingfeng's sincere words fell into the ears of Princess Changle.I. Can't tell what it's like. Su Dingfeng didn't target Princess Changle.I, but he emphasized every word. Princess Changle.I, he is a man whose life is not long. Even if she can live, she can't continue the incense for Su Li and can't let Su Li pass on the family line. She killed Su Li, she delayed Su Li. Even Su Li, who was originally helpless, has found her relatives. But because of me, because of myself, a disabled person who can't wake up, I can only be trapped in the princess mansion, guarding myself like a dead tree. For a long time, she was too greedy for the tenderness, consideration, and meticulous security that Su Li gave her, so that she subconsciously began to avoid these problems. Now, everything was torn apart by Su Dingfang's sincere expression. That's right, no matter how helpless Su Li is, at least he is a good family member who can pass on the family line and continue the incense. Even after the brothers recognized each other later, Su Li was able to live a good life. All of this was ruined by this useless man. Princess Changle.I had to face this reality. Su Li was forced to rejoice because of Yuan Tiangang's servant. And I destroyed these. Su Li, I'm sorry. Su Li, I'm sorry. When everything was revealed mercilessly, only the bloody truth remained, and the little Princess Changle.I had nothing to escape from. You can't say that. Su Li watched Su Dingfang beat his chest and feet, shook his head and smiled and took Princess Changle.I's little hand. His arsenic is my medicine. If there is no eternal happiness, how can I be a noble one day? Su Li asked. To put it bluntly, as a time traveler, Su Li's scrambling in the ground is enough to stretch his hips. But Su Li can't do anything about it. He was just an ordinary person in his previous life. Salt refining and soap making. That is, I have seen it in novels, but I can't remember how to make it for a long time. As for the imperial examination to become an official, pull it down, you didn't pass the college entrance examination, and you didn't even become a class monitor. How can you become an official through the imperial examination and govern one side after time travel? In addition, the system is useless. Before marrying Princess Changle.I, I can only rely on it. To be honest, Su Li is planning to restart her life. Besides, Princess Changle.I and I are now husband and wife. Husband and wife are one body. There is me and you and me. We share happiness and adversity together. Brother, I can't talk about it anymore. Besides, who is talking about Changle.I? Can't wake up. Su Li's words remained firm as before. It fell into the ears of Princess Changle.I, but it was the last warmth after the disguise was torn. Su Li's voice is as gentle and firm as ever. Just like before. This made Princess Changle.I rejoice that Su Li did not despise herself as a disabled person with a sick body. But after the truth was uncovered by Su Dingfang's words, deep self-blame and guilt still spread in Princess Changle.I's heart. Although Su Li, as always, unswervingly chose her. He even spoke up to defend her. But Princess Changle.I knew in her heart that Su Dingfang was right. As long as I don't wake up, everything is a castle in the air. Su Li still can't pass on the family line to continue the incense. Su Li is still just marrying a useless person. Once she really dies like this, Su Li will have nothing. Even if he doesn't have to be buried with him, he will probably be alone in the princess mansion. Princess Changle.I hoped that she would wake up as soon as possible. It had never been so strong. She doesn't want to do this anymore, like a disabled person. Nothing can be done, nothing can be done. She wants to tell Su Li loudly that she likes him, and she wants to become a real couple with Su Li and continue the family tradition. She wants to see Su Li's face and touch Su Li's body. She wanted to hold Su Li's hand as firmly as Su Li when Su Li held her hand. She can't leave Su Li anymore. I really can't do it, brother, go ask the teacher, Su Dingfang said, but was interrupted seriously by Su Li. I can't talk about Big Brother anymore. Today should be a happy day. Why does Big Brother keep talking like this? Su Li interrupted Su Dingfang's words. Su Li knew that Su Dingfang was for her own good. But for Su Li, marrying Princess Changle.I is a great blessing. Besides, it would be too naive to beg Li Jiang. Because of the photographic memory, many of Su Li's vague memories became clear. Knowing that Li Jiang's status during the Zhengyuan period was very embarrassing. Su Dingfang is a fourth-rank official and has no contact with the core of power. He doesn't know that Li Jiang is taking every step carefully. He and Changle.I are already married, so what's the use of Su Dingfang asking Li Jiang? Li Jiang's ability to persuade Li to annul the marriage is really outrageous. The result cannot be changed. Where should Li face be placed? If Li Jiang speaks, it will make Li Jiang's political environment, which is already on thin ice, even more dangerous. Seeing Su Li's serious expression, Su Dingfang opened his mouth but finally choked back the words. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed awkward and silent. Okay, bro, let's not mention this for now, Su Li smiled. Now that the matter was finished, Su Li called the female officer and maid to come in, and let the female officer take Changle.I away, leaving only Su Li and Su Dingfang. Brother Yu is a general in the country. How is his martial arts? Su Li asked curiously. Just now Su Li was still lamenting that his attributes had been greatly improved, and he had acquired the overlord's halberd technique, but he was suffering from the fact that he had no way to compare himself in the Tang dynasty, and he didn't know his own position. In a blink of an eye, a big brother was sent. Su Li knows Su Dingfang's future better than anyone else. If it weren't for Li Er's suppression, Su Dingfang might have already become famous and become the first echelon of dating. Bai picked up a cheap big brother so that Su Li could have a clear understanding of his own strength. It's not easy to lead troops in battle, but those who can beat me physically are only 5 fingers away. When it comes to his field of expertise, Su Dingfang's face is full of confidence. Su Dingfang is very skilled. When he followed Du Giant and Liu Haida, he made many military exploits because of his bravery, and he was always invincible in the battlefield. It's just that Su Dingfang was just a brave general at that time, and he could control the situation in a small battlefield. Without enough military tactics, he still couldn't reverse the final direction of the war. Later, he was fortunate to be valued by Li Jiang, and it was only when Li Jiang taught him the art of war that Su Dingfang had real precipitation. It's a pity that after studying the art of war with Li Jiang, the Duke of Dai, Su Dingfang only fought one battle and was discarded as soon as he emerged. There was no more opportunity to display what he had learned, so he didn't know his own art of war. But things like martial arts are very intuitive. Su Dingfang is in the army, and it is easy to know the specific level of the famous generals of the Tang dynasty. Su Dingfang is famous for his bravery, and he was a brave general who dared to be the first when he was under Du Giant's command. Moreover, Li Jiang once said personally that only in terms of bravery on the battlefield, there are only 5 fingers in the entire Tang dynasty who can beat Su Dingfang. Li Jiang's evaluation is naturally gold. This is also the source of Su Dingfang's pride. It's a pity. On the battlefield, the ultimate in martial arts can only determine the outcome of a small-scale battlefield. Throughout history, apart from the overlord, who else can reverse the overall situation of the world with their own bravery? This is also the fundamental reason why Su Dingfang settled down to follow Li Jiang to learn the art of war. If you can't be invincible like an overlord in the world, no matter how brave you are, you can only command tens of thousands of people on the battlefield. If you meet a famous general like Li Jiang, you will easily be tricked into the applause. After all, humans have limits. So powerful, Su Li was overjoyed. This is really a surprise. After all, Su Dingfang is not famous for his martial arts, but looking at the arrogance of his eldest brother Su Dingfang, saying that the entire Tang dynasty can beat him by only 5 fingers, his expression does not seem to be fake. In this way, Su Li can compare with Su Dingfang and quickly find his position in dating. On the battlefield, everyone's bravery can't control the situation of the battle. Su Dingfang shook his head, seeing Su Li's surprised expression. I don't think so. Su Li shook his head and then spoke to Su Dingfang excitedly. Come, big brother, you and I haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's try our skills. P.S. Su Dingfang's personal attribute settings. Strength 93. Constitution 98. Sharpness 95. Perception 97. Su Dingfang paused, carefully looking at his younger brother Su Li, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Su Li's body is still tall and strong, but she doesn't look weak. It's just that after Su Li got lost, he went to be a farmer honestly and didn't practice martial arts to polish his body. Besides, polishing martial arts requires not only hard practice, but also a lot of food supplements. Although the old farmers in the field have a lot of strength because of their hard work, there are still a lot of people like him who have intensively raised their bodies since childhood and polished their martial arts day and night. Big gap. He wanted to refuse, but seeing his younger brother ready to move, Su Dingfang finally chose to accept. But I thought in my heart that I shouldn't take it too seriously, so as not to hurt Su Li. It's not that Su Dingfang is arrogant, but his personal martial arts strength is first class in the entire Tang dynasty. Then it's gambling, Su Dingfang asked. Gambling is a sport that has been passed down for a long time in Juxia. Similar to wrestling, but different from wrestling. Belongs to a sport of bare-handed combat. It can be traced back to the spring and autumn period at the earliest. Even in some places such as modern northeast Shanxi, this custom still exists. Su Li nodded and silently took off the outer uniform, leaving only the inner lining. Su Li has not worn a more sporty bunt for a long time because she has left her life as a farmer. The same is true for Su Dingfang. Basically, if there is no safari or entering the army, they are basically wearing ordinary clothes. Su Dingfang took off his outer clothes, leaving only a white inner lining like Su Li. In this era of lack of entertainment, Gambling games are basically available all over the country. When Su Li was farming before, in the village every year after the Slack Festival in autumn, there would be regular games, and the winner would get 2 jugs of beer wine as a lottery. Su Li also participated in the fun twice, but the level was mediocre, and he won. After 2 rounds, he was laid down. However, although he is not good at gambling, Su Li is very clear about the rules of gambling. Moreover, today is different from the past. Su Li's attributes are already extraordinary. If he participates in the Autumn Festival game again, he may be able to fight invincible opponents. The two stood facing each other 3 steps apart, each in a good posture with their legs separated, their steps fastened, their hands clasped in front of their chests, and they held hands forward. It's very similar to wrestling, but the palms of the two are not in contact. "You come first." Su Dingfang stood still and spoke to Su Li. He made it clear that he wanted to let Su Li go. There are 3 steps between the 2 games of gambling, whether it is far or not, and whether it is near or not, and it is important to give an order to seize the opportunity. Whoever moves quickly will be able to sprint first and use his own strength to achieve an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. People with slow movements and slow reactions will be more impacted when they start slower. Su Dingfang stood still, equivalent to giving up Su Li's impact distance of 3 steps. Su Dingfang didn't think that he would lose if he gave Su Li 3 more impact distances. Although Su Dingfang didn't play many games, he honed his body and practiced martial arts day and night since he was a child, and his level was there. However, Su Li got lost in the middle of the journey. As a farmer, even if he had all his strength, it was useless, and he was not half comparable to himself. But the younger brother wants to play, so he follows the younger brother. After all, Su Li was brought up by Su Dingfang since he was a child. The younger brother was lively and active since he was a child. At that time, I was the same as now. Let him stand still 3 steps away, and when the younger brother rushed over, he easily touched the younger brother's head. "Be careful, brother, I'm coming." Su Li smiled and didn't remind Su Dingfang. After pondering for a while, Su Li suddenly stood up and sprinted. Not fast. Although Su Dingfang underestimated the enemy, Su Li didn't really go all out, nor did he use the 3-step distance to sprint. After all, this is his elder brother, not an enemy. If he really tried his best, with his own attributes, Su Li would really be afraid of hurting Su Dingfang. With a smile on his face, Su Dingfang looked at Su Li, who was rushing towards him. It's not fast, and it's not agile. The pace is still steady, and it seems that there are some tricks. Su Li's acuity is not high, and his shooting speed is not fast. With Su Dingfang's level, it is easy to capture the movement trajectory of Su Li's hands. With a smile on his face, Su Dingfang fixed his legs and reached out to meet him. The moment the palms touch, just snap quickly. Su Dingfang's body flew out uncontrollably. It was so fast that the smile on Su Dingfang's face didn't have time to restrain himself. Su Dingfang felt that what he received was not Su Li's hands, but a bull rushing towards him. The whole body soared into the air uncontrollably, and finally stabilized his figure, but still retreated more than 10 steps uncontrollably. "I told you to be careful." Su Li had a smile on his face. "Be serious, brother." Su Li came here to test her level. When Su Dingfang heard the words, he put away his contempt in his heart. Leaving aside whether Su Li knows martial arts or not, Su Dingfang should be careful with his strength alone. This kind of strength, to put it bluntly, once Su Li hit him solidly, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it with his well-known body. Seeing that Su Dingfang finally got serious, Su Li stood still again. Su Dingfang put on his posture, and Su Li also put on his posture again. "It's too strong, you have to avoid it as much as possible," Su Dingfang thought to himself. Just getting in touch, he can notice that Su Li's attack speed is not very fast. He can dodge it completely. If Su Li doesn't know martial arts, he should still be able to dodge it. As for winning, pull it down. Su Li is much stronger than him, even if he hits Su Dingfang a few times. Su Dingfang guesses that he can't stand it, unless he can play Su Li to exhaustion. Otherwise, in Su Li before exhaustion, there is no possibility of winning. There is no way. One force will drop 10 meetings. With your own skills, you have exerted 120% of your strength, and the opponent has only exerted 30% of your strength in a hasty counterattack, and you are still unable to resist. Coming. Su Li concentrated all his attention. Every move of the Overlord's halberd technique came to his mind instinctively. Although it is a halberd technique, It also has the martial art of polishing the body and practicing with bare hands. A halberd in one arm, Su Li is approaching. The shooting speed is still not fast. The angle is not tricky either. Under the open and closed, there is no way to dodge except retreat. The Overlord's halberd technique was created by Xiang combining his own strengths, and the emphasis was on giving full play to his greatest strengths. Abandon unnecessary defenses and bully others with strength. With wide opening and closing, dodging is useless. Fortunately, both of them were empty-handed, so Su Dingfang barely had room to fight. But with Su Li's pressing step by step, Su Dingfang was forced by Su Li to fight with Su Li in just a dozen moves. One collision means that subsequent collisions can no longer be avoided. After more than 10 moves, Su Dingfang was completely overwhelmed. With a punch, Su Dingfang's arms trembled. Seeing Su Li approaching again, Su Dingfang hurriedly retreated. No more fights, no more fights. There's no way to fight at all. Su Li's strength is too great, and he has his own way of attacking, and he is by no means a person who does not know martial arts. Moreover, Su Li's tricks are too bullying, purely relying on strength and temperament to maximize strengths and avoid weaknesses. Fortunately, this is an empty-handed battle, and Su Dingfang still has a place to dodge. Otherwise, with Su Li's incredible strength and physique, coupled with a big halberd, let alone more than 20 moves with Su Li, even 5 rounds are very reluctant. Your strength is too weird. I really can't match it. Luckily, you are empty-handed. If you match it with a big halberd, I'm afraid I won't be able to go 5 rounds in front of you, Su Dingfang said with a straight face. The facial expressions are wonderful. And I see that you have your own rules and tricks. It doesn't look like you haven't practiced martial arts. If you haven't practiced martial arts, I can still fight. But you are still too slow. As long as I don't get entangled by you, you won't be able to stop me if I want to run. Su Dingfang seemed to be full of confidence in his words. I'm going to run, you can't stop. But it's too embarrassing to say it. According to what elder brother said, if I am brave, how about looking at dating? Su Li asked. The battle with Su Dingfang has come to an end. Su Dingfang, who claims that the entire Tang dynasty can beat him by only 5 fingers, is not Su Li's opponent. The disparity in strength is huge. It can be said that if it wasn't for the fact that Su Li's acuity attribute was too low, and his shooting speed and agility were not as good, even with Su Dingfang's skill, as long as Su Li was targeting him, there would be no possibility of escape within 100 steps. Is the gap so big? Su Li knew that his strength and physical attributes would definitely crush Su Dingfang, and Xiang was super first class after all, breaking the limit of the human body. If Luo Shixin was alive, he might be able to fight against you. Looking at it now in the entire Tang dynasty, in terms of martial prowess alone, you may find it difficult to find an opponent. Su Dingfang looked at the relaxed Su Li with a bit of emotion on his face. Just now Su Dingfang was still lamenting that human beings have limits. If it weren't for the fact that in Du Jian's camp, he felt the all-round crushing of the internal affairs and strategy of Xing Ryan, the general of the Tang dynasty, Su Dingfang would not have given up his martial arts and resolutely picked up the art of war in his 20s and learned the art of war from scratch. Su Ding just found out when he played against his younger brother, whom he hadn't seen for more than 10 years. It turns out, I have a limit, but my younger brother has no limit. In terms of personal bravery alone, Su Dingfang can be sure that none of the existing generals in the Tang dynasty can beat Su Li. Counting forward, during the Sui and Tang dynasties, I'm afraid that only Luo Shixin, who died of exhaustion, could have the ability to fight Su Li. Su Li's strength and physique have exceeded the imagination of normal people. Su Dingfang is famous for his bravery, but he dare not fight Su Li head-on. Just parrying is already difficult. It is completely beyond the scope of normal human beings. It can make people feel hopeless. Looking at Su Li again after the fight, his face was relaxed, and he didn't even break a sweat, which shows that he was forced to be in a mess. For Su Li, he is still in the warm-up stage. Based on this inference, Su Dingfang doesn't even know how long Su Li's physical strength can support Su Li to fight. But history has proved that in the face of such unparalleled brave people, only stupid methods can be used. Cut off his wings and the heavy army will besiege him, force him to die of exhaustion. Xiang fought hard for half a day, killing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Luo Shixin also defended the lonely city alone, fighting hard for a day and a night, and finally died of exhaustion. According to Su Dingfang's feelings, for Su Li's bravery beyond human common sense, this is the only way to solve it. Either find a way to shoot with a large number of strong bows and crossbows, or surround them with heavy troops. With the current strength shown by his younger brother Su Li, except for speed, there are basically no obvious shortcomings. In terms of strength and physique alone, I'm afraid that it is not much inferior to the ancient overlord. If you are on the battlefield, you can only surround and kill with heavy troops, or shoot with a strong bow and crossbow salvo. If you have thousands of elite soldiers and continuous supplies and logistics, you can advance and retreat freely on the battlefield. Su Dingfeng had emotion on his face. He never expected that his younger brother, whom he hadn't seen for more than 10 years, turned out to be such a monster. That little doll who was pestering him to play games back then, that little brother who was easily lifted up by him, now has such bravery. What's even more commendable is that Su Li also has a set of moves that suits him extremely well. It's wide open and close, which is obviously suitable for long weapons and perfectly utilizes Su Li's advantages. That's why Su Ding just said that if Su Li is given a great halberd, shot with all his strength, he couldn't walk 5 rounds in the hands of Su Li. Anyone who is a general should not be distinguished by his bravery. In fact, judging a general has not been based on personal bravery as the first evaluation criterion since a long time ago. As the armor became harder, the weapons became sharper, and the range and power of the crossbow increased. The influence of personal bravery on the battlefield was also reduced for a time. Su Dingfeng put his focus on the art of war after suffering from the disadvantages of being brave and not understanding strategy. He knew that the role of personal bravery on the battlefield will only become smaller and smaller, and the impact on the battle situation will only get smaller and smaller. But there is such a type of people that cannot be regarded with common sense, such as Overlord Xiang Yu, and that Luo Shixin who died of exhaustion. Luo Shixin, like Su Dingfeng before, was a reckless man with no strategy, but he still dominated the world with his bravery. And the Overlord Xiang Yu, with his own strategy of war, even maximized his personal bravery, made famous military exploits that moved China, and dominated the Han Chushan regiment for more than 10 years. In Su Dingfeng's view, if his younger brother is just a simple reckless man, the lower limit is already Luo Shixin, and he can be ranked among the first-class famous generals with only his bravery. If one can be familiar with the art of war and strategic strategies, and fully utilize one's abilities, the upper limit is that of Overlord Xiang Yu, or even higher. After all, Xiang Yu's strategy only points to the battlefield. If the internal affairs are higher, there will be no such thing as Liu Bang. On the battlefield, Xiang Yu, who has both wisdom and strength, is an unquestionable god. Even Han Xin, the soldier fairy who people talk about, with the internal affairs of the Han dynasty, logistics, basic board, and Liu Bang's subordinates' various bribes, win-wins, and combined vertical and horizontal external moves against Xiang Yu's subordinates. Only then can he barely beat Xiang Yu. Su Li's personal bravery, beyond ordinary people's understanding, is too high. The upper limit is ridiculously high. At the beginning, Li Jiaying decided to give advice because Su Dingfeng admired his martial arts. A person with outstanding personal martial arts, if he can master some tactics, his upper limit will be much higher. My younger brother Su Li has the talent to be a king. This is a real brother. Su Dingfeng did not hesitate to praise and express emotion. But Su Li, who was highly praised by Su Dingfeng, only paid attention to Su Dingfeng's words. Encircle and kill with heavy troops. Shoot with bows and crossbows, you can kill. Su Li's little pride, just raised, was immediately suppressed by Su Li. Although Su Dingfeng told Su Li affirmatively, in terms of martial prowess alone, Su Li and the entire Tang dynasty has no rivals. But there are still ways to solve it. But this is not surprising. After all, the lessons learned from the overlord of Western Chu are still there. Even if he was full of military strategy and battlefield intuition like the overlord of Western Chu, coupled with his personal bravery beyond common sense, he still lost to the Hanchu Tiantuan. And his personal bravery is even 3 points inferior to that of the overlord. In terms of the art of war, he only knows some common sense and basic knowledge of the art of war from veterans who have fought many battles. The heavenly regiment of the early Han dynasty, who defeated Xiang Yu, certainly had a lot of talents. But Dadong's Tangchu Tiantuan is not vegetarian either. Leaving aside Li Er's character for the time being, Xiang Yu's methods and tactics are even slightly better than Xiang Yu's. In terms of military affairs, Li Jiang is probably no less than Bing Xian Han Xin. There are also Li Shiji, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yejin, Qin Qiang, and other famous generals in the world. Even Li himself was famous for his military exploits. In addition to being an emperor, Li was also a first-class general. Not to mention the internal affairs. Fang Xuanling, Du Ruhui, Chang Sun Wuji, and others managed the Great Tang in an orderly manner. It is too early to want to be an ancestor in dating. But I'm not Xiang Yu, Su Li chuckled. Su Li is not as crazy as Xiang Yu, he just doesn't feel safe enough. Su Li will not be idle and make enemies of the whole world. Looking at it optimistically, it has only been more than 2 months since my strength and physique are not far behind Xiang Yu. Wait another 2 or 3 months, maybe they will be able to single out the Tang Chushan regiment. Wait another 1.5 years, and there will be no rivals in the entire Tang dynasty. So Su Li still doesn't panic. We are late, hero. Keep going. With your skill, I am afraid that you are already invincible in the world. If you don't want to die of exhaustion like Luo Shixin, you still need to learn some tactics of war. Have you ever learned it? Su Dingfeng asked after a moment of pondering. Su Li was delighted to hear it. What can't be entered, can it be me? I am obviously still in the early stage, and there is still a long way to go before the late stage. However, Su Li did not reveal this cruel fact. In Su Dingfeng's eyes, Su Li is already extremely terrifying. When he hears that this is just the beginning, he will call him a monster. But Su Li did listen to Su Dingfeng's words. There is a limit to personal martial prowess, although I don't know where my limit is. But if I can read the strategy well and use it for my own use, it will have the effect that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. And my cheap brother is a first-class general who is famous in later generations, with illustrious military exploits, and his art of war is world-renowned. Su Li got the introduction to the art of war, and the foundation of common sense in the art of war is already very solid. But he just doesn't have the means to change his mind and use it flexibly. So now is the time to ask for advice. I have learned a little bit, but most of them know it but don't know why, Su Li said honestly. Because Su Li seriously refused to talk about Princess Changle.I, Su Dingfeng could only talk to his younger brother from other aspects. The art of war is no longer Su Dingfeng's weak item. After studying with Dai Guogong Li Jiang for many years, it has become Su Dingfeng's strong point. Su Dingfeng casually said a few common sense about the art of war, but found that Su Li quickly followed up. Su Dingfeng was surprised and discussed with Su Li based on the basic theory of the art of war. After all, as a newcomer, the knowledge of the art of war is too advanced, and there is nothing to discuss in a short while. Then Su Dingfeng was surprised to find that Su Li's attainments in the art of war were too comprehensive and profound. Well, as far as the basic theory is concerned, Su Li's roots are deep enough. Su Li can answer fluently even some unpopular knowledge. There is no deceit in highlighting one of the system products. If it is said to be the foundation, it is definitely the foundation, and if it is said to be comprehensive, it is absolutely comprehensive. The two brothers discussed for more than half an hour. Su Dingfeng was surprised to find that his younger brother's foundation was too deep. Fundamentally speaking, he had nothing to teach. Su Dingfeng chose a slightly more advanced and practical application of military tactics. In the beginning of some basic warfare battlefield situations, Su Li perfectly demonstrated a solid foundation and answered with ease. But when it comes to more advanced large-scale arms combat and use, Su Li only feels that his mind is in a mess. It seems that the questions raised by Su Dingfeng have a certain correspondence in his mind from the knowledge of the introduction to the art of war, but the specific ideas for solving the problems cannot be given. Everything looks like the right answer, but doesn't feel quite right. Just like the last big question in a math paper, it looks like I have learned it myself, but I don't seem to have learned it. It seems that there are many solutions, but I can't solve it with any formula. After Su Li tried a bit, she decided to give up. No, Su Li looked frankly at his cheap brother Su Dingfeng. How come your basic knowledge is so solid? Su Dingfeng had disbelief in his eyes. In this era, the art of war is something that can be passed down from family to family. Therefore, learning the art of war should pay attention to whether it is expensive or not. Usually, one kind of art of war is mastered to a certain extent before learning the next one. Su Li's basic theory is extremely solid, and he has dabbled in almost all kinds of military arts. The questions raised by Su Dingfeng are not too difficult, at least in Su Dingfeng's eyes. In Su Dingfeng's view, with Su Li's solid foundation, the answer should be simple. But When I was learning, I memorized it by rote, and I only learned it recently, and I haven't mastered it yet. Su Li was vague. This is the side effect of the introduction to the art of war and the introduction to medical skills. The foundation is really comprehensive, and it is also really pure. If you have a little more advanced problems, you can just ignore them. So that's how it is. Su Dingfang nodded and then answered Su Li enthusiastically. So. After communicating with Su Dingfang, Su Li realized that his military talent was extremely bad. When Su Dingfang explained some questions with answers, Su Li was confused. There is a huge gap with Su Li's fantasy that he is a military genius. He is a scumbag, and the teacher couldn't understand the questions with the answers. Su Li originally expected to rely on himself to learn and understand the large amount of comprehensive basic knowledge brought by the introduction to the art of war to master it. After all, there is a big brother who is a master of the art of war. It is useless to use small stoves. Now it seems, with this time it is better to earn points with Princess Changle.I. It is more likely to expect an advanced version of the art of war to be published one day than to learn it by yourself. This is the reality, Su Li secretly sighed. After all, Su Dingfang was one of the few military masters in the Tang dynasty. Facts have proved that there is really a gap between people, complaining about bad luck and poor environment. In fact, most people are blind to change the environment. In reality, I can't handle my interpersonal relationship well, and my heart-and-heart good brothers can borrow money without paying back. The goddess who has been licking for several years got into someone else's sports car. I can't even understand the people around me. I haven't even been a monitor before. Talking to strangers is a social fear, and a group of people look at it with legs dangling. Why do you think that if you travel to ancient times, you will be able to recognize who is the loyal minister, and which is the treacherous minister around you, govern the world, and even compete with the outstanding people in the world? The biggest advantage of Su Li is that she can recognize herself clearly. This is the truth that Su Li realized after living as a farmer for several years. If you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't force it, and you must recognize your own shortcomings. Accept the truth. But Su Li has a flaw, so she can make up for her own shortcomings. The reality made Su Li realize that he is a scumbag, and most of the interest in learning the art of war at the beginning was lost. It sounds the same as listening to the Book of Heaven. After talking for a while, Su Li took the initiative to change the topic. The focus is on the experience and circumstances of the two brothers. During the conversation, Su Li also learned the specifics of her loss, Su Dingfang's growth journey, and the fact that Su Dingfang was abandoned. To be honest, it's a pity. It's a pity for Su Li, Li Jiang, and Su Dingfang, two famous generals in the world. You said that if Li killed his brother and brother, he would kill his brother and brother, and he would not let people climb the wall. Because Li Jiang has no team, has too many military achievements, and is unique in the art of war, Li is suspicious of her. Even Li forced Li Jiang to teach Hu Junji the art of war. And Su Dingfang was even more unlucky. He was originally a piece of jade. Even if he was not as good as Li Jiang, he was at least top-notch. In the end, he was abandoned because of his relationship with Li Jiang, and he spent more than 20 years in Zhengyuan. How much youth wasted. How many 20 years can life have? Su Dingfang's years of playing, his good years, were all wasted on this official position under the 4th rank. Fighting half his life, he ended up with few people, high in the court, and no hope for the future. If Li Jai hadn't used Su Dingfang, I'm afraid that Su Dingfang's final ending would be mediocrity and depression. And Su Dingfang felt sorry for his younger brother even more. It is obvious that no one can beat martial arts in this world. He obviously has a certain foundation in the art of war. She was supposed to fight on the battlefield and make contributions, but now she married a princess who was dying because of her joy. What a pity this is. There are two elites in the Su family. One is jealous by the king and cannot be reused, and the other is married to a princess who is dying, and even the gate of the princess mansion cannot be crossed. Su Dingfang, who was already neglected, was somewhat depressed in his life. There is also a little disrespect between the words. Su Li didn't say anything because of this. He could understand Su Dingfang's mood. But Su Li still comforted Su Dingfang. After all, Changle is innocent, so we can't implicate these depressions on Changle. If you want to scold him, you can't scold Li. Moreover, these problems that Su Dingfang saw as unsolvable were not without clues for Su Li. For example, Princess Changle wakes up. At that time, I was a true son-in-law. Su Dingfeng also had the opportunity to regain Li Er's credit by virtue of his status as a son-in-law's brother, and set foot on the battlefield again. Why don't you say that Changle.I is my lucky star? Su Li muttered to herself, as long as Changle.I wakes up, many problems can be solved. The two brothers talked for a long time, but Su Li was still very happy. At the very least, the plot of recognizing a relative is not bloody, and it is not so difficult to recognize a relative. The two brothers have nothing to say when they spread out, and there are not so many nonsense things. The Su family is sparsely populated, and Su Dingfeng is now a fourth-ranked general. Apart from his hopeless future, life is still passing by, which is in line with Su Li's mentality and idea of continuing to live. Because Su Dingfeng met Su Li for the first time after a long separation, he waited until dark before leaving. And after fighting against Su Dingfeng too, Su Li also figured out his position. One-on-one is invincible, but the army still has to be blinded when besieged and killed himself. It is far from the time when he will do his own thing and be an ancestor. For now, he still has to persuade Li Er. It's okay, after all, you are my father-in-law, so you can coax me as soon as I want. The night was getting dark. Su Li fell asleep peacefully with Princess Changle.I in his arms. But Princess Changle.I couldn't fall asleep anyway. This was the first time she suffered from insomnia. She began to worry about whether she had dragged Su Li down. After all, although what Su Dingfeng said was somewhat resentful, every word was full of affection, which might be the case from Su Li's point of view. She started to panic. Will there be a day when I can't wake up all the time? And my husband-in-law Su Li is really tired of me. That's right, it's only been 2 months. How long can my husband-in-law endure for me? Doesn't he want to carry on the family line and continue the incense? All sorts of messy thoughts tossed and turned in Princess Changle.I's mind. As the saying goes, there are no filial sons before the bed for a long time, and Su Li's ability to be on the saddle for 2 months is beyond reproach. Even the female officials are impeccable. But what if you can never wake up? In this way, until the sky turned white and a new day came, Princess Changle.I finally lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. It's a brand new day. Su Li stretched herself, then immediately opened the system mall. Sure enough, luck can't go far. Taking a closer look at the 5 items refreshed today, they were all sundries worth 1 or 2 points, and none of them were useful. Su Li rolled her eyes. I guess I ran out of luck after swiping 5 good things yesterday. Bought it as always, and tossed a piece into the clutter. Now Su Li stores all kinds of sundries, almost enough to open a department store. Little panda. In her previous life, Su Li was a smoker and was addicted to cigarettes. In this life, she got rid of the addiction, so Su Li naturally has no intention of continuing to smoke. It's pretty good to smoke out of the system mall. There are already a few items in Su Li's sundries, and another one was picked up today. But the refresh of the system store is all based on randomness. If you continue to smoke in this life but you can't get it back, you will be too mentally disturbed. Besides, Su Li has no cigarette addiction in this life, and she doesn't plan to smoke this stuff, but anyway, buy a point first, and then go back to harm others. Looking through the sundries again, Su Li suddenly realized that the sweet potatoes bought yesterday hadn't been planted yet. Although the system mall only sells 2 points, it is extremely cheap to put it in the mall, but in ancient times, it was a god food with a yield of 1,000 caddies per mew. When sweet potatoes and potatoes are produced, it is no less than shaping a golden body. In the future, Li Er's Su Li has to weigh a little when he speaks. Instructing the maid to find a flower pot, Su Li flipped through her memory and planted it according to the knowledge in the book. Potatoes are cut into pieces, sweet potatoes are cut into pieces, and sweet potatoes are mostly grown by transplanting seedlings. But one must be aware of the fact that sweet potatoes themselves are fruits and seeds. They can be planted by themselves, but it is more convenient to plant them by transplanting seedlings. However, Su Li did not finish planting 10 caddies of sweet potatoes, but kept 5 caddies and threw them into the system. The main reason is that the system mall sells them too cheaply, adding up to only 4 points. Su Li is afraid that the sweet potatoes sold by the system will not be able to grow, and the bamboo basket will be empty by then. Keep 5 caddies, and in case one doesn't come out, at least you can get French fries and roasted sweet potatoes to satisfy your appetite. I hope it can be planted, Su Li sighed with emotion. If this thing can be planted, it really has a gold medal for avoiding death. No matter how bad you are, you can also enjoy French fries for free. There are still a lot of Coke on the curry noodles in the grocery store. When the time comes, fried chicken and French fries with Coke, wouldn't it be a three-piece set for Fat House? The days that followed were as usual, except for one more cheap brother. After knowing Su Li's martial prowess, Su Dingfang wanted to teach Su Li the military strategy several times, mixed with feelings of guilt. After all, in Su Dingfang's view, Su Li's foundation is extremely solid. With a body as brave as an overlord, wouldn't it be invincible in the world like an overlord reborn? But Su Li took care of it all. Wasting time and delaying my earning points, the key is not learning. Honestly, wait for the system to scan products. Su Li could feel that Su Dingfang was really not being reused. Otherwise, he wouldn't run into the Princess Mansion when he was free. Su Li can also feel that Su Dingfang is not being reused. Su Dingfang also expressed his intention to ask Li Jiaying several times to see if there is room for improvement in Su Li's situation. It is too regrettable to be trapped in this Princess Mansion. What's more, Su Li is his own brother. But they were all politely rejected by Su Li. Just kidding, what can I earn points without Princess Changle.I? Take you. It's not impossible. My eldest brother is the future prince, and there are not a few points for physical contact. But will it be possible to sleep with my eldest brother in my arms in the future? It's a scary group when you think about it. Su Li can earn points with Changle.I 24 hours a day. With my elder brother. Seeing how my elder brother loves his younger brother, I'm afraid that falling asleep with his feet will fall into Su Dingfang's arms, but let's forget it. Su Li said that she enjoys her life now. But for Princess Changle.I, she can be said to be suffering a lot these days. In the past, under Su Li's tenderness and consideration, she has paralyzed herself, enjoying Su Li's love to the fullest. But after being uncovered by Su Dingfang, she realized that she had deeply dragged Su Li down. Especially after hearing Su Dingfang speak highly of Su Li several times. Changle.I learned from Su Dingfang that Su Li's bravery is invincible in the world. The future of Su Li is limitless. Even this fourth-rank Zhonglang general is not his match. Changle.I is proud of her husband. But because of this, she also felt guilty. It's me who restricted him. It was me who dragged him down. As Su Dingfang said, in the future of his husband-in-law, he should have galloped on the battlefield to make contributions, become a marquis and a prime minister, shade his wife and cover his son, and become famous in the Tang dynasty. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, Su Dingfang's tone was extremely firm. Changle.I is also willing to believe that his husband is as good as Su Dingfang said. But because of me, my husband-in-law can only be trapped in this small princess mansion, with a useless person as company all day long. Su Li was not impressed by Su Dingfang's words. Su Dingfang has political savvy, but not many. Still counting on getting rid of Li Jiaying's intervention, Li Jiaying can interfere with this royal private matter. I'm afraid it's not eye drops for Li Er. Her own future is uncertain. Li Jiaying is walking on thin ice, and she still expects herself to leave the princess mansion. Su Li just lamented that her elder brother couldn't understand. If she had the time to think about leaving the princess mansion and starting a new life, it would be better to pray for Princess Changle.I to wake up as soon as possible. As long as Princess Changle.I wakes up, Su Li will be the real son-in-law. Why does my eldest brother need to be depressed all day long about his lack of talent? For more than 10 days in a row, it was still as peaceful as ever. Su Li knew that Li Er was checking herself, and obviously realized that something was wrong with her. However, Princess Changle.I has not yet awakened, and Li Er did not get to the bottom of it. The eldest brother, Su Dingfang, is still as depressed as ever. Su Li can understand. In the past 10 days or so, 10 small gift packs of attribute points have been generated. Other than that, nothing of value has been generated. They are either sundries or sky-high prices, purely unaffordable. 10 attribute points and 26 attribute points were opened. It is still the way of strength and body. Now the strength and physical attributes have reached 138 respectively, which is very balanced. Su Li reckoned that his strength was not far behind that of Xiang Yu's, and his physique was probably stronger than Xiang Yu's. It would not be difficult to fight with full firepower for 2 days and 2 nights. As long as it was not a fatal injury, the recovery would be ridiculously fast. It's a good one monster. However, there is still a long way to go before becoming an ancestor of the Tang dynasty. As the attribute points are getting higher and higher, Su Li can faintly feel that 150 attribute points is another threshold. When the physical strength exceeds 150, I am afraid that he will really become non-human creatures. Right now, the outside world can't interfere with Su Li, and the only thing that can interfere with Su Li is Liuxia. But Su Li has no choice but a hope that she can get the panacea that can wake up Princess Changle as soon as possible, and everything will turn around in 10. Besides, Su Li really didn't want a young girl like Changle to lie in bed all day, unconscious, which was also a kind of torture for Changle. The system, do something, the system. Su Li, who was muttering, fell asleep on the bed with Princess Changle in his arms. 28. The sun also rises. Su Li opened the System Mall page, as usual, to view the products refreshed today. Product 1, Attribute Detector. Use this instrument to check the specific attributes of the opponent. With additional detection effects, you can check the speed of the opponent's points generation. Value, 200,000 points. Commodity 2, 3 caddies of chili, no spicy, no huan, no spicy, no huan. Value, 1 point. Commodity 3, Attribute Point Gift Pack. Open to get 1-3 free attribute points randomly. Value, 10,000 points. Commodity 4, a set of Wallace Jet Package. If you are troubled by constipation, it is strongly recommended that you buy it to enjoy the pleasure of rocket jet. Value, score. Commodity 5, Bodhi Fruit. Bodhi Fruit. To strengthen the body, see God with a clear mind, recover and cure all known injuries and illnesses after taking it, and strengthen the soul. Provide a lot of free attributes and get extra talents. Remarks. Non-hosts will be randomly distributed freely. Attributes get extra talents randomly. Value, 2 million points. J. 718,406. Good guy, Wallace dating Fenchi. Has the rocket jet business been developed to dating? Su Li complained, thinking that it finally shipped today. Su Li has been suffering from not being able to check other people's attributes, and he doesn't know the specific attribute gap, so he can only estimate it by himself, and the result is immediately brushed out for himself. There's also a small gift bag for attributes. Chili. What chili? That is chili seed. Ever since the sweet potatoes sprouted in the flower pot, Su Li knew that the extremely cheap food sold in the System Mall, as long as it could be grown, could be grown. 1 point in exchange for chili freedom. Su Li thinks it is too valuable. If Su Li is the system, no one can give this chili a price and 100,000 points. Su Li feels sorry for herself if the sweet potato is not sold for 1 million points. It can be said that it is worth the money for 3 goods at once. Su Li looked at the last product with a casual look. According to past experience, if the product is shipped in the front, the product below will be out of stock, etc. Su Li blinked. Out, the medicine is out. A Bodhi fruit worth 2 million points. Recovery cures all known injuries and diseases when consumed. In other words, as long as you take the Bodhi fruit, Princess Changle will wake up after eating it. Not to mention, after taking it, you will get a lot of free attributes, plus an extra talent. Su Li can only say that it is worth 2 million points. Only from the description can prove that this Bodhi fruit is absolutely worth the price. You know, although it is very easy for Su Li to improve his attributes, it seems that he can be comparable to Xiang Yu in just 1 month. But in the real world, innate attributes are determined at birth. That's called talent. Whether it's all exercise, whether it's a proper diet including martial arts, it's just performance. Innate attributes almost determine the upper limit of a person. Because of the system, as long as the attributes are raised, Su Li will automatically reach the limit of the attributes without any exercise at all, and make every attribute point perfect. But for others, it is difficult to raise their innate upper limit throughout their lives. Gaining a lot of free attributes in Su Li's place may not be worth mentioning, but in dating, it is a unique fairy. And you can also get an extra talent. In contrast, recovering Princess Changle's disease is more like an additional effect. Su Li can be sure that as long as it is given to Princess Changle will wake up in a short time. But too bad Su Li doesn't have enough points. Su Li made a single purchase before, and only a little over 300,000 points were left after accumulating more than 800,000 points. Now 17 days have passed, and no good products have been found in the middle, and the points have been saved. In addition to the 100,000 points spent on purchasing 10 attribute point small gift packs, there are still a little over 700,000 points left. But there is still a long way to go before buying Bodhi fruit. According to the current rate of earning about 30,000 points a day, it is conservatively estimated that it will take up to a month to receive the points to buy Bodhi fruit. It can only be temporarily set to the top permanently, Su Li sighed. Choose the permanent top Bodhi fruit, and it will not be refreshed randomly before purchasing. After pondering for a moment, Su Li still decided to take the small gift pack of attribute points and the attribute tester. Needless to say, the small gift packs for attribute points are excellent value for money, and you can buy as many as you have. As for the attribute tester, it is also a product that Su Li has been looking forward to for a long time. It is unreasonable to have enough points to brush it out and not buy it. Anyway, the Bodhi fruit has been refreshed, and he is permanently on top, and it is only a matter of time before Changle wakes up. As a result, it is nothing more than a few days of waking up at night. But that's fine, Su Li pondered for a moment. For more than a month, I can continue to improve myself by purchasing small gift packs of attribute points. After all, after Princess Changle wakes up, it will be a problem to imagine such unscrupulous scoring points. After all, to Princess Changle, Zhang is a strange husband who suddenly appeared. Moreover, when Changle wakes up, a lot of things will happen one after another, and Su Li will inevitably be pushed to the forefront. During this period, it is one of the few times for Su Li to improve herself. As for the latter, buy as many attribute point gift packs as you want, and if the remaining products have no self-improvement effect, you will not buy any more. Priority is given to saving points to buy Bodhi fruit. As for when to give the Bodhi fruit to Princess Changle, we'll see when the time comes. Su Li sighed. He really couldn't bear the little girl to be alone in the boundless darkness. First, buy a small gift pack of attribute points. Point balance, 708,406. Without any hesitation, open the small gift package of attribute points. Get 2 free attributes. It is still a combination of strength and body. Su Li attributes changed again. Name Su Li. Age 23. Strength 139 can be added. Physique 139 points can be added. Sensitivity 63 points can be added. Comprehension 69 points can be added. Charm 63 points can be added. Available free attributes 0. With my current attributes, I have improved to a higher level than before. It is no exaggeration to say that I am invincible in the world, but if I meet someone like Li Jiang, I am afraid that I will not be able to do it. Su Li thought to himself. Although the current attribute has surpassed the overlord Xiang Yu in terms of physical strength, he can't feel the stage of peace of mind. After all, there are too many doubts about him, and when Changle wakes up, all kinds of troubles will follow one after another. Su Li is not afraid to speculate on Li with the greatest malice. How down-to-earth student Feng is, it does not rule out that Li threatens himself out of interests or desire to control. 3 caddies of peppers, just take it without thinking about it. Points balance, 708,405. It is still very worthwhile to exchange 1 point for 3 caddies of peppers. The vigorously growing sweet potatoes have proved that the crops sold by the system can be grown. Like sweet potatoes, peppers are also available in this era, but not in dating, thousands of miles away from Datang Yuan. Buy it and plant it together with sweet potatoes when you turn back. If you buy 3 caddies of chili today, you can have free chili next year. There is no doubt that the attribute detector will be taken directly. This is something that Su Li has been thinking about for a long time. Points balance, 508,405. After buying it, Su Li found that it was a little different from what he thought, and it was not an instrument. Instead, it was directly installed in Su Li's mind, and Su Li's eyes seemed to be turned into detectors. After a while, Su Li learned how to open and close the search freely. There is no doubt that the first detection target is directly aimed at Princess Changle. In my mind, the personal attributes of Princess Changle automatically popped up. Name Li Lizha. Age 22. Strength 51. Quality 53. Keen 54. 84. Charm 87. Status honored. Primary intimacy 1,000 points hour. Level 2 intimacy 1,800 points hour. Level 3 intimacy 3,600 points hour. Level 4 intimacy 7,200 points hour. Su Li not only obtained the personal attribute data of Princess Changle, but also obtained the integral data given by the specific degree of intimacy of Princess Changle. Princess Changle's personal attributes are not bad, and the 3 combat attributes of strength, physique, and agility are lower than the average level of ordinary people. But Princess Changle is born weak, which is understandable. The savvy and charisma attributes are far beyond the average value of ordinary people. Needless to say, comprehension is related to learning ability and understanding ability. Princess Changle has been smart since she was a child, but there is still a big gap between 90 points. But charm is not defined by appearance. If it is only based on appearance, Su Li's charm has already exceeded 100, and Princess Changle has also started with 99 charm. Among the charisma attributes, appearance only occupies a small proportion, but leadership ability, affinity ability, and command ability occupy a larger part of the evaluation. Generally speaking, Princess Changle's attributes are not bad, at least above ordinary people. The status of Princess Changle is revered, and the corresponding speed of generating points is up to 7,200 points. There are 4 levels of intimacy. The first level of intimacy should correspond to ordinary physical contact. Before Su Li held Princess Changle's little hand to sleep, it was 1,000 points for an hour. The second level of intimacy corresponds to a large range of physical contact, such as sleeping with Princess Changle, such as Su Li giving massage to Princess Changle on weekdays, and so on. The third level of intimacy corresponds to further intimacy. When Su Li kissed Princess Changle, and when she helped Princess Changle scrub her body and had to take off Princess Changle's clothes to be honest with each other. The fourth level of intimacy, Su Li estimates that only the same room is available. 7,200 points per hour, unfortunately. It seems a lot, but I want to keep this speed 24 hours a day to earn points, so far away from feeling myself had to burp the next day. I don't know what Li Er's status is and how fast the points are generated. Speaking of which, if the other party is a male, what does the fourth level of intimacy correspond to? Is it possible to add male to male? Su Li secretly thought, thinking about it. If this is the case, it would be too terrifying. While looking at his harvest, he gave Princess Changle a massage. After waking up, people don't move much. It's the time when the joints and muscles are stiff. As a vegetable, Princess Changle can't move at all. Her body is stiffer than ordinary people. When she wakes up early, she has to massage and massage to eliminate the degenerative atrophy of the muscles and joints. Possible. Right now, Su Li's points are only about 500,000 points after purchasing the 3 products, and there is still a gap of 1.5 million points to buy Bodhi fruit. Su Li secretly estimated, based on the average rate of 30,000 points per day, it is estimated that it will take about 50 days to practice. Considering that it is impossible not to buy the small gift pack of attribute points in the middle of swiping, this is another extra cost. Su Li estimates that it may take 60 days before he saves enough points to buy Bodhi fruit. 2 months should be enough for my strength and physical attributes to break through the Dao sect threshold of 150 points. We'll see the situation then, Su Li thought to himself. In fact, there is still a big problem in front of Su Li. Su Li didn't know what kind of attitude Changle would use to face her husband, whom she had never met. Although Su Li always firmly believes that vegetative people are conscious. Although Su Li always believes that Princess Changle can occasionally sense the outside situation. Although Su Li has been taking care of her meticulously and considerately for more than 2 months. But Su Li is still not sure how much Princess Changle knows about herself. If Princess Changle's consciousness is really dark, and she can't feel any external situation, or can only perceive it once in 10 days and half a month, then Su Li's so many words are actually useless. Or there is a worst possibility. Although Princess Changle is conscious, she doesn't like herself. This is the most painful situation. After being rescued, she found that Princess Changle didn't have a cold for her. Needless to say, the best situation is that Princess Changle's consciousness is always in a sober state, and she has a great affection for Su Li. Be optimistic, maybe Princess Changle will be inseparable from her after waking up, crying and shouting to Post, not to be separated from her husband. This way is of course the best. Princess Changle wakes up and picks up a beautiful daughter-in-law for nothing, and the speed of earning points can even be further improved. But the probability of this is too small. Su Li prefers that Princess Changle's consciousness is accidentally awake, and she has a certain impression and understanding of herself. Objectively speaking, under such circumstances, it is a bit too optimistic to expect Princess Changle to fall in love with a farmer like herself as soon as she wakes up. Su Li also has to think about a problem. Once Princess Changle wakes up, the worst happens, and she will never be able to count points like this in the future. Why? Su Li sighed for no reason, looked at Changle in front of him, and remained silent for a long time. Su Li must have a great sense of utilitarianism. At least this is the case when it comes to taking care of Princess Changle. Whether it was too late to take a shower for more than a month before, or later took the initiative to take care of all things in Changle and never complained. A large part of the reason is to get points faster. After all, in all fairness, if you are given a chance, as long as you can take care of someone meticulously for 2 months, you will be able to become the overlord Xiang Yu, and there are countless people rushing to do it. What's more, the person you want to take care of is still a young girl. This kind of behavior is definitely not noble. Su Li can deceive others to make others think that he is sincere, but he must not deceive himself. Marrying Princess Changle by accident, the system points have come down and Princess Changle is still a vegetable. There is no need to think about emotional cultivation at all. She can come up and directly earn points. Su Li is of course happy. Even for Su Li, the current state of Princess Changle's fiddling with him is more suitable for Lily. He will not resist, and he has also been recognized by everyone in the Princess Mansion, and he can earn points as he wants. And I don't need to stand on the cusp of the storm. Although before Princess Changle wakes up, it will be difficult for Su Li to step out of the Princess Mansion. But before Princess Changle wakes up, many troubles will be avoided. The Princess Mansion seems to be Su Li's cage, and it is also a protective cover for Su Li. Princess Changle wakes up, troubles will inevitably come one after another, and the points may not be able to continue to be collected. Out of interest considerations, maintaining the status quo is actually the best solution. But after more than 2 months of being together day and night, Su Li, how could she have the heart to let a young girl suffer the boundless darkness of consciousness? What's more, Changle is his wife. Changle, who woke up conscious, also heard Su Li's heavy sigh. It even seemed like Changle heard Su Li sigh for the first time. 0. Asking for flowers. In the past, Su Li never showed any negative emotions in front of her. In addition, because of Su Dingfang's arrival, Changle's inner cranky thoughts. Su Li's first sigh in more than 2 months made Princess Changle's thoughts highly tense. My husband, Su Li, is I getting tired of being like a useless person? Did Su Li began to hate the troubles he brought? That's right, who would like a useless person who can't pass on the family line, can't move, can't speak, and is like a piece of rotten wood? Because Su Li sighed, Princess Changle's inner thoughts were uncontrollable and crazy. Little Changle, oh little Changle. Su Li, who was extremely irritable after thinking about it, pinched Changle's face viciously and rubbed it several times. You said, after you wake up, can we still be so close? Will you alienate me because you don't know me? Hey, you said it would be great if you opened your eyes and fell in love with me. The more Su Li thinks about it, the more confused she becomes. Reason tells Su Li that maintaining the status quo is the best choice, but morality and emotion are constantly condemning her heart. Su Li's boring words fell in Changle's ears. Well, it turned out to be a development that Changle had never expected. It turns out that my husband-in-law is not tired of me. He is distressed. It turns out that my husband-in-law is also troubled by these things. Hearing Su Li's heavy tone, Changle wasn't joking. She could feel that Su Li's heavy heart meant that her husband was very concerned about these things. 0. You said, when you wake up we can still be so close. 4. Will you alienate me because you don't know me? Hey, you said it would be great if you opened your eyes and fell in love with me. Su Li's troubles are similar to those of Princess Changle. It turns out, does Xiangong also worry about this kind of thing? This surprising discovery greatly increased Princess Changle's inner sense of security, and she was overjoyed. Su Li has been taking care of Princess Changle in every possible way, but she is always so calm and gentle. But there will always be an unrealistic feeling, a sense of erratic unreality. That's why the female officer didn't approve of Su Li at first, because she used too much force. Princess Changle discovered for the first time that her husband-in-law also had troubles. It turned out that he would worry about this kind of thing just like himself. He's worried about me. Changle's heart was extremely stable. For a long time, although Su Li has taken care of Princess Changle in every possible way, Princess Changle has never heard Su Li express her heart. She has never heard from Su Li that she likes herself. Su Li has never said why she is willing to treat a useless person so meticulously. In the past, Princess Changle never dared to think carefully about these issues. She could neither speak nor move. Su Li was one of her few warmth and reassurances. Of course, she did not dare to think deeply. Let's face the problem. Now, for the first time hearing Su Li's almost straightforward words of expressing her heart, Princess Changle was filled with uncontrollable excitement. It was full, almost overflowing sense of security. Turns out, he was really worried about what I thought. It turns out that he really cares about me. Although Su Li still didn't express her emotions personally, Su Li's heavy sighs and boring words are undoubtedly more beautiful than love words to Princess Changle.I. He is worrying about me. He was worried that I would not want to get close after waking up. He is worried that I will alienate him when I wake up. He's worried that I won't like him when I wake up. Princess Changle.I shook her head frantically in her heart. I won't dislike my husband. Listening to Su Li's sad words, the overflowing sense of security almost filled Princess Changle.I's heart. How is Mr. Xiong now? Is he frowning? Changle.I really wanted to wake up, and then gently smoothed the frown of Xianggong and told Xianggong unswervingly about her feelings. Little Changle.I, you're awake, don't give me a break. Su Li sighed, this damn thing is the most painful. Tang Dynasty is the Princess Changle.I who can divorce her husband or the son-in-law. If Princess Changle.I didn't accept her and gave herself up, that would be nothing but fetching water from a bamboo basket. Hey, Su Li sighed again. Hearing another sigh, Changle.I could not wait to open his eyes and hug Su Li and tell Su Li loudly. Would not. Changle.I will never disregard Xianggong. Always stick to the factory with Xianggong. For Princess Changle.I, Su Li has already become an indispensable part of her life. Accompanied by Su Li's sigh, the answer that has not been obtained for a long time has also been verified today. It turns out he really cares about me. It turns out he didn't despise me. This made Princess Changle.I, who had been in a state of confusion in recent days, find peace in her heart. After all, although Su Li has been taking care of Princess Changle.I meticulously from the beginning to the end, she has never expressed her heart like today. The two-way relationship is always wonderful, which swept away the annoyance that Princess Changle.I had caused by Su Dingfang's various words in recent days. When I wake up, I must tell my husband. I won't let him go. Changle.I was firm in his heart. Massage. Changle.I enjoys the warmth as always. Afterwards, after feeding Princess Changle.I, Su Li came to the yard with Princess Changle.I in her arms. It's still a fun storytelling session. But fortunately, Su Li has acquired a photographic memory, so that the memory of the previously forgotten stories has become clear again. Before, Su Li was just making things up with a dull head. Let me ask, after 10 years, who can still remember the specific plots of the online novels they read before. It's not that Su Li wants to tell stories about Xiaobuan, but I really can't remember the 4 great classics. This time my memory finally became clearer. The 4 famous novels I read in school before, Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, all kinds of stories became vivid in my memory. Su Li can finally tell some decent stories to Princess Changle.I. Uncle Liang Shan and Zhu Yingtai. Su Li spoke softly and described the story for Princess Changle.I. Time flies by. One day passed like this. Night fell and it was time to sleep again. Su Li was lying on the bed with Princess Changle.I in her arms, but she couldn't sleep with her eyes open. Thanks to Su Li's excellent performance in 887, the female officer has long stopped guarding Su Li strictly, and now she sleeps at night, and the female officer is waiting in the outside room. Su Li looked at the delicate face of Princess Changle.I in her arms and sighed for a long time. There's no way. The current rate of earning about 30,000 points a day is still too slow. Su Li hesitated again and again, looking at Princess Changle.I's lips. I can't help it. Little Changle.I, I'm doing this for you to wake up as soon as possible. Su Li muttered and put her lips on Princess Changle.I's mouth. Lips and teeth. Princess Changle.I has not yet entered sleep, only to hear Su Li sigh. Princess Changle.I thought that Su Li was still troubled by the troubles of the day, because she couldn't wake up and couldn't express her feelings with her husband. As a result, I heard what Su Li said next. I can't help it. Xiao Changle.I, I'm doing this for you to wake up as soon as possible. Changle.I is a little confused. Could it be that my husband has a way to wake himself up? In fact, Changle.I had some guesses in his heart. First of all, after fully waking up, Princess Changle.I knew that Su Li was forced to become rich because of Yuan Tiangang's servant calculation. Afterwards, Changle.I also realized, when eating, that Su Li would eat something she had never eaten before. When Su Li fed Changle.I the inferior life potion and other things, Changle.I was basically in a state of consciousness. Although the female officer and others don't know, but Changle.I himself is clear. And every time Xianggong ate it for herself, Princess Changle.I could clearly feel the changes in her body. Although unable to speak, Changle.I naturally has his own considerations. Could it be that Xianggong has a way to wake me up? Changle, who was still thinking wildly, suddenly felt the warm touch of her lips. The shyness in my heart rose in an instant, completely covering my heart. Su Li only kissed Changle once. That's when I was experimenting with whether more intimate actions would earn more points. Later, Su Li never kissed. After all, there are many people in the princess mansion, so doing this kind of thing to a comatose vegetative person would be somewhat of a bad influence if people saw it. Secondly, the female officer basically stays in the room when she sleeps at night, and Su Li is not easy to do this kind of thing. Today is different from the past. Recently, as Su Li has become more and more comfortable taking care of Changle, the female officer offered to go to the outhouse to keep watch. Anyway, everything about Changle is now handled by Su Li, and there is no need for the female officer. The reason why she continues to keep watch, but also to prepare for unexpected events. In other words, Princess Changle and Su Li are not only sharing the same bed, but also in a room alone. Considering the high price of bodhi fruit, Su Li had to find another way. Although it's a bit strange to sleep mouth to mouth, but if you can get a little more points, you can get more points. But for Changle, this kiss made her feel shy and full of joy. Boys are in love, why don't girls cherish spring? Feeling the beauty of tasting the forbidden fruit in her heart, Princess Changle carefully discerned the feeling at this moment. Stupid, so hot, also. What? It's just this kiss seems to be taking a long time. The last time Xiangong was just a little light, so that Princess Changle didn't even have time to recollect. This time, it was a bit scary for a long time, so long that Princess Changle could feel the touch and warmth of her lips touching over and over again. Although she was shy in her heart, Princess Changle unexpectedly didn't want to separate. This feeling is too wonderful. For boys and girls who have tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, not to mention kissing, even the moment when their hands are interlocked, they feel that the world is so beautiful. Near. Princess Changle didn't even know how long the kiss lasted, although Su Li was already preparing breakfast for her when she woke up. She only knew that this kiss lasted for a long time, so long that when she fell asleep vaguely, she could still feel the beauty of the lips and teeth. Although very shy, Princess Changle still couldn't help thinking that if she could do this every night. Princess Changle wondered if her husband-in-law could hear her heart, and her whimsical idea came true. Every night after that, she fell asleep with her husband's kiss. She could feel her husband's fiery breath hitting her face, which made her feel confused. And for Su Li, although it's shameful and embarrassing if it's for earning points, then there's nothing wrong with it. The points obtained for the third level of intimacy for 1 hour are as large as 3,600 points, which is twice as much as sleeping with hugs. Ideally, you can directly harvest 36,000 points when you wake up. It's a pity, this is just an ideal state. In the evening, Su Li will also help Princess Changle turn over and scrub her body. In addition, the sleep of lips and teeth is basically difficult to maintain. Generally speaking, they will instinctively separate after falling asleep. No way, your body's pleasure is caused by the brain's highly excited dopamine. When I am awake, I feel that kissing is very beautiful because the body secretes dopamine. In fact, when two people are sleeping, they are so close to each other, breathing on each other's nostrils, it is difficult to take in oxygen. The body instinct will naturally let you separate to obtain a sufficiently spacious environment for oxygen intake. But no matter what, now Su Li can earn 10,000 more points in one day than before. On average, 40,000 points a day, compared to the previous point acquisition speed has been greatly improved. The days to come are just that. Hold Princess Changle to collect points during the day, and continue to hold Princess Changle to collect points at night. The days fly by. The eldest brother Su Dingfeng visited the princess mansion every now and then as usual, and Su Li and his eldest brother gradually became familiar with each other. At the beginning, Su Li and Su Dingfeng were not familiar with each other, but fortunately, Su Dingfeng was bold and generous, and he liked Su Li very much. The most important thing is that Su Dingfeng doesn't have too much thought, and he treats Su Li wholeheartedly, so Su Li gradually accepts this elder brother. The main reason is that Su Dingfeng's character is really similar to Su Li's elder brother in his previous life. Su Dingfeng even brought his son here. My nephew's name is Su Qingji, and his appearance is not like Su Dingfeng's. He looks very handsome, he looks a bit socially fearful, but he is very polite and well-behaved. He is a 14-year-old boy, only younger than Su Li. A lot, but also a great guy. Li also came several times. Li didn't ask Su Li why he knew calligraphy and medical skills, and Su Li didn't ask why Li investigated him. Maybe it was tacit understanding between the two, or maybe Li didn't plan to talk to Su Li at all. Anyway, after he came, he still drove Su Li away as before and took Princess Changle.I to have a private chat. After speaking, I usually go back home directly. I have been here many times, and the total number of words I have spoken with Su Li does not exceed 10 sentences. Empress Changsun is as gentle as ever, much stronger than Li. She will not drive Su Li away, and she will accompany Princess Changle.I to talk and tell stories. Compared with Li, who is unreasonable, Empress Changsun talked more with Su Li, and would ask Su Li how she felt in the princess mansion. Is there anything I need? Next is the group of princes, grandchildren, and princesses. The number of times he came was not many. Li Chengqian came twice more, but Li Chengqian's attitude towards Su Li was not good. There was an inexplicable hostility, which made Su Li a little puzzled. But it doesn't matter, after all. The master in history was stealing cows and messing with men. He was crazy, so there is no need to take it to heart. Several princesses also visited once, but Su Li didn't have much impression. Princess Gao Yang was diligent and wanted to see Princess Changle.I again every now and then, but was rejected by Su Li. This nympho and brainless princess can only say whoever meets whoever is unlucky. Princess Su Li is not very impressive. The only one who is more impressive is a 3-year-old little loli. It's that little pocket. Oh no, it's the youngest son, Princess Jinyang. It was carried by Empress Changsun. The youngest son is very cute. I have been here several times. I heard from Empress Changsun that the youngest son begged to see my sister. The two sisters have a very good relationship. However, every time I come here, my youngest son will cry with pear blossoms and rain. Su Li secretly coaxed him with Dab-I rabbit toffee. The last time I came here, I was always sneaky and wanted to ask Su Li for Dab-I rabbit toffee. Oh, it's worth mentioning that for some unknown reason, Zhang Sun Chang came to visit again. Maybe it's because I think I'm Princess Changle.I's cousin, or because I think I'm Princess Changle.I's previous marriage partner. Chang Sun Chang planned to enter the inner courtyard without notification this time, just like last time. It's a pity. The last time the eldest grandson went straight into the inner courtyard, the female officer was already angered, and the female officer directly replaced the guards with a group of shocking people after reporting to Su Li. This time, Chang Sun Chang was directly stopped outside the princess mansion. This time, Chang Sun Chang didn't even enter the gate of the princess mansion, so he left angrily. In addition, there were no other guests visiting the princess mansion, and the ups and downs of the outside world temporarily. Sometimes the princess mansion can't be blown. The days passed like this. 2 months passed quickly. As always, Su Li fell asleep with Princess Changle.I in her arms, and her lips and teeth were still attached to each other. However, Su Li's mind is not on the family beside him, but has been staring at the changes in the points in his mind. 1,990,000, 7,624. 1,990,000, 7,650. Accompanied by the 3-level intimacy of lips and teeth, the points kept rising. Another hour passed, and at this moment the points finally broke through 2 million. Open the system store. Permanent top product, Bodhi fruit, to strengthen the body to see God with a clear mind. After taking it, it will recover and heal all known injuries and illnesses and strengthen the soul. Provide a lot of free attributes. Get forehead. External talent, remarks, if it is not eaten by the host, free attributes will be randomly assigned and additional talents will be randomly obtained. Value, 2 million points. Commodity 2, purchased. Commodity 3, purchased. Commodity 4, purchased. Commodity 5, purchased. Points balance, 2,036,000. Today's system didn't produce any good items. They were all 1-point sundries. Su Li bought them early in order to keep out of sight and out of mind, and waited for the points to break through 2 million. Take it directly, take it down. Su Li took the Bodhi fruit directly without any hesitation. Points balance, 36. It is a grape-like fruit, green in color, soft in the hand, and very juicy to the touch. Without any hesitation, Su Li directly stuffed the Bodhi fruit into Princess Changle.I's king. My attributes are enough, my attributes are enough. Su Li originally wanted to hug Princess Changle.I, but finally hesitated for a moment, let go of the hands that were holding Princess Changle.I, turned over, turned her back to Princess Changle.I, and slept on the edge of the bed, leaving a large part of the distance. Then cover your head with the blanket. Sleep. After all, it is too tempting for Princess Changle.I, who is unconscious, to let herself earn points unscrupulously. If Su Li's heart is darker, it is not necessary to help Princess Changle wake up, but only need to store some life-threatening medicine, so that Princess Changle can lie half-dead for more than 10 years or 20 years. In 2010, Su Li could grow old in the Princess Mansion relying on Princess Changle until the end of time. But Su Li's conscience does not allow him to do this. But with the 3.1 points getting more and more and getting closer, Su Li will always have bad thoughts in his heart. Buy the bodhi fruit first and don't feed it, and then earn points for 1 or 2 more months. Su Li knew that she was shaken. This is something that challenges her moral bottom line. If I really did this, I'm afraid it will be more than a month or 2. What's more, it's not like Su Li didn't spend any of these 2 months. As long as there is a small gift package with attributes, he will still buy it as usual. Now Su Li's strength has been improved enough, and his attributes have surpassed the scope of ordinary people. Instead of being condemned by the heart for being greedy for those points, it is better to simply buy them and feed them directly to Princess Changle. Hey, I'm afraid I won't be able to score points so recklessly in the future. Su Li sighed and even deliberately controlled himself to keep a certain distance from Changle. Points for the first time at a standstill. Su Li waited for Princess Changle to wake up. Had been waiting for a long time, but there was still no movement. Her mind was in a mess, and she fell asleep with inexplicable emotions. Sleep. In a dark night. FRE. There are 2 people, Su Li and Princess Changle, on a big bed. One is on the innermost side, and the other is on the outermost side. This is the first time that the 2 are so clearly separated after sharing the same bed. Even when Su Li fell asleep, her brows were still tightly frowned, feeling puzzled. But Princess Changle's delicate and calm face didn't seem to move at all. It's been a long, long time. Until the night is pitch black. Princess Changle's eyelashes suddenly swayed a few times, and a pair of bright eyes opened from the complete darkness. For the first time, Princess Changle got her wish and saw her husband-in-law. So close. In fact, for Princess Changle, these 2 months have been particularly blissful. Since Su Li expressed her heart, she has felt unparalleled peace of mind and happiness, and she can hear touching stories during the day. Uncle Liang Shan and Zhu Yingtai turned into butterflies, but Lin Dayu was passionate and sad. Princess Changle could clearly feel that her husband had changed. In the past, my husband-in-law clearly told me about retiring the engagement. Princess Changle's appreciation of literature is not low, and Zaya Obyun's attraction to Changle is the freshness of being a newcomer. Until recently, Changle heard a new, perfect, brand new, never-heard story from Su Li. The beautiful text is full of passionate plots. Princess Changle loves reading very much, but she swears that she has never read these stories. Yes, my husband doesn't look like a farmer. He was clearly talented, but he hugged himself quietly in the yard, not showing the slightest bit like others. Slowly turn the beautiful story into flying sentences and tell yourself. He is clearly outstanding in martial arts. Princess Changle heard Su Dingfang speak highly of Su Li more than once, and has even risen to the point where Su Li just walks out of the Princess Mansion and sets foot on the battlefield, and it is easy for her to become a marquis and worship her. In a trance, Changle was surprised to find that Su Li, who was her father-in-law, actually corresponded to her innocent fantasy when she was young. Which girl has never fantasized about her future life partner? When she was a young girl, Changle also fantasized that her husband was a Pianpianjia son who was talented in writing and guiding the country. Changle also imagined that his husband-in-law was like Huo Quibang. No one could beat him on the battlefield, and his cute wife and son made great achievements. It's just that fate couldn't help it. Changle fell into a coma and was forced to marry a farmer. Yes, at first Changle resisted in his heart. Who wants their glorious life to die because of this? Who wants to marry a person who doesn't even know anything about his appearance and character? Later, Changle, who was deeply in the dark abyss of consciousness at that time, was redeemed under Su Li's tenderness. Maybe it was forced, maybe it was for only Su Li did not treat her as a piece of wood. But as a person to talk and respect, he became her salvation, and she began to accept the other half of her life. An ordinary farmer. At least treat yourself well. At that time, Su Li was the last gentle spark in her darkness, and Changle could only hold on tightly, relying on this warmth to struggle alone in the boundless darkness. Later, Changle's consciousness gradually became clear. I also learned from the female officials and maids that although my husband is a farmer, he is extremely handsome. It's always like this. After accepting the worst, every change is a surprise. It turns out that my husband is not a dark, thin, bitter old farmer. Later, Su Li's warmth shines on Changle.I's days to come. She likes getting along with Su Li, from being shy at the beginning to being greedy later. She even remembered the aftertaste she couldn't help after the kiss. She began to enjoy the poor stories her husband told. Although it sounds really vulgar, but it's really addictive, okay. Later, she learned from Su Dingfang that her husband was very brave, but he never showed his strength. Su Dingfang's high praise made Princess Changle.I realize that as long as her husband is willing, he seems to gallop on the battlefield to make contributions and become a marquis. But wait. Su Li is not a farmer who plops around. He has the potential of a treasure. Because of this, Princess Changle.I panicked and began to be at a loss. I began to worry about whether I had delayed Su Li and even felt that I was not good enough for Su Li. Later, Su Li expressed her feelings. She heard Xiangong sigh and learned that he was worried. It turned out that he was worried that I would not accept him or like him after waking up. Although it was the first time that Su Li showed sadness in front of Princess Changle.I, even though Princess Changle.I wanted to smooth her husband's raised brow. But I have to admit that under Su Li's sorrow, Princess Changle.I was secretly happy. Later, she began to hear more and more exciting and moving stories from the husband's mouth. From Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai at the beginning to the Red Chamber later, she was surprised to find that these stories, these sentences and words were all exquisite and extraordinary. She heard the female officer tell herself that her father-in-law wrote 2 lines of poems. The belt is getting wider and wider, and I will never regret it because of Yixio, people are haggard. Changle.I realized that perhaps his husband had a profound attainment in literature, so he could never be an ordinary farmer. Inside is the joy and surprise of being hit with a jackpot. God, how is it possible? Su Li actually perfectly fulfilled Princess Changle.I's childhood fantasy. Purely a treasure boy. Moreover, this treasure was not known to others. He quietly restrained all the light and just quietly guarded by his side. This kind of feeling is indescribable. Such a man who perfectly fits the fantasy is actually his husband-in-law, and he is a husband-in-law who is so happy. He is willing to take care of himself without taking his clothes off and never dislikes himself. He can't move, talk, or even control his own toilet. He doesn't dislike him at all. But then, Princess Changle.I began to feel something strange about Su Li. In fact, as the points accumulated more and more, Su Li began to feel a little restless when he was getting closer to buying Bodhi fruit and waking up from Changle.I. That's 2 million points. I have never saved so many points. And the points are still second. Su Li is very worried that Princess Changle.I will be in a completely strange state to herself after waking up. That means that I need to get in touch with Princess Changle.I again, even starting with self-introduction. It would take a long, long time to earn points unscrupulously like now. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. In ancient times, even if it was a couple, it was difficult to see people sticking together all day long. After all, this is an era of reserved feelings, and Changle.I is a woman who was born in such an educational environment. This is still an optimistic situation. From a pessimistic point of view, Princess Changle.I doesn't even look down on herself after she wakes up. Even Hugh, what should I do? Who can I ask to earn points? Now it seems that the earning of points is very fast, up to 40,000 a day and more than 10 million a year. But that was based on the premise that Princess Changle.I seemed to be in a vegetable state. In fact, under normal circumstances, how could it be possible to obtain points so quickly? In a sense, Su Li marrying Princess Changle.I, who is in a vegetable state, is like holding a program loophole to quickly earn points. Su Li can obtain something that would have taken 10 or 20 years to obtain in a few months. Even some sky-high prices in the system are not so out of reach for Su Li, who wants to uninstall their plugins. Su Li is really torn. But in all fairness, if there is no Changle.I, I'm afraid that my life will have restarted now. Su Li has taken care of Changle.I for so long. Even if she is full of utilitarianism, how could she not have any affection? For a normal person, it is unbearable to be locked in a small dark room for 3 days. How long can a young girl like Changle.I endure the boundless darkness of consciousness? Su Li's sorrow comes from the unknown, from the fact that he needs to uninstall his own cheats himself. He didn't know how hot Changle.I's feelings for her were, so hot that it broke through shyness and certain concepts of feudal society. Changle.I can't wait to be with her husband 24 hours a day. In Changle.I's view, there is absolutely nothing more wonderful than this in the world. Su Li didn't know this, And as the points continued to rise, the day when Changle would wake up was getting closer and closer. Su Li was facing unspeakable suffering in his heart every day. And Changle can feel it. She has already put all her thoughts on Su Li. After all, for Changle, Su Li is her whole world now. Su Li's disguise can deceive others, but Changle cannot be deceived. Although Su Li still seems to be with herself every day, feeding, scrubbing, massaging, telling stories, and moving her limbs. But Changle could clearly feel that, as the days went by bit, his husband-in-law became more and more anxious, and more easily lost his mind. Even sometimes when I tell myself a story, I will skip a paragraph inexplicably, or I will go back to the paragraph I said before. Su Li began to be absent-minded, and the sad atmosphere became more and more serious. Is because of me. Since Xiangong sighed that time, he seemed to be more and more absent-minded. Changle realizes that Xiangong's anxiety seems to come from himself. Reminiscent of Xiangong's question, Princess Changle couldn't help but guess. Am I going to wake up? So Xiangong is very worried that I won't accept him or recognize him. Damn it, the stories I've told these days are all messed up. When I wake up, I must ask my husband to tell me the story again. On this day, Changle heard that Xiangong told a wrong story again. On this day, Xiangong seemed particularly absent-minded. Until the evening, when Su Li hugged herself and lay on the bed. Even when her lips and teeth were close together, she could feel Su Li's absence. How can you lose your mind at this time? Changle was particularly dissatisfied. What is my husband-in-law worried about? Does he frown? Thinking about these messy things, Changle gradually felt drowsy, and when she was about to fall asleep, she felt Su Li's body move. Su Li pulled away her body and parted their lips. Changle couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in his heart. Before he could figure out what was going on, Changle felt that Su Li stuffed something into his mouth. The body swallows subconsciously. A stream of cool liquid spread to the limbs and bones, along with swallowing. Princess Changle felt that her consciousness became clearer and clearer, and she even felt a slight tingling sensation on her body. I also began to be able to clearly feel every inch of my limbs. Are you going to wake up? Yes, Princess Changle is psychologically prepared for this. If it wasn't for him waking up, there would be no need for my husband to be so unreasonably absent-minded and worrying. And it's not the first time that Changle feels that Su Li is feeding herself something special. This time, the feeling is especially clear. Just as Changle's consciousness gradually became clearer, Changle suddenly felt that the warm and broad chest he was relying on pulled away. She was lying there alone, all alone. At this moment, Changle was a little flustered and even started to think wildly. What about my husband? My husband always hugs me to sleep at night. How did she go? She can't feel the warmth of Su Li's body anymore, especially in this special time. She was flustered and anxious. Start actively trying to struggle with your body. This time, she clearly felt that her body seemed to be covered by a thick iron sheet, and her consciousness was madly rushing towards this barrier, breaking the shackles. I don't even know how long I struggled for 80. Changle had only one thought in his heart. My husband, where did he go? She worked hard for a long time, just like a ghost pressing the bed, breaking the last barrier. Suddenly, a real feeling rushed up from all four limbs. Her eyes snapped open in the darkness. She finally saw her husband-in-law. My partner was lying beside the bed, a long distance away from me. Princess Changle stretched out her hand in disbelief. Hands are moving. Hands are really moving. I really woke up. Princess Changle immediately got up and looked at her husband. This was the first time that Xiangong slept so far away from him after sharing the same bed. Because the consciousness has always been in the dark, coupled with the bodhi fruit's strengthening of the body, after Changle's eyes are opened, he can see clearly through the dim moonlight through the window. Princess Changle leaned on half of her body and looked at her husband, which is the husband who has been with me for 2 months and has taken care of me for 2 months, but has never met. Through the moonlight, Princess Changle could clearly see that a handsome young man was closing his eyes, breathing calmly and frowning. Are you worried about me? Princess Changle looked at Xiangong's frowning brows, and a hint of distress flashed in her eyes. Gently caressing Su Li's brows with his fingers, although it was not the first time he had physical contact, the beating touch of his fingertips made Changle's heart throbbing inexplicably. This is still the first time she took the initiative to touch her husband-in-law. She slowly smoothed Su Li's frowning brows, but her eyes were inexplicably moist. More tears of joy. She was finally able to take the initiative to open her eyes to see her husband-in-law. She was finally able to take the initiative to soothe her frown, which was something she had imagined and premeditated countless times. Gently moving her body, Princess Changle came to Su Li's arms, raised her head slightly, and looked at the sleeping Su Li. Changle felt boundless shyness in his heart. Although it's not the first time I kissed with Su Li, even though I fell asleep with my lips and teeth with Su Li for many days before. But this is the first time Changle has taken the initiative to do this kind of thing. Really embarrassing. Changle's face was covered with red clouds, but he still bent down slowly and firmly. Lips and teeth depend on each other. The intoxication at that moment is like a century-old wine, which is intoxicating. First unsolicited, intimate encounter with Su Li. When the lips met, Changle's whole body was soft like an electric shock for a moment. She lay down in front of Su Li and carefully looked at her husband, whom she met for the first time. So lovely. Changle tossed and turned, looked at it for a long time, but was afraid of waking Su Li up. After a long time, Changle slowly and gently raised Su Li's arm, and then actively leaned his head into Su Li's warm arms. With one hand resting quietly on Su Li's chest, she could feel the hot beating of her husband's chest. So shy, but so comfortable. She didn't deliberately keep a distance because of her shyness. On the contrary, the first time she woke up, she took the initiative to kiss and hug Su Li. It was something she had always wished she could do. What does it look like when Xiangong wakes up and sees my eyes open? Changle leaned in Su Li's arms full of anticipation. I really want to tell my husband right now. Changle waited for Su Li to wake up. Then she took the initiative to tell Su Li her feelings, smoothed his frowning brows, and then snuggled into his arms. It's just, even if Su Li was asleep, the first contact made little Changle soften half of her body, and her inner shyness prevented her from waking Su Li up. The moon is in the middle of the sky. The night is getting darker and darker. Changle leaned into Su Li's arms and slowly closed her eyes. Although she was very shy, this feeling was really reassuring. Finally, I can finally take the initiative to touch my husband who is close to me. A small hand brushed Su Li's chest uneasily. Very nice. At this moment, Changle's eyes are full of her husband-in-law, Su Li, and she suddenly didn't realize that when she woke up, she didn't even think how happy her parents would be when they heard the news of her waking up. Close your eyes. Can't sleep. He opened his eyes to look at his husband, kissed him secretly, and shyly held his slightly rough hand with his small hand. Close your eyes. If you can't fall asleep again, repeat the above series of actions. Changle found that, the first night he woke up, had insomnia. She has too many things she wants to say to Su Li, and she is looking forward to Su Li seeing how cool she wakes up. She also likes the feeling that she can actively control her body, and she can actively do everything she wants. The person I miss is by my side. Changle has too many things to say, too many things to express. Close your eyes. Open eyes. Changle forced herself to sleep, but found that she couldn't fall asleep at all. The spirit is terrible, and the body has no sense of sleepiness at all. Finally, after repeating meaningless closing and opening of eyes for countless times, Changle gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. She felt that she was about to overflow with words, and she couldn't wait for Su Li to wake up by herself. Changle, with a slightly red face, bit her lips, turned over resolutely, leaned her body against Su Li's chest, and hugged her husband tightly with both hands, very hard, as if you don't use your strength you will lose Su Li. I just felt hot and anxious in my heart. In his sleep, Su Li only felt that his chest was pressed hard by a heavy object, and his body seemed to be surrounded by something, bound very tightly. Su Li woke up suddenly from her sleep and opened her eyes. Looking up, I only saw a beautiful little face in front of me, lying on my body. Xiangong, are you asleep? I can't sleep. This is the first time the two eyes meet. Actually, it's not the first time. After all, vegetative people can also open their eyes. This is not the first time that Su Li has seen Princess Changle. In fact, she took care of Princess Changle day and night. In 2 months, Su Li was very familiar with Princess Changle's face. But this is the first time that Su Li has seen such strong emotions and colors in Changle's eyes. It was also the first time to see such a clear and moving expression on Changle's face. When Changle fell into a coma, he was like a sleeping beauty, like a delicate doll, beautiful but a little less angry. And when Changle was awake, the bright and moving expression on his face, the shy red glow, seemed to come out of a painting. And the most touching thing is undoubtedly the pair of bright eyes. There is only one idea in Su Li's mind. It turns out that a person is so beautiful that he really shines. Sister. Although I did a lot of mental construction and cheered myself up countless times in my heart, but at the moment of waking up Su Li, all the abdominal scripts that had been punched in my stomach countless times were invalidated at this moment and disappeared without a trace. The most instinctive feelings of helplessness, shyness, and joy intertwine in Changle.I's heart. She didn't even dare to meet Su Li's eyes. The moment Su Li opened her eyes, she only had time to catch the touching eyes and buried her head in Su Li's chest like an ostrich. I cannot sleep. Changle could feel his heart beating crazily, and his body was very hot. He lay on Su Li's body, and his little hand quietly touched the back of Su Li's hand. At this moment, Su Li still doesn't understand what's going on. Changle, after eating the bodhi fruit, woke up. As for why Changle lay on her body after waking up, and why her feelings for her were so hot at this moment, it didn't matter anymore. Su Li only knows that Changle really belongs to her. He firmly held Changle's little hand with his backhand. My lady, Su Li stuttered for a moment. After all, this was the first conversation between him and Changle. Su Li's heart was naturally inexplicably surprised. After Changle woke up, instead of being indifferent to herself, she looked as shy as Ren Jungkeji. This means that my meticulous care for more than 2 months was not in vain. This means that Changle is aware of his existence, which means that Changle really likes him, which means that his cheating is still there, and he no longer has to worry about Princess Changle waking up and kicking him with a divorce letter. Lose. Everything is for the best. Changle lay in Su Li's arms, feeling Su Li clenched her palm. It even hurt a little. I also felt that Su Li's other hand was tightly embracing herself. Originally, I had a lot of words and feelings I wanted to express to Su Li, but now I can't open my mouth. No sound at this time, better than sound. Hugging for a long time, Su Li then slowly relaxed her hands and then gently held Changle's head. Are you awake? Su Li had a smile on her face. Princess Changle responded softly. Can you hear what I'm saying? Su Li asked. Princess Changle was silent for a long time. The stories you told me turned out to be a mess. Changle buried his head and rubbed his head against Su Li's chest. I'll tell you again. Su Li had a smile on his face. Slowly picked up Princess Changle and straightened up. Now, the dark night is still a long way from the day. Both Su Li and Princess Changle are awake. Now that Princess Changle is waking up, everyone in the Princess Mansion will know about it when the sun rises. In less than half the time, Li and Empress Changsun would probably know about it too. At that time, all kinds of visits will be necessary. The couple who meet for the first time in a real sense will not have much time to be alone in a real sense in the next few days. And just at this moment, Lang Yaoqing concubine is interested, and Su Li can't sleep anymore just talking to Princess Changle, talking to each other, thinking about how to fool Li later. Xiangong, Changle leaned his head on Su Li's chest. There will be more troubles tomorrow. Once you wake up, the Princess Mansion may not be quiet for a short time, Su Li said with a smile. Take advantage of this to talk more. Princess Changle didn't remember until Su Li reminded her. Oh, this is not the world in my consciousness. Oh yes, and my parents will be very happy when they hear the news that I woke up. At this moment, Feng's little padded jacket is scattered, completely devoid of warmth. But when I think about it, apart from my parents, I'm afraid I have to face a lot of people. Changle is now full of his own husband, and he has given some to his family members sporadically. Changle felt in his heart that it would be better not to wake up. In this way, no one will disturb the two-person world between myself and my husband. Why don't you disclose the news first? Changle flashed a whimsical idea. Your Majesty and the Empress miss you so much. What are you thinking about? Besides, after lying down for more than 2 months, don't you want to actually go down to see the scenery outside? Su Li said with a smile. In fact, Princess Changle's whimsy is still very constructive. As long as he and Princess Changle work together, Su Li can earn points for a long time again. But think about it or forget it. If you wake up and pretend not to wake up, isn't that waking up in vain? Besides, Xiao Changle has been lying on the bed for so many days, so he must have remembered to see and experience this world with his own eyes. Su Li knew that Princess Changle really fell in love with her, and she loved her very much. Only then did Princess Changle tell herself that she had been fully conscious for a long time. To some extent, Su Li is Princess Changle's only life-saving straw. Based on Princess Changle's unabashedly shown true feelings, Su Li estimated that if she asked Princess Changle to pretend to be a vegetable and continue to accompany her to earn points, Princess Changle would definitely agree. But in this way, he is kidnapping Princess Changle with emotion, who wants to continue lying in bed like a piece of wood after waking up. After being in a coma for so long, doesn't Princess Changle want to see her parents and talk? With the emotions that Changle is showing now, Su Li's previous troubles have been swept away. There will be no shortage of points in the future. Why is Changle sitting in his arms without watching this meeting? And with Princess Changle waking up, Su Li's points acquisition can be further improved in the future. He and Princess Changle are a legitimate couple. Now it's Lang's affectionate concubine who is willing to agree with each other and rush in both directions. There's no need to ask Changle to continue lying on the bed just to be obsessed. Besides, what should be faced sooner or later must be faced, and the troublesome things that Princess Changle wakes up are those. It's enough to deal with it. In the past 2 months, Su Li has indeed been accumulating points for the purchase of Bodhi fruit, but it is not that there is no consumption of points. As long as the attribute points are refreshed, Su Li can be purchased as usual. Today, Su Li's attributes have completely progressed by leaps and bounds. This is the confidence that Su Li dared to take the initiative to meet this pile of troublesome things. Open the property panel. As the voice fell, the attribute panel unfolded in my mind. Name Su Li. Age 23. Power 176 can add points. Physique 176 points can be added. Sensitivity 63 points can be added. Comprehension 69 points can be added. Charm 63 points can be added. Available free attributes 0. In 2 months, a total of 29 small gift packages for attribute points were refreshed. A total of 74 free attributes were issued. Still following the path of increasing both strength and body, strength and physique have crossed the 150-point mark one after another, stepping into a field that humans have never set foot in. What about Su Li now? It can hardly be described by human beings. Su Li tried it secretly by himself, taking a knife to himself. The wound would stop bleeding in a quarter of an hour, scabs would form in half an hour, and fully recover in less than an hour. Oh, it is worth mentioning that it is quite difficult for Su Li to cut his skin with ordinary weapons with his own strength. It took more than a dozen knives to make a small cut. In order to achieve the experimental effect, Su Li insisted on making a big wound with his fingers. As for the consumption of wound repair, it was just 2 extra bowls of rice. What does that mean? It means that if Su Li's body is placed in this era of cold weapons, if it is not a magic weapon, basically, Li Nuo's cannot be broken. Ordinary swords, bows, and arrows will basically not leave any scars on Su Li's body. This means that as long as Su Li survives, no matter how seriously injured he is, he only needs to eat a few more bowls of rice, and he will be able to regain his full strength the next day. As for exhaustion, Su Li can only say that without any energy supplement, he feels that he can fight for 3 days and 3 nights. The power is even more terrifying. Compared with Xiang Yu in history, it has far exceeded. With a strength of 176 points, Su Li himself was unable to estimate his own limit. After all, people are in the Princess Mansion, so there is no way to fully display it. But Su Li tried it secretly. He can shake the rockery in the Princess Mansion. This is no longer a feat. Su Li can move the rockery in the Princess Mansion with all his strength concentrated. A punch, conservatively estimated to have a force of several thousand caddies. What does that mean? This means that in this era of cold weapons, it is true that you will die when you rub it, and you will be injured when you touch it. In this era of cold weapons without long guns and artillery, Su Li is a taboo for walking human figures. As long as he wants, he can become an ancestor in dating. Leaving aside being able to be an enemy of the world, and not mentioning that Su Li is not fast enough, as long as Su Li thinks, this means that he can easily kill Li Er. Why don't we say it's still ancient? Su Li thought happily. In the modern age, my own ability is shocking enough, but at most it is just a few RPG shots. If it is really not enough, I will be beaten to death with a poisonous sting. But in ancient times, that is, it is possible to solve Su Li only by pouring out the power and wisdom of a country. Of course, Su Li has the confidence to deal with the troubles that will follow. Besides, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later. It is impossible to ask Princess Changle to lie on the bed for a lifetime. Did you save me, Xiangong? Princess Changle asked softly, leaning against Su Li's arms. You know, Su Li looked at Princess Changle with a little surprise. I can feel it when you feed me, Changle said softly. Su Li nodded but did not hide it. The main thing is that Changle is her bedside person. Su Li has no reason to take this fool Changle. Besides, Changle himself said that she can feel it when feeding her life potion and other things. The thing that can wake me up is very precious, right? Changle raised his head and asked cautiously. Princess Changle can actually feel the difference in her body. For example, at this moment, her mind is extremely clear, and even her originally weak body is healthier and stronger than before. And there seems to be something more in my mind that I can't explain. Even the skin with her own body has become flimsy. What my husband-in-law Su Li feeds me not only wakes me up, but also greatly changes the state of my body. Right now, the limbs are extremely transparent, and I just feel boundless and comfortable. It is a stronger vitality than ever before. This is the joy that comes from the deepest level of life. It even makes Changle wonder if the food that his husband feeds him is the legendary one that can revive the dead and become immortal, the elixir. It's okay, so far I have saved one, but compared to you it's not worth mentioning, Su Li said with a smile. These words did not fool Changle. Indeed, Su Li got along with Changle for more than 4 months before buying such a bodhi fruit. Worth 2 million points, it is undoubtedly Su Li's biggest consumption of points in a long time. But compared with the humanoid plug-in of Princess Changle, it is not worth mentioning. As long as Princess Changle is around, Su Li can earn a minimum of 40,000 points in a day, and it only takes 50 days to get 2 million points. In a year, he can earn more than 10 million points. In comparison, it is really not worth mentioning. What's more, Changle, who woke up, is still full of admiration for himself, and his feelings are even overflowing. Everything is the most perfect result. When Princess Changle heard this, she just silently hugged Su Li's hands tighter. She could tell that Su Li didn't lie to herself. In fact, if you think about it carefully, how can such an immortal medicine that can restore one's consciousness and even greatly transform one's body be worthless? Changle is not a stupid woman who does not understand history. Over the past dynasties, how many emperors have paid what energy and price in order to prolong their lives? Don't they still have to face life, old age, sickness, and death in the end? The value of this kind of elixir that can bring people back to life and restore health is immeasurable. But my husband-in-law chose to take it for himself, and told himself firmly that such priceless treasures were nothing compared to himself. Su Li said it himself, so far he has only one. That's even more precious. I didn't get to the bottom of it, and I didn't continue to ask more questions. For Changle, these things are not important. If my husband-in-law wants to tell me, he will naturally tell me. She just hugged Su Li's neck awkwardly, raised her head slowly, and pressed her lips on Su Li's mouth awkwardly. Thank you. Su Li shook his head and laughed. In fact, he should thank Princess Changle instead. After a long time, the lips parted again. Couples who are in love can't stay idle, nor can they get tired of the intimacy between each other. But Su Li was even more curious about what kind of changes the bodhi fruit worth 2 million points brought to Changle besides revived it. Do you feel any changes in your body? Su Li asked excitedly. If the effect is better, I will refresh it later and buy one myself. Changle looked at Su Li suspiciously. This is the only one so far, and I haven't tried it, so I don't know the specific effect, Su Li explained. It seems the brain is clearer and the body seems to be more powerful. Changle frowned and felt the physical changes carefully. There is something more in my mind. I can't explain it clearly, but I feel like I can manipulate it, Changle said softly, frowning. Let me take a look. Seeing that Changle didn't explain it for a long time, Su Li turned on the attribute detector. Unexpectedly, the attribute detector could really see the talent that Changle had acquired. Name: Li Lizha. Age: 22. Strength: 67. Constitution: 80. Keen: 63. 198. Charm: 96. Status: honored. Talent: naturally beautiful and hard to give up. Your words will be easier to confuse and convince people. Primary intimacy: 1,000 points hour. Level 2 intimacy: 1,800 points hour. Level 3 intimacy: 3,600 points hour. Level 4 intimacy: 7,200 points hour. Compared with before, the strength attribute has increased by 16 points. Constitution attribute increased by 27 points. The sharp attribute increased by 9 points, the perception attribute increased by 14 points, and the charisma attribute increased by 9 points. A total of 75 additional attributes have been obtained, and an additional talent of being born beautiful and hard to give up. Language is easier to confuse people. In addition, the disease of Princess Changle.I was cured. Generally speaking, the value is very high. At least the attributes of Princess Changle.I are completely refreshed. And Su Li realized one thing. This is the Commander-in-Chief template. Su Li looked at Princess Changle.I's attributes and talents in amazement. The most important charisma attribute to govern people's hearts, Changle.I is as high as 96 points. For the perceptual attributes related to learning ability and processing ability, Changle.I has as high as 98 points. Coupled with a natural beauty that is hard to give up, the talent can be bewitching and convincing. You must know that the attribute of charm does not represent appearance, but represents leadership, affinity, and personal willpower. Even if this is Empress Wu Zetian, I'm afraid she doesn't have this attribute. With the comprehension of Changle.I as high as 98, it only needs a little learning and experience to deal with state affairs and rule a country with ease. A charm as high as 96 points, coupled with a natural beauty that cannot be abandoned. A smart leader with enough charisma and affability to match. Is this the Empress template? Of course, this is just an innate attribute, which determines a person's upper limit, not a person's lower limit. To put it bluntly, this determines the ultimate growth height of Changle.I. As we all know, there is such a thing as an upper limit. Basically, 99% of people will not be able to touch their upper limit in their entire lives. Who dares to say that he has not slack off? To put it bluntly, even if your comprehension is as high as 200 points, and your learning ability and comprehension ability are the best in the past and present, but you just sleep with your head covered, you don't listen to anything, you don't learn anything, you still don't know anything. Talent is nothing but talent when it's not delivered. Princess Changle.I never thought of becoming a female emperor at all, and she never studied. No matter how talented she is, it is empty talk. However, it's quite scary in general, Su Li sighed softly. Even if there is no active learning, extremely high talent will be displayed in daily life. For example, on weekdays, Changle.I's orders are more likely to be carried out without compromise, and others will be more likely to believe Changle.I's words. How is it? Princess Changle.I asked. You are definitely made to be an emperor, Su Li sighed with a smile. There is no distinction between him and Changle.I, so there is no need to shy away from such words that sound a little outrageous. Nonsense, Changle.I lightly tapped Su Li's chest. There is no reason in the world to be better than Jai Sichin, Changle.I said softly. It can be seen that Changle.I is a relatively traditional woman, and her personality is exactly the same as that of Empress Changsun. Empress Changsun can write a female ring, so naturally she will not relax the education of Princess Changle.I. Therefore, Princess Changle.I never thought about what Su Li said at all. It won't be long and it's still from your Li Tang's house. Now I guess it's not much younger than you, Su Li thought to himself. Morning chicken. Didn't Wu Zetian enter the palace during the Zhengyuan period? Li Ik-er is an old man and found a lowly who is younger than his daughter. As a result, he was left out of the palace, and later Li Er's son simply took over his father's harem. As a result, there was the only female emperor in the ages. Wu Zetian should be only 8 or 9 years old now. Li Er recalled the history in his mind and thought to himself. Li Er is really shameless. Finding such a young girl almost wiped out Li Tang's country. Su Li also didn't correct Changle.I's thoughts. Now that the Tang dynasty is in peace, he will instill the concept of being a female emperor in Princess Changle.I if he has a problem with his brain. When the husband and wife met for the first time, they were both familiar and novel, and they talked for a long time. Su Li's physique is excellent, and she looks radiant even without sleep. Princess Changle.I also just woke up, and she just ate the bodhi fruit, so her body is full of energy. The couple chatted all night in a daze, and Su Li also incidentally retold the story that she had told wrongly because she was absent-minded. Until the next morning, Changle.I pressed Su Li in front of the bronze mirror and tied Su Li's hair with her own hands. This is something she wanted to do very early on. Ever since Su Li braided her hair clumsily, Changle.I was thinking that when he woke up, he would have to tie her husband's hair every day. Changle.I is ingenious. Although she hasn't braided her hair for more than 4 months, she is still familiar with the road after many days. I'll get dressed for you. Changle.I gently tied Su Li's waist and picked up the outer dress with a blushing face. Su Li couldn't resist Xiao Changle.I, so he could only open his hands and let Changle do what he wanted. After the two of them finished tidying up, the sky was already bright. Sunio's wife and his wife, doing anything is always a waste of time. So much so that the sun in the sky rises high. So much so that the governor of the Princess Mansion, who was waiting outside to wait for Su Li to wake up and deliver the food, was a little puzzled. After getting along for so long, the female officer already knows about Su Li's activities. Every day, I would get up early, wash and braid Princess Changle.I's hair, and then order the maids to prepare liquid food for Princess Changle.I. Su Li will not have breakfast until she has fed Princess Changle.I herself. A set of procedures is quite time-consuming. Su Li wakes up almost every morning as soon as the sky turns white, and it seems that she will never run out of energy. Surprisingly, the sky is bright today, and there is no movement. But the female officer didn't urge her. After all, she had seen the son-in-law's hard work, and it wasn't a bad thing to sleep a little longer. But after waiting for a long time, it took about an hour. The son-in-law still didn't wake up. The grated liquid food prepared for Princess Changle.I was cold, and then reheated. The female officer was a little strange. She came to the door cautiously, but heard that there was nothing in the room. Nothing happened. The female officer gently knocked on the door. "My son-in-law, the meal for the princess is ready." The female officer doesn't mind if Su Li sleeps in. She doesn't even mind if Su Li sleeps all day one day. After all, she has worked hard for so long and there is no problem with rest. The key is that Princess Changle.I has to eat. So after waiting for more than an hour, the female officer couldn't wait any longer and called Su Li. "Then prepare another one." Su Li's voice came from inside the room. The female officer froze for a moment. "Is there something wrong with the recipe?" the female officer asked subconsciously. Because Princess Changle.I is still in a coma, she can only eat liquid food and the daily recipes are specially made. This recipe was formulated by the imperial doctor and the son-in-law has personally seen it. Could it be that there is something wrong? "How should I prepare?" the female officer asked again. Su Li chuckled and opened the door. "Just make one of the dishes I used to like," the female officer responded, but it was not the familiar voice of Su Li, the son-in-law. It was another strange, yet familiar voice. Strangeness is because Changle.I has never spoken since she fell into a coma. Familiarity is because Changle.I said that it is no exaggeration to say that she raised her up with her own hands. The female officer looked towards the door subconsciously and saw Princess Changle.I standing there pretty, blinking her eyes mischievously. Princess, you're actually awake." The female officer's face was filled with surprise and disbelief. "Of course I'm awake." Changle.I had a smile on his face, and Changle.I was very close to this female officer who grew up with him. "No, I mean you're really awake." The female officer was even a little slurred for a while because of her excitement. "I am going to prepare meals for the princess, and I'll do it myself." The female officer rubbed her hands on her body, looking at a loss. Look at my brain. Such a big happy event. I have to inform His Majesty and the Queen first." The female officer turned around just as she left. Changle.I shook his head first. Although the husband and wife chatted all night, they are already ready. Changle.I also misses his parents very much. "DJ, this is my first meal when I wake up. If I notify now, I'm afraid that my father and mother will come from the palace immediately if the meal is not ready." With the emperor's character, when he heard that he hadn't eaten yet, he would definitely call all the royal chefs in the palace over. Even when I eat by myself, I'm afraid I have to sit next to it. 12,602,104, Feilu, 101,293,261. But I haven't had a good meal with my husband yet. For 4 months, my husband has been feeding me. "Eat first," Changle.I held Su Li's hand. "Then, minister, go prepare meals." The female officer did not question Princess Changle.I's decision. Su Li shook her head too. "Let me do it." For a long time, Su Li's curry side in the system warehouse has piled up a lot of sundries, all kinds of seasonings. Previously, she was focused on earning points, and Princess Changle.I was also in a coma, so Su Li didn't have the time to satisfy her appetite. Now that the husband and wife have met for the first time, Su Li is finally in the mood to reward her taste buds. What ancient delicacies, what royal chefs, modern technology, and hard work. That is the black technology in the food industry. The most important thing is that the condiments produced by the system can be guaranteed to be safe and harmless. Now it can be regarded as finally having the time to calm down and satiate your appetite. Su Li is no stranger to cooking. As a modern person in my previous life, I was indeed a bit inattentive. But in this life, if you dress up as a farmer and hoe and farm all day long, you will naturally have to master the cooking skills. It's just a pity that there were no woks in this era, and it was inconvenient to cook many dishes. The iron and steel smelting in the early Tang dynasty was not yet at the level of large-scale popularization of cooking utensils such as woks. The iron and steel needed to make a frying pan was below the level of smelting in the early Tang dynasty, and it was basically good iron for forging fine armor. Because to make an iron pan that can cook, first of all, it must be thin enough, otherwise the thermal conductivity is not enough, and secondly, it must be strong and not too brittle, otherwise the pan will be broken after a few stir-frying. From the subtle aspects of life, it can often reflect the truest level of productivity and national strength of an era. According to historical records, before the invasion of the eight-power Allied forces, Zhu Zia once went out to be a diplomat, and he expressed emotion after returning home. Although these yellow-haired devils are not educated in etiquette, common people eat with knives and forks, which shows the benefits of steel. During the Han Dynasty, ironware began to gradually replace bronzeware. It was not until the end of the Tang Dynasty that iron and steel smelting reached a sufficiently high level, and the production level of large-scale popularization of iron pots was achieved. In the Song Dynasty, cooking based on iron pots naturally flourished. In the end, Su Li chose to make a few side dishes and stew a pork rib soup. Princess Changle.I lit a fire and watched Su Li show his skills. Then I saw Su Li bring out a lot of strange things. How do you say that sentence? I have a spoonful of Sanhua evaporated milk, which is better in color and taste than your pork rib soup that has been boiled for a day. Not to mention, monosodium glutamate was an absolute killer in ancient times. Anyone who has known the history of Zhuxia cuisine knows that in ancient times when there was no MSG, the umami taste of food was usually enhanced through broth. Secondly, there are shrimp skin sausages that are ground into powder or shiitake mushrooms, which are naturally umami flavored, and dried and ground to use as natural monosodium glutamate. In fact, regardless of whether MSG is healthy or not, an ordinary person who can cook, if you give him a bottle of MSG, he can become a master in minutes in ancient times. Su Li Kang curry has all kinds of modern seasonings. Just a few side dishes and a pork rib soup, it will be ready soon. Because of the use of technology and hard work, the pork rib soup is white and mellow. Although the few side dishes are not so exquisite in appearance, they are also very fragrant. How? Su Li looked at Princess Changle.I. Delicious, Princess Changle.I nodded. But I didn't expect Ziyangong to cook like this, Changle.I said. There are so many technologies, anyone can make them. Su Li shook his head and laughed. Technology is everywhere in modern life, especially in the seasoning field. Su Li doesn't think there is anything wrong with it, as long as it doesn't endanger human health. However, technology Yu Ruinhu has indeed done a lot of harm to Zhuxia's 8 traditional cuisines. During the period when MSG was first born, there was a master chef who didn't believe in evil and wanted to figure out a soup with a stronger umami flavor. As a result, he didn't figure it out all his life and finally realized that he figured it out with great difficulty. For others, it was just a matter of adding a spoonful of MSG. The husband and wife chatted while eating. In fact, when Su Li first proposed to cook, Princess Changle.I planned to go to battle in person. Of course, Princess Changle.I can also cook, although she doesn't need to cook. However, Su Li has been in ancient times for so long, and if he wants to eat some technology and hard work, Changle.I cannot beat Su Li. Go and inform your majesty and the queen. After drinking and eating, Su Li looked at the female officer and spoke, her eyes dimly looking into the distance. Ziyangong, Father Emperor, is not that kind of person, Changle.I said softly. Changle.I knew what Su Li was thinking. She is not stupid and sweet. How precious the elixir that can restore her body should be, Princess Changle.I knew very well. And when the black tortoise incident happened, Changle.I already remembered it. No matter how much it is whitewashed, this is something that cannot be passed. Changle.I remembers that Uncle who hugged him died at the hands of his father. But no matter what, Changle.I will stand unswervingly by Ziyangong's side. No problem, Su Li smiled, watching the figure of the female officer leaving to report. He now has enough confidence. Palace Mana Palace. What? Changle.I is awake. Li who was dealing with the government affairs, looked at the female official who reported in front of him with a look of surprise on his face. "Quick, quick, take me to see Changle." Hearing the news of Changle's awakening, the government affairs that Li hadn't been dealing with for a moment had long been thrown into oblivion. Li Erda stepped up, raised his hands and rushed out, looking like a book full of ecstasy. No matter how you say it, Changle is Li Er's own daughter, Li Er's eldest daughter, and Li Er's most beloved daughter. When rushing out of the Ganlu Hall, the female officer didn't even keep up because of the speed. "Quick, go and inform the crown prince and queen." Li Erkai rushed out of the Ganlu Hall and stopped suddenly, then hurriedly spoke to the female officer. Afterwards, he ignored the messy eunuchs and guards around him, and strided forward with his shoulders on his shoulders. "Li." The guards and eunuchs followed closely, and Li ran ahead alone. The princess mansion is very close to the Ganlu palace, and it didn't take too long for Li to rush to the princess mansion. Lijai, father is here." Li rushed into the princess mansion and ran straight into the inner courtyard. He only saw his daughter, Changle, snuggling up beside Su Li, with interlocking fingers, an intimate look, and a happy smile on her face. "I will see my father." Changle made a slight blessing, seeing his father's heavy panting and disheveled appearance due to running. The next moment tears had soaked into his eyes. "Beautiful." Li stepped forward a few steps, supported Changle's shoulders, and saw his daughter standing in front of him, really pretty with moist eyes. "It's good to wake up, it's good to wake up." Li tears also came out of his eyes. Then he pushed Su Li, who was standing with Changle, away with his arms without a trace, hugged his daughter, and burst into tears. "My daughter." "There's a lot of narrow-mindedness." Su Li was pushed away by Li indiscriminately and grinned. But having said that, it doesn't matter if Li killed his brother or imprisoned his biological father. But the feelings at this moment cannot be faked. He really loved and valued his daughter. Princess Changle has been in a coma for more than 4 months. Life and death are uncertain, and she has not woken up for a long time. How can a father not be worried? "Wake up, wake up." After a long time, Feng, who was full of emotion and down to earth, calmed down his emotions, straightened up and supported Changle's shoulder and looked at him vigorously. "Do you feel unwell? How is it now?" Li asked with joy. Just as Changle was about to answer, another voice rang out from the yard. "Beauty, beauty." "It's Empress Changsun." The eldest grandson Wugu hurried over as soon as he heard the news, and when he entered, he saw his daughter standing in the yard, really pretty. "Elder sister." "It's Prince Li Changqian." Empress Changsun also went up to meet her, holding her daughter's hands. Prince Li Changqian also stood aside, with eager joy on his face. The whole family couldn't even come up with a complete sentence, and there was a lot of talking. Su Li silently stepped aside and watched the family reunion in front of her. 4 years of Zhengyuan. Su Li looked at the harmonious family in front of him and felt emotional. The 4th year of Zhengyuan is the key time node for dating to prosper. In this year, Li and Tang defeated the Turks and tripled the shame of the Waishui alliance. This year, Prince Li Changqian has not yet been addicted to masculinity, nor has his leg been broken. This year, Empress Changsun did not die of qi disease, and Princess Changle was still in good health. Under such circumstances, the whole family did not have so many gaps, and the Prince Li Changqian and Li hadn't turned against each other. Feng's family relationship is handled well, at least at this stage. But maybe it's the backlash from Black Tortoise's killing of relatives, or maybe Feng has been sitting on the throne for more and more time, and the side of being an ordinary person is getting less and less. Since Zhengyuan 4 years later, everything seems to be harmonious behind the scenes. The foreshadowing has already been planted. Prince Li Changqian began to feel dissatisfied with Li Eri's growing love for Li Tai. Li strong desire to control also began to become more and more dissatisfied that the prince's growth trajectory was beyond his control. The Black Tortoise incident is a foreshadowing buried in everyone's heart. No matter how close this moment is, when things come to a decision, the Black Tortoise incident comes to mind. Will Li also be afraid? Did Li Changqian also believe that his father would really kill his own relatives? Li seems to be full of emotion, but the family relationship is handled in a mess. Behind the great talent and general plan is the tragedy of the final father and son turning against each other. Consort. The female officer looked at the family reunion scene in front of her with a smile on her face, and noticed Su Li's slightly desolate figure retreating into the distance. The female official, until the son-in-law's parents both died. It wasn't until recently that the son-in-law's brothers came to the door to recognize each other. At this moment, the son-in-law's figure was too lonely. "It's okay," Su Li shook her head and smiled. The whole family poured out their emotions to each other there, and it took a long time before they finally calmed down. Princess Changle.I looked at Su Li first. She saw her relative standing in the distance looking at her with a smile in her eyes. Princess Changle.I didn't hesitate, stepped forward with small steps and held Su Li's hand. "Sister." Li Er's eyes finally fell on Su Li. When the emotions calm down, the things that should be faced will finally be faced. Zero ask for flowers. After all, emotions are just a temporary thing, and Su Li doesn't expect Li Er to ignore his doubts because of his joy. "Come out with me, I have something to ask you." Li Er looked at Su Li and said softly. Empress Changsun tugged on Li Er's sleeve upon hearing this and shook her head. "I just have something to ask my son-in-law." Li Er gave Empress Changsun a reassuring look. Although Li Er has always been dissatisfied with his daughter marrying a farmer, but now Changle.I is able to wake up, Su Li has made great contributions. Leaving aside Su Li's meticulous care for the past 4 months, Yuan Tiangang's hexagram, and the fact that Princess Changle.I really woke up because of this are enough to make people wonder. Princess Changle.I heard the words and stepped forward half a step, standing in front of Su Li. "Father," Changle.I.'s tone was full of accusation. Li Er's face darkened when he saw Changle.I.'s actions. Although Princess Changle.I didn't say much, the meaning is self-evident. "Good guy, that's not much to say." Li Er didn't plan to do anything at all. If Changle.I really woke up because of Su Li, how could Li Er deny this? Although Su Li is a farmer, it's true that she doesn't deserve her daughter, but how can the engagement that has already been made be changed? It's just that Su Li's behavior is too strange. As a farmer, he has calligraphy in his own style. Even Zhu Suiliang is ashamed of himself, and he also has medical skills. Now her daughter and Grand Dao, all the imperial physicians and eminent monks, are helpless, and her condition has improved because of this, and she stands in front of her beautifully. Can a farmer have this ability? Can a person still use this ability to be a farmer? After all, Su Li is also Princess Changle.I's husband and son-in-law. Now Su Li is full of doubts, and Changle.I is Li Er's most beloved daughter. Su Li's details are unknown, so how can Li Er entrust his daughter to Su Li with confidence? It's just, looking at Changle.I's attitude. Just woke up and turned your elbows out. Li Er clearly planned for his daughter in his heart, but his daughter's defensive appearance made Li Er very unhappy. "It doesn't matter," Su Li shook her head, motioning for her. "Wait for me at ease." Su Li got up and walked outside. "I'm worried that he doesn't know the details, and it's your husband. If I don't ask clearly, how dare I entrust you with your life? Can I still eat him?" When Su Li walked out, Li Er looked at Princess Changle.I with displeasure, with an obvious taste on his face. Father tilde, Princess Changle.I knew that she had wronged her father, so she hid behind her eldest grandson Wugu with an embarrassed expression on her face. Outside the inner courtyard, under the rockery, Su Li stood still. "Meet your majesty," Su Li bowed and saluted. "Don't be rigid, I just want to ask you something." Li Er paced a few times before saying, "I have checked your background, you should know." Su Li nodded. "My eldest brother Su Dingfeng has already confirmed this. Although the marriage between him and Changle.I is essentially a joy, he is just a dispensable person, but it is related to his daughter's marriage. How can Li Er definitely allow his daughter's husband? Is it someone from an unknown family background? You were born in the Su family, lost halfway, were picked up by your current parents and became a farmer. Your current parents are also farmers. They passed away 6 years ago. There is only one old yellow dog in the family. Niu, I am very curious. Where did you learn your medical skills and calligraphy? I have checked. Your family is completely empty, and you have never attended a private school. It's finally here. Su Li knows that this level cannot be escaped. As long as this kind of thing is a normal person, he will definitely question it. After all, he was mediocre in the first half of his life, so it makes no sense to suddenly marry the princess. From now on, everything will be fine. To be honest, if Su Li had such calligraphy and medical skills before Changxi, it would not be necessary to rely on farming as a surname. However, the established facts have already happened. In fact, in the final analysis, it still depends on how Su Li makes up. At the very least, the current Li Er is only suspicious of his own details, far from spying on Su Li's things. In fact, to be honest, Su Li has not shown much at the moment. There is nothing worthy of Li Er's going to war to put aside his face, and not to force and rob Su Li. Su Li now only shows mediocre medical skills and unique calligraphy. During the meal, Su Li had already passed the gas with Princess Changle.I, and it was fine for the two of them to agree not to mention the matter of Bodhi fruit. Mainly in the future. As time goes by, more and more points will be obtained, and Su Li will buy more and more system products. Even the lord of a country will inevitably be moved by what is shown. Not to mention the Bodhi fruit, which can bring people back to life. Su Li Warehouse Curry still has steel-making and salt-making skills. But it's okay. Su Li obviously already has the strength to protect his personal belongings, so he doesn't worry about Li Erkyang snatching beggars. "Have you ever heard of Bai Yujing, Your Majesty?" Su Li asked. In the future, Su Li will also show more miraculous aspects of the system, so it is not enough to explain the calligraphy and medical skills in front of him. You also need to pave the way for the future. Of course I have, Li nodded. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, seeking immortality and asking questions has become a trend, and sometimes it will even become a research knowledge recognized by mainstream society. During the Wei and Jin dynasties, it was even more common to search for immortals and take medicine to make alchemy. Even in the Tang dynasty, there were still countless rumors about immortals, but there were various theories among them, and there were different opinions. Bai Yujing was one of the various immortal legends that were circulated. It is said that the immortals in the sky live in Bai Yujing, and Li is no stranger to this rumor. Bai Yujing in the sky, 12th floor and 5 cities. Immortal caresses my top, nodding my hair for longevity. It's quite reasonable to mistakenly pursue worldly pleasures. 96 holy monarchs floating clouds hang empty names. Su Li spoke slowly. It is exactly what Li Bai, the poet fairy, did. It can be seen from the title of the poem that, although the 4 lines in this poem are about Bai Yujing, it actually has nothing to do with Bai Yujing. The main content is that after Li Bai left Chang'an, he felt that the world was in chaos and he was depressed and frustrated. The whole poem is extremely long, involving the story of Tang Xuanzang and the specific process of Jai Bai's separation from his friends. Therefore, if the whole poem is copied and used as it is, I am afraid it will be ridiculous. The effect of the program is no less than copying the words of Master Dan, Sen Qiasheng, Jiangzhenju, don't stop drinking. When copying poems, you also have to consider whether your life experience fits with what is written in the poem. However, Su Li only copied part of it, and 793 has been modified to some extent. The first half of this poem probably means Laozi, who was originally a man from heaven, not from the secular world. It's just that I suddenly wanted to come to the world to play, so I descended to the world. There are so many emperors from ancient times to the present, but now they just have their names hanging in the clouds, blocked by heaven and earth, and there are endless wars in the world. I have learned the strategy of Overlord Xiang Yu, learned swordsmanship and learned articles, but it is a pity that I have not been reused. In short, it is a very strong work of Jibai style. Very crazy, but also very proud. The latter part involves how Li Bai drifted away for half his life, and how he met and parted with his friends. It is meaningless to Su Li, but the first half can be modified and modified. Su Li probably changed the meaning. It's almost like Laozi came from the sky, and the immortal gave me longevity. Just descended suddenly. Because of Princess Changle.I, I remembered the past. The immortal once taught me the martial arts of Overlord Xiang Yu and gave me various immortal skills. I still want to go back and have a look, but unfortunately I can no longer find a way out in the secular world. Li Er's brows gradually became serious when he heard this. Poems are good poems. As soon as you open your mouth, the spirit of immortality rushes to your face. After all, this poem was written by the poet Li Bai, although Su Li only took out a small part, and because of his own experience, he had to make superfluous revisions. But what is the poet Li Bai? Among the remnants, you can feel the rush of literary talent, reminiscent of the half-remnant poem written by Su Li before. If you think about it carefully, could this be Su Li's previous writing by Bai Yujing? But he only remembers 2 sentences. Compared with the 2 lines from Song Ci, Yin Li's poem undoubtedly hits the current rhythm and mainstream aesthetics. After all, Li Bai was from the Tang dynasty. Li Er's appreciation level is not low. You can hear the fairy spirit of this poem, and it can be regarded as a first-class work in the whole Tang dynasty. However, it is impossible for Li to completely believe in Su Li just because of Su Li's empty words. Li still has many doubts in his heart. According to what you said, you were once taught by Bai Yujing's immortal, but you just can't remember it. It was only after you married Changle.I that you remembered the past. Li frowned. Of course, Su Li nodded. Then tell me, what does Bai Yujing look like? Li asked. If Su Li is lying to him, then what Su Li said must contradict itself. After all, a complete and grand fairy world is not so easy to describe. In fact, even in today's Taoism and Buddhism, many records are contradictory. But Su Li is a time traveler. Should I say it or not, although most of the cultivating novels in the previous life are Zaya. However, after more than 10 years of development of online novels, with more and more novels about cultivating immortals, the settings about the immortal world are gradually perfected. Don't look at the content, just look at the setting is definitely perfect and grand enough. Su Li doesn't eat much, but she has seen enough. Compared with ancient people, the biggest advantage of modern people is that the intake of knowledge is not at the same level. Su Li began to compose it with relish, and Li also began to listen to it with relish. The expression on his face also gradually changed from questioning to unbelievable. Slowly sink into it. The world described by Su Li is not all the world's settings in Zaya, which are the same as ordinary people except for the realm. Instead, it combines Zaya, Laoshan Tales, you and other related settings that have been seen in previous lives. Whether Li believed it or not, Su Li did anyway. And in fact, it doesn't matter whether Li believes it or not. What Li needs is a reason that sounds more reasonable. As for the subsequent verification work, Li will do it himself. Even if Su Li said the hype today, Li can completely listen to Su Li's words. This is impossible, and Li will definitely try to verify it by himself. As for Su Li, she is also looking for a reasonable excuse for showing various supernatural features or making some weird items in the future. You can say anything, directly say that you are a time traveler and you can have a system. Nothing to reveal. However, considering that this is ancient times, things like time travelers and systems sound too novel. What does it have to do with him that the two father and son turned against each other? Spoilers are really thankless since it never happened. It's just that the legends of immortals in this era are even worse. In the feudal era, basically people believed a little bit, and Bai Yujing's legends also have more or less credibility. Pushing the blame to the immortals in the sky can avoid wasting a lot of words. Just as Su Li said, after hearing Su Li finished speaking, Li didn't ask about the fairy with great interest. As an emperor, no matter how superstitious Li is, he still has brains. Of course, as an out-and-out ancient person, Li firmly believes that there are immortals and gods in this world. What he questioned was just how credible Su Li's Bai Yujing was. However, considering Yuan Tiangang's Pu Gua and Princess Changle.I's smooth awakening, Li finally accepted Su Li's words reluctantly. But deep down in his heart, Li still planned to ask Yuan Tiangang about the specific situation. Compared with Su Li's words, Li naturally believed Yuan Tiangang more. As for Su Li, he finally found a suitable excuse for himself to obtain system products in the future. The current stage is all preliminary contact. Li didn't get to the bottom of it, and Su Li didn't grab Li to fool him. Both of them kept a certain distance and suspicion. Li suspected that Su Li's words were true and false, while Su Li suspected that when Li fully believed that he was from Bai Yujing, he would probably ask him about the immortals in the sky. This is the inevitable result, but in this day and age, there is no better way to say it. Although, in the novel, this plot is too vulgar but self-destructing the traverser at the beginning, in Su Li's opinion, it is not a good way. After all, the background of the times must be considered, and the traverser can't explain so many unreasonable things about himself. Let's go back, Li spoke after pondering for a moment. Li believed in immortal gods, although he thought that he was not like other emperors who did not pay any price to pursue longevity and seek immortality. But in fact, according to historical records, Li actually died in pursuit of longevity. The reason was a demon from Tianzhu. He said he knew the art of immortality and the way of immortality and lived for more than 200 years. Li did not pursue the way of immortality at first. After all, how many emperors and generals made serious mistakes in this matter? But maybe it was because he was getting older, or maybe he had the idea that the moon in a foreign country was rounder, so Li believed it in a daze. Of course, it may also be because thinking that so many people in Zhu Zia have taken medicine, it's okay to take a little test by yourself. Although the golden stone elixir is poisonous, it won't poison you to death all at once. What if you really live forever? As we all know, the food in Tianzhu is clean and hygienic, and there is a periodic table of elements in every bite. He knew that the golden stone elixir was harmful to health, but what Li Er never expected was that the demon from Tianzhu was even more unreliable. With the same dosage, the elixir from Zhu Zia could make people energetic, and it would be extremely effective if taken for a long time. Great harm. This foreign thing, Nima, stopped cooking not long after eating. It is worth mentioning that the Indian monk was brought back by Wang Xuan's. This is also one of the main reasons why Wang Xuan's policy of destroying a country by one person was not reused later. In short, for now, Li Er is actually not that eager to pursue the ethereal and unrealistic fairy god and Bai Yujing. But history has also proved that if this thing really comes to Li Er with Li Er's character, it is impossible to be able to bear it and turn a blind eye. Su Li knew that the matter between herself and Li Er would never end because of this conversation. Now it's just a peaceful stage where we keep our distance from each other. Who knows what Li Er will do when his performance becomes more and more outrageous in the future? Sugar-coated cannonballs or intimidation? It's hard to say. It all depends on Su Li's performance, which makes Li's heart flutter to various degrees. When Su Li showed the salt-making and steel-making techniques, I'm afraid that Li Er will change his face in an instant, and he will be soft and stubborn. Even if he is promised by the Duke of the State, Li Er will try his best to please Su Li and win these important weapons of the country. But when Su Li really holds the magic medicine of prolonging life and immortality in his hands, then the one waiting for Su Li is probably Dateng's million cavalry. People's hearts are undoubtedly the most difficult to stand the test, especially Li Er, who has a black tortoise record. Bai Yujing, I don't know about the immortals in the sky, but does she really have the art of longevity? Li Er revealed a trace of curiosity. If what Su Li said is true, can people really live forever? While thinking about Li Er's character, Su Li hesitated for a while and used the attribute detector on Li Er. Having said that, Princess Changle.I's status is revered, so she can generate so many points. Li Er, as the lord of a country, how many points should he generate? And to be serious, the current Tang dynasty is in the stage of being invincible in the world and unique in national strength after exterminating the Turks. In this way, it is not an exaggeration to say that Li Er, the lord of the Tang dynasty, is the person with the highest status in the world. Name Li Shimin. Age 3. 2. Power 92. Physique 91. Keen 97. 196. Charm 93. Status Supreme. Primary Intimacy 2,000 points hour. Level 2 Intimacy 3,600 points hour. Level 3 Intimacy 7,200 points hour. Level 4 Intimacy 10,000 points hour. Really? Su Li's face was full of disbelief. It can only be said that the attributes of all over 90 are worthy of Li Er. After all, he was also the founder of the Tang dynasty. He was Tian's admiral when he was young, and the contribution made by one person to Li Tang can be equal to the sum of many generals. Tezu even commented that the military achievements of the emperors in the past dynasties are not comparable to those of Li Er. Leaving aside the Xuan 0.2 Wumen incident, Li Er's ability is definitely ranked first among the emperors of all dynasties. If you mount a horse, you can fight. If you dismount, you can rule the country. But what shocked Su Li was not Li Er's outstanding attributes. It's Li Er's point production speed. It is twice as big as Princess Changle.I. Twice, that's double. Holding hands for an hour can earn 2,000 points. Su Li lived directly in Bengbu. Level 4 intimacy is 10,000 points for an hour and 240,000 points in one day. More than 7 million points in a month. More than 80 million points in a year. Oh, by the way, the 4th level of intimacy is special. But that's surprising enough. What does that mean? It means that the points obtained by the 4th level intimacy for 2 years are enough to exchange for those unattainable things in most system stores. You know, the total number of points needed for the complete Dragon Ball is only more than 5 million. Of course, this is just an ideal state. After all, it is not certain to maintain level 4 intimacy for 24 hours. Of course, don't get me wrong, Su Li naturally didn't have any bad thoughts about Li Er because of the points. Instead, I started to seriously think about a serious problem. Changle, can you become a female emperor? Objectively speaking, if Changle became the empress, as long as the national power of the Tang dynasty is maintained and the territory continues to expand, Changle's status should also be turned into an abandoned respect. I should also be able to get so many points from Changle. It was just emotion before, but now Su Li really thinks seriously. After all, Su Li can't refuse those expensive and coveted products in the system. However, considering that Li has a good attitude towards him, and he is the husband of Princess Changle, and the Empress is not so easy to be. With this idea, it is more practical to consider marrying a few more princesses to collect points together. Su Li and Li walked back to the inner courtyard one after another. Li looked serious and was still thinking about what Su Li said about Bai Yujing, while Su Li was thinking about the possibility of Changle becoming a female emperor or the possibility of marrying more princesses' sex. Of course, just thinking about it, at least for now Su Li doesn't intend to do such outrageous things. Both of them had no joy on their faces. Princess Changle came to Su Li at the first time, only thinking that her husband was being troubled. She didn't care about the eyes of Li and grandson Wugu. She grabbed Su Li's arm and said in a nervous voice, "Sisterin." Then he looked at Li with a little dissatisfaction in his eyes. Su Li had talked with Princess Changle about hiding the Bodhi fruit, and Princess Changle was full of thoughts about her husband, and she was pulled out by Li to talk alone today, so Su Li naturally knew why Princess Changle was in such a posture. Nothing, Su Li patted Princess Changle's little hand. Li was thinking about the truth of what Su Li said, and whether he should ask Yuan Tiangang to confirm it when he turned around. Suddenly, his old face darkened instantly when his slightly resentful eyes turned away from his little padded jacket. "Hey, I just woke up and my arm turned out, so you don't trust your father." "Li Zhai, you come out with me?" Li frowned. Li suddenly thought of something and waved his hand to signal Princess Changle to follow. Su Li patted Princess Changle's arm. "Go." "Father," Changle was about to ask if his father had made things difficult for his husband, but was interrupted by Li "What's your impression of Su Li? Do you think it's a good match?" Li asked. Suddenly being asked this question openly by her father, Princess Changle's face flushed instantly, and she couldn't even speak fluently. "My husband is gentle and considerate, and he is gentle and considerate." Although shy in her heart, Princess Changle still did not hesitate to praise Su Li. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Li had doubts on his face. In fact, it's not that Li is narrow-minded, it's that Princess Changle's performance is so surprising. Logically speaking, Princess Changle has just woken up and Su Li, the husband-in-law, is overjoyed. He should be a complete stranger to Princess Changle, but Li's eyesight is so sharp, and the affection in Changle's eyes has never been hidden. This is why Li called Changle out alone. After all, there were too many doubts about Su Li, and Bai Yujing kept his mouth shut. Li was really afraid that Su Li would give his daughter some kind of ecstasy. "You just woke up?" Li asked his doubts with a serious expression on his face. Part of it was because he saw the taste of eating with the elbows of his intimate little padded jacket, and the more part was because he was worried because he couldn't figure out Su Li's bottom for the time being. It's this one," Changle opened his mouth. "My son was awake for a long time, but he couldn't move, couldn't open his eyes. Father, the last time you saw me, you were still crying," Changle said excitedly. Li smiled awkwardly. "My husband works day and night, caring for every possible detail. My sons and ministers all feel it, and never treat my sons as a piece of wood. In addition to serving every detail, I also tell many stories to my sons every day." Changle hid in the middle. Su Li gave himself medicine. "I see," Li nodded slowly. Li remembered that Su Li had told him about this before, and he thought that Princess Changle might not be completely ignorant of external affairs. Now it seems but confirmed. Comparing your heart to your heart, think about it carefully. Su Li has been taking care of her in every possible way for 4 months, and it is normal for her daughter to have her own heart. Li is not an unreasonable person. After all, this kid is really good enough to his daughter. Although Li often thinks that Su Li has other plans, no matter what the Princess Mansion and the eldest grandson Empress treat him. The ratings are all very high, and it is true that Su Li takes care of everything. On the other side, Su Li, Changsun Wugu, and Li Chenqian were left in the inner courtyard. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Su Li noticed that Prince Li Chenqian had no intention of talking to him, and that inexplicable hostility has never subsided. As far as Prince Li Chengqian is concerned, it is actually a very normal thing not to like Su Li. First of all, Su Li is a farmer. Secondly, Changli's marriage partner is the eldest grandson. In the end, the eldest son Chang was accompanied by the prince, and he and Li Chengqian have read and read together since they were young, and their relationship is extraordinary. On the one hand, Li Chengqian felt that Su Li was not good enough for his younger sister, and on the other hand, he was hostile and depressed because his eldest son Chang was beaten twice by the princess mansion. But the current Li Chengqian is still self-cultivated enough. Before his temperament changed and he fell in love with a man, Li Chengqian was a qualified prince. His character inherited Li Er's domineering character. He was also smart and wise since childhood. He didn't deliberately target Su Li, but his attitude cold. Now that Changle wakes up, you also have a certain understanding of the court. Do you have the idea of becoming an official in the court? Changsun Wugu broke the embarrassment. Although Su Li is a son-in-law who came here for joy, after all, he is also the husband of the princess, and she is also a woman. How could the eldest grandson Wugu fail to see that his daughter has deep-rooted affection for Su Li? It was too hasty to be happy before, and what is more embarrassing is that Su Li is still white so far. It's just that the princess was still in a coma at that time, and her life was dying, so who cares about these things? Now Changle wakes up, and her daughter has a deep-rooted affection for Su Li, but it is not easy for Su Li, the head of the family, the husband of the princess, and the son-in-law of the emperor, to still be white. I heard from my father that my brother-in-law's handwriting is excellent. Even my husband is very impressed. I am ashamed of myself. Why not be a secretary and record my daily life with Mr. Yu? Prince Li Chengqian asked. At this time, Prince Li Chengqian and Li did not have a father-son rift, so Li Chengqian still knew many things. For example, he saw 2 lines of broken poems that Li carried from Su Li's residence, and was asked by his father to copy Su Li's handwriting. Zhu Suoliang was Li Chengqian's calligraphy teacher. Should I say it or not, although I don't like to see Su Li very much, but Li Chengqian did not target Su Li because of his personal preference. Secretary Lang is a 6th-rank official who is in charge of sorting out classics, examining old texts, deleting superfluous and dirty things, and is under the secretary's supervision. Although it sounds like an idle job, Li Chengqian also added a sentence of harmonious Suiliang Tonglu daily life. What is the daily life record? That is, the diary of the emperor's daily activities. Those who record daily life must follow the emperor every day, have a noble position, and can directly talk to the emperor. They basically hang around in front of the emperor all day long. It is very difficult for the emperor not to remember. Only those who can be trusted can do it. This position is what countless officials in the court desire. Su Li glanced at Li Chengqian. It's no wonder that people's historical records have little wisdom. Before Li Chengqian was blackened, he was indeed an emperor. Unfortunately, Su Li has no plans to become an official. Others can't get what they want, and it's the same for Su Li. Isn't it just writing a diary behind Li Er's ass? I'm so busy, isn't that a waste of my time in earning points? Su Li chooses to refuse to be an official, so how can she spend points at home? Changle has just woken up and my body has not fully recovered. I still need to take care of it. Su Li excused Li Chengqian's kindness. Li Chengqian didn't say much and stopped talking after making suggestions. As soon as the atmosphere fell into silence, Changle and Li came out from outside. Temporarily getting rid of the doubts in his heart, Li Er's perception of Su Li is much better. Of course, the premise is to put aside the fact that my little padded jacket has started to leak air. At the very least, this kid is really good to his daughter. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. They fly separately when disaster strikes. There is no filial son in front of the long, sick bed. As far as Su Li's actions are concerned, entrusting her daughter to Su Li, she can barely feel at ease. Li Er's suspicions are gone for now, except that he is still thinking about Bai Yujing that Su Li said. Changle returned to the courtyard, and the courtyard became lively again. The family stayed in Su Li's yard for a long time. After all, this was the first time Changle woke up in 4 months. How could Li a father, not feel distressed? Prince Li Chengqian is also very concerned about his sister's situation, and so is his grandson Wugu. For now, the story of a family is enjoyable. It was around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Changsun Wugu suggested that Princess Changle had just woken up, and she needed to rest more, and the whole family decided to leave. Li also kindly reminded Su Li that Princess Changle had just woken up, so she must take care of her carefully, and there must be no mistakes. After seeing off the emperor, empress, and prince, Su Li and Changle returned to the house. Changle could not wait to lean in Su Li's arms. "Sangong, you still have a lot of stories you haven't told me." In fact, Princess Changle was conscious when she was in a coma, and her father and mother often came to visit, so she was not alone, and he could feel it. Therefore, the family has stayed here for a long time, and it is inevitable that there is a feeling that the two-person space between themselves and their husbands has been destroyed. After all, father and mother are all there, so how can we ignore it? On the other side, Li and Changsun Wugu headed back home. Li Chengqian also returned to the East Palace, pondered for a moment in the East Palace. Li Chengqian sighed and said, "Go and bring a message to my cousin." Li Chengqian felt very sorry for his younger sister who was in a coma and had no choice but to marry a farmer and could not marry his cousin Changsun Chang. After all, Changsun Chang is his steadfast partner. The two grew up together, and they can be said to be Li Chengqian's most trusted person. If Changsun Chang can marry his younger sister Li Lizha, it can be said that he will be closer and closer, and he will be in the same family. Li Chengqian looked down on Su Li, and Changsun Chang also showed resentment several times. After all, I thought that leaving Princess Changle could restore freedom, and Changsun Wuji would continue to marry the princess, which undoubtedly meant nothing to Changsun Chang. Changsun Chang often went to the palace and got close to the prince, so he naturally knew the temperament of each princess. In comparison, Princess Changle was undoubtedly the best choice. Then I thought that I would still be destined to be a son-in-law in the end, and then I thought that Princess Changle was going to marry a farmer. Then I thought about Su Li knowing that the farmer turned a blind eye to her, and then I thought about how Changle just got married, and the female official in the princess mansion turned to Su Li for the second time to visit Su Li. I was turned away. Anyway, Changsun Chang felt indescribable indignation. There are regrets that Changle is in a coma, and I can only marry a princess who is not as good as Princess Changle. There is resentment that the governor of the princess mansion treats me like this, and really regards Su Li, a farmer, as the male master of the princess mansion. There is contempt for Su Li, a person who is overjoyed, who doesn't know his own weight and despises himself so much. Fortunately, Princess Changle's life was dying, and she was unconscious. Thinking of this, Changsun Chang felt much more at ease. Even more viciously, how long can Princess Changle live in this state? Once she dies, Su Li, a farmer, will also have to be buried with her. Thinking about it this way, Changsun Chang felt much more at ease. Fortunately, Changle fell into a coma after marrying the princess, otherwise he would have become the unlucky one instead. Generally speaking, the current Changsun Chang is very contradictory, but most of them are aimed at Su Li. No matter how Changle made a marriage contract with Changsun Chang, seeing Changle married another man, no matter how justifiable the situation was, he would feel hostile towards that man in his heart. Fortunately, because of Princess Changle's special state, at least Changsun Chang can comfort himself, maintain psychological balance, and even win spiritually. Until the news came from the East Palace. "What, Princess Changle is awake? How is it possible?" Changsun Chang stood up suddenly and looked at the envoy from the East Palace. "No, I mean the imperial doctors were helpless. When did this happen?" Changsun Chang couldn't express the complexity in his heart, but he couldn't express it on his face. "Just today, news came from the princess mansion in the morning. Your Majesty and the Empress and Crown Prince both visited the princess mansion. They returned in the afternoon and sent me to pass on a message to you," the little eunuch said softly. "Road." Changsun Chang stood there in a daze. His mentality was instantly out of balance. "Princess Changle, how did you wake up? How can she wake up? That is obviously the woman who made a marriage contract with him." Before, Changsun Wuji once told Changsun Chang that even if he didn't marry Princess Changle, he would still marry another princess. The eldest grandson Wugu and Li didn't have many daughters. Except for Princess Changle, the rest are not in line with the age of eldest grandson Chang. Therefore, Changsun Wuji finally chose Princess Gao Yang, who was 3 years younger than Princess Changle. Why doesn't Changsun Chang know about the domineering Princess Gao Yang, who often follows Changle? Although Princess Gao Yang's appearance is not bad, how does it compare with Princess Changle's natural beauty? In terms of personality, it is even more different. Originally, Changsun Chang could comfort himself with Princess Changle's death soon. After all, this is what many imperial doctors said personally, and the eminent monk Grand Dao was helpless. But when the news of Princess Changle waking up came, I was thinking of the gap between Princess Gao Yang and Princess Changle, and thinking of the face of Su Li, a farmer who might appear as a villain. The mentality is instantly out of balance. Even when entering the princess mansion that day, Su Li stretched his body with Princess Changle in his arms, and all kinds of intimacy emerged from his memory, scrolling and playing. I thought that Princess Changle's life was not long, and she was still comforting herself. Su Li is just a villain. Now the clown is me. Despicable farmer, Chang Sun Chang gritted his teeth. In the end, it was all in vain. After all, the marriage of Princess Changle and Su Li is an established fact. Could it be that my cousin doesn't care about me at all? Chang Sun Chang murmured. I do not believe. I wanted to get up to see Princess Changle, but I was afraid of seeing something I didn't want to see. And when I looked up again, it was getting late, and Chang Sun Chang hesitated in the room for a long time, finally give up. Inside the princess mansion, Su Li and Princess Changle have already set up the grill. In the inner courtyard, Su Li and Changle fought together. Cumin chili noodles, xanthic xylem paprika pepper is all you need. At this time, the Tang dynasty has just solved the breakthrough and has not yet opened up the western regions. The price of spices such as pepper and star anise is more expensive than gold. The countries in the western regions will even launch wars over dozens of caddies of spices. Su Li's warehouse is full of curry noodle bottles and jars. Even the princess mansion doesn't have much in stock. The spices in Su Li's place are scary. And Su Li also has chili noodles that the rich can make. The origin of pepper is in the Americas. Before Columbus discovered the New World, there was no such thing in Asia and Europe. But Su Li doesn't know how many peppers he bought on the system. There are chili sauce, chili noodles, and devil peppers. In short, there are all kinds of peppers. Su Li can be said to be a person who likes spicy food, but unfortunately there is no chili in this era. The spiciness in this era is usually made up of products such as chives, pepper, etc. Compared with chili, it is almost meaningless. Thinking about the freedom of peppers in the future, Su Li simply asked the female officer to get a few more flower pots, picked out the peppers from the curry noodles and planted them, and then placed them together with the flower pots planted with sweet potatoes. Now, after more than 2 months, it is basically about to mature. Potato leaves and sweet potato vines echo each other, and the greenness is very pleasant. Generally speaking, in areas with a warmer climate, sweet potatoes and potatoes mature within 3 to 4 months. 5 caddies of sweet potatoes and 5 caddies of potatoes were planted in more than a dozen flower pots. As long as sweet potatoes are harvested, with the high-yield characteristics of sweet potatoes, Su Li can harvest more than 200 caddies of seeds. Moreover, sweet potato vines can also be used for planting, and it can be extended to the entire Songchen in less than 2 years. At that time, sweet potatoes and potatoes will enter thousands of households, and there will be countless people alive. The people of Zhuxia can also realize the freedom of roasted sweet potatoes and fried potatoes thousands of years in advance. Sir, what kind of flower is this? Princess Changle was curious as she watched Su Li finish planting peppers and then carefully handle the sweet potatoes in the flower pot. It's not flowers, it's grain, Su Li shook her head. A mew of grain can produce thousands of caddies. When it is planted and spread to thousands of households, there will be countless people alive, and the world will no longer have to worry about starving to death, Su Li said. The freedom of sweet potatoes and potatoes is only second to Su Li. The most important thing is that these 2 high-yield crops can live countless lives. Although the nutritional value of sweet potatoes is not very high, but it can save countless lives. Ah, Princess Changle took 2 steps back when she heard the words. As a princess, she naturally understands how important a country's yield is. It's okay, these things don't pick the ground, they are easy to feed. Just wait for a month or 2, Su Li said with a smile. Princess Changle looked at the ordinary-looking sweet potato from a distance. She knew that her husband had a lot of secrets, but she didn't get to the bottom of it. He could do whatever he wanted, and he could take out whatever he wanted. The husband and wife came to the grill. Mutton kebabs, chicken wings, big chicken legs, shiitake mushrooms, and beef kebabs that are punishable by punishment in this era. But Cheng Yaojin's family dies of cows every day, and the princess's house occasionally dies of a cow, which is very reasonable to think about. In the small courtyard, there are only Changle and Su Li. Su Li embraced Princess Changle from behind and directed Princess Changle's barbecue, while Su Li was in charge of sprinkling the prepared barbecue ingredients. While cooking delicious food, while earning points, the two will not be delayed. As for Princess Changle, although she is shy in getting along in the world of the two, she is also addicted. This is the scene she has imagined many times, and now her dream has finally come true. She can finally interact with Su Li and finally respond to Su Li. With the fire roasting, the aroma is also tangy, sprinkled with the prepared barbecue ingredients. The aroma is even more straight to Yunxiao. It smells so good, Princess Changle breathed slightly. My husband is really good at craftsmanship, Changle said. The young couples in the period of passionate love are like this. They are so greasy and scary. Haha, you're wrong, it's all about the spice. Su Li shook her head and laughed. In fact, roasting was originally one of the mainstream food processing methods in ancient times. It can be traced back to the spring and autumn period at the earliest, and the popular zhai means barbecue. In the novel, it is impossible for a modern person to go to the ancient times without barbecue materials and make a small barbecue to amaze the ancients. As we all know, whether the barbecue is good or not depends on the barbecue ingredients. As for the barbecue itself, it is easy to learn, and it can be said that it only needs hands. The fragrance that Su Li makes is due to the large number of seasonings from the system mall, not to mention the seasoning of chili that is perfectly suitable for barbecue. Sprinkle small chili noodles like that, put cumin like that, how do you say that? With so many barbecue ingredients, even the soles of your roasted shoes will smell like it. Changle tasted the intuitive taste of chili for the first time, and the stimulation brought to the taste buds made Changle couldn't help but open his mouth and exhale, and kept stirring with his little hands. Spicy but delicious. It is also rare for Su Li to calm down and treat her taste buds. In her previous life, Su Li liked to eat barbecue. Although it is not healthy, she can't stand the delicious food. I have never had a chance in this life. Later, I had condiments and had no time to collect points. Now I am holding Changle, eating barbecue, drinking Coke, and collecting points 10 moves 3 times to be happy. Not only the barbecue, Su Li also took out some snacks accumulated in the warehouse curry. Even opened 2 bottles of wheat juice to add to the fun. There are Su Li and Changle in the whole yard, quiet and warm. In fact, this is exactly the vibe Su Li likes. He is not a person who aspires to be famous and make contributions in history. Although he has some thoughts, his heart is more inclined to settle down and live a good life. For more than 4 months of earning points, getting along day and night, it is a bit too much to talk about affection, but it would be nonsense to say that there is no half of true feelings. Now it's time for love. Changle just woke up. A lot of feelings want to express. Sunnyo's wife, you and me. The feelings are gradually warming up. You feed me, I feed you. Add wheat juice to add to the fun. Princess Changle's face is slightly drunk. After spending such a long time alone with the person she loves, Changle's small body is leaning against Su Li's arms as soft as bones. The content of wheat juice is very low, and Princess Changle is not drunk, but everyone is drunk without alcohol. Sangong, I'm sleepy. Changle leaned in Su Li's arms, feeling confused. Su Li looked up and saw that the sky was dark. After eating a small barbecue for a long time, the sky was covered with twilight. The barbecue in the yard still had sporadic fires jumping up and down. Hitting Princess Changle on the face, the lovely person in Wang's arms is even more moving. Then let's go to bed. Su Li picked up Princess Changle. Of course, before going back to the house, Su Li didn't forget to put out the flame for the barbecue to avoid a fire. Protecting the environment and regulating the use of fire are everyone's responsibility. Kaylee. With the turning of the wooden door, the small room is closed. Su Li took the fire book and lit the lights in the room and helped Princess Changle to the bed. Princess Changle was in a daze, hugging Su Li's neck and leaning on the bed, feeling full of uneasiness. Actually, Changle is pretending. In fact, Changle doesn't know what the couple should do after they get married, or how the couple will have children after they get married. But the instincts of her body made her distraught. This is human instinct. Su Li slowly lay down next to Princess Changle. Before Su Li could make any movement, Princess Changle had already slipped into Su Li's arms and adjusted herself to a satisfactory position. Xiangong, Changle leaned against Su Li's arms, feeling Su Li's warm embrace. This embrace is extremely familiar. After all, Su Li has been holding her to sleep for more than 3 months. Every night she falls asleep in Su Li's warm arms. Su Li felt the sweetness in her arms, and the little Princess Changle was lying in her arms, talking to her. The girl's passionate and fiery emotions made Su Li feel a little guilty. After all, for a long time, Su Li used Princess Changle.I as a tool to earn points. Even on top of that slightly heavy wedding, Su Li was insanely happy. At that time, Su Li's system could not be started, and his life was bleak. So when I learned that I was going to marry an unconscious vegetative princess, I was almost happy to live in Bengbu. This is not a tool for earning points for free. For a long time afterwards, Su Li tried her best to take care of Changle.I, but she didn't try to make up for her guilt and make up for it. After all, although Changle.I didn't do anything, but she helped Su Li a lot, serving her with all her heart could always make Su Li feel more comfortable. After a long time, it is inevitable to have feelings. The lonely man and the widow are alone in a room. I saved Princess Changle.I, so why didn't Princess Changle.I give me great help? Su Li hugged a little tighter. However, Su Li's hand could not restrain Princess Changle.I's movements. Princess Changle.I caressed Su Li's body uneasily with her small hands. This was something she had thought about many times. A pretty little face came close to Su Li's face, and her lips met. Even though they kissed many times, neither Su Li nor Princess Changle.I got bored at all. Who can refuse a girl who is naturally beautiful and hard to give up? Maybe it's the wheat juice. Or is it because the feelings that have been silent for more than 4 months are finally vented? Although Su Li had some condemnation, Princess Changle.I had some shyness. But things inevitably ushered in another development. In fact, Su Li and Changle.I's bridal chamber wedding night has already been missed. But now, as long as they are in love with each other, and if Lang has a concubine and concubine, is it not a bridal chamber wedding? The sound of the phoenix flute moves, and the light of the jade pot turns. A night of ichthyosaur dance. Moth snow willow golden strands. Laughter filled with dark fragrance. The night spreads, candles flicker. Congratulations to the host, reaching the 4th level of intimacy for the first time and getting an intimacy reward. Obtained, divine horse. White dragon, it can carry a weight of 10,000 caddies and it can travel thousands of miles. Beilong can freely select an attribute of the shared host, and it cannot be changed after selection. With the system prompt in his mind, Su Li knew that he had broken a new boundary. The growth rate of points ushered in a surge at this moment. The points obtained by the 4th level of intimacy are 7,200 points in 1 hour, 24 hours. That's 172,800 points, 5 million points a month, and 60 million points a year. Of course, this is only an ideal state, but seeing the unprecedented rapid increase in points makes Su Li extremely satisfied. Having said that, where is my horse? Su Li was puzzled. As we all know, a hero needs a good horse. Su Li's own acuity value is relatively low, and the acuity attribute is more affected by the shooting speed rather than the movement speed. Just relying on a pair of legs, the mobility is not enough. Su Li is now beyond the scope of human beings in terms of strength and physique, but suffers from only 2 legs and a serious lack of mobility. Su Li wants a horse, but with Su Li's attributes of breaking through the limits of human beings, his running speed has long surpassed most BMWs. For Su Li, an ordinary Cayenne Wanghao, war horse is too delicate in Su Li's hands. With Su Li's strength, it is very likely that with a little help the war horse will burp directly. It is better not to ride a horse because the speed does not increase, the strength does not increase, and the combat effectiveness decreases instead. It is too difficult to find a horse for Su Li to use in this day and age. The Overlord still has a black young horse, but Su Li's strength has already surpassed the Overlord Xiang Yu. Even if Su Li is given a black young horse, it may not be easy to use. This 4th level intimacy, unlock reward, helped Su Li solve this problem. The divine horse White Dragon. It can bear thousands of caddies and travel thousands of miles. Just listening to the literal description, one knows that Beilong is like Su Li, surpassing the limit of horses. With Su Li's physical level exceeding the limit of human beings, I'm afraid that only Shenlong, which exceeds the limit of horses, can allow Su Li to display his skills as he pleases. Most importantly, the White Dragon can also share a free attribute of the host. How terrifying is Su Li's attributes? Sharing power, the White Dragon has the strength of 10,000 caddies in an instant. Even Xiang Yu, the Overlord, can't catch a hoof. Sharing the physique, Beilong will gain unparalleled battery life and recovery ability. Today, he is covered with cuts and bruises, and he will recover directly the next day after eating some forage at night. It can be said, a perfect fit for Su Li's needs. But where about the horse? Curry in the system warehouse. Su Li searched all over the system warehouse but couldn't find his own horse. Lost. Live goods will be automatically distributed within 130 days. Please pay attention to the host to check. A reply came from the system. It turned out that his horse was not lost. With my current physical attributes, coupled with such a horse, and wearing a steel armor weighing several hundred kilograms, in this era, it is not an exaggeration to call it a humanoid tank. Su Lime. Cheers to think. What? Chang Sun Chong hovered in front of the princess mansion, hesitating whether to post a greeting. Undoubtedly, this is a great humiliation to Chang Sun Chong. At least Chang Sun Chong himself thinks so. In the past, he had a marriage contract with Princess Changle.I, and he didn't need to pay homage to the princess mansion. Cousin, you must have me in your heart, Chang Sun Chong thought to himself. After all, I grew up with my cousin, and I had a marriage contract before. Looking back, I showed my style at the poetry fair and beat the crowd, and Chang Sun Chong felt good about himself. I feel that my romantic and suave must have left a deep impression on my cousin. Besides, Su Li is just a farmer, Chang Sun Chong murmured. He didn't believe that his cousin was willing to marry a farmer. Although Su Li has a good skin. But a farmer who has no pen and ink in his chest, how can he compare with himself? My cousin likes to write stories and essays. What does a farmer know? Maybe he can't understand a line of poetry when my cousin says it. Although he knew in his heart that Princess Changle.I did not belong to him at all, and had no relationship with him at all, since he was married, it was impossible for Changle.I to separate from Su Li except for her husband. But the thought that Princess Changle.I has woken up, but she wants to marry a farmer who is a villain. Cousin originally belonged to me. Although he didn't dare to have wishful thinking in his heart, Chang Sun Chong still couldn't bear it and came to the princess mansion. Even if you're married, I don't believe that my cousin doesn't care about me. You, a farmer, should recognize yourself. Chang Sun Chong recalled that day when Su Li ignored him and calmly had intimate contact with Princess Changle.I. Thinking back to the second time I visited the princess mansion, I was turned away. You are a farmer, why? Chang Sun Chong didn't believe that Princess Changle.I didn't have himself in her heart. It was just that Changle.I didn't wake up before, which made the farmer put a face on him and thought he was the master of the princess mansion. But I want you to know that even if the marriage contract is voided, you can't compare with me in the princess mansion. Chang Sun Chong resolutely posted his greetings. Inside the room, Su Li held the flushed Princess Changle.I in her arms. I can't walk anymore, Princess Changle.I said shyly. It's okay, I'll wash you up later, feed you, and have a good rest. Su Li smiled and brought hot water to scrub Princess Changle.I's face. Last night, Su Li raised 7,200,170 extra points and brought a white dragon with him. Although he hasn't bought it yet, it's a time when people are happy and refreshed. Open the system store. Taking advantage of the wedding ceremony, Su Li plans to see if there are any good products today. Product 1, Attribute Point Gift Pack Price, 10,000 points. Commodity 2, Dingyan Beads Times Pass Face Never Ages Value, 200,000 points. Commodity 3, City Breaking Halberd. The halberd is 3 meters long and weighs 800 jin. It is made of meteoric iron. It is unparalleled in its sharpness. It can break through every attack. It has the ability to grow and can be strengthened by consuming points. Value, 100,000 points. Commodity 4, a box of Coca-Cola. Value, 1 point. Commodity 5, 1 piece of Huazi. Value, 1 point. Points balance, 43,324. The weapons have also arrived. And the Dingyan Pearl, you can give it to Changle.I. You have to get the small gift bag for attribute points too. The points are not enough. It has been more than a day since the points were exhausted. In addition to the special situation last night, Su Li saved another 40,000 points. This speed is quite gratifying. After Changle.I woke up, he was obedient to Su Li and wished to stick with Su Li for 24 hours. To some extent, it was faster than before. The city-breaking halberd was a surprise. Su Li has always been suffering from not having a suitable weapon. With Su Li's physical fitness, ordinary steel weapons at this stage can no longer meet Su Li's needs. The city-breaking halberd produced by the system can both in terms of performance and quality are very suitable. And it has growth characteristics, which can be strengthened by consuming points. As we all know, growth weapons are extremely precious. And Dingyan is of no use to Su Li, but Princess Changle.I has just woken up, so it can be used as a gift for Princess Changle.I to keep Changle.I's face youthful. If there are 3 items, if there are points, Su Li will definitely choose to wrap them all up, but Su Li does not have enough points. Now, the sun is already rising. I was exhausted last night, and I had to get up early to take care of Princess Changle.I. This is also the first time that Su Li has slept in late since she married Princess Changle.I for 4 months, and it is rare to steal half a day of leisure. Only about 18 hours left now. It was nearly 60,000 points away from purchasing the city-breaking halberd. I don't care about Ifk. First, put the Dingyan pearl on the top forever. Su Li hesitated again and again, and finally chose to put the Dingyan pearl on the top forever. The Dingyan pearl must not be able to afford the permanent top today. Almost 3 to 5 the day will be brushed out. As for the city-breaking halberd, it depends on whether you can get it out today. If you get it, you can buy it with 100,000 points. After all, Su Li's attributes have been difficult to find opponents in the entire Tang dynasty. Although the city-breaking halberd can effectively enhance Su Li's combat effectiveness, it is not absolutely necessary. Married for the first time, Changle.I is obedient to herself, and it is not too much to give Changle.I a gift worth 200,000 points, not to mention that these points are all obtained from Changle.I. As for the city-breaking halberd, I can only say that I worked hard. As for the small gift pack of attribute points, let's talk about it. It's not bad for 1 or 2 attributes. Miss, I'm afraid you will have to work harder today. Su Li had a resentful smile on his face. Changle.I didn't know what to do. I'm going to give you a gift, but I don't have enough money, Su Li sighed. Since that's the case, Xiangong will receive it from the princess mansion. Xiangong can order it as he pleases, and all the beauty is at his discretion. Changle.I was filled with joy when he heard that Su Li was going to give him a gift. It doesn't even matter whether Su Li intends to spend his own money or not. Since Su Li is her husband-in-law, wouldn't it be reasonable to spend money from the princess mansion to buy gifts for herself? It's not that this person is shy, Su Li sighed. What's that? What are you doing, Xiangong? Changle.I let out a cry of surprise, and Su Li had already fitted her body and rushed forward. Outside the room, the female officer originally wanted to send a greeting card to Chang Sun Chang. Suddenly, I heard voices from inside the house. The female officer's complexion changed, and she retreated with a smile on her face. In fact, it was very normal for teenagers to marry and have intercourse in ancient times. After all, the average life expectancy in ancient times was relatively short, not to mention that Princess Changle.I was 22 years old, which was taken for granted by female officials. Princess Changle.I and Su Li are a legitimate couple. The female officer was very discerning and did not bother Princess Changle.I and Su Li at this special moment. Instead, he took Chang Sun Chang's greeting card, stepped out, and when he came to the door, his smiling face instantly became solemn, and he regained his indifference and walked in front of Chang Sun Chang. The princess has just woken up and is ill. She can't get out of bed and walk around. It's inconvenient to see outsiders. Please forgive me. The female officer returned the greeting card to Chang Sun Chang. Chang Sun Chang looked at the back of the female officer, leaving indifferently, and felt somewhat bleak all his life. How is it possible? Cousin must have me in her heart. It must be that despicable farmer. Chang Sun Chang couldn't accept the fact that he was still rejected after Princess Changle.I woke up. Cousin just woke up, so it's inevitable that she's not feeling well. Smiling, the eldest son Changwen comforted himself. Separated by a wall, outside is the north wind fluttering snowflakes. Inside is the love of a concubine, you and me. The lonely back of Chang Sun Chang gradually drifted away, like a defeated dog. On the other side, in the palace, Li and Yuan Tiangang were sitting several pairs away. On the table is boiled tea, which contains star anise, cinnamon bark, bay leaves, tea leaves. Hot water is constantly tumbling, and there is a burning fragrance beside it. How is Bai Yujing what Su Li said true or false? Li repeated Su Li's poem, and Su Li's description of Bai Yujing to Yuan Tiangang. Poetry is good poetry. Yuan Tiangang stroked his beard and smiled. What about Bai Yujing? Is it true or not? Li looked at Yuan Tiangang expectantly. I don't know. Yuan Tiangang answered Li question in a serious manner. What? Li raised his brows and almost jumped up. It was the Taoist priest who decided to congratulate Lijai, and now Lijai has woken up according to what the Taoist priest said. This son-in-law was personally selected by the Taoist priest. Li's face was full of doubts. Obviously, you figured out that Su Li is the one who should be happy, and Princess Changle.I really woke up after marrying Su Li Changxi. Now you tell me that you don't know who he is from. Li knew that people like Yuan Tiangang like to say a word and leave a word, but he didn't believe it at all. Yuan Tiangang didn't know the details of Su Li either. Your Majesty, I really don't know. The world has a lot of rumors about Bai Yujing, both true and false. All kinds of legends are innumerable in Taoist records. Even if it is true, I have never heard of anyone who can really ascend to Bai Yujing from the mortal world. Why should your majesty be so obsessed with this? Besides, there are different opinions about where the immortals live. Some say they live in Kunlun, some say they live in Pinglai. Bai Yujing is just one of the speculations about where the immortals live. How can I tell the real from the fake? Yuan Tiangeng had a wry smile on his face. The Taoist may be a servant. Li Er's face was full of curiosity. After all, this is ancient times, and feudal superstition prevails. Su Li said that he used to come from Bai Yujing, and Changli Chongxi wakes up right in front of him. I don't dare to count. Yuan Tiangeng shook his head when he heard Li Er's fantastic idea. Isn't it impossible to calculate? Li Er keenly caught the Hua point. The old minister is just an ordinary person. How can he have the guts to consider the place where the immortals live? I'm afraid that just as soon as the divination is made, there will be thunderbolts in an instant. Old minister. Although he is old, he is still young and strong. Don't embarrass the veteran. The wry smile on Yuan Tiangeng's face became heavier. Really dare to think. The servant counts as the dwelling place of immortals. Li Er heard the truth. Isn't it like an ordinary person planning to enter the palace to observe the terrain of the palace in the place where the immortal Qi Gua lives? Thinking about it is a crime of disrespect. Li Er knew that there were many taboos in this industry, and he was not a person who made things difficult for others. In most cases, Li Er was more reasonable. So he didn't force Yuan Tiangeng to continue to count, but Li Er was very curious about Su Li. Then can you count on Su Li? Li Er asked. Yuan Tiangeng looked at the deep curiosity in Li Er's eyes and knew that he was worthy of a divination in the palace today. Reluctantly, he took out the tortoise-shell copper coin that he carried with him, and Yuan Tiangeng got up and down. No more preparations? Li Er asked. For the matter of hexagram formation, these two things are enough, and there is no need to prepare, Yuan Tiangeng said. Then why don't you ask me? Li Er asked again, looking like a curious baby. When giving a hexagram to a person, what can be calculated is what it is. One person has one hexagram, and how much information can be revealed is God's will, and no amount can be calculated. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether His Majesty asks or not. The old minister can only calculate so much. Yuan Tiangeng shook his head. After talking, Yuan Tiangeng starts hexagrams. It's not the first time Li Er saw Yuan Tiangeng's hexagram, but he still watched it with relish and engrossed in it. The name of Yuan Tiangeng has been famous in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Li Er also called Yuan Tiangeng into the palace to act as a think tank because of his reputation. Sometimes, Yuan Tiangeng will indeed give some very accurate predictions and suggestions. However, Yuan Tiangeng's hexagram does not count everything, but counts what is. And there are three things that don't count. The royal family doesn't count, oneself doesn't count, and longevity doesn't count. Li Er asked Yuan Tiangeng to make a divination for him many times, but was rejected by Yuan Tiangeng. Skilled in hexagrams, Yuan Tiangeng concentrates on it. When the cracks in the tortoise shell were established and the copper coins fell, it took about a quarter of an hour in total, and Yuan Tiangeng put away the tortoise shell and the copper coins. Finish, Li Er looked at Yuan Tiangeng. This time, the speed of fortune-telling is much faster than before. It's over, Yuan Tiangeng nodded. How about the hexagram? Li Er asked curiously. Auspicious, Yuan Tiangeng said in a deep voice. Speaking carefully, Li Er heard Xiangrui, and it was a good thing to hear, so he immediately moved closer to him. Your Majesty, the son-in-law is the auspiciousness of the country, Yuan Tiangeng said. Why? Li Er asked. If your Majesty can be reused more than the son-in-law, then the country will be governed, Yuan Tiangeng said with a smile on his face. How to reuse? What should I do? Li Er continued to ask. It's up to His Majesty to decide for himself. I can only calculate so much, but if the location is right, the Tang dynasty will rule naturally, Yuan Tiangeng said. That's all? Li Er asked. Where there is great auspiciousness, luck will prosper, and there will always be strange things. Your Majesty will be more close than your son-in-law, and the great Tang Qi luck will gradually prosper. Yuan Tiangeng stood up, his body swaying slightly. Your Majesty, the old minister is not feeling well today, so I ask your Majesty to leave. Li Er didn't stop Yuan Tiangeng. He had achieved his goal of making Yuan Tianli make a hexagram. But in the face of what Yuan Tiangeng said, Li Er had a difficult time. As long as he is reused, Datang will be able to govern. As long as you get close to him, dating will be able to prosper Chi luck. Is it so auspicious? How should I reuse it? What official position should I allow him? Will there be any consequences if I put it in the wrong position? Li was skeptical when he heard this. Su Li can really play such a huge role in a country. Add Su Li as the captain of the son-in-law, and Zhu Wuhu Zhonglang will be changed to Zhu Wei Zhonglang. Li pondered for a moment and ordered. Regarding Su Li's arrangement, Li has not yet made up his mind, and as an emperor, it is impossible to suddenly promote Su Li to the position because of Yuan Tiangang's words. But the need to give Su Li an official status is beyond doubt. In the past, the marriage was too hasty because of Chongxi. In fact, even now Su Li is still married. It is even unreasonable to call Su Li the son-in-law, because Li did not make Su Li the captain-in-law when he got married. Leaving aside how to reuse Su Li, now that Changle has woken up, and Changle is focusing on Su Li, the marriage of the two has been established, so it is natural to give Su Li a family background. As for Su Dingfang's redesignation as Zhu Wei Zhonglang, it was Li's consideration. At present, Li's understanding of Su Li is limited to good handwriting. With this relationship, there is no need for Li to guard against Su Dingfang, a general implicated by Li Jiang. Generals Zhu Wuhu Zhonglang and Zhu Wei Zhonglang seem to be both under the 4th rank, but the gap between one is a false job, and the other is a real job can be said to be quite sky-high. Besides, Li has a certain understanding of Su Dingfang. In the battle of Li Jiang's destruction of the Eastern Turks, Su Dingfang, as a vanguard officer, made the first attack and followed Li Jiang to learn the art of war. His military ability can be said to be beyond doubt. After careful consideration for a long time, I feel that there is no problem and Li will issue the appointment. On the other side, in the Princess Mansion, until 12 o'clock in the evening. He not only earned enough points for the city breaker, but also got a small gift package for attribute points. Su Li looked at the sleeping Changle in his arms with a deep smile on his face. Open the small gift package of attribute points and get 2 free attributes again. Needless to say, continue to increase your strength and body. What is going now is the limit development. The higher the attribute income, the higher the strength and body, and the balanced development is the kingly way. The next day, Su Li slept with Princess Changle.I again for a whole day. This time, the two of them failed to sleep until they woke up naturally, because Li sent an angel to pass the decree. Su Li was appointed captain of the son-in-law, and he was given the title of 3rd rank, jade buckle, brocade boots, dust watt, agarwood wood, a pair of saddles, 100 red horses, 1,000 taels of gold, and 800 households in the mansion. Suppose one person is under the 7th rank, and one minister is under the 8th rank, and one person is inspected, and one is under the 9th rank, and 10 slaves will be given, the angel said seriously. Behind him is a palace servant carrying a gift box. Good guy, here comes my betrothal gift. Su Li looked at a bunch of gift boxes at the back and bowed to receive the order. In ancient times, when a man married a woman, the man had to give a dowry, and the woman had to give a dowry, and the dowry was generally much richer than the dowry. In ancient times, it was the real marriage of a daughter rather than selling a daughter, because the dowry was for women. The private property of the husband is protected by law. If the dowry is too little and the bride price is too much, it is inevitable that the husband's family will look down upon him. Without the dowry, he will have no confidence in speaking. As for the princess marrying a son-in-law, I have to change the term. It should be called the princess to hire a son-in-law. Generally speaking, the more favored a princess is, the more dowry gifts the consort gets and the higher the official rank. The betrothal gift given by Li is not unreasonable. The son-in-law Due was originally ranked from the 5th rank, and Li directly promoted Su Lijai to the 3rd rank. It even directly gave 800 households in the feudal city. Even if it was a dowry gift to marry a princess, it was considered a rare big hand. Su Li saluted and thanked her, and a large group of people rushed to carry boxes to the princess mansion. After everyone left, Su Li excitedly came to a pile of boxes. Let me be healthy. Since time travel, Su Li has never seen what Qianliang gold looks like, so it's quite embarrassing to say it. In this life, he is an old farmer. Although there is nothing to spend money in the princess mansion, theoretically speaking, Su Li does not have any private property because the property of the princess mansion belongs entirely to Princess Changle.I. The dowry gift given by Li can be regarded as Su Li's discretionary property. It's not 1,000 taels. Su Li looked at the thin layer of gold coins and was slightly speechless. He also looked at the so-called 100 piles of red luo. It is not Qing Yishui's top-grade red luo, but all kinds of cloth, and if there are hundreds of horses, the value may have to be discounted. The bride price is black. Su Li's mood faded. But in fact, this is a very normal thing. After all, Li is used to knocking the door, and the Tang treasury is indeed a little empty. After conquering the Eastern Turks, those who use soldiers will lose their money, and the national army is somewhat empty. With Li's character of knocking the door when it comes to the betrothal gift, it is enough to listen to it and save face. In fact, the real big deal is Su Li's third-ranked title, and there can be 1 orderer, 1 minister, and 10 inspectors in the Hefu, and the fiefdom of 800 households. In the future, theoretically, these 800 households will no longer pay taxes to the state, but directly pay taxes to Su Li. The establishment of an order, a minister, and an inspection in the government are all under the direct control of Su Li, not under the command of Princess Changle.I, which is equivalent to giving Su Li a certain degree of autonomy, and the fiefdom of 800 households is Su Li's stable income. Clean up all this nonsense, Su Li spat. He and Princess Changle.I depend on you and me, regardless of each other. Where do you need these fake things? On the contrary, it is the son-in-law who really needs these things. Li won't give them any more. But having said that, this can be regarded as a way for the emperor to express his importance, and the meaning conveyed is very simple. The son-in-law can set up an official to take power on his own. This is my personal permission. Often relying on being close to the princess, he will be obedient and obedient. Unuseful. Su Li looked bored, complained in her heart that Li was not generous enough, sent the angel away, turned around and undressed, and lay back on the bed with Changle in her arms and continued to sleep. Because Changle had been tossing so hard yesterday, the angel didn't wake up when he delivered the message. Su Li came back and forth again and again, and she was still sound asleep when she came back. Her small mouth was slightly open, and the crystal-clear saliva flowed down her neck. After sleeping in the cage again, Su Li was in good spirits. Princess Changle also got up with Su Li, washed each other, you and I. When it was time to go out, the female officer smiled and said, "Princess, son-in-law, the food is ready. Do you want to eat?" Su Li nodded. When eating barbecue yesterday, he took out some of the seasonings and gave them to the cooks of the princess mansion, and also told the cooks the specific functions of the seasonings. For things like cooking, you still have to let professional people do it. The delicious food that Su Li can cook is purely due to the advantages of seasoning, and the cook of the princess mansion is specialized in this. With modern technology and hard work, the food cooked must be better than Su Li's. The master was looked at by the female officer, showing a bit of embarrassment. Although it was a lot of tossing yesterday, after all, Princess Changle now has an extraordinary improvement in all attributes, and her body is also different from ordinary people. In addition, the Bodhi fruit may not have digested the medicine, so she can move freely when she wakes up. No problem. When Su Li and Changle sat down on their knees before the table, a dozen or so dishes were served. How can it be so rich? Su Li asked in surprise. Changle dislikes extravagance, so usually there are 4 dishes and 1 soup, as long as there is enough to eat. Today there are more than a dozen dishes for no reason at once, and Su Li and Princess Changle must not be able to finish them all. The son-in-law gave the seasoning to the back kitchen, and the cooks rushed to try it, so they made more. The female officer said, "So that's how it is. It's understandable to say this, after all, I'm a professional, and I suddenly got this kind of fetish that can make the food look a little bit better, so I made more totally understandable. I want to go to Yuanlin to take a look." The husband and wife chatted while eating, and now Su Li has no chores, and Princess Changle has no specific affairs. Together, the two plan what to do for the day. Princess Changle proposed to go to Yuanlin. After all, Princess Changle had been in a coma for 4 months. She had not moved for a long time, and she had never been out of the princess mansion. There are rare birds and beasts donated by various countries in the garden, and my husband must have never seen it. Princess Changle was full of interest. The garden is very large. In addition to the vast horse farm, forest farm, and summer palace, there are also rare birds and animals donated by various countries, which are raised in the garden by special personnel. Princess Changle looked excited. Many of the rare birds and animals were creatures that had never existed in the Tang dynasty, and ordinary people would never see them in their lifetime. But for Su Li, what rare birds and animals he has never seen before, isn't it the royal exclusive zoo? Although he was an ordinary person with no power in his previous life, he had at least visited a zoo. 0 asking for flowers. But although I can be sure that I have seen all kinds of animals, this is the first date between Su Li and Princess Changle after all, and seeing animals is the second. Although Su Li and Princess Changle are in love, they have not experienced what a young couple should have experienced. Although the two are married, it is due to special circumstances. Now it can be regarded as making up for the experience they did not have before, Su Li readily agreed. It doesn't matter whether he has seen the animals or not. The important thing is that he hasn't seen them with Princess Changle. Moreover, the gardens are not only rare birds and animals, but also a large number of landscapes, and the Tanquin Palace, which is a summer resort, is a private leisure place for the royal family. Su Li was just an ordinary farmer in her life. She had never been to the royal garden, and she didn't know what the royal garden looked like. While chatting and eating, but halfway through the meal, a milky voice sounded. Sister Changle, I'm coming to see you." A cute and immature child's voice sounded outside the room. Su Li turned her head to look, and saw Xiao-Saizi's two short legs moving wildly with her hands open, and the child on her head the braids were swaying, and a few panic-stricken maids were following behind, bent over and trotting with support. Princess Changle also showed joy when she heard the sound, quickly got up from the table, ran out all the way, hugged her younger son, and gently rubbed his head. "Didn't my sister teach you before? You are not allowed to run like this. What if you fall?" Changle looked at the youngest son in front of him. The youngest son, Princess Changle.I, is the younger sister of Princess Changle. She is also the youngest daughter of Li Er. At the same time, she is also Li Er's most beloved daughter, even more than she loves Princess Changle. It is also the only child in history who was brought up by the emperor himself. As the oldest girl, Princess Changle also has a preference for the youngest little sister. The youngest son is innocent and cute, childlike and always caring. Although he is naughty, he has a delicate heart and is very good at coaxing people. Changle loves his youngest son, who is 10 years behind his own age. It can be said to be extremely gentle. "Little C misses my sister so much." The younger son hugged Princess Changle. "Sister, you finally woke up." "It's gone." The youngest son looked up after hugging for a while with tears in his eyes. This is not the first time Su Li has seen the youngest son. In fact, the youngest son has followed the eldest grandson queen to the princess mansion several times. In the beginning, no one told the youngest son the news that Princess Changle was in a coma. Later, the little C realized that something was wrong. She hadn't seen her loving sister for so long and clamored to see her. Empress Changsun had no choice but to bring the little C to the princess mansion. "The first time my little son cried so much," Su Li, in order to comfort his little son, told his little son that Princess Changle could hear the voice. "And if you cry like this, my sister will be sad too." The youngest son actually stopped crying, and even told Changle something that he thought was very interesting, in order to make his unconscious sister happy. It can be said that he is more sensible than an adult like Li Er. Su Li also gave the younger son a few pieces of Dabai rabbit toffee. Su Li hates brats, but she doesn't hate this innocent, cute, and kind girl. "Why did you come by yourself?" Princess Changle asked while squatting down. "I fell asleep yesterday, so you didn't bring me here," the little devil said. "And I didn't come by myself. There are many people behind me." Xiao pointed to the female officer and maid who followed behind him as a matter of course. "I asked them to bring me here." Xiao knew how to subconsciously protect the people around her at a young age. "Princess, please punish," the youngest son's maid said. "It's okay, it's not going to another place, but in the future, we must not let the little Sizey run like this," Changle said with a frown. The younger son suffers from a gas disease, although it is not serious, but if so, he will also have trouble breathing. The youngest son, like Princess Changle, inherited the air disease of the eldest grandson Wugu, congenital asthma. However, compared to Princess Changle and Empress Changsun, the youngest son's asthma was so slight that he didn't even show it, and it was discovered when the imperial doctor checked his pulse. As the saying goes, a long illness makes a doctor. Princess Changle has been ill for so many years, so she naturally knows all kinds of taboos about qi disease. "I know," the youngest son nodded vigorously. Then he looked at Su Li, who had a smile in his eyes. "Little son, I have met the master ant." The younger son gave Su Li a 6-year-old with a decent appearance. "It's about time for you. Have you ever eaten?" Su Li asked with a smile. "I've eaten," Xiao-Saizi's immature voice sounded. "Sister, brother-in-law, you eat first." The youngest son trotted decently and sat down on his knees, his body upright, like a primary school student. Changle pulled Su Li to sit down again. Since the youngest son is here, why don't we go to Linyuan together later? Princess Changle asked softly. Su Li nodded. The youngest son is cute, but Su Li has no objection to bringing such a little girl with him. The younger son knelt and sat on the side obediently, while the husband and wife continued to eat. Xiao did come after eating, and his stomach was full. But with technology and hard work, plus the top chef of this era, a dozen dishes can't be resisted by a 3-year-old girl. Sitting aside, the smell of food kept coming. The youngest son kept sniffing with his nose. Smell good. It's more delicious than the food in the palace. I want to eat it. The younger son looked down at his chubby belly and remembered that he said he didn't want to eat and felt a little depressed. If my sister was alone, she would have to fall in love with 2 mouthfuls because of such an alluring fragrance. But there was another man present, and the youngest son didn't know Su Li very well. She came to the princess mansion a few times to visit her sister, and the communication with Su Li was limited to a few Dabai rabbit milk candies that Su Li gave her. With outsiders present, the youngest son is not easy to contradict his promise. And I'm already full, even if I want to eat. I can't eat anymore. If I knew it, I wouldn't have lunch, the youngest son thought dejectedly. There are too many thoughts and worries in the world of children, nothing more than eating, drinking, and having fun. 680, Su Li keenly noticed that the youngest son seemed to be sitting upright by the side, but his nose kept agitating. Gaogu stared at the dozen or so dishes on the table. Su Li showed an uncontrollable smile on his face and poked Princess Changle with his arm. Princess Changle couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. Why didn't she know that her little sister was moved by the smell? Do you want to eat some more? Princess Changle smiled and picked up a piece of spicy chicken. Sister, I can't eat anymore. The youngest son raised his head when he heard the sound. His face was full of frustration, and he patted his stomach. Then sister can't do anything. Princess Changle smiled even more. Su Li looked at the little girl's dejected face and was happy. Looking at the little girl's appearance, she didn't know how long she would have to talk about this delicious meal. Okay, you will have dinner here in the evening before returning to the palace. Princess Changle comforted with a smile. Here, eat this first. Su Li took out a lollipop from curry as if by magic. Help Xiao take it apart and hand it to Yuchen on the small shelf. The youngest son has tasted the Dabai rabbit toffee given by Su Li, which has a strong fragrance and a deep memory. Seeing that, Su Li took out another piece of candy that she had never seen before. She immediately showed a sweet smile. Thank you, brother-in-law. The youngest son didn't take it immediately, but stood up like a grown-up to salute Su Li, and after taking the candy, he couldn't wait to stuff it into his own mouth. The sweet candies enriched the taste buds, and the frustration on the younger son's face disappeared, showing a satisfied expression. Although I don't meet many times, my youngest son is like a pistachio. Su Li secretly flipped through the memories in his mind. According to historical records, Princess Jingyang was smart and cute since she was a child, and Emperor Taizong of Tang loved her very much. It is a pity that the youngest son died early, before he was 12 years old due to illness. I'll keep it when I get the medicine later, Su Li thought to himself. It's such a pity that such a little adult, pistachio, didn't even have time to grow up and see the scenery of the world so early in his youth. However, there is no clear record of the cause of death of the youngest son in history, and Su Li estimates that it is most likely due to gas disease. After all, Empress Changsun has a genetic gene for asthma. Asthma is something that in this era there is no way to overcome it, and it depends on whether the attack is severe or not. Perhaps whichever attack is severe, he will pass away due to suffocation. However, with the experience of treating Princess Changle's asthma, Su Li knew that it only cost 30,000 to 50,000 points at most, and buying more products such as life potions could save her youngest son from the regret of his early death. Su Li and Princess Changle ate together, while the younger son ate sweets beside him with a satisfied face. After eating and drinking, Su Li and Princess Changle also embarked on a date trip. Su Li, Princess Changle, the youngest son's female officer and maid, and Princess Changle's female officer and maid, a group of more than 20 people traveled by car. Linyuan is located outside Chang'an City. The distance is not too far, and it took about half an hour to reach Linyuan. The entire forest garden includes mountains, rivers, and rivers. There are pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, as well as vast pastures. The forest garden here is considered one of the largest royal forest gardens, including Tangchai Hot Spring, where Li would come here every year to escape the summer heat. Nanlin Garden, Su Li murmured. Through Princess Changle.I's narration, Su Li knew that the royal gardens in Chang'an alone accounted for nearly one-third of Chang'an. And if Huangzhuang was added, that is, the arable land belonging to the royal family, it was almost two-thirds. Sure enough, the emperor of the feudal society is the biggest landlord, Su Li sighed. Unlike in the novel, the emperor does not move because the treasury has no money, and the emperor is the world for the public. In fact, the emperor has a large amount of private property. Basically, this has been the case in all dynasties, and the best fertile land near the capital is basically occupied by the royal family. But this has nothing to do with Su Li. And objectively speaking, two-thirds sounds huge, but it doesn't actually squeeze the living space of the common people. Firstly, Chang'an, as the imperial capital, has more prosperous commerce than other regions, and the commerce and handicraft industries are more prosperous. The citizen class here far exceeds other regions, and they can live without relying on land. The second reason is that the population of Chang'an is so large, unlike modern times, where a city can easily gather millions of people. There are hundreds of thousands of registered farmers in Chang'an. Thirdly, Huangzhuang has a lot of arable land, but it is impossible for the royal family to cultivate it. Therefore, in the end, the land of Huangzhuang still has to be cultivated by the common people, and the people are still fed. Fourthly, most of the forest gardens occupying a larger land area are mainly forest farms of mountains, rivers, and these places cannot be used as cultivated land. The horse farm built on the vast flat land is for raising war horses, and there is not too much waste. Finally, the arable land belonging to the royal family is not taxed, and it belongs to the private property of the royal family, and the common people who cultivate it are equivalent to tenant farmers. The royal family usually draws 50%, which sounds like a lot, but farming the Huangzhuang without exorbitant taxes and oppression by officials, the people's life is not difficult. Even in the Ming dynasty, because of the corruption of officials, a large number of people took the initiative to merge their fields into Huangzhuang. Princess Changle.I explained that as a princess, Princess Changle.I knew these things very well. In fact, after Princess Changle.I opened the mansion to live alone, the property of the princess mansion was also in Huangzhuang, which was rewarded by Li himself. This racecourse is the property of the princess mansion. There is also a forest farm in Zilin Garden. Thousands of restaurants. In addition, there are more than 300 hectares of fertile land. There is also a weaving workshop. Princess Changle.I is very familiar. Su Li did a careful calculation. More than 300 hectares of land. Isn't that equivalent to 18 square kilometers? Good guy, it's almost as big as a county town. In this way, there are at least tens of thousands of people who rely on the property of Changle.I Princess Mansion to make a living. Su Li thought that her dowry was enough, but she didn't expect that compared with Princess Changle.I. She was nothing like the Great Witch. I was a modern person in my previous life. I spent half my life on loan to buy a house, and the bathroom was too crowded. In this life, I will be a farmer, and my family only has 10 acres of Suzukita, and I have to worry about God giving me food. After marrying Princess Changle.I, Su Li has lived a life of rich clothes and fine food, but that is to say, the food and clothing have improved. In fact, she has no intuitive concept of wealth. Today, Princess Changle.I informed the specific industry of the Princess Mansion, so that Su Li had a complete and clear concept. What does this mean? It means that tens of thousands of people have to rely on the face of Princess Changle.I to feed them. Isn't this just a rich woman? Putting it into modern times, so many places, tusk, it's unimaginable. This is the true sense that the security guard at home and the nanny are both long-distance relationships when they are in a relationship. Of course, as a princess, Princess Changle.I doesn't need to worry about these things, because Empress Changsun has selected female officials for each princess, and they are responsible for the property of the princess mansion. The princess only needs to reach out for money, and occasionally check to see if there is money in the account. Such a luxurious princess can spend a lot of money, regardless of the consequences. And with such a simple life like Princess Changle.I, with such a huge property, I'm afraid that she has no idea how much wealth she has accumulated. Then you have saved a lot of money, Su Li reckoned, with the property of Princess Changle.I mansion, coupled with the simplicity of Princess Changle.I, and the fact that the female officer does not seem like a person who deceives and conceals corruption. The Princess Mansion is so the huge industry, the accumulated money, can easily pull up thousands of soldiers and horses. That, father borrowed it a few years ago. Princess Changle said with a little embarrassment. In fact, Princess Changle didn't have so many properties at the beginning, and now such a huge property is the accumulation of Li Er's continuous rewards. My father attacked the Eastern Turks a few years ago. The national treasury was empty, and I have no money to spend, Changle said. Su Li opened her mouth. Li Er actually cheated his daughter's money, but it can also be seen that the Waishui alliance back then really left Li Tang's treasury extremely empty. With Li Er's arrogance, he insisted on enduring it for 4 years, and finally had the cheek to ask his daughter to borrow money, so that he could gather the wealth to conquer the East Turks. But fortunately, many were captured in the attack on the Eastern Turks, but it was barely counted as a wave of blood, so that the people's livelihood would not wither because of a war of annihilating the country. It stands to reason that this time Li Jiang attacked the Eastern Turks with a surprise army, and the consumption was very little, so he should make a lot of money. Don't Li Er not want to pay back the money? Su Li thought in his heart that Li Er's kindness the degree of shamelessness. I guess I don't plan to pay back the money I cheated from my daughter. Does your husband have anything to spend? Princess Changle asked. Let's not use it for now, Su Li shook his head. He still has salt-making and steel-making skills in his hands, and now that Changle is awake, Su Li naturally wants to use these things that add up to 500,000 points. The original intention of Su Li to purchase salt-making and steel-making techniques was to make money, and the second was to promote the upgrading of Datung's industry. But now Su Li suddenly realizes that he is too fucking rich. More than 300 hectares of fertile land, and a horse farm, a forest farm. Tens of thousands of people depend on the Princess Mansion for survival, and the industry is huge. Princess Changle's small treasury. It's so many that Li Er's attack on the East Turks couldn't help but get some autumn wind from Changle. Su Li suddenly lost the motivation to work hard. Su Li really understands the concept that money is a number. With the huge industry of the Princess Mansion, the industrial value and benefits generated by it are already unknown. This makes Su Li not have the joy of starting from the beginning and improving bit by bit. It is equivalent to playing a business model and opening a plug-in with unlimited gold coins, which is really boring. I have money too. Hearing Changle and Su Li discussing the industry, the eccentric young son jumped up and down with a lollipop in his mouth, slurring his mouth. Father also gave me a lot of farms. Last time he gave me 13 hectares. Last time he gave me 37 hectares. The little sizey kept counting with his fingers. Finally, he found that he didn't seem to understand the calculation, so he could only look at his female officer for help. Princess, now Huangzhuang and Fuzhang covers a total of 186 hectares. There are 3 forest farms, 6 benefit workshops, and 500 restaurants. Turtle, another little 2.3 rich woman. Su Li shook her head with emotion. The polarization between people in ancient society was too serious. Su Li found that she had become the master of everyone by accident. Such assets in modern times would cost more than 1 billion to tens of billions. Forget it, let's not talk. Su Li turned around silently. He thought that Li Er gave him a lot of dowry, but it turned out to be nothing compared to it. Shivering compared with Changle, it's really shivering. But thinking about it, Princess Changle's is her own, and Su Li feels much more comfortable. Su Li and Princess Changle held hands, and Princess Changle held the hand of the youngest son. The 3 walked towards the depths of Nanlin Garden while talking and laughing. Within the forest garden, there are naturally people who are responsible for guiding the way. Skipping the passing pavilions, Princess Changle excitedly took Su Li directly to the place of rare and exotic animals. A separate hilltop near the Nanlin Yuan racecourse is where Li Er placed the rare and exotic beasts presented by various countries. Among them, the ones at the bottom of the mountain are captive or domesticated, while the ones at the top of the mountain are wild. There are guards guarding the middle, which is full of security. The younger son was also very excited. She always liked to come here to watch animals, but her parents didn't allow her to go without permission, and the 2 of them were very busy, so the female officer didn't dare to take her there. Talking and laughing, they passed a gazebo, and someone greeted them first, guiding the way for the 3 of Su Li. When I entered, I saw a large shed standing on a vast flat ground, and there were roars of wild beasts in it. On the grass in the distance, a peacock with its flight feathers clipped is walking. There is a golden monkey stretching in the tree. There is also an elephant drinking water, raising its head and neighing, spraying a long spray of water. Sister Elephant, the elephant is drinking water. Gao.Originally cheered, pointing at the elephant. Changle took Su Li's arm and introduced him with a smile. See, Captain Prince Consort, these giant elephants were paid tribute by the South Vietnam Kingdom. Although they are huge in size, they are very docile. There are special people in Linyuan who are in charge of training. When His Majesty goes on tour, they are in the guard of honor. During festivals, Linyuan, there will be fighting and dancing elephants, which is very interesting. This elephant is a giant elephant that is rare to meet in 100 years. An elephant trainer beside him introduced it. Su Li took a look and found that it was indeed a very tall giant elephant, so he nodded in disinterest. When elephants were in the Han and Tang dynasties, they were truly auspicious. Speaking of which, the status of this thing is on par with the auspiciousness such as dragon, Kilin, phoenix, and auspicious cloud. So it can be said that it is the pet of the royal family. Such a tall giant elephant is indeed extremely rare. But Su Li is different. In the zoos of later generations, if you don't have a few elephants, you will be embarrassed to open the gate. Su Li has seen this thing too many times, and he really doesn't have much interest in it. "Sister, I want to see elephants," the little devil urged excitedly. 4. Changle looked at Su Li, and there was some eagerness in his flickering big eyes. Su Li couldn't help but laugh. That's right, no matter how calm and dignified Changle is, she is essentially just a little girl who has just grown up. "Go and go," Su Li waved his hand. Su Li didn't join in the fun, but looked here and there with great interest. There is one thing to say, the design of Linyuan is actually very ingenious, and it has the feeling of a wild park. Looking from a distance, Su Li even saw a colorful tiger looming on the mountainside. Changle and his youngest son have already run to the elephant drinking water. The youngest son, who is only 3 years old, is not half as thick as an elephant's leg. However, she was not afraid at all, but excitedly circled the elephant. Looking at the big elephant, with its long trunk hanging down to draw water from time to time, I couldn't see my eyes with a smile. "Sister, this elephant is so tall." Although it was not the first time Changle had seen an elephant, it was the first time he had seen such a tall elephant. The elephants in Linyuan are indeed well trained and are not afraid of people at all. He was very friendly to Gao.Originally, a human cub, and let her surround him. The younger son had a good time, but he still kept a long distance. After all, this giant elephant is too tall. Suddenly, there was a hiss in the distance. The neighing sound is like a raging horse, which can be heard in people's ears like the bursting thunder. Not good, Su Li's complexion changed slightly. Immediately afterwards, he rushed over in a big tide. At this time, the elephant far away from the youngest son began to become restless, as if encountering some natural enemy. Another thunderous hiss sounded. The elephant raised its head and said loudly. With a twist of its body, it pushed aside the guard standing behind its buttocks. The animal trainer who was originally riding on it was also thrown away by it. Then the elephant frantically raised its 2 front legs high. "Little C." This sudden scene scared everyone dumbfounded. The youngest son raised his head blankly and looked up. For a moment, I only felt that the elephant turned into a shadow that covered the sky and covered the sun, and it was crushed by itself. At this moment, in the eyes of the younger son, the flow of time seemed to slow down suddenly. She saw her sister yelling towards her in horror, and she also saw several guards rushing towards her fearlessly. But she just felt cold all over and couldn't move. I'm going to die. This idea suddenly came from the bottom of my heart. I don't know why, but the beautiful eyes of the younger son are actually widened at this moment, but they are full of panic. The next moment, a figure suddenly rushed into her eyes. He opened his arms and raised them towards the 2 huge elephant legs that had fallen. "Brother-in-law." As early as when the elephant had just given birth to a strange movement, Su Li immediately noticed that something was wrong. Elephants, after being domesticated by humans, have a very gentle personality most of the time. But if it is stimulated, it will become very violent. Ordinary people have no resistance at all in the face of rampant elephants. Su Li couldn't have imagined that under the scale of tourism in later generations, an event that is rarely encountered once in 1,000 years was actually caught up by herself. Fortunately, Su Li's current strength attribute is as high as 179 points, which has already exceeded the limit of human beings. Su Li, it is true that there are tens of thousands of caddies of horror like a demon god, which surpasses the enormous power of human cognition. The whining elephant stomped down heavily with tremendous force in its legs. Compared with its huge size, Su Li with his hands held high is like a mantis holding a cart. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths in horror. However, the expected terrified screams did not resound. "Rise." I saw Su Li exhale in a deep voice and gave a low drink. Immediately afterwards, his hands held the giant elephant tightly. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant elephant fell to the ground, Su Li let go of one hand, hugged an elephant leg with two arms and made a loud bang, twisted his waist and exerted strength. The elephant, weighing more than 10,000 catties, was directly overturned by Su Li, lost its balance, and fell for no reason. He fell straight into the pond. Accompanied by a loud plop, a huge splash of water splashed, pouring several guards standing in front into drowned chickens. At this time, no one cleaned up the messy clothes, but each of them looked horrified and looked at Su Li. Sakyamuni elephant throwing. It was just a rumor in the past, but now in the Tang dynasty, Buddhism and Taoism are widely spread, and the story of Sakyamuni Zhengxiang is also widely known. But that was just a legend in Buddhist classics, but now this scene really happened around them. Well, it wasn't until this time that the youngest son opened his mouth and howled and rushed towards Su Li. Right now, the brother-in-law who just stood in front of him gave her the greatest sense of security. "It's okay, it's okay." Su Li patted his youngest son on the head. 843. "Herod." The thunder-like hiss sounded again. This time, the sound was closer. Su Li followed the sound and looked over, and then his eyes widened. On the pasture in the distance, a white horse gleaming in the sun galloped towards this side. At first glance, it was still several hundred paces away. Almost in a few breaths, he rushed to the front. Su Li blinked. "White dragon." At the moment, Yin called him a good guy. The way the system said the living creatures appeared was so explosive. However, it has to be said that the products produced by the system must be high-quality goods. Su Li didn't know how to look after horses, so he couldn't tell whether the white dragon in front of him could carry thousands of catties and travel thousands of miles. But just because of the height that is 2 heads taller than him, and the snow-white hair without a single hair, anyone who looks at it will sincerely marvel that this is a BMW. Its running posture is extremely vigorous, and almost every muscle in its body grows according to the golden ratio. A horse ran like a king of beasts. No wonder from such a distance, its neighing made the elephant tremble and become irritable. When Beilong saw Su Li, he screamed happily and rushed towards him. "Be careful, Xiangong," Changle couldn't help but let out a low voice. At first glance, the horse looked like a magnificent horse, with extraordinary momentum. Not to mention that the horse itself weighs hundreds of catties, and no one can bear it if it hits directly at the speed of lightning. One wave is not flat, and another wave rises again. The youngest son in Su Li's arms still had residual panic on his face, and his little hand couldn't help but raised his hands to cover his eyes. The next moment, Beilong rushed in front of Su Li. Different from what others expected. After a few feet away, Beilong braked suddenly, then walked slowly to Su Li and lowered his head. "Beilong," Su Li stroked Beilong's head with a smile. Although he was prepared in his heart, Su Li was still a little excited when he saw Beilong for the first time. "The white dragon of the divine horse has been released. Please pay attention to the host to check it." A system beep sounded in my mind. At this time, the expressions of the people around were different, but they were all shocked when they looked at Su Li. The illusion of Sakyamuni throwing an elephant is familiar even to those who do not believe in Buddhism. Among the guards, there were some Buddhist believers who, seeing Su Li throwing an elephant, almost reborn him as Sakyamuni. Coupled with the miraculous BMW, he came forward on his own initiative and behaved so docilely in the face of Su Li. Shenju's acknowledgement of the master added some legends to today's events. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Beilong looked down at Zhao Saizi and suddenly snorted. There was an extremely humane expression on the long horse's face. It seemed a little jealous and dissatisfied that his master was so close to a human cub. Zhao Si's face turned pale again, and he buried his little head in Su Li's arms. After the accident just now, the youngest son is in the stage of being frightened, instinctively looking for a sense of security, and now that his parents are not around, the youngest son naturally chooses Su Li, who was rescued just now. The behavior of the youngest son made Su Li a little helpless. He patted his younger son on the back with one hand to comfort her. The hand on the horse's head was suddenly forced. Under the pressure of 10,000 catties, Beilong only felt that his hooves were weak, and he was about to kneel down. Immediately afterwards, the huge force above the head suddenly loosened. Beilong neighed in a low voice and looked at Su Li with a feeling of aggrievedness. Just after you were born, it almost caused a catastrophe. Today I will give you a small punishment and a big warning, and you must not let your own temper mess around in the future, Tilda, Su Li said lightly. The god horse is a god horse, but his temper is obviously restless. Although it is produced by the system and has bound loyalty, it does not mean that Beilong has no personality of his own. He just listens to Su Li. After finishing the words, Beilong came up to Su Li and rubbed his neck with the horse's head. The long mane swept across Zyro Saizi's face, making her itchy. Although he was still in shock, the kid couldn't help raising his head. One person, one horse, 4 eyes facing each other. Frightened by Beilong's huge eyes, the youngest son gave another low cry and buried his head in Su Li's arms again. At this time, there was a sudden shout in the distance. The horse is running in this direction. The 2 princesses are over there, protect the princess. There was the sound of chaotic horseshoes, and more than a dozen slaves riding horses, wearing ropes and holding strong bows and crossbows rushed towards this side. Princess, be careful, this horse's temperament is bursting. Don't let it hurt you. The riding slave at the head of the horse looked like he was facing an enemy, so he called the guards to protect Changle and his youngest son from a distance. At the same time, all the crossbows in the hands of the slaves were raised, and they stared sharply at the white dragon. As long as they find any abnormal movement of the white dragon, they will shoot it without mercy. Just now, this divine horse suddenly broke into Lin Yuan's racecourse. The riding slaves are all proficient in the art of looking at horses, and they can see the magic of the white dragon at a glance. Immediately, they prepared everything and prepared to capture Beilong alive. Unexpectedly, more than a dozen riding slaves who depended on horse training for food could not help but a single horse. Not only that, their chasing and intercepting made Beilong angry. This divine horse is as fast as thunder and as powerful as a bull. The key is that aura is much more terrifying than ordinary horse kings. Many BMWs kept in Linyuan do not even have the courage to face it. Later, the slaves switched to war horses that had been on the battlefield in order to barely form a roundup. As for, well, it's a very sad story. Under Beilong's left and right dash, 8 horses were killed and 6 slaves were seriously injured. Later, the cavalry slaves even used their crossbows. The strong crossbow, which was invincible on the battlefield in the past, did not pose any threat to Beilong at all. Just by raising his hand to shoot an arrow, Beilong can run out of range. How can he do this? Not only that, Beilong also rode Juchen and ran out of the range of the racecourse. This scares these riding slaves to death. Linyuan is a place for the royal family to play. If this wild horse bumps into the nobles, they will not end well. Afraid of what will happen, the riding slaves chased all the way and saw the 4 white wild horses rushing to Changle and his youngest son. This frightened them even more. But when they ran closer, the scene in front of them made it difficult for them to understand. The divine horse that exploded abnormally just now is actually extremely docile at this time. It lowered its head, allowing Princess Changle's son-in-law to stroke it. The scene in front of him was extremely inconsistent. After all, it was just this white horse that killed 8 horses and seriously injured 6 slaves. Tilda, this horse has been subdued by me, don't worry, Su Li chuckled. Beilong is produced by the system. As long as he is by his master's side, there will be no problems. Leaving it in Linyuan, Su Li didn't even think about it. Li is also a horse lover. He has the famous 6 horses in his hand. Seeing Beilong must be happy from ear to ear, thinking about how cheeky Li was when he cheated his own daughter of money. If Li didn't want to blackmail Beilong Su Li, he wouldn't believe it. But think about it carefully, Beilong is a magic horse produced by the system. It can carry thousands of caddies, travel thousands of miles. It is far beyond the comparison of horses. It's not that Su Li looks down on Li to be honest. Su Li is absolutely seasoned. Couldn't beat this horse. Besides, New Kaien's Beilong is his own in the first place, so how could he be cheaper than Li? This old man hasn't paid back the money he lied to my wife, so don't even think about taking advantage of us in the future. After this kind of thing happened, the game couldn't continue. The youngest son is like a koala, hanging on Su Li's body and won't come down for anything. A child is frightened suddenly, and if he is not frightened out of his wits, he will be regarded as fainted with good psychological quality. Su Li only thought that the little girl was frightened, afraid of being frightened, So she quickly took out a few Gao rabbit milk candies, peeled off a candy, stuffed it into her little son's mouth, and put the rest of her brain into her hand. "Come and eat candy, you won't be afraid after eating candy," Su-Li said softly. The youngest son nodded, with fear still on his face, but he still couldn't resist the temptation of Gao rabbit toffee. At this moment, in the system panel deep in Su-Li's mind, the points suddenly began to increase rapidly. Su-Li is holding Changle in one hand, holding her youngest son. Points, double critical hit. Su-Li looked down at her youngest son hanging on her body and fell into deep thought. He is reflecting. "I'm so stupid, really. I only know that I can earn points from Changle, but I often feel distressed because the points are not enough. For this reason, I even wanted to blame my father-in-law for a while. It is small after all, the layout is still small, so that the road is narrowed. The rigid rule for the system to collect points is to maintain physical contact with distinguished people." Su-Li's previous idea was indeed correct. After all, in dating, who else could compare to Li-Er's family in terms of status? Thinking about it now, I probably made the mistake of being dark under the lights because my youngest son was too young to habitually ignore her. I really don't think of bean buns as dry food. The 3-year-old son, after all, is Li-Er's own daughter, and the one Li-Er loves the most. Li-Er's favorite jewel, who dares to say that she is not honorable. Why didn't I think of it before? Out of curiosity, Su-Li used the attribute detector on Gao.Originally. Name Li Mingda. Age 3. Strength 48. Physique 46. Keen 53. 177. Charm 71. Status honored. Primary intimacy 1,950 points hour. Level 2 intimacy 1,800 points hour. Level 3 intimacy 3,600 points hour. Level 4 intimacy 7,200 points hour. What? Su-Li was shocked. The speed of earning points is actually exactly the same as that of Changle. She is indeed the only princess in the history of Zhuxia who was raised by the emperor himself for thousands of years. Instead, Yin Li's brows frowned slightly. He found that the 3 attributes of Gao.Originally's strength, physique, and acuity were relatively low. Among them, it is true that the youngest son is still young, but these 3 attributes are really too low. You know, her savvy and charisma attributes are both more than 70 points. This should be her age, a normal attribute value. Comparing the two, you can see how low the first 3 attributes are, and they are even inferior to Changle, who was in a vegetative state back then. "Wasn't you born with a bad constitution? No wonder he died young," Su-Li frowned. "However, I have to say, holding Changle in one hand and Saizi in the other, the points can be doubled. Such a 2-line operation is not tiring at all." Su-Li has already begun to feel in his heart. While Gao.Originally is still young, get closer to her and collect a wave of points. It's not that he has any other thoughts about his youngest son. After all, he is not a beast. It's just that the younger son is still young, and he can earn points for a period of time regardless of gender. If she is 1 or 2 years older, she will gradually have gender awareness. At that time, Su-Li himself has to avoid suspicion, and he can't influence his youngest son just to earn points. Besides, thinking about it this way, Su-Li is not all for herself. He still remembers that in history, Gao.Originally only lived to be 12 years old. 9 years later, Su-Li only guessed that the youngest son died of a disease. But exactly how, no one can say. Maybe another Bodhi fruit is needed. That's 2 million points, it's really not cheap. However, the wool comes from the sheep anyway. It is my duty to save my youngest son. After thinking so much, Su-Li finally understood and felt refreshed. Su-Li didn't know that the little son lying in his arms tilted his head and kept secretly looking at his expression. From the perspective of the youngest son, the master-in-law was thoughtful at first, then looked at himself softly, and finally seemed to think of something happy with a faint smile on his face. The world of adults dream. If Gao.Originally was bigger, he would definitely express such emotion. Even if he was born in the royal family, once he came to this world, he would be loved by thousands of people. In fact, there is not much difference between the youngest son and ordinary 3-year-old children. Usually her main task is to eat and play, and her biggest hobby is also eating, and playing. To be honest, at the youngest son's age, he still can't understand too complicated a relationship. She will not even get close to Su-Li just because she is close to Changle. To her, brother-in-law is really just a title. The reason why she is so well-behaved and cute is also due to her good upbringing and politeness. Even compared with those delicious candies, Su Li's identity as the master-in-law is nothing in the concept of the youngest son. However, the scene where the master brother-in-law suddenly fell from the sky in the midst of danger and opened his arms to block him was deeply imprinted in the youngest son's heart. The youngest son can't understand what a sense of security is, but he just feels that lying in the arms of his master-in-law is very at ease. An hour later, Su Li and others returned to the princess mansion. After something like this happened, even the youngest son didn't have the heart to finish his meal. Along the way, her female officers were all out of their minds, and their faces are pale and pale now. The youngest son has been frightened, so it's not appropriate to stay outside for too long. You should go back to the palace first, Su Li told the youngest son's female officer. The female officer nodded quickly and hurried away with her youngest son. "Ba." Watching the carriage round the corner, Changle still looked scared. Su Li fondled her head, then hugged her gently. "It's all over. Go back to the mansion and my husband will comfort you." Changle seemed to have thought of something, his face flushed with shame, but he obediently took Su Li's hand and entered the door. On the other side, in the palace, the eldest grandson Wugu walked back and forth in front of the door of the younger son's bedroom with an anxious expression on his face. Just now, a servant reported that the youngest son and Changle were in danger in Linyuan today, but fortunately there was Su Li, the son-in-law, so there was no catastrophe. This news made the always dignified Empress Changsun lose her sense of proportion. If the maid hadn't said that Su Li and the others had returned to the city, she would almost have gone out of the palace to look for them. After waiting for a while, the familiar soft and waxy child's voice finally came from afar. Empress Changsun let out a sigh of relief. From a distance, I saw the female official walking towards this side with the maid in her arms. Empress Changsun was sullen and was about to reprimand her. But seeing her daughter's soft and weak appearance with tears on her face, she couldn't say anything to reprimand her. "Mother!" Seeing Empress Changsun, the younger son yelled and then cried out with a wow and stretched out his hand for a hug. After all, she was just a child and she was terribly frightened. When she saw the closest person, she couldn't help it immediately. The youngest son cried miserably, and his small appearance was full of horror and grievance, which made the Empress Changsun's heart ache for a while. She hurriedly picked up her daughter, hugged her in her arms, and comforted her softly. The younger son's maids almost scared Hunter away, but they are still terrified now. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help it either. Suddenly, there was crying all around. After a while, the surrounding area became quiet. "I didn't protect the princess well, please punish me." The female official knelt on the ground and pleaded guilty to Empress Changsun. The female officer next to the princess is not just a simple butler. Especially in the open era of dating, women are more tolerant. Whether it is Princess Pingyang, who made great achievements in the battle of the founding of the Tang dynasty, or Shang Yuan, who was later called the heroine prime minister, they all have extremely strong abilities. Not to mention, there is also the only female emperor in the history of Zhu Zia. These female officials who followed the princess were all elites. Usually they not only manage the family business for the princess, but also take charge of the huge property in the hands of the princess, but also responsible for the princess's usual study and travel safety. This time the youngest son was in danger in Linyuan. After careful investigation, her female officer was the first person responsible. The female officer knelt on the ground, biting her lips tightly. Even though Empress Changsun treated others generously, it was absolutely impossible for her to forgive herself lightly after such a big mess happened. In addition, Xiao Saizi was raised by the female officer after all. After today's dangerous situation happened, she was afraid and felt a deep sense of guilt in her heart. "I feel that I am sorry for my younger son, and I am even more ashamed of the trust that Empress Changsun has placed in me." Empress Changsun sighed. She knew very well that the female officer felt extremely uncomfortable when this kind of thing happened. If possible, she is not willing to punish the other party. However, there are no rules without rules. If you feel that the circumstances are justifiable this time, you will not be punished. Next time someone makes a mistake, there will be no punishment. Over time, what's the use of discipline? Empress Changsun frowned slightly, thinking about how to deal with the female officer. At this time, she felt the skirt in her arms being pulled by her youngest son. Looking down, I saw the timid eyes of the youngest son. Mother, it's the little one who wants to see the elephants. It has nothing to do with them. Don't punish them, okay? The little one said in a low voice. Immediately, Queen Changsun's brows relaxed. Rules are important, but if this matter can teach Xiaoxi some truths, Empress Changsun also thinks it is very worthwhile. She said with a smile, but their responsibility is to take care of you, and it is their fault to put you in danger. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. It's all my fault. If the Queen Mother wants to punish you, just punish me. The youngest son lowered his head and whispered. Seeing her small appearance, Empress Changsun couldn't help being amused. You are so young, you can't stand beating and scolding. How do you want your mother to punish you? The youngest son opened his mouth and rolled his eyes, and then said, I have money, mother, you can find me money. As soon as these words came out, Empress Changsun was amused. Compared with Xiaoxi's age, the property under her name is indeed quite similar. Although not as good as those older princesses in Changle, she is definitely a little rich woman. It's just that the youngest son usually lives in the palace, so he doesn't worry about his work and has no concept of money at all. No amount of money to her is a pile of gold and silver that can neither be eaten nor drunk. Therefore, when she said these words, she didn't feel any pain in the flesh at all, but on the contrary, she showed an appearance of being careful. Empress Changsun thought for a while and was about to speak when Li Er's voice came from beside her. My little sis actually made a mistake. That's strange. Li Er was dressed in ordinary clothes and came from a distance, looking at the mother and daughter of the eldest grandson with a smile. He came over just now, but he didn't show up when he saw the female officer pleading guilty to Empress Changsun. Just hearing that the youngest son asked the eldest grandson queen to punish him, Li Er couldn't stand. This youngest girl is his darling. How can she be willing to let her be wronged? I've been listening to you for a long time. I still don't know what happened. Who will tell me? Li Er took the daughter from Empress Changsun and hugged her in his arms naturally before asking, Father, today I'm going to play with Sister Changle. Before anyone else could speak, the youngest son spoke directly. The language organization ability of 3-year-old children is not very strong. After a while, I said that I saw delicious food at my sister's house, but unfortunately I was too full, so I only ate a sweet candy wrapped in a stick. After a while, he said that Lin Yuan was very interesting. What did he see on the road? Li Er didn't feel annoyed. He just listened patiently with a smile all the time. Later, we went to the zoo and saw elephants. Perhaps it is because the impression is so deep that the description of the little devil here is much more coherent. After all, Li Er was the emperor who was killed out of thousands of troops, and he was merciless when killing brothers, and his psychological quality was extremely strong. 0 asking for flowers. Even if he heard from his younger son that the elephant was frightened and his younger son was in danger, Li Er didn't change his face. Since the daughter is lying in his arms, well, it means that there is no danger later. At the same time, Li Er was also thinking in his heart how the younger son escaped such a critical moment. Then his curiosity was satisfied. You said that Su Li hugged the elephant's leg and threw the elephant into the pool. With a smile on his face, Li Er stared straight at his daughter. Yes, yes, father, the elephant is so big and so heavy. The master-in-law flicked his hand, and the elephant flew out. While talking, the youngest son stretched out his small arms and gestured to the size of the elephant. Li Er couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. 0 said that Su Li saved the youngest son. Li Er believed it. But Su Li throws elephants. What a joke. The elephant raised by Lin Yuan is Li Er's own guard of honor, and he has seen it many times. The size of those elephants is several circles larger than ordinary wild elephants, and they can be called giant elephants. Any one of them weighs 4,000 to 5,000 catties. Even if the overlord of Chu is reborn, he may be powerless to shake such a giant elephant. Not to mention, when the elephant lifts up and steps down, the experience is much bigger. How could it be possible to block the giant elephant's trampling and throw it out by relying on physical strength alone? After much deliberation, Li Er felt that there was only one explanation. Fearing that it was a critical moment, the youngest son was frightened, so his eyes were dazzled. Or these things were simply made up by the younger son himself. After all, it is not uncommon for people to have hallucinations in critical moments. Su Li throwing elephants. Do you really think he is Sakyamuni Muni? Thinking of this, Li Er shook his head and laughed. Throwing an elephant, how can this be something that humans can do? After all, he is a 3-year-old child. Li Er does not believe what his youngest son said. Although the child did not intend to lie, the child's language organization ability is effective, and the ability to express is limited. Therefore, if the child says something, even if he did not intentionally lie, they are often confused because in the eyes of children, they still can't tell the difference between their imagination and reality. Hearing this, the youngest son became anxious immediately and said loudly, "Father, the youngest son never lies. Everything I say is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Li Er turned his head to look at the female officials and maids, only to realize later. "That's right, there are so many people at the scene. Is the youngest son talking nonsense? Don't you know if you ask these people? Tell me what happened." The female officer hurriedly lowered her head and said, "Your Majesty, what I have seen with my own eyes and what Princess Jingyang said is true." Li Er couldn't help frowning. If it's just Xiaosi who said that, he still can't believe it. However, it is absolutely impossible for the female officials in the palace to lie to themselves. Sakyamuni throwing elephant. That boy Su Li is not the reincarnation of Sakyamuni Muni. In fact, at this time, Li already believed most of it in his heart. But if what happened today is really as the youngest son and the lady officer said, it is not a trivial matter. After thinking about it, Li Er recruited a servant. "Go to Linyuan, ask 210 what happened today. Everything is detailed, record everything, and go back quickly." 1. Before you know it, it's dusk. After Li Er had dinner with his eldest grandson Empress and youngest son, he reviewed the memorials alone in the Ganlu Hall. After a while, he heard a notification from outside that the servant he sent to Lin Yuan to inquire had returned. "Your Majesty, the slaves went to Lin Yuan to ask the guards and hunters who were present at that time. According to them, the two princesses went to Lin Yuan at noon and then went to the animal garden to play." What the servant found out was much more detailed than what Xiaosi said. As long as they were present at that time, they all asked one by one. But what he said made Li Er speechless for a long time. The toss is actually real. Not only that, but after that, Shenju recognized his master. The divine horse ran amok in Linyuan, and after meeting Su Li, he took the initiative to approach Su Li and recognize his master. These things just sound fake. Indeed, even the storytellers in the major tea houses and restaurants in Chang'an dare not make it up like this. That is to say, the omnipotent Buddha in Buddhist classics has the legend of throwing elephants. Who would have thought that such a thing would actually happen in reality? Even Li Er was stunned for a moment after confirming the news. He waved his hand, signaling the servant to step back. Looking at the memorials spread out on the table again, I no longer have the mind to deal with government affairs. In the main hall, the lights were flickering, and Li Er was sitting on a chair. His resolute face looked even more inexplicable against the backdrop of the lights. After a long time, he let out a long breath, and a smile appeared on his face. This kid. In dating, no one dared to doubt Li Er's wisdom, and at the same time, no one would doubt his bravery. It can be said that today's Tang dynasty was built by Li himself 1.5 days ago. That is to say, he chose the more promising career of the emperor. Otherwise, Li Er would definitely be a famous general if he became a general. In the original Battle of Hulao, Li Er defeated Du Jian's 100,000 troops with a mere 3,500 men. In the history that Su Li is familiar with, in the 18th year of Zhengyuan, Li Er personally conquered Korea, which was the highlight moment in his military career. How fierce exactly? Just list a few numbers and you will know. With 800 Tang troops, they can defeat Goguryeo 10,000 troops. With 10,000 Tang troops, they dared to encircle 40,000 Goguryeo troops, and the opponent couldn't stand it. The Tang army, which only dispatched 50,000 people, wiped out a total of 150,000 people in Goguryeo in a direct confrontation. Such a record in the history of Zhuxia, only Zhu Changba, who came from a grassroots background, can be compared with it. After careful study, Zhu Changba had to be ranked behind Li Er. With such excellent military skills as a foundation, Li Er knows better than anyone how important personal courage is on the battlefield. Great Tang generals are like a cloud, whether it is Yu Qigong, Cheng Yaojin, who is unparalleled in supernatural power, who can take the head of an enemy general from thousands of troops, or Qin Qiang, who is superb in martial arts. They are all invincible, fierce generals. But there is at least a limit to the strength of these people. However, the power of throwing images simply exceeded Li Er's imagination of human power. Going through my memory, I'm afraid that only Xiang Yu, the legendary overlord who can pull up mountains, can reach this height. No, even Xiang Yu doesn't have such ability. Xiang Yu is just young and supernatural, able to lift a cauldron weighing more than 1,000 caddies. But such a character is already the fierce general that the monarchs of all Xia dynasties have dreamed of. Which king would not yearn to have a fierce man like Xiang Yu under his command? Even if he doesn't know anything about formations, but relying on his personal bravery, he can still charge into the battle without any disadvantage. Back when Li Er was fighting the world, he encountered a tough nut to crack and thought about it. If he was given a strong general like Xiang Yu, why would he worry about it? Unfortunately, this can only be thought about. After all, for thousands of years, there has only been one such character. Li Er never dreamed that he actually saw such a warrior in his lifetime. Coincidentally, this warrior is actually his son-in-law. If luck comes, it can't be stopped, so who can I ask for an argument? There is no doubt that Su Li possesses power far beyond the scope of human beings. This kind of person can no longer be called a fierce general. Put it on the battlefield, that is an absolute one-man army. Li Er's first thought was that dating would have an unrivaled warrior. Moreover, its bravery is absolutely unprecedented, and there is a high probability that there will be no one in the future. At this time, Yuan Tiangang's words suddenly surfaced in Li Er's mind. If your majesty can use it well and get close to the son-in-law more, the country will be governed. At that time, Yuan Tiangang did not specify where Su Li should be placed. After these things happened today, he naturally had considerations in his mind. Possessing such bravery, if you don't push him into the army, it is irresponsible to the millions of soldiers of the Tang dynasty, and it is even more irresponsible to the country of the Tang dynasty. No doubt, Su Li is my overlord Xiang Yu. Don't look at the fact that the Tang dynasty seems to be peaceful with singing and dancing now, and there is already a faint scene of prosperity. However, Li Er is not satisfied with the current dating. He knows better than anyone else that even though the courtiers down to the common people, they have already recognized him as the emperor in their hearts. However, it is an indisputable fact that killing the 2.9 brother and killing the younger brother forced the father to abdicate, and it is destined to be a stain that Li Er cannot erase. During these years of being the emperor, what Li Er has been thinking about is to create greater achievements. He disdains to force historians to hide what he has done for him. But it doesn't mean that Li Er is really indifferent to using those things. He wants to prove it to his father, his subjects, and the people of Zhuxia in later generations. Although he, Li Er, has done some bad things, but as an emperor, he is still an excellent emperor whose merit outweighs his faults. And the merits that can make the emperor famous in history, the first is martial arts. Li Er at this time is far from the Tian Khan who came to court from all races. There is one thing to say, the Tang dynasty in the 4 years of Zhengyuan is not so strong. Although the army of the Tang dynasty has spread all over the world, there are countless Jimmy prefectures established around it. However, those barbarian tribes who are fearful of power but not virtuous actually don't have much respect for dating. In the past few years after Li Er proclaimed himself emperor, dating's military operations have never stopped. Barbarian enemies like the Turks are nothing more than that, and Li Yi, Liang Shidu, and others rebelled internally. These years, Jai Er has hardly been relieved. However, Li Er was never afraid of any enemy. Even, he was a little afraid of making himself feel lonely because he had no enemies. The Eastern Turks were destroyed last year, which made Li Er feel ashamed of the Waishui alliance. With the power of this battle, he finally returned to the world. This year's Tang dynasty was so calm that Li Er was not used to it. Sometimes, he even wished that those who had different intentions would grow rebellious bones that weighed more than 100 caddies in their bodies. Without these enemies, where can he get his achievements? Not to mention, now we know that Su Li has the potential to become a world-beating fighter. For having such a son-in-law, but not allowing him to fight the enemy, is a huge waste. Thinking about these things, unconsciously, Li Er was a little obsessed with them. The next day, early in the morning, Li Er, who hadn't slept soundly all night, just woke up and headed for the princess mansion. Your Majesty, the princess and prince consort have just woken up and are taking a shower. Hearing the female officer's report, Li Er raised his head to look at the sun that had already climbed so high, and immediately lowered his face. However, I thought that although the two had been married for 4 months, Changle had been bedridden during this period. Speaking of which, they are also considered newlyweds, which is understandable. But why do you feel even more unhappy when you think about it? Li waved his hand angrily, signaling the female officer to wait on Su Li and the two, while he himself waited in a gazebo in the courtyard. After sitting for a while, Li suddenly heard a thunderous snort from the courtyard next door. Is this a horse snorting? Li looked puzzled. He has been on the battlefield for so many years and has ridden countless BMWs. He is an out-and-out horse lover. Li also knows a thing or two about the art of appraising horses. Among other things, Li could guess that this horse was definitely extraordinary just by hearing the snort. The sound it made was calm and powerful, muffled like thunder, and the midterm was completely messed up. For a horse, having such an oar at least shows that the horse's explosive power is absolutely poetic. And on the battlefield, any war horse with powerful explosive power can be called a compliment from BMW. Anyway, idle is idle. After thinking about it, Li stood up, paced, and walked towards the yard next door. Through a small door, you can see the small courtyard next door that has been transformed into a stable. No, it's not a horse anymore. The whole yard, there are sheds covered with hay, and there are places for feeding and watering. Hay mats were also spread on the ground to prevent the horses from wearing down their hooves on the bluestone road. The most important thing is that there is only one horse in such a huge place. Seeing this scene, even the well-informed Li couldn't help but feel a little shocked. What kind of horse is this? I have never been so extravagant. Then his focus naturally fell on the horse in the yard. Tall and mighty, snow-white all over without a single hair. Upon seeing it, Li didn't want to look away. Just looking at the shape, the BMW in front of him is much stronger than the Liuzhu he has ridden before. The godly horse recognizes its owner. It really is a godly horse. Li was thinking with a smile on his face. Excited to see Lai Xin, he couldn't help but move closer to Bai Long. At this time, Bai Long was standing under the tree, enjoying the cool air. Seeing a stranger walking in from the yard, there was a trace of human doubt in the huge horse eyes. Last night, Su Li held Bai Long's ear and gave it a lot of warnings. Thinking about what happened to the group of riding slaves, one can see how violent Bai Long's temperament is. But Su Li is busy brushing attributes every day. How can she take care of it herself? The work of feeding the horses and cleaning the stables must be handed over to the servants after all. If Bai Long loses his temper in life, those servants will not be able to stand it. Therefore, Su Li specifically warned Bai Long not to hurt anyone. This point Bai Long actually remembered it. Therefore, seeing Li walking in, it just thought it was a servant who came to change water and feed itself, and didn't have any special reaction. Seeing that Li was empty-handed, Bai Long couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It is true that it is produced by the system, but it is a living thing after all. With such a strong body, the horse's need for food and drink is naturally a bit low. Slightly dissatisfied, he snorted again, and Bai Long turned his head away, no longer talking to the stranger. Unexpectedly, the other party actually walked towards it. First, he turned around it twice, his eyes shining. If that's all, that's all. In the end, the stranger raised his hand and touched her. Moreover, while touching his mouth, he was still amazed. Immediately, Bai Long felt a sense of shock all over his body. We are a decent horse, you are not a serious person. Thinking of Su Li's exhortation yesterday, Bai Long suppressed his temper but snorted dissatisfiedly. Li Zheng moved his hands up and down, feeling very happy. Leng Budding was taken aback by Bai Long's snort. With a smile on his face, he nodded in satisfaction. This is the magical white horse Zio Saizi said, right? It really is a horse 873. Li didn't understand Ma language either, so he couldn't hear the warning in Bai Long's snort. On the contrary, for a person who loves horses, seeing such a horse, it is difficult to control the urge to try. At this time, Bai Long didn't have any saddle on him. But this is not a problem for Li at all. He was stroking the horse's head with one hand, while the other hand was on the horse's back, trying to use his strength to turn over and try to get on the horse. Li Yang is extremely powerful, and he can be regarded as a bold man with high skills. In his eyes, there is no horse in the world that he cannot ride. It's a pity, isn't Bai Long after all? Li's move completely angered it. Just touch it, you still push your nose on your face, want to ride me. Bai Long couldn't bear it anymore. The horse's back shook, and Li who had just rolled over halfway, had nowhere to rely on, and at the same time felt as if he had been hit head-on by a two-wheeled carriage. I only felt a tremor in my spine, and suddenly I didn't use 100% of my strength, and I fell off the horse doctor. Fortunately, Li was very skilled in martial arts, and he stood firmly on the ground without making a fool of himself. Before he had time to rejoice, he immediately felt a pain in his chest, and then he staggered and fell backwards. Sitting on the ground, Li saw the white horse in front of him, and Shishuren withdrew his left front hoof. I was beaten by a horse. Li stared at Bai Long blankly with a deep disbelief on his face. Li looked at Bai Long in front of him in bewilderment. Looking at each other, Bai Long snorted disdainfully again. It looks like a lot of sarcasm. Li's stubborn temper came up a little bit, partly because he was happy to see Lai, and partly because of stubbornness. I must surrender you today. Li was talking to himself and was about to stand up. I don't want to. The horse in front of me seems to be able to understand what he said. Seeing that Li was about to get up, Bai Long rushed to him in one step. The huge horse's face bent down, looking down at Li. At the same time, a hoof kicked restlessly on the ground. It seemed to be ready at any time, and if Li made any changes, it would kick again. Immediately, Li froze there. Sitting on the ground, there is nowhere to exert strength. Looking at it like this, it already regards itself as an enemy. Li felt that no matter how smart this horse was, he probably had no idea of the identity of the emperor. It is completely impossible to expect it to save face. The horse is aggressive, and the only way to avoid its hooves is the lazy donkey. But Emperor Li when did 643 ever be in such a mess? At this moment, the sound of Su Li and Changle talking came from next door. Didn't you say that His Majesty has been waiting for a while, man? Father loves horses. Presumably he heard the movement of Bai Long. He must have been happy to see Lai Xin and went to the next door to see it. Not good. Li rarely felt a sense of panic in his heart. It was an embarrassment of nowhere. Just as he was about to get up, he heard movement at the door. Looking up, I saw Su Li and Changle standing at the door. Seeing Li sitting on the ground with no image, Su Li and Changle looked rather strange. Looking at the arrogant Bai Long again, the two immediately understood everything. This BMW is very miraculous. I am delighted to see it. Li blushed from embarrassment and opened his mouth to explain something. Su Li nodded meaningfully. Seeing Li sitting on the ground, how could Su Li not understand what happened? Seeing the embarrassing scene of her father-in-law accidentally, Su Li kept her mouth shut tactfully. At the same time, he gave Bai Long a vague look. He knew that Bai Long's temperament was bursting, but he didn't expect that anyone would dare to kick Bai Long, but at least he took Su Li's words to heart. Two went west immediately. Prince Li Chengqian can directly consider succession. Bai Long didn't understand Su Li's meaning, but raised his head and shook his face at Su Li. In fact, although Bai Long understands human nature, he can't understand human language, and his temperament is extremely explosive. Except for Su Li, he refuses to accept it. Changle next to him walked over with a concerned face and helped Li up. Father Bai Long has a violent temper and doesn't like strangers to approach him. Please check quickly to see if there is any injury. Li was exposed by his daughter, and his old face flushed. How can a mere horse hurt me? It's rare to see Li make a fool of himself, but Su Li couldn't help but smile. Bai Long withdrew his strength. In fact, Li was fine. Now that his daughter had exposed him with Li's disposition, he ignored the fatal embarrassment for a moment, stood up as if nothing had happened, and said with a straight face, Changle has already woken up, and there is nothing to worry about in the princess's mansion. Although you are a captain-in-law and a third-rank official, you are not a real official. You have to do something, both in the army and in politics. Do you have any ideas? Li raised his own question logically. After all, the captain-in-law came from Princess Changle and belonged to the accessories of marrying the princess. He was not a real official position, nor did he have any real power. Li believes that Su Li is such a good man. He will never be willing to stay in the princess mansion all the time, without any merit or power. No other thoughts, Su Li said after a moment of silence. To be honest, Su Li doesn't want to be an official. Once she becomes an official, she has to go to work. Although she can make fish at work, at least she has to go to the company, right? Su Li has no desire for power and no desire to make money. Now that Changle is awake, Sunny-O and his wife are in love with each other, and they haven't been intimate for a few days, so how can they use incense points at home at work? As for whether others will think that he is worthless to eat soft rice, Su Li can only say that soft rice is really delicious. I heard that you are capable of throwing elephants, and you think you are very brave. How effective is it in the Wei army? While talking, Li looked at Su Li. Until now, he still has some difficulty understanding how such a figure can possess such terrifying power. As soon as these words came out, Su Li immediately realized what Li meant. What happened in Linyuan yesterday was related to the safety of Xiao, Saizi, and Changle, so there was no way to hide it. Now that Li knows that he is capable of throwing images, he will definitely have thoughts about himself. Anyway, as an emperor, Li is undoubtedly qualified. And the most basic ability of a qualified emperor is to make the best use of everything and make the best use of people. Not to mention, the abilities he displayed almost surpass the cognition of ordinary people. It is unrealistic to expect Li to open his eyes and go blind. Moreover, Yinli can probably guess how Jai wishful thinking was played out. In terms of identity, he is his son-in-law, and with this relationship he can rest assured. For an emperor like Li who is almost obsessed with martial arts, it was absolutely impossible for him to let his bravery be useless. But why should Li agree to this request? Su Li did have the idea of going on the battlefield, after all. Which man has not had the dream of galloping on the battlefield? But not now. As a time traveler with a system, it is impossible for Su Li to let others arrange his life. Even if this person is Li don't talk about it. In Su Li's mind, her own destiny has always been controlled by herself. Go into battle and kill the enemy, yes. After working so hard to score points, Tuan got the current crippled warrior. Even Su Li would feel a pity if he didn't go to the battlefield. But this premise must be that you are willing. When you want to make a move, you will make a move. Instead of Li saying that he wanted to use himself, he just ran over. Su Li's purpose is to have a good time, experience mowing Wushwang, and it's over. And Li idea is naturally not to use it for nothing, to use it when it can be used, and to make the best use of everything. If I agreed to Li wouldn't I be turned into a tool man for Li Zhai to hit wherever in the future? A modern person with inhuman force may not want to experience the unparalleled experience of mowing grass. But if he is a tool man traveling north and south, it violates Su Li's wish. Su Li's thoughts were running fast, thinking about a reasonable reason to reject Li Putting aside the identity of the emperor, the two are after all a Weng-in-law relationship. If the refusal was too blunt, Li would think that if he didn't say anything, his wife might have some objections. Before Su Li could speak, Changle beside him spoke first. I was really broken by the author's background, relying on the defense. Father, I have been bedridden for 4 months. I just woke up and I still feel unwell from time to time. I can't do without my husband. Changle looked at Li with a little dodge in his eyes. Speaking of which, this was the first time she had lied, especially when the object of her deception was her father. Su Li looked at Changle in surprise. He never thought of letting Changle come out to rescue him. At this time, he felt a slight warmth in the palm of his hand, and it turned out that Changle took the initiative to hand it over. Holding Xiangong's hand, Changle's heart gradually settled down. She just woke up, wishing she could have a long love affair with Su Li. Although she is a princess, Changle at this time is no different from an ordinary girl. During the time in bed, from Changle's consciousness, what he noticed was Su Li's meticulous care for him. From that time on, Changle has identified this man and wants to stay with him forever. After finally waking up, she stayed close to her husband every day. There are still many things Changle wants to do with Xiangong. Even if you don't do anything, just be kind to each other, it can make Changle extremely satisfied. She is extremely greedy for her husband's love for her and indulges in it. Besides, Changle knows Datang's army too well. In recent years, the Tang dynasty has continuously used troops abroad, and the soldiers who went to war could not stay at home for a few days all year round. Since the father specified that he would join the army, with Changle's intelligence, he could guess that Su Li would definitely go to the battlefield to fight. In places like the battlefield, there has never been a reason why you are the only one who kills others and no one is allowed to kill you. No matter how brave Su Li is, for Changle, his wife, it is inevitable that she will be frightened. Take another 10,000 steps back. Even if Su Li is really invincible on the battlefield is not a place where good people live after all. Fighting continuously all day long, if things go on like this, there will be some psychological problems more or less. Changle has seen too many veterans in the army, and they all have some problems. For example, Liang Jianfang, General Yaohu, usually looks like a good person, with a forthright personality and a very pleasing personality. It can be heard that he is extremely tyrannical on the battlefield, and he especially likes to tear the enemy alive when the two armies are facing each other. Changle doesn't want his husband to go to the battlefield and get some bad habits. Moreover, although Changle once imagined that his man was an unparalleled young warrior, like Huo Quibang, he became famous at a young age and was admired by thousands of people. However, if it is necessary to go to battle, it is not necessary in Changle's view. She is still a little girl after all. As for the young general she imagined, if she puts it on her husband, she will start to fight again, or she will be misunderstood by others. Hurt. To put it bluntly, when you meet someone you really like, people will become double standard. The first time he lied, Changle felt a little uneasy. Speaking of which, she was actually not afraid of Li Er. More on the contrary, I am afraid that I will make my own decisions and make my husband dissatisfied. After all, during the period when she was bedridden, her husband's elder brother Su Dingfang often came to the door. Su Dingfang often said that Xiangong's bravery was amazing, and he was very amazed by it. From time to time, he regretted that it was a pity that Xiangong did not join the army. Changle doesn't know anything else, but Xiangong and Su Dingfang have competed so many times, Changle has seen it all. In the hands of Xiangong, Su Dingfang has no power to resist at all. With such courage, does Xiangong really have no idea about going into battle to kill the enemy? Does he think I'm too selfish? However, Changle just wanted to be close to Xiangong. Thinking of these things, Changle suddenly felt a little sad. At this time, she suddenly felt a slight tightening in the palm of her hand. Looking up, he smiled gently at Su Li and nodded slightly at her. Hearing Changle say that he is still not feeling well, Jai immediately became nervous. Are you not feeling well? How do you feel? Do you want to send some imperial doctors to your house? Li looked at Changle with concern. Changle hesitated immediately. No, there's no need. It's fine with my husband. Seeing Changle's appearance, Su Li was both moved and distressed. Bodhi fruit is a product produced by the system, one drop, and keep the medicine until the disease is cured. Where will there be any bad sequelae left? Changle lied to Li because he wanted to stay with him and didn't want to leave by himself. Thinking of this, Su Li said to Li Your Majesty, even ordinary people who are bedridden for a long time will become very weak due to lack of physical activity. The situation in Changle is more serious than ordinary long-term bedridden. I need to use special massage techniques so that there will be no future troubles. After finishing speaking, Su Li looked down at Changle, who was nestled in her arms, and her heart softened. This silly girl. Changle wants to stay with Su Li forever and is unwilling to part for a moment. Actually, why not Su Li? Zero asking for flowers. Su Li also has the idea of fighting on the battlefield, but seriously, it's just to realize her dream. If he is still an ordinary nerd with little ability, even if he has the chance to go to the battlefield, he will definitely avoid it. But now his martial power has surpassed Xiang Yu, the overlord of Chu, and has directly become the ceiling of human martial power. This is different. When Su Li was playing games before, he was very yearning to play Wushuang game characters who killed people like mowing grass on the battlefield. If you don't have this ability, then that's all. Now that he has this ability, Yinli of course wants to experience it himself. After all, how can playing a game be better than experiencing it yourself? But when you go to serve in the army, you don't know when you will fight. For at least 4 years in Zhengyuan, the Tang dynasty was surprisingly calm. I can't experience the thrill of driving Wushuang, but I like to go to the military camp every day to order a seat. With this time, wouldn't it be nice for him to stay at home and collect points with his wife in his arms? Su Li is not stupid. Not to mention, this request was made by Li From Li perspective, it is impossible not to see his own value. Now he is the corporal begging for himself. Ever since Li killed his brother and killed his younger brother and forced his father to abdicate and ascend the throne, he has been accused of being improper. In recent years, there are not many sages in his country. In this regard, Su Li doesn't need to give him any face at all. Even if an ordinary father-in-law wants to ask his son-in-law to do something, he doesn't force him to do so. Even if you are a real son, sometimes you will have a rebellious mentality. How can I let you, a father-in-law, handle it? With Su Li's current ability, there is no need to fear the authority of Li the emperor. Changle is in love with her for the first time, and she is unwilling to be separated from herself. Didn't Su Li just fall in love? This wave is called two-way rush of husband and wife. It is true that at first he took care of Changle with the idea of earning points. But people are not plants, how can they be ruthless? During the long-term care, Su Li has already deeply rooted in Changle. So when Changle was about to wake up, Su Li also fell into a predicament of worrying about gains and losses. With my own efforts, Changle was finally recovered, and Li wanted to send himself out with just one sentence. Li himself did not expect at all that his beloved daughter and son-in-law would join hands to deceive him. Li never imagined that his little padded jacket had already leaked air everywhere. If you are unwell, rest more and don't move around. Su Li, you should guard Changle during this time. You are good at medicine, so you must take good care of it. Changle is still young, so don't leave the root cause of the disease. Li frowned slightly, said. As soon as Changle opened his mouth, Li subconsciously believed it. After all, in his memory, Changle has never lied to himself. How could he know that Changle's current state, unprecedented health, has no sequelae at all? Lying is only because Changle thinks that his father has too many things, which affects his closeness with his husband. Changle just wants to stay with Su Li forever and never be separated. Even if Su Li entered the court as an official, Changle was not willing. Whether you are a leader or an official, you have to give hints, and generally you can't be late for 667 and leave early. Wouldn't it be that I can't see my husband for most of the day? This kind of thing is simply the most terrifying thing in the world to Changle. How can she bear it? If Li knew Changle's true thoughts, he would have to spit out his old blood. Li has always felt that even though he is not recognized by many people for the time being, as an emperor, he is still qualified. At the very least, he is trying to practice the standard of make the best use of everything and make the best use of people. Every time he sees a talented person, Li will do everything possible to gather them under his own hands. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, there should be a vigorous and rising momentum. As long as they are talented people, Li will not hesitate to give them a suitable position and let them stretch their ambitions to their heart's content. Li thinks that he is open-minded. When he first fought in the world, many of the fierce generals in his hands were surrendered generals, but Li trusted them very much and boldly delegated power. This approach also brought him rich rewards. Even Zhu Wanch, who fought back frantically for Li Jiancheng during the Black Tortoise incident, can be entrusted with important tasks by Jai There is no doubt that Li has always done a good job in this regard. It is precisely because of this that he will say the phrase, "The heroes of the world are in my pocket," with satisfaction. But all the heroes who have been brought under the banner in the past are not as good as Su Li. Throw the elephant with strength, bravely surpass the overlord. Such a peerless general made Kong's eyes warm. So much so that after hearing what happened in Lin Yuan yesterday, he didn't sleep well all night. Li had just one thought over and over in his mind, must let Su Li lead the army. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that the auspicious thing Yuan Tiangeng said should be in the army. After thinking about it all night, Li rushed to the princess mansion early in the morning. Unexpectedly, when he opened his mouth, Changle stopped him. However, Li really had nothing to do. If it's something else, that's fine. However, since Changle's body was involved, Li couldn't help but ignore it. Thinking of this, he could only look at Su Li helplessly. Seeing Changle's few words made Li let go of the thoughts he shouldn't have, and he felt a little relieved in his heart. After all, Li is not easy to fool. But as soon as Li came over, he immediately pissed off Su Li. Li's eyes at this time, there was even a trace of resentment mixed with regret. To be honest, Su Li understands Li's desire for talents. As far as his strength is concerned, no emperor will let him go. It's a pity that Su Li doesn't have the consciousness to learn the arts and martial arts and the emperor's family at all. He has a system and is familiar with the historical trend of dating. There is one thing to say, no matter who has such a trump card, they will not have too much pursuit of power and wealth. Before time traveling, Su Li didn't say he was an otaku with no big ambitions, but he didn't have too much ambition either. After crossing, he didn't have the idea of being awake and in charge of the world while lying drunk on the lap of a beautiful woman. What if he became the emperor? Holding the power of a country, turning one's hands into clouds, turning one's hands into rain. These are ordinary people's fantasies about emperors. They are purely the emperor's golden hoe. During the time when he was a son-in-law, Su Li understood it. Even for an emperor like Li Er, it is impossible for everything to go smoothly. If you can really say what you say when you become an emperor, what do you need courtiers for? To be honest, at this time, Li Er was doing a good job in the position of emperor, but there were people who made rebellions every now and then. In Su Li's opinion, this kind of life is not enough to worry about. The emperor can't say what he says, but for Su Li, as long as he is willing, he can really do whatever he wants in this era. The perverted force beyond the upper limit of human beings is his greatest confidence. One-man army to understand. Besides, wealth is meaningless to Su Li. No matter how powerful the Tang dynasty was, it was relative to other dynasties. The basic necessities of life here are boring for Su Li, who enjoys a modern life. Even if the country is so rich, the things that can be bought are not as good as the things that are worth 1 point in the system. It can be said that the enjoyment of the rich and powerful these days is nothing in the eyes of Su Li. Totally a bunch of bumpkins. So in the face of power and wealth, Su Li has absolutely nothing to desire. His biggest idea is to hug his wife, post stickers, and score points happily. As for going to the battlefield, it can only be regarded as Su Li's interest or a small dream. What Su Li really wanted was to experience the pleasure of wearing armor and killing people like hemp, not to be an official in the court. His current 2 attributes of strength and physique are both 177 points. In Su Li's cognition, he has definitely surpassed Xiang Yu, the ceiling of human combat power. But how about the specific combat power, he can't say for sure. He just wanted to try his hand on the battlefield. After finishing this matter, Su Li changed the subject. Your Majesty, Changle.I has just woken up and you are busy with government affairs. Su Li deliberately showed an embarrassed look. Normal people, when they hear this, they should understand everything. The implication is, of course, our 1.4 young couple haven't eaten yet. Otherwise, you should do whatever you want and don't disturb the world of the 2 of us. I came here in a hurry and I haven't had breakfast yet. I heard from my little son that the food in the Princess Mansion is good, so I just want to try it. Su Li had a question mark on his face. This is the way to open it, isn't it right? After 2 sentences, Li Er walked out with his hands behind his back, she shuren. Seeing him like this, even if Su Li was reluctant, there was nothing he could do. If the father-in-law wants to have a meal at your house, can he still keep him out? Li Er looked absent-minded and walked ahead alone. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't understand the meaning of Su Li's words, but Li Er felt unwilling to let him go back like this. There's such a peerless warrior under his nose, and he really can't do it if he doesn't want Li Er not to worry about it. Thinking about Su Li's inhuman force, Li Er suddenly thought of a question under his thoughts. How about Su Li's military strategy? Su Li, have you read military books? Li Er paused, turned to look at Su Li and asked. Su Li was stunned. Good guy, it seems that Li Er is still not giving up. But this time, he didn't have to bother to find any excuses. Ashamed to say, Su Li has never read any military books in his 2 lifetimes. Regarding the art of war, it can only be said that the 7 orifices have been mastered and the 6 orifices have been mastered, or none of them have been understood. The only thing he can do better than ordinary people in dating is that he was passively indoctrinated with some military-related information in the era of information explosion. In this regard, let him say hello. Maybe he can use some information gaps to bluff people. However, his knowledge is not even on paper. Marching and fighting is no child's play. No matter in any era, it is not so easy to be a famous general. There are tens of millions of details involved in the formation of troops. A good general can quickly formulate the most suitable tactics in a variety of complex situations, combining his own advantages. Let Su Li do these things. His eyes are completely darkened and he doesn't understand anything. Without any hesitation, Su Li opened her mouth and came. Your Majesty, I have never read any military books. Li Er frowned, then asked again, You don't know the art of war. Su Li didn't speak, just nodded, which can be described as extremely sincere. That's a pity. Li Er shook his head regretfully and said. Thinking about it, Su Li is only 16 years old this year and grew up in the countryside. Even if he really came from the unknowable place in the legend and revived the memory of his previous life, he can't be expected to understand everything right. People from Bai Yujing in the sky know calligraphy, medical skills, and even have the power of throwing images. Even if it is a little exaggerated, the style of painting is still normal. If Su Li said that he is omnipotent in both literary and martial arts, it would be abnormal. After all, Li has never heard that heaven and man are like ordinary people and need D4 to fight. Thinking of this, Li couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. The ability Su Li showed really shocked him so much that he lost his sense of proportion and was a little too greedy. It stands to reason that with Su Li's ability to throw an image, even if he doesn't know anything about the art of war, just relying on his bravery beyond human understanding, he can move across the battlefield without any disadvantage. But Li request for Su Li is not limited to this. What he wants is a peerless general like Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu. On the battlefield, personal bravery is of course very important, but superb military strategy is also indispensable. Xiang Yu's prestige can be passed down to this day. Is it only because of his personal courage that no one can match? Not at all. He was highly praised by military strategists of later generations, which was achieved through tough battles. Whether it was the Battle of Julu, where tens of thousands of people defeated the main force of the 400,000 Qin army, or the Battle of Pengcheng, where 30,000 people defeated Liu Bang's 560,000 army, they are legendary achievements in the history of Zhu Ziyala. It is through this accumulation of victories, with less and incredible victories, in the impossible that Xiang Yu has the prestige he has today. Yuan Tiangang said that Su Li is Tang Xiangrui, but he did not give any hint as to where he should be placed. Now Li feels that he has realized it. He thinks he has found the instructions on how to use Su Li correctly. Su Li already has the bravery of throwing elephants, if he is allowed to master the art of war and strategy. Even for Li it is hard to imagine how much he will achieve in the future. Thinking of this, Li felt a little hot in his heart. Haven't Su Li read the Book of War, but don't know the art of war? This is not a problem at all. The famous generals under my command are like clouds, because I can't find a good teacher for him to teach him. When this idea came up, Li turned to think about who should be arranged to be Su Li's teacher. After just a few breaths, Li confirmed the candidate. Dai Gyugong Li Jiang. At this time, Li Jiang had just wiped out the Eastern Turks, returned to Chang'an, and stepped down from the post of Dingxiang Road marching chief. Although there is a foundation for destroying the Eastern Turks, there is one thing to say. Compared with fierce generals such as Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin, Li Jiang at this time actually did not have a high reputation among the people. The reason is actually very simple. Ordinary people prefer the grassroots rising characters like Yu Qigong. In fact, in the Tang army, everyone knows that Li Jiang is the strongest in terms of military strategy and strategy. The art of war has always been regarded as the art of slaying dragons, and most people may not know what art of war looks like in their entire lives. Because of this, the illusion of Taegong art of war passed on by a strange man at night, Han Xin, the soldier fairy, can be talked about with great interest. A figure like Han Xin, who is unique in the past, and the present cannot, of course, be regarded with common sense. In fact, the real inheritance of the art of war is not as magical as in the legends. It is enough to be born in a famous family and have a long history of family education. If there is a powerful guide and you are very smart, it will be a natural thing to become a generation of famous generals. Li Jiang has all these advantages. Even Li had to admit that most of the generals under him were not much different from Li Jiang compared with Li Jiang. Li Jiang's uncle was Han Qinhu, the #1 general of the former Sui dynasty. Han Qinhu was one of the 4 famous generals of the Kaisui dynasty in the Shangzhou kingdom, and had the record of destroying the northern Qi and southern Chen countries by himself. His personal bravery and profound art of war are rarely surpassed by the generals of the former Sui dynasty. And Li Jiang was taught by Han Qinhu himself since she was a child. In his later years, Han Qinhu told others that Li Jiang was the only one who could discuss the art of war with him. Facts have proved that Li Jiang is not Zhao Qiu's generation of talking on paper. There are so many famous generals in the Tang dynasty, but when it comes to military exploits, Li Jiang deserves to be #1. Don't forget, neither Li Yuan nor Li really like Li Jiang very much. At the beginning, Li Yuan and Li father and son secretly conspired together, saying that now the world is in chaos and the heroes are vying for the throne. Our family is also strong, so it's better to reverse it. But not long after, the news was learned by Li Jiang. At that time, Li Jiang was a dignitary in the Sui dynasty, and his mind was full of respect for the emperor and patriotism, so he took this matter to Yang Guang without hesitation. As a result, as soon as he reported the secret, he was arrested by Li Yuan's army when he turned around. Li Jiang was able to bend and stretch, and immediately chose to surrender. Later, before Li killed his brother, he also tested Li Jiang's meaning. However, Li Jiang kept silent and remained silent. This attitude of not taking sides has actually annoyed Li Shimin. Therefore, Li Jiang's ranking is not high on the list of heroes of Lingyan Pavilion. But from the fact that Li Jiang offended the two emperors of the Tang dynasty in a row and was able to be entrusted with important tasks, mixed with his first military experience, we can see how terrifying his ability is. Even if he was disgusted by Li Jiang once, Li had to admit it with a pinch of his nose. After all, that was Li Jiang who was truly invincible. On the art of war, Li Jiang is really fishy. If anyone is the most suitable teacher for Su Li, it must be Li Jiang. Thinking of this, Li said to Su Li, "These days, you can take care of Changle.I at home with peace of mind, but the art of war and strategy must not be left behind. I will find you a teacher to teach you. What do you think of Dai Guogong Li Jiang?" Su Li hesitated. It is indeed a rare opportunity for Li Jiang, the military god of the Tang dynasty, to teach the art of war in person. But my family knows about my own affairs. Su Li thinks, just relying on my own understanding, it seems that learning this thing now is a waste of time. From the beginning to the end, Su Li has a clear understanding of herself. Because of the existence of the system, he can have abilities that ordinary people can't imagine. But he's not omnipotent, at least not yet. Learn the art of war. Looking at my savvy attribute of 69 points, I should have a little score in my heart. Li Jiang is just a military god, not a real god. Even if he tried his best, he might not be able to teach this scumbag like himself. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to learn it, but not learn it by then? As for learning the basics of arranging troops and managing rations while marching, this is meaningless to Su Li at all. With that skill, it's better to brush attribute points with peace of mind. After brushing up your savvy in the future, learning this stuff will be as easy as eating and drinking water, and it will be twice the result with half the effort. The price-performance ratio is too low, forget it. Your Majesty, I appreciate your kindness, but I still have to take care of Changle.I, so I'm afraid I won't have time to study. Su Li sighed and said with a sincere look. With Changle.I proofing, Su Li didn't bother to find other reasons. Hearing his words, Changle.I's eyes involuntarily bent into two small crescents, obviously very happy. While talking, the three of them came to the place to eat. The breakfast at the Princess Mansion is very special. Those cooks who have been trained by Su Li have also mastered many new tricks. So now, unless there are special circumstances, Su Li generally won't cook in person and is only in charge of ordering. As soon as you enter the door, you can feel the aroma. Breakfast is very simple. Each person has a bowl of mutton soup cakes, that is, noodle soup, a side dish, and the staple food is steamed buns stuffed with mutton and green onions. This pointed steamed bun looks unique. Li sat down and picked up a steamed bun with great interest. Steamed buns in the Tang dynasty were also called steamed buns. Noodle steamed buns without stuffing were ordinary steamed buns, while stuffed buns were called sharp steamed buns. Seriously speaking, steamed buns were originally steamed buns, which were often called steamed buns, and the invention rights belonged to Zhu Liang, the famous prime minister of the Shu Han dynasty. Legend has it that Zhu Liang couldn't bear to use a living head to sacrifice when he went to war, so he wrapped the meat with flour, painted a human face on it, and steamed it as a sacrificial offering. Therefore, the real meaning of steamed buns should actually be mantu. It's just that it is something that is served on the table every day, so calling it by this name is really painful, so it was renamed mantu. Ordinary people's lives are difficult, and they can usually eat some steamed buns with pure noodles to count as Chinese New Year. After a long time, the stuffed buns have become a different kind, and they were called Chujian steamed buns in Tang dynasty. Of course, no one cares about the nomming dispute of this kind of pasta in this era. Anyway, as long as it is in the 3-acre land of the Princess Mansion, Baozi can only be called Baozi. Yin Li didn't bother to correct such a trivial matter with Jai. The three of them sat down and started cooking. As soon as the steamed stuffed bun entered the mouth, Li's eyes lit up. Just now he just felt the aroma was tangy, but looking at the food on the table, he felt that it was commonplace, and it was also the food he often ate, so he didn't pay much attention to it. thinking of Xiao Saizi's exaggerated description of the delicious food at the Princess Mansion yesterday. Li only thought of her as a child with a gluttonous appetite. But watching the ordinary steamed stuffed bun eat into his mouth, he noticed the difference. The incomparably strong, sweet, and tender 423 taste brought an unprecedented impact to Li. How is this done? Li couldn't help but tilted his head, wanting to ask. But seeing that Su Li and Changla both looked normal and concentrated on cooking, Li. I feel a little embarrassed again. If I ask a question, it will make them feel fussy. Subsequently, Li went on to try other things. I don't know what to do with the mutton in the soup cakes. It doesn't have that habitual smell, and the soup is also extremely delicious, which makes Li very enjoyable. Even that plate of side dishes, which looked ordinary, was crisp and delicious, with an unusual fragrance. After showing off 2 bowls of mutton soup cakes and 3 big steamed buns in one breath, Li Kai burped contentedly and put down the bowls and chopsticks. Eating too many delicacies from mountains and seas, this home-cooked meal in your house tastes really special, not bad. Li nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, he seemingly casually said, "The cooks in the house are good, I will send 2 of them back to the palace." Su Li was scornful in her heart and agreed with her mouth. It's not that he looks down on anyone. The materials that the family usually uses for food and drink are all produced by the system. Taking out any seasoning at will is a dimensionality reduction blow to the various spices in dating. Therefore, in terms of eating, everyone in dating, in the eyes of Su Li, is a bumpkin who has never seen the world. The aristocratic family that has been passed down for thousands of years is a bumpkin, and the famous courtier is also a bumpkin. Li the emperor, is nothing more than a country bun who eats more delicacies from mountains and seas, and there is no difference in essence. After eating, it was already high in the sun. During this time, you will take good care of Changla at home. You should also think about what I said. After all, you are still young. Leaving a word to Su Li, Li patted his belly and took 2 cooks from the Princess Mansion and walked slowly towards the palace. On the way back, Li was not idle, but thought about letting Su Li go to the army after Changla's body was fully recovered. Li didn't know that the reason Changla said was just an excuse, and he was still planning it in his heart happily. Su Li has to take care of Changli, so he can't leave for the time being. Instead, he can promote Su Dingfang first. Su Dingfang has been in the army for a long time, and he is Su Li's eldest brother. With his influence, Su Li can also be promoted. Live in the army. On the battlefield, the 2 brothers charged forward for me. It can be regarded as a good story. With Su Dingfang playing the side drum, Su Li will definitely choose to join the army. At that time, let Li Jiaying teach him personally. If you can throw an image with strength, and then learn Li Jiaying's military strategy, even if it is. When Xiang Yu is reborn, I'm afraid he won't be Su Li's opponent. My Tang army will have an extra invincible general who surpasses Xiang Yu. The more he thought about it, the more Li felt that his plan was very reliable, and he couldn't help feeling happier. Li who had wishful thinking, immediately became obsessed with the cultivation plan he imagined. And the target of his attack is Su Li. In the next few days, Li ran to the Princess Mansion when he had nothing to do. In addition to caring about Changla's body, Li main purpose is still thinking about Su Li. After all, Yuan Tiangang said after divination that reusing Su Li will rule the country. If you reuse one person, you can achieve your goals. Regardless of whether the hexagram is accurate or not, any emperor knows how to choose. This is the shortest way to get the title of wise monarch lying down. Not to mention, Li has been the emperor for 4 years, and all he can think of is to bring order to the world and let the people praise him. As for how to reuse Su Li, this is not a problem for Li at all. Beyond the bravery of the overlord, do you even need to ask? This afternoon, the garden owner of the Princess Mansion. Su Li was sitting on the recliner, holding Changla in her arms, and the 2 snuggled together, lazily basking in the sun. Xiangong, father has been coming to the mansion every day recently. It is really. Changla pressed his small face against Su Li's chest and whispered while listening to his heartbeat. Really annoying. Su Li smiled slightly and patted Changla's head. Su Li said what was in his heart. Changla couldn't help but blushed and lightly hammered Su Li's chest. Immediately her hand was grabbed by Su Li, and then he lifted it up, pressed it on her face, and stroked her back and forth. During this period of time, Changli has gradually adapted to such an intimate interaction with Su Li, and just enjoys the tenderness with her husband with a shy face. Feeling Changli's soft body, Su Li couldn't help but feel a little hot again. Newlyweds are always easy to get out of hand under the taste. But thinking about the topic we are talking about now, Su Li feels a little annoyed. As for the reason, it is very simple. Because recently, he finally felt the pressure brought by Li Er. A pressure of angle magic. Even when meeting Li Er for the first time, Su Li didn't feel any pressure. At that time, he stayed in the princess mansion every day to collect points. Every time I see Li Er, there is not much to say between them, and Su Li often finds Li Er a little annoying because he delays his own progress in earning points. As a result, the two have known each other for 4 months, but the number of exchanges is actually very few. And what they talked about was all about the physical condition of Changle.I, who was still in a vegetative state at that time. After personal contact, the deepest impression Li Er left on Su Li was that, as a father, he really cared about his daughter. But Su Li didn't have any personal experience of Li Er as the emperor, and more of it was the stereotyped impression he got from books before. When the black tortoise incident happened, Su Li was still an ordinary farmer. To be honest, Li Er killed his brothers and slaughtered his younger brothers, and the heads were rolling. It didn't matter to ordinary people like Su Li, and who the emperor was didn't affect his life, right? But recently, Li Er suddenly came up with the idea of letting Su Li lead the army, and ran diligently to the princess mansion every day. With more contact, Su Li felt more and more that his previous understanding of Li Er was still too superficial. He originally thought that Li Er, as an emperor, was a master of killing and decisiveness. One emperor through the ages. Heavenly Khan of all nations. It's all fart. Take a look at Li Er's gallantry these days. How can he look like an angry emperor? Every time I come to the door, I can't say a few words, and then I will bring up old things intentionally or unintentionally, trying to fool Su Li. If Li Er really put on the emperor's airs and forced himself to do something, Su Li would not be afraid. The key is that he is not reserved at all. He visits the door every day, and when facing Su Li, he speaks nicely and puts on the posture of a corporal. Such Li Er really made Su Li helpless. Master, why don't you just follow father? I've never seen him care so much about a person. If he doesn't go to the battlefield, he just learns the art of war from Duke Dai. Changle hugged Su Li's arm, whispered. Obviously, Li Er's strategy did not impress Su Li, but Changle was shaken by it. Su Li shook her head. I'm really not that material. Su Li's understanding of the art of war is limited to the introduction of the art of war, and the understanding and application of the art of war is limited to the basics. With Su Li's comprehension, no matter how much he learns, he will be nothing more than a general. Of course, it's just for now with Princess Changle.I's bonus points. The rest of Su Li's attributes will be raised sooner or later. Instead of learning now to get twice the result with half the effort, it is better to wait until the attributes are brought up to get twice the result with half the effort. Besides, if I go to learn the art of war, I won't be able to stay at home every day like I am now, Su Li said softly. Madam, you don't want your husband to spend more time with you, do you? Changle.I's small face flushed suddenly. For this reason alone, it seemed impeccable. Between Lao Dai and Xianggong, Changle stood by Su Li without hesitation. If you don't want to Xianggong, then we will find a way to cut off the father's thoughts. Or I will go to ask the mother. If the mother speaks, the father should listen. Su Li smiled and patted Changle's head lovingly. He knew in his heart that it was something else. But Li Er's starting point, in the final analysis, is also for the great Tang dynasty. With Empress Changsun's temperament of never interfering in government affairs, she would definitely not help Changle.I in such matters, but would feel that Su Li was indulging in gentleness and not thinking about making progress. After all, Li Er and Empress Changsun are also deeply in love with each other, who are not a couple who can cut money by their children. The Empress can't help you with this matter, however we have to find a way to get rid of him. Su Li rubbed her chin and pondered. Soon Su Li had an idea. If you can't solve the problem, then get rid of the person who caused the problem. Don't get me wrong, Su Li is not trying to kill Li Er. Rather, he summed up that Li Er has been too free recently. You might as well find something for him to divert your attention. At that time, Li Er probably won't have the energy to take care of himself. Following this Wang's train of thought, Su Li quickly made a plan. When His Majesty left yesterday, he said that he would bring the Empress and the youngest son here today, right? Changle nodded, looking at Su Li, who was smiling. For some reason, she always felt a little embarrassed by Xianggong's smile. At dusk, a carriage slowly stopped at the gate of the princess mansion. Li got out of the car, turned his head to look at the eldest grandson Wugu who was holding his little son, and said with a smile, "Yesterday, I have already told Changla that I will bring you to the banquet tonight. Speaking of which, the meals at the princess's mansion are now it's truly a masterpiece. For some reason, the cooks from the 2 princess mansions I brought back to the palace, except that they have more tricks, the taste of the food is still not as good as here." 1. The eldest grandson Wugu said with a light smile, "No wonder His Majesty comes to Changle every day, so it turns out that he dislikes the food in the palace. Haha, go in and have a look what's new today." Li laughed loudly and stepped into the gate. Under the guidance of the female officer, Li and Empress Changsun came all the way to the garden of the princess mansion. Before entering the door, I could smell the fragrance coming from inside. "This smell, do you want to eat barbecue today?" Li said in a deep voice and at the same time stepped into the door. Immediately afterwards, he saw Su Li and Changla sitting side by side in the middle of the garden. In front of them was a smooth copper cube. In the past few days, Li often came to visit, and he knew to use something called a stove. At this time, there were a few things with 2 pointed ends and a thick middle placed on the stove. The shape seemed to be the rhizome of some kind of plant, a bit like a water radish, except that the outer skin was purple-red. "What is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Seeing the things roasting on the stove, Li immediately became interested. Seeing that Su and Li were about to get up, Li waved his hand. "What is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Li pointed to the stove and asked. Su Li smiled slightly and said, "It's not good to always eat refined meals. Occasionally, you have to eat some coarse grains to have a balanced nutrition. These things are the staple food we will eat today, called roasted sweet potatoes." After speaking, Su Li took out the things she had prepared a long time ago from a food box next to her. "This is called French fries. It tastes good, you have to try it later." "Baked sweet potatoes, French fries, what is this?" Regarding my own question, Su Li seems to have said something, but it seems that she didn't say anything. The 2 names he said made Li even more confused. Since a wife like Su Li can take it out as a staple food for entertaining herself, it means that these 2 things must be food. But in the world, is there any food that I don't know? Li is really not conceited when he thinks so. Although he has never farmed the land, most farmers probably don't know as many types of crops as Li. People depend on food. What is the emperor's main job every day? If you want Li to say that what worries him the most is not actually any internal rebellion or external enemies. The huge court gathered almost all the most intelligent figures in the entire Tang dynasty. Countless officials are busy from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. In essence, they are just busy with one thing. That's how to feed the people. If the people can eat enough, no matter how big things happen in the court, they are just trivial things. But if the people can't even eat, even if the country looks strong on the surface, the building will collapse. It is precisely because Li is sober about this that he said the phrase, "Water can carry a boat and also overturn it." Therefore, it was not the farmers who cared most about food, but the Emperor Li. Seeing that Su Li didn't intend to explain further, Li was not in a hurry, but sat down with Ma Jindao. Sister. At this time, the youngest son in the arms of Empress Changsun stretched out her chubby little arms to Changla, begging for a hug. Changla smiled and took her over and held her in his arms. But the youngest son didn't bother to talk to her. His big black eyes rolled away, looking at the roasted sweet potatoes for a while, and the French fries for a while, as if he wanted to eat but was embarrassed to open his mouth. This small appearance amused everyone else. "The roasted sweet potatoes are still hot. You have the French fries first." Su Li smiled and took out a small dish containing red dipping sauce from the food box and handed it to Zairo Saizi. "Brother-in-law, what is this?" The dish is not big, but the youngest son is so small that he can only hold it with 2 hands. "This is called ketchup. Come on, I'll teach you how to eat it." As she spoke, Su Li picked up a potato chip, dipped it in some sauce, and stuffed it into the mouth of her youngest son. Immediately, the youngest son's eyes became bright, and his round face showed an extremely satisfied expression. Sweet and sour, so delicious. Before the French fries stuffed in his mouth were finished, the youngest son freed up one hand, grabbed another French fries, dipped it in sauce just like Su Li did, and stuffed it into his mouth. Li and Empress Changsun next to her also followed suit. "It's really delicious." Empress Changsun chewed a few mouthfuls and said with a smile. Li beside him didn't have much reaction. Although the French fries tasted good to Li who ate and drank at the princess mansion every day, it was no surprise. The taste buds are stimulated by seasonings from later generations. In terms of eating, Li has managed to stay calm. Li always feels that today's Su Li is different from usual. This meal is not as simple as it seems. He looked at Su Li thoughtfully, only to see that Su Li was holding French fries and feeding Changle, who was holding his young son who couldn't spare his hands, looking like you are talking about me. Brother-in-law, give me water. At this moment, the youngest son suddenly waved his small arms and reached out to Su Li. Su Li quickly took out a cup and handed it to the youngest son. Gurgling, the younger son drank the water in one go, but his reaction after that was a bit strange. She kept sticking out her tongue and fanning her mouth with one hand, and she didn't forget to hand the hand holding the cup to Su Li. Brother-in-law, I still want a drink. Seeing the unusual behavior of his youngest son, Li couldn't help being a little curious. Then he saw Su Li take out a kettle and pour a cup of black stuff into the youngest son's cup. What is this? Li frowned and asked. Su Li said with a smile, This is my secret drink called Coke. This drink has a unique flavor and can refresh people. Oh, then I want to try it. Li also took a cup of Coke. The bubbles in the cup surged and made a slight sneering sound. Li found it interesting and raised his hand to take a sip. Immediately afterwards, Li was stunned. After taking the cola, he immediately felt his entire tongue explode, and then Li seemed to hear a crackling sound in his mouth. This strong stimulation, mixed with a unique sweetness, goes straight from the tip of the tongue to the throat. Immediately, Li shivered. Good top. Seeing Li's appearance, Su Li couldn't help laughing secretly. Does the happy water in the fat house get its name in vain? Although Li is not a fat house, it does not affect his happiness. Just one sip, Li fell in love with this drink called Coke. This thing is not as bland as fruit stuffing, nor is it like wine, which will make people dizzy. As Su Li said, drink it down and feel refreshed. Nice one. Li picked up another cup and handed it to Empress Changsun next to her. Seeing his wife and daughter smiling happily, Li took a deep look at Su Li. This kid is going to have a good time. Not to mention anything else, just relying on this delicious cooking skill, it is a good match for the royal princess. Not to mention, he cares so much about Changle. It seems that when I chose him to be my son-in-law back then, it was a mistake. Sweet potatoes are ready, try them. Su Li didn't care what Li was thinking. He picked up 2 sweet potatoes and handed them to Li and Queen Changsun respectively. Neither Li nor his wife moved. After all, it was food that I had never seen before, so with their shrewdness, they naturally wouldn't be the first to speak. Watching Su Li carefully break another sweet potato in half, distribute it to Changle and his youngest son, and give each of them a small spoon to signal them to dig and eat. Only then did Li and the eldest grandson follow suit. Sweet and soft tastes good. Not surprisingly, the sweet potato has received unanimous praise from several people. Under the stimulation of Coke, Li felt that his mind was somewhat clearer. At this time, he remembered the business. What food are the ingredients for these roasted sweet potatoes and French fries? Li asked seemingly casually. Here we are, waiting for you here. Su Li smiled and said, These 2 kinds of food, one is sweet potato and the other is potato, both are imported from the ocean. New food. Li didn't take it seriously and asked with a smile, If it's new grain, how much will it produce? Asking this sentence, Li was only out of instinct as an emperor, and he really didn't have any ideas. Since Shenong tasted all the herbs and divided them into 5 grains, the land of Juxia has used 5 grains to refer to food. Of course, with the continuous emergence of new grains, the types of grains are not 10% EFT, unchanged. The 5 grains of the pre-Qin period are not the same as the 5 grains of today. Speaking of it, there are many evaluation criteria for whether a new grain can be included in the 5 grains. Among them, the most important one is its output. That's why Li asked this question. The yield is so-so, about 1,000 catties per mu, Su Li said with a smile. Li nodded subconsciously and said, It's not bad, it can be used as ordinary grain and grown in the corner of the farmland. Afterwards, Li paused. Wait, you said that the yield of these 2 new grains can reach 1,000 catties per mu. Li widened his eyes and looked at Su Li. Is this true? This news was so sudden that Li lost his composure. This is 1,000 catties per mu. Li knows better than anyone else if this output is true, then what it means to dating. The three main grains eaten by people in the Tang dynasty today are millet and wheat in the north, and rice in the south. Among them, the yield of millet is about 100 catties per mu. The yield of wheat is about 300 catties per mu, and the yield of rice is a little more than 200 catties per mu. On the whole, the yield of all the grain-growing fields in Datong is about 270 catties per mu. The yield per mu is 1,000 jin, which is nearly 4 times the current level. This means that if the land of the Tang dynasty is replaced with these two kinds of grains, there will be no more worries about hunger. Any emperor, as long as he has these two things in his hands, as long as he is not too ridiculous, he will be an emperor through the ages. Think about it too, if anyone takes out such grains, the name of 5 grains can be directly changed to 7 grains. No, even if you directly talk about Liangu in the future, no one will have any objections. The person who took out the new food immediately became a god. Fill all the temples in the Tang dynasty, whichever one you like, go in and smash the statue and sit on it yourself. Up to the emperor, down to the common people, absolutely no one will say no. Instead, pay homage to him. Li Er's identity and experience destined him to be the most daring person in the world. However, even in his wildest dreams, he never dared to think that there would be such a thing in the world. Who would have thought that such a fetish would actually appear in front of him in this way? Li Er stared at the sweet potato in a daze. His eyes ejaculated. His appearance had long been expected by Su Li. Su Li nodded lightly and said, "These two things, at least 1,000 catties per mu, I'm still a conservative estimate." Li Er looked at Su Li eagerly and asked, "Are there any seeds?" "Aren't the seeds all here?" Su Li spread her hands, pointing to the roasted sweet potatoes and French fries on the stove. "What?" Immediately, Li Er's eyeballs turned red. "My emperor's hegemony, my eternal emperor, is gone." An unprecedented sense of loss flooded Li Er's heart. "Eat it? Did you really eat it?" Seeing Su Li nodding, Li Er's expression was indescribably complicated. Full of unwillingness, after all, it turned into a long sigh. "You said that these two things came from the ocean." Suddenly, he remembered the details of Su Li's words just now, and asked a little unwillingly, "Where are these two kinds of grains produced? How far is it from my Datong?" "It's fine if you don't know, but now that you know, Li Er really doesn't want to give up like this." Su Li shook his head and said with a serious face, "Sweet potatoes and potatoes both come from the other side of the ocean, tens of thousands of miles away from Datong. The distance between the two places is covered by endless oceans, which is hard to reach in history. Besides, although the yield of sweet potatoes and potatoes is very high, they are not without flaws. These two things are relatively wasteland. They are planted for 1 year and they must be planted with other grains in the next year. Otherwise, it will take a few years. The best fertile land can be abandoned. Moreover, these two kinds of grains are not very nutritious. If you eat too much, you will get flatulence. They are not as good as grains to support people, but they cannot replace grains." After Su Li finished speaking, what responded to him were the astonished gazes of Li Er and Empress Changsun. What kind of shortcoming is this kind of divine food without nutrition? Is this the reason? Ordinary people, where are they qualified to pay attention to what is nutritious? It is never something that they will consider. All they care about is filling their stomachs. In a real disaster year, the fields have no harvest. People are so hungry that they will stuff their mouths without hesitation, even guanyin soil, which they know will bloat their stomachs and kill them. What Su Li said made Li Er very dissatisfied. 4 months ago, you, Su Li, were still a farmer, living every day with your face to the less and your back to the sky. Logically speaking, you should know better than us what ordinary people are thinking. It hasn't been long, and you have forgotten all these things. However, Li Er can only think about it. Can he blame Su Li for eating the precious seeds? After all, this is Su Li's own stuff after all. He is willing to take out these things to entertain himself, and he can't say that he did something wrong. But in the end, it's still unbearable. Even if it is far away across the ocean, no matter how much you pay, I will take it, Li Er said with firm eyes. Su Li looked at Li Er's expression that didn't seem to be fake, and felt a little emotional in his heart. Sweet potatoes and potatoes have been parked in the Central Plains during the Ming Dynasty, but unfortunately they have not been taken seriously. If they can be promoted and planted by the government, if the Minister of Civil and Military Affairs does not insist on making money and promotes the whole country, Ming Dynasty, maybe you can live another 30 or 50 years. Until the Qing Dynasty, The popularization of sweet potatoes and potatoes was done spontaneously by the people for decades or hundreds of years. In vain, the Qing dynasty and Kangxi's potatoes flourished. No matter how bad Li Er's character is, if he can pay attention to it immediately, it means that Li Er is a qualified emperor. However, looking at Li Er's heavy and regretful expression, Yinli looked at the flower pot in the yard with a smile. Potato branches and sweet potato vines are shaking with the wind. I just remembered that I still have some of these two things, Su Li said with a smile on his face. Li Er was stunned and quickly asked, "Where is it? Get it quickly." Su Li pouted her lips, motioning Li Er to look back. "It's in the pot behind you." Su Li panted heavily, which made Li Er uncomfortable. However, at this time, he didn't care about other things and turned his head and looked back. Under the night, with the help of the light, Li Er could see the emerald green branches, leaves, and vines at a glance. The potatoes don't grow very high, and a bunch of leaves are randomly scattered above the flower pot, swaying with the wind. The vines of sweet potatoes are whitish. Even if they are planted in pots, they look a bit sparse. These two things look ordinary, and there seems to be little difference from the common green leaves on the roadside. But in Li Er's eyes, these flower pots in front of him are simply the most precious things in the world. Li Er couldn't help standing up, walked to the flower pot, lowered his head, and looked at the things inside with a fascinated expression. The hands that had grabbed French fries and sweet potatoes were casually wiped on the expensive robes. Afterwards, Li Er raised his hand and gently stroked those few leaves. Seeing Li Er's appearance, Su Li was also a little emotional. Not to mention other things, Li Er, who cherishes food so much, obviously has a real heart for the suffering of the people. Just for this point, Li Er can be called a good emperor. At this moment, Li Er's heart was full of ecstasy. In the short quarter of an hour just now, his mood can be said to have been on a roller coaster. Li Er was as happy as Yunxiao when he suddenly heard that there was 1,000 jins of divine food per mew. But then he learned that the precious grains had been eaten. Even Jai couldn't bear the great sense of loss. Just when he was about to mobilize the power of the whole country to travel across the ocean to bring these two things back, Su Li suddenly said that there were still some grain seeds. Su Li gasped for a few breaths, almost causing Li the father-in-law, to have a heart attack. But Li didn't blame Su Li at all. These two things have been planted for a long time. Counting the time, they are almost ripe, you can see for yourself. Su Li's voice sounded from behind, and Li was overjoyed when he heard that. Without hesitation, he reached into the flower pot and picked up the soil inside. Seeing his cautious appearance to avoid touching the roots, Su Li couldn't help being a little amused. After all, he is his father-in-law, so how can he work there and sit on the sidelines? Besides, although the flower pot is not big, the soil inside is quite solid because it grows grain. Just rely on Li Er's two hands to pull slowly. When will this be done? He stood up and walked to Li Er's side. Reach out and grab the part of the rhizome exposed on the soil surface and apply a little force. Then a large lump of potatoes was pulled out of the soil by Su Li. "Why so rude?" Li gave Su Li a dissatisfied look. Immediately afterwards, his eyes were attracted by the things in Su Li's hands. Li simply squatted on the ground, staring straight at the pile of yellow fruits of different sizes under the rhizome. "Is this a potato?" He gently picked off the smallest potato, stroked the dirt off it with his hands, and tapped it lightly with his nails. The moist touch of his fingers immediately filled Li with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. "This is a potato, and its fruit is also a grain seed. You can pick it off and roughly estimate its weight, TM." Su Li knew what Li was most concerned about, so she kindly suggested. Li immediately followed suit and called his eldest grandson over. As a result, the couple with the most distinguished status in the entire Tang dynasty picked potatoes just like ordinary old farmers. The eldest grandson dug out a basket out of nowhere, dropped it in his hand, and held a ladle of water in his other hand. Every time Li picked a potato, the eldest grandson would wash it clean and put his heart in the basket. After a while, the two of them finished their work. Li looked at his eldest grandson and asked, "What is the weight?" Even with Su Li's words as a basis, Li was still a little uneasy at this moment and always wanted to confirm it by himself. Empress Changsun weighed the basket, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. "It weighs more than 10 catties. I don't think you are allowed to try it yourself." Li immediately became excited. He took the basket and weighed it up and down. "This weight 10 catties can't hold it. A mere 2-palm-wide flower pot can grow 10 caddies of grain. In terms of yield per mu, hey. Thinking of this, couldn't help but gasp. Zero ask for flowers. He immediately figured out that the yield of potatoes per mu may exceed the 1,000 caddies that Li said. Look at the sweet potato again, said impatiently. The couple went to the flower pot with sweet potatoes again, this time without Li's help. Empress Changsun found a small shovel from the side, and then emptied the soil in the flower pot with 3 shovels. Soon, the weight of sweet potatoes was also calculated. Sweet potatoes are big and don't produce as much fruit as dry beans. But overall, the weight is not lighter than potatoes, or even worse. Seeing is believing. The big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and in turn, was surrounded by boundless excitement. Closed his eyes, imagining that one day, potatoes and sweet potatoes would spread to the world. At that time, he can tell the world that from now on, under the rule of the Tang dynasty, no one will starve to death. With such achievements, even if fails to achieve anything else, it will not prevent him from leaving his name in history and becoming the eternal emperor praised by future generations. I want to plant these 2 kinds of grains in all the fields of Datang. Turned his head to look at Li and said slowly. Hearing this, Li was taken aback and quickly tried to persuade her. Although the yield of potatoes and sweet potatoes is high, the storage conditions are harsh. The trouble of storage means that the circulation is inconvenient. Large-scale promotion is unnecessary. Compared with other staple foods, potatoes and sweet potatoes are really not a good thing to preserve. In granaries all over the country, there are many old grains that have been stored for 3 to 5 years. But can potatoes and sweet potatoes last that long? The storage conditions of potatoes have relatively strict requirements on temperature. If the temperature is slightly higher, if it is left for a long time, it will turn purple and germinate. Potatoes with sprouts are poisonous. Compared with potatoes, sweet potatoes are relatively easy to store, but under normal circumstances, they will be stored for a month if they are full. If you get a sweet potato cellar, you can greatly extend the storage time, but it is difficult to exceed 1 year. After a long time, it will also germinate and become moldy, and the heart will become stiff. Li's current mentality is like most poor people getting rich. Simply put, happiness comes so suddenly that it goes from one extreme to another. But in any case, these 2 things are really not like this. After all, is not really an upstart. Because of the extreme excitement, it is understandable for him to say something thoughtless under a gaffe. After listening to Li's words, finally calmed down. He could see that the shortcomings of the new food that Li mentioned before were not to pour cold water on himself, but to make him sober up. After thinking about it, sighed softly. No matter what, after all, it is a thing that can produce 1,000 caddies per mu. As long as it has this advantage, it means that God has the virtue of good life. At this time, suddenly showed a look of remembrance on his face. You are young, maybe you don't know. In the former Sui dynasty, Yang Guang, Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty, was so happy that he made great achievements, built a large number of construction projects, and levied Gao 3 times. Taxes and corvees rose every year and the people suffered unspeakably. At that time, Emperor Taisheng appointed Taiyuan to stay behind. The originally prosperous Fen Valley was abandoned on a large scale, and in addition to natural disasters, the people had no food and clothing and starved to death everywhere. These are all the scenes I have seen with my own eyes. It is recorded in the history books, those, needless to say. The impact of the 2 new grains on was too great. So much so that it is rare for him to recall the past in front of the juniors, and even feel a little emotional. Empress Changsun walked to Li's side and gently squeezed his hand. Smiled at her, then turned to look at Li 720. I said that I want to promote the 2 new grains to the world. I am not eager for quick success. I just think that the people are suffering too much. In the past 4 years, I often think that the people are tired all day long, but they still have no food. I worry about it. It's hard to sleep. I couldn't help but be overjoyed when you took out these 2 new grains, because this means that from now on, the people of the Tang dynasty will no longer be as embarrassed as before. Even in the year of catastrophe, starvation, there will be hundreds of thousands or millions fewer people than before. Li was taken aback by Li's revealing of his true feelings. He deliberately took out potatoes and sweet potatoes, not just to amuse Li. The original intention was to use these 2 things to divert Li's energy, so that he would not bother himself in the future. Life is not easy for people in this era, Su Li has personal experience. After all, before that, he had been a farmer for 6 full years, facing the less all day long, relying on the output of the land for food. But he didn't realize that compared to the people of Zhuxia in history, the difficult life in his eyes was already a wonderful life. In any case, the Tang dynasty in the early years of Zhengyuan, even if it could not be called Guotai Minin, at least had a stable environment, and there were no major natural disasters. It wasn't until this moment that Su Li realized that what he was living in was, after all, a feudal era with low productivity. Because of the underdeveloped productive forces, the common people do not have any ability to resist natural and man-made disasters. Drought going to starve. It's flooding, you're going to starve. If there is a war, it will be even more fatal. The saying in Cao Cao's poem, "There is no rooster crowing for 1,000 miles, and the bones of the dead are exposed in the wild," is by no means a fiction. In the history books, there are countless records of natural disasters and man-made disasters. The real situation can't be described by the cold phrase, "When you're hungry, people cannibalize each other." Behind every record is the story of the disappearance of tens of millions of lives. Thinking of these, Su Li couldn't help feeling heavy. Su Li finally realized that this is the real ancient life. Cold, heartless, and cruel. And I should do something for this era. Even if it is for the 20 million people of Dadong, he is willing to take out these two things. The promotion of new grains is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and can only be spread quickly through official channels. Li will definitely be able to obtain great achievements from it. But Su Li doesn't care about these things. If it can be exchanged for the whole world to be free from famine, then what's the point of gaining Li's reputation? Thinking about this, Su Li's face became serious. At this time, I heard Li ask, "What you said just now makes sense. Then according to what you said, how should this new crop be planted?" Su Li thought for a while and said with a serious face, "Sweet potatoes and potatoes don't really choose land. For example, potatoes can be grown even in saline alkali land with poor soil quality, but the yield is slightly lower. If they are planted in sandy land, the yield is even higher. Using good land to grow these two things is a waste. These two things are actually the most suitable supplements for agriculture. Planting some casually in the corner of the farmland can meet the needs of the whole year. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are relatively drought-tolerant and not flood-tolerant. If you choose a place with a slightly higher terrain to plant, you can ensure the output. Even if you really encounter when there is a natural disaster, the people will not have a mouthful of food to eat." Li nodded, obviously listening to Su Li's words. After all, only Su Li knows these two things in the Tang dynasty, and he has the most right to speak in this regard. After saying these things, Li Ming was in a good mood. He washed his hands, sat down by the stove happily, and unceremoniously grabbed a baked sweet potato and a handful of French fries. "Oh, what a good grain. It's such a waste to be eaten like this." Su Li couldn't help but rolled his eyes. "Among the 5 people, you are the one who eats the most and is the least qualified to talk about spoiling things. How come the majestic emperor, who speaks nonsense with his eyes open, doesn't even want his face? If all the food we ate today were used for breeding, the speed of spreading the world would be a little faster," Li muttered again. Li wanted to benefit, but he didn't say it clearly, but he sighed and wanted to take something out of Su Li's hand. Su Li didn't want to talk about this, and even wanted to throw a bunch of sweet potatoes at him. Forget it, there are still 5 caddies in the back kitchen." Su Li is not an ignorant person. After all, the base is very important for the promotion of new food. There are more than 100 caddies of sweet potatoes and potatoes. You are in a hurry. It will not be promoted for a while, and the base value will be increased by 1 caddy. What's more, sweet potatoes and potatoes are food in Su Li's hands, and only in Li's second hand can they play a role. To put it bluntly, food promotion can't be done by just saying 10 words per mew and 1,000 caddies. If the common people were so easy to accept new grains, sweet potatoes and potatoes would not have taken more than 100 years to cover the earth, and let mites take advantage of it. For this result, Li was naturally extremely satisfied. After eating and drinking enough, the servants of the princess mansion sent the kitchen stock, and the two things added up to 5 caddies. Li couldn't help being overjoyed, and personally directed the servants to move the potatoes and sweet potatoes to the carriage, and left happily. In front of the princess mansion, watching the carriage drift away, Yin Li let out a sigh of relief. Finally got rid of Li. Su Li is sure that in the next few days, Li will definitely calm down. It is of course important to discover an invincible general. However, there are priorities, and any peerless warrior has to stand aside in front of Xin Liang. After all, for an emperor, the achievement of keeping the world from starving to death is no less than expanding the territory, or even more. In the history of Zhuxia, there have been many emperors who expanded their borders, but no matter how powerful the dynasty is, it has never been heard that no one died of starvation. The most important thing is that the promotion of food is not just a matter of breeding. How to promote it, where to promote it, and how to make it accepted by the people are not small problems. After returning, Li will definitely devote himself to the breeding of sweet potatoes and potatoes, as well as the promotion of new grains in the future, and he will definitely not have time to take care of himself in a short time. Su Li couldn't help feeling a little relieved. The carriage was driving on a smooth bluestone road. Inside the car, Empress Changsun hugged her youngest son who had already fallen asleep and looked at Li who was still excited. Shimin, these two new grains are of great importance. In the future, you must not forget the contribution of that child Su Li. Although he is Changli's son-in-law, there should be no ambiguity about this. Just now until he left, Li kept silent about how to reward Su Li. Even the eldest grandson Empress, who knew him best, was a little puzzled by this kind of behavior. Li's subordinates are notoriously generous. As long as they have meritorious service, they are always rewarded on the spot. If Su Li was just an ordinary courtier, Queen Changsun would naturally not say much. But after all, he is a son-in-law, considered a royal relative. And speaking of it, Su Li was chosen as the son-in-law at the beginning, because Li and his wife felt sorry for him. It would be easy to handle if Changla didn't recognize this marriage after waking up. After all, dating can divorce her husband at worst. Let Changli divorce Su Li, and then give him a sum of money to settle the matter. But Changli actually recognized this husband-in-law and went out with Su Li every day, unwilling to separate for a moment, and the relationship was so enviable. The eldest grandson can obviously feel that every time he sees Su Li, the other party's vague sense of rejection. She felt that it was the previous experience that made Su Li feel bad about the couple. After learning that Su Li is capable of throwing elephants, Li 2.1 ran to the princess mansion without incident, trying to draw Su Li into the army, but failed. Empress Changsun is a woman with a delicate mind. She felt that Su Li cared more about Li and her own opinion of him. If you really get close to him as a son-in-law, after a long time, the unhappiness in the past will naturally disappear. At that time, what do you want him to do? What do you want to take from him? Is it not just a matter of one sentence? Li used the method of courteous corporals to give the other party face as the emperor, which might work well for others, but it didn't work for Su Li at all. Su Li is not an ordinary talented person, but a son-in-law. You can often see her. The two are Wang's son-in-law, and their relationship is so close. It is unrealistic for him to have such awe of the emperor like ordinary people. Li went to the princess mansion every day, maybe in Su Li's eyes. He just wanted to be a white wolf. Didn't give any benefits, just want to take advantage of others. That's why Empress Changsun asked this question, and at the same time secretly reminded Li. Unexpectedly, Li sighed and said, "How could I forget? Such a divine food is like an elixir of longevity to me, but how to reward Su Li is a difficult problem." Hearing the slight complaint in Li's tone, Changsun Wugu couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Can rewards also become a problem?" No, but Li let out a long sigh. With his temperament, he has never been stingy with rewarding the heroes. What Li hopes most is Su Li's initiative to ask. As long as the conditions are acceptable, Li will never be stingy. But Su Li gave him potatoes and sweet potatoes, but nothing. It is not wise monarchs practice not to reward meritorious service. What's more, sweet potatoes and potatoes are of great significance, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are unrivaled achievements. If there are fewer rewards, Li himself will feel embarrassed. Li was very troubled. But the emperor rewarded his courtiers, to put it bluntly, that's all. Add officials to enter the ranks, beautiful women. But just now Li spent a long time thinking about it in the princess mansion, and found that these things could not impress Su Li at all. The option of being promoted to a noble rank can be ruled out directly. Li wanted to push Su Li into the army, but Su Li ignored him at all. But adding a civil servant title to 4 is not easy to arrange. After all, not long ago, Li personally decreed that Su Li would become the legitimate captain-in-law. The son-in-laws of the Tang dynasty are all from the 5th rank. There is only one Su Li, who is the 3rd-rank son-in-law captain. Although the captain's son-in-law is not a real job, even if it is an official title, it is scary enough. Because of this incident, Chang Sun Wuji talked to Li for a long time, saying that the courtiers were quite critical. Even if Li didn't care about the opinions of the officials, since Su Li had reached the age of the 3rd rank at the age of 16, it was impossible to add any more officials to him, and the honorary titles were not suitable. Reward money. Not to mention that Changle has countless properties in his hands, and there is no shortage of money at all. Most importantly, Su Li is not a greedy person. Thinking about it carefully, he and Changle have been married for such a long time. Basically, they have never left the door without leaving the door, and they have never spent any money at all. Reward beauty. Not to mention this idea, in the world, how can there be any reason for a father-in-law to give a beautiful woman to his son-in-law? Think about it carefully, this kid is really too evil. He is just a farmer himself and was chosen as a son-in-law. His future is uncertain, but he can take it calmly. At the beginning, Li heard that Su Li was taking care of Changle with his clothes untied, and felt that this son had great ambitions and wanted to climb up through this relationship, so he put on a show like this. But as time went by, Li discovered that Su Li was really taking care of Changle. After Changle woke up, the young couple's relationship was so good that they couldn't even leave the house. After Li Feng rewarded Su Li, he also specifically asked the female officials of the princess mansion. As a result, the female officer told him that the son-in-law was quite interested in the rewards at first. But after looking through it, someone sent it directly to the warehouse, and it was never mentioned again after that. On weekdays, apart from being with Changle, the place where he stayed the longest was actually the kitchen of the princess mansion. It seems that fame and fortune in his eyes are just passing by and not worth mentioning. Even an upright and powerful official like Wei Zheng would at least pursue leaving his name in history. But what about Su Li? I can't see what he's after. In the past, Li thought that such an official could be called a model of a minister. But when he really encountered one, he immediately became numb. If you want to reward you, you can't start, can you believe that? Li told Empress Changsun about his concerns. For a moment, the inside of the carriage fell into silence. After a long time, Empress Changsun suddenly said with a smile, "Shimin, Su Li is not completely without desires, he also has a caring, have you forgotten?" Li was stunned for a moment, and when he met his elder grandson's eyes, he was suddenly blessed. "Changle." The next moment, the husband and wife said in unison. At that moment, Li laughed out loud. Problem solved. How to reward Su Li, he already had a rough idea in his mind. Time passed day by day. In the following days, as expected by Su Li, Li seldom came to the princess mansion. Not only that, but Su Li also heard that Li love for sweet potatoes and potatoes is almost outrageous. He specifically pulled out all the flowers, plants, and trees in the imperial garden and used them exclusively to grow sweet potatoes. As long as you spare some time, run to the ground. An emperor who spends his days in the mud and soil enjoys it. I heard that these things were weeded by Li himself to catch insects. Even because of what Su Li said, these two things make people not resistant to waterlogging. Whenever it rains, Li specially asks people to stand on the ground and hold an umbrella to cover them. Occasionally visit the door a few times, and no longer mention Su Li's entry into the army, but ask how to grow sweet potatoes and potatoes. Su Li can only say that where there is a will, there is a way. Li has done this, and the promotion of sweet potatoes and potatoes to the whole country must be very smooth. After successfully sending Li away, Su Li has finally calmed down these few days. After the breeding is over, large-scale trial planting also takes time. It is estimated that Li will not come to harass him for a long time to come. During the recent period, Su Li has resumed her days with Changle. In this way, Su Li got her wish and lived a shameless life of collecting points. Except for the youngest son who occasionally comes over to eat and play, the two of them are tired of being together almost all day long. But when the youngest son came over, it could actually allow Su Li to earn points with two-line operations. If the youngest son doesn't come, the points can be doubled at night by using a single machine. The youngest son is here, so there is no delay, double opening points, double happiness. With an average of tens of thousands of points, you only need to consume a pack of Dabai rabbit milk 373 sugar, which is simply not too refreshing. The points in the system finally had a rapid increase. With the points, of course it is to buy. Dingyanju, which had been put on top for a long time, was finally bought by Su Li and given to Changle.I. On the day Changle.I got the gift, the two of them didn't go out for a whole day, and the points they earned were almost twice as much as usual. During the period, Su Li also found a lot of potions similar to Poor Life Potion. He gave his youngest son all the brains. After a period of time, the younger son's face became more and more rosy, and his body was much healthier than before. Today at dusk, in the study of the princess mansion, Changle.I was sitting at the desk. While Su Li was standing behind her, the two of them were almost close to each other. Changle.I held a pen in her hand, while Su Li was gently supporting her hand, writing something on the paper. The window was half closed, and a gentle wind blew in, making the paper rattle at the same time. Changle.I smiled softly, letting her husband hold her catkin and write on the paper. After a while, a long and short sentence is completed in one go. It is still a square, dense, solemn, and vigorous font. Slender clouds play tricks, flying stars spread hatred, and silver men are darkened far and wide. Once the golden wind and jade do meet, they will win, but there are countless in the world. Tenderness is like water. Good times are like dreams. Bear with me and go back to the bridge. If the two feelings last for a long time, how can they be in the morning and evening? Changle.I read the long and short sentences softly, and when she saw the sentence, if the two loves are long, how can they be in the morning and evening? Her body could not help but shake slightly. What followed was a heart full of tenderness and sweetness. Husband, Changle.I murmured softly with a hint of choking in his tone. The story of cowherd weaver girl originated in the Zhou dynasty. After more than 1,000 years of continuous evolution, it has become a familiar illusion in the Tang dynasty. Seeing this long and short sentence, Changle.I couldn't help thinking of the past between himself and her husband. At that time, she lay in bed for a long time, and in the eyes of others, she was completely an unconscious puppet. After the husband came to the princess mansion, he took care of her tirelessly without taking off his clothes, although the two are able to see each other all day. But I can't speak, and I can't make any response to my husband. In this state, the torment my husband endured is probably not as serious as that of cowherd. Even cowherd weaver girls can meet each other through the Magpie Bridge one day every year. But at that time, no one knew when they would wake up. According to the imperial doctors in the palace, it is very likely that the husband will not be able to hear a word from himself in his entire life. How cruel is this to him? Therefore, during the period when she just regained consciousness, Changle.I always had a fear in her heart that made her feel extremely hopeless just thinking about it. She was afraid that if she would not wake up for a long time, her husband would leave her. It is precisely because of this fear that Changle.I is so attached to Su Li. After recovering physically, she was unwilling to be separated from her husband for a moment. This feeling will not be understood by anyone who has not experienced the deepest fear. There is no filial son in front of the long sick bed. If the positions of himself and her husband were reversed, Changle.I would not have the confidence to persist in taking care of each other for the rest of his life. No matter how deep the emotion is, it cannot stand the test of time. What's more, I am not an ordinary illness, but I am silent and unable to communicate with others at all. How long can the husband last in that state? 1 year, 2 years, 10 years? Changle.I didn't know the answer, and she didn't want to ask her husband. This question is pressed in the bottom of my heart, and it has almost become the only secret that Changle.I is unwilling to share with her husband. However, I saw this long and short sentence today. Changle.I understands her husband's true thoughts. If the two feelings last for a long time, how can they be in the morning and evening? If it's you in the end, no matter how late it doesn't matter. This is the answer my husband gave me. Before he knew it, Changle.I had already burst into tears. She turned around and just hugged Su Li. Silly lady, it's all over, it's all right. Su Li stroked Changle.I's back lightly and comforted her softly. The two of them spent the whole day together, almost heart to heart. How could Su Li not know what Changle.I was thinking? It's just that he couldn't answer some questions directly, so he might as well express his feelings for her through poetry. He really never thought about being a copycat pretender. What's wrong with writing some poems to get rid of my wife's heart disease and make her happy? Changle.I buried her head in Su Li's chest. Her shoulders kept shaking, and finally she couldn't control it and burst into tears. The fear and grievance that had been accumulated in her heart for a long time turned into cries and vented out.